Chapter 1. Van Helsing's autobiographical novel. Su Bei froze as he stared at the white-haired Lolita slumped on the ground in front of him. Did someone shove me into this room? And is she even an adult? He instinctively backed away from her and asked tentatively, "Do your parents know that you do this kind of work?" The white-haired Lolita seemed not to understand, hesitating for a moment before tilting her head and looking at Su Bei with a puzzled expression, pointing her finger at several black spherical objects near his feet. What does this mean? Could this girl be mentally unstable? Although Su Bei didn't understand what she was trying to say, he still glanced down where she was pointing. He noticed those ball-like objects had long hair. Using his hand, Su Bei picked one up only to find behind its hair was an extremely terrifying human face. The skin on the face was loose, its features vicious with protruding fangs. My God! Su Bei immediately dropped the head in shock, and at that very moment, a stream of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind. Leon Belmont, the 13th generation descendant of the legendary demon hunter, Van Helsing. His parents died when he was 16 in retaliation by vampires. Later, Leon ventured out alone for revenge. In just 3 years, he became the famous and renowned demon hunter across the continent. Today, Leon chose an extremely difficult demon hunting task, eliminating a clan of noble vampires that had migrated from the north. When the mission was halfway done, the original host mysteriously died, ending this wretched life. That's right, the original host. Su Bei was a traveler through time. His own memories only lingered up until drinking heavily with a friend and boasting about achievements. Waking up from these shocking memories of the original host, Su Bei's breathing instantly became rapid. I actually traveled through time. And not just anywhere, but inside the body of a prodigious demon hunter in a Western fantasy medieval era. This is incredible. Su Bei, no, now please call me Leon. With an excited heart stabilized, Leon took another look at this little vampire. It wasn't until then he noticed a steel nail driven through her right shoulder into the wall, the wound on her shoulder bleeding profusely and pooling on the carpet. The room's floor was covered with carpets, and the furniture had a very classical style. Even the doors and windows were made of valuable redwood, with a fur-covered moose head hung on the wall. Whoa! The white-haired Lolita bared her teeth at Leon, but couldn't move a bit because of the steel nail in her right shoulder, leaving her helplessly thrashing her left hand and her bare small legs. So it's not that she didn't understand me. Her parents were the ones I killed. Leon, having taken over this body, now felt incredibly confident. This man-eating little vampire appeared to him as adorable and obedient as a little figurine. Ding! Welcome, host, to the Western fantasy world. Based on your current identity, the system assigned to you is titled Van Helsing's autobiographical novel. System cool. Supercharged strength. From now on, I, Leon the Proud, declare my intention to dominate this world. But what exactly does Van Helsing's autobiographical novel mean? Does my great-grandfather also love writing autobiographies? As if understanding Leon's words, the system began to explain. Spending ink values, you create the future autobiography novel of the selected protagonist, allowing yourself to foreknow the future. So let's start creating. After hearing, Leon understood at once and wanted to test the effects immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, a thick, ancient, yellow-edged book floated in the air before him. Please select the level of the novel. A yellow page novel costs 10 microliters of ink, a white page novel costs 30 microliters of ink, and a gold page novel costs 100 microliters of ink. You currently have 20 microliters remaining. A yellow page novel has the protagonist fixed as yourself. A white page novel allows you to choose others as the main character. A gold page novel can choose any object as the main character. Is there really a choice here? Shaking his head, Leon said, Yellow page novel. Yellow page novel creation begins, costing 10 microliters. Remaining 10 microliters. Beginning. Having crossed over to this body, you are extremely excited and intend to first try out the abilities of this body with the vampire girl before you. Then conquer this castle surrounded by vampires. Development. You muster your strength to chant a few magic formulas but without effect, later trying to lift a solid wood cabinet to throw at her. But your face turned red from effort without moving the cabinet an inch. Ending. Not knowing why this happens, you prepare to try again with something else. However, just then, you hear a roar from behind. As you turn around, everything becomes blurry. The novel ends. Cause of death. Neck severed by a vampire bite. Total length of this novel, 2 minutes. Gains for the author, none. Reader rating, 1 star. Reader reviews, too bad to even write a review. Awarded the white title, land and become a box. Effect, restore 1% spirit per minute. What the heck? Did she not die pinned to that steel nail already? Leon couldn't believe it, revealing fear and quickly glancing back at the wriggling vampire girl. However, compared to her initially harmless appearance, she was becoming a little different now. Her eyes gradually took on a bloody hue, and purple veins slowly crawled over her once clean hands and feet, just like the zombies in novels from his previous life that were about to mutate. Leon shivered violently. Damn it, I swear. Why did I end up in this body without inheriting even a bit of his abilities? In a panic, Leon quickly scanned his surroundings, trying to find something useful, like a sword or a shield, which might still give him a glimmer of hope. But after searching for a long time, all he found was a peculiarly shaped, heavy iron lock at the bedside. There was nothing else around. Wait, a lock? Why would there be a lock in a vampire's room? Could this lock possibly have special powers? Without wasting more time, Leon climbed onto the wooden bed and tried to get the iron lock. However, the lock was too heavy. It took all his strength to finally lift it off. At that moment, the sound of an extremely familiar roar echoed. Damn! Leon cursed under his breath as he immediately lay down on the bed and used the iron lock as a shield to block the small vampire who had broken free. The young vampire no longer resembled her sweet appearance from before. Her previously pristine skin had become loose, like the heads they had found earlier, slack skin, a purplish color, looking like an old woman dead for many days. Leon was instantly pinned under the weight of the vampire on the bed, unable to move. Between them was only a pair of handcuffs, and her fang-filled mouth was almost touching his face. She behaved like a crazed wolf hungry for food, kicking wildly on the bed, trying to get closer to Leon. Her clawed hand even slipped through the hole of the lock, attempting to grab Leon's head. Just then, the iron lock seemed to sense something and emitted a mechanical clicking sound. The lock moved on its own, tightly cuffing the vampire's hands to her shoulders and completely restraining everything above her chest. Next, a red mist sprayed out of the lock, causing the vampire to immediately stop moving, and her berserk state began to fade away. Thank goodness, this thing really worked. Leon looked at the vampire slowly regaining her normal human-like form, but couldn't help showing fear on his face. He had nearly been crushed to death by this creature. Leon rubbed his wrist and struggled to sit up, only to see the bedding torn apart. Geez, this little thing is so powerful. But thankfully, there was this lock, probably placed here by her parents. Next, he needed to think of a way to leave here. However, doing it alone was impossible. Because according to the host's memories, he hadn't fully cleaned up the vampires in this mansion. And with himself being a demon hunter who inherited none of the original host's powers, he'd probably not even make it out of this building. Leon scratched his head for a long time, but still couldn't come up with a plan. In the end, his only hope lay in the one-time simulation left. Begin creating. Chapter 2. Submission or Death. The Yellow Page novel begins, this time costing 10 milli ink. Remaining ink, 0 milli ink. The host can purchase ink through a gold to ink ratio of 100 to 1. Beginning. Having reached a dead end, after much thought, you decided to thoroughly search the previous owner's backpack. Although you found quite a few good things, except for a few short cold weapons, all of them required holy power as their main energy source. Development. Still at a dead end. You then had an idea to use the vampire girl as leverage. Could it be possible to escape safely using her as a hostage? So, you held a cold weapon in one hand and grabbed the hem of the little girl's sleepwear with the other and boldly walked out. Climax. As expected, the way was smooth without any resistance. All the vampires that appeared were successfully intimidated by you and didn't dare to rebel, even slightly. Ending. However, just as you were about to step out of the manor gate, a vampire hidden behind the door suddenly appeared and shattered your head with a staff. The novel ends, cause of death, head smashed by a redwood staff. Reader rating, 3 stars. Reader review. Buddy, you've got some brains, but they're not much use. Word count, 27 minutes. Author's gain, none. Congratulations to the host on achieving a first review rating above 3 stars. System reward, Emperor Engine, King's Oppression. Leonardo's face looked somewhat grim now. Though there was finally a way out, what on earth was this so-called Emperor Engine reward? Wasn't this just about having a louder heartbeat than the average person? Leonardo decided to set the Emperor Engine aside for now. What was most important was following the simulated steps to get out. First, he started searching through the original owner's bag, opening the leather-made backpack by the door. Sure enough, there was a heap of strange items inside, like crosses or hourglasses, most of which were made purely of silver. But through the original owner's memories, Leonardo realized that to use these items, one would need holy power, something he no longer possessed. Soon, Leonardo found the cold weapons mentioned in the previous simulation, an extremely sharp silver-tipped cone, resembling a sacred artifact from the movies used to pierce the hearts of vampires. At this moment, the little vampire girl who had inhaled a large amount of red gas suddenly started screaming again. Looking back, Leonardo saw the small girl opening her mouth wide and pointing at it with her left index finger as if saying she was hungry. Hungry? Leonardo probed cautiously. This young vampire seemed to still have some intelligence, differing from the species he had imagined that merely knew how to eat people. The girl nodded continuously, and her gaze towards Leonardo carried more expectation. Seeing this, Leonardo suddenly remembered the state she was in when they first communicated. She responded in the same manner then. Could it be under this state they could communicate, perhaps even reach some kind of agreement? If you don't run away shortly, I will find something for you to eat after we go out. Not if you understand. Leonardo forced out what he hoped was a gentle smile. Without hesitation, she nodded, though since her entire upper body was restrained, the nodding appeared rather absurd. However, the shackles only sealed her abilities and did not restrain her physical strength. She could still bear the restraints and move around, making things easier moving forward. Leonardo took a deep breath, adjusted his expression, and put on an air of haughtiness. To walk out, he needed these minions to fear him, to fear the demon hunter, Leonardo Belmont. Creak, the door opened. Leonardo gripped the collar of the little vampire's clothes in one hand and tightly held the silver spike in the other, slowly descending downstairs. Through the incredibly retro European-style hallway down to the ground floor, no one dared to block the way. The little vampire was also highly cooperative, being pushed step by step. They soon reached the main entrance, and just as Leonardo's right hand touched the wooden door, a heavy voice called him from behind. I know who you are, Leonardo Belmont, the last of the Belmont family. I wonder what Van Helsing Belmont would think seeing the family today. Leonardo's footsteps halted immediately, trying hard to maintain his air of haughtiness. Turning his head, he looked at the black-clothed and elegant vampire behind him, giving a dry chuckle. Though the Belmonts remain only as me, when the next Belmont comes here, none shall survive. Let's see if your mouth remains as stubborn then. At the instant these words were spoken, the elegant demeanor on the black-clothed vampire's face began to falter, gradually becoming grim. Master Leonardo, I came here to negotiate. If you let Princess Alun go, we will leave this town far behind and present you with precious blood crystals. The black-clad vampire, upon finishing his sentence, pulled out a wooden box from the chest of his dark attire. Upon opening it, clearly within lay a smooth, blood-red crystal. Blood crystal? That wasn't part of the last simulation. Leon stared at the object for a while, recalling that the original owner had seen something similar in the family basement at the age of 12. It seemed to be preserved within a protective barrier. It must have been an incredibly valuable item, given how the wealthy Belmont family took it so seriously. But, trash. Leon glanced away and spoke lightly. Ho ho, do you think this blood crystal is more valuable than the rare species I have in my hand? Or does this blood crystal hold more value than the people you've devoured? The black-clothed vampire froze upon hearing the word trash, but what followed only unsettled him further. How would he know that Princess Alun was special? Could it be that his intention from the very beginning was Princess Alun? Damn it, that human said they were merely here to clean up. Wasn't it true that this person had already been poisoned? Even a centuries-old vampire lost composure momentarily. And as Leon observed the black-clothed vampire's changing expression, he realized his guess was correct. What ordinary vampire could break through the skills of the original master hunter? It had to be something special. At this moment, Leon continued. Regardless, blood crystals still have some use. Here's your choice, death or submission. You're pushing us too far. If all of us remaining attack together, there's no way you can kill every one of us. The black-clothed vampire knew full well that angering the other side meant certain death, but those words were too much. Ho ho, laughable. Why don't you try and see if you can escape? Leon's air of arrogance finally shifted to include a hint of excitement and anticipation. But secretly, Leon's heart was racing, shouting frantically in his mind. Activate Emperor Engine quickly. If I fail to bluff that old man, I'm done for. Bang, bang, bang. As the black-clothed vampire was about to summon others to fight to the death, an incessant bang sound grew louder and louder until even the tall glasses on the wooden table began to tremble. At first, no one knew where the sound originated from. Not until he turned his gaze to Leon, whose face was filled with unwavering confidence, did the realization hit. He realized the stupidity of his intended action, challenging this legendary demon hunter at the cost of his clansmen's lives. No, it wasn't a challenge. For him, it was just a minor workout, wasn't it? Death or submission? Leon's lips moved slightly, quietly uttering these few words which under the intense atmosphere felt like a king's command. These simple words made the vampires, who once thought themselves superior, instantly cease their actions to summon help, repeatedly begging. Lord Leon, please take the blood crystal. We only ask for you to spare our lives. Setting aside his gracefulness, the black-clothed vampire knelt down on one knee and held the box containing the blood crystal reverently above his head. As long as Princess Alun survives, the House of Gu will forever offer its loyalty to you. Chapter 3 Absinthe Goes with Lemon. Collison Tavern, Salt Town. Hey, buddy, you actually think that the great Prince Leon will take 2 days to exterminate those bat beasts? Exactly, at most half a day. He'll be back with those bats' heads for the victory celebration. Inside an old tavern, several local hunters were discussing how many days it would take for the renowned demon hunter Leon, who was famous across the kingdom, to kill that group of detestable vampires. The discussion grew increasingly heated, gradually evolving into a bet, and this bet attracted the interest of everyone in the tavern. Just as everyone was placing their bets on how many days Prince Leon would need to eliminate the vampire gang, an abrupt and dissonant voice made everyone start feeling annoyed. I bet 5 silver pounds that your so-called demon hunter Leon won't return. He will meet a miserable end in that terrifying manner. The person who said this was entirely hidden in the shadow of a corner, and none of the people in the tavern could see his appearance. The young man who earlier addressed Leon as Your Highness instantly turned unfriendly, stumbling towards that person under the influence of alcohol. He wanted to see who this person really was, daring to speak such outrageous words. Uncle Ian? How can you say such things? His Highness Leon is the youngest golden demon hunter in the Cult Kingdom, not to mention he's helping us free of charge. You'd better retract your words, otherwise, we'll have to assume you're just drunk. The young man couldn't believe it when he recognized the identity of the person in front of him. This morning, Uncle Ian had toasted and bid farewell to Lord Leon. Ian swallowed a sip of strong liquor, lightly laughed, and then raised his head to look at the young man who called him uncle. Under the illumination of the gas wall lamp in the tavern, the face that should have been full of wrinkles was unusually tight, and the nose that was broken while herding sheep in the past was now restored to its upright state. He even looked younger than the young man before him. McKay, aren't you surprised? Ian stood up smiling, straightening his deliberately bent spine. The tall figure of nearly 190 centimeters blocked the gas wall lamp behind him, leaving only one corner shrouded in darkness. No, you're not Uncle Ian, you're a demon. McKay woke up from his drunken stupor after seeing the change in the other person. In his worldview, the only way to become younger was to become a demon of a vampire. How does being a demon matter? This is boundless power and immortality. McKay, wouldn't you like to join? If you refuse, you'll be kept as fodder for my master. After Ian stood up, everyone saw his transformation and heard what he said. But no one wavered at all. They had all either heard or seen vampires before and knew exactly what kind of demons they were. Those creatures considered humans as livestock for consumption, delighting in human fear. And this man could betray his conscience and collaborate with vampires. What did you mean by saying Lord Leon would die there? What have you done? McKay suddenly realized that if this person was a traitor, then Lord Leon's drink was likely poisoned. How could Lord Leon die so unjustly? Lord Leon came here just to help them. McKay has always liked heroic stories since childhood, and the most legendary hero story in this continent was about the demon hunter Leon Belmont. Why must you do this, uncle? Thinking about this, McKay gritted his teeth, pulled out the dagger at his waist with all his might, and thrust it directly into Ian's chest. Rip. Blood splattered immediately. Hit. Before McKay could even celebrate, he was thrown away by a powerful force and landed among a pile of people. McKay, since it has come to this, let me pass your parents my greetings. That knife indeed hit Ian, but now he was no longer someone an ordinary dagger could harm. Ian watched as his body repaired itself step by step, taking strides toward the heap of people. Did you see the strength? This is the strength of a demon. But you don't get the chance anymore. You'll become excellent blood packages. Creak. The wooden door of the tavern was slowly opened. A middle-aged man with white hair wearing a black suit walked in slowly. His elegant demeanor was completely out of place in this old tavern. Ian suspiciously turned around and found it was the butler of the Dagu family he had contacted, Whitebone Dagu. Master Whitebone, why are you here? So quickly handling that Leon, truly worthy of Master Whitebone. Sir, rest assured. Ian was about to say some flattering words, but upon seeing the person behind Whitebone, he froze. That face was unmistakably the demon hunter Leon. After Whitebone opened the tavern door, he didn't enter but stood at the entrance as a welcoming guest, bowing slightly to welcome Leon Belmont, who acted as if everything around him didn't exist. Leon casually sat down at a table near the door inside the tavern, paying absolutely no attention to Ian or the shocked crowd. Instead, he softly said to Whitebone, who was like a subordinate, "A cup of absinthe, and some lemon slices. In my hometown, this is a very famous combination." The latter immediately understood, slightly nodding and heading towards the bar. At this moment, Ian was still in a daze. Why was Master Whitebone acting like a servant? Confused, he rashly blocked the only path to the bar. "Master Whitebone, what's going?" Bang. Ian didn't even finish his sentence before being kicked into a stone wall by Whitebone, his ribs breaking with a loud crack. Whitebone then walked to the bar as if nothing had happened and continued his task. The rest quickly moved aside, fearing any involvement. "Leon, sir, wow, what's going on? Are you still human?" McKay observed everything, but he couldn't comprehend it, so after racking his brain, he eventually came up with an apparently reasonable explanation. Leon had been transformed into a highly ranked vampire, but still harbored hatred for those who tried to betray him. Hee, I, Leon, am naturally human. What's so great about being a vampire? They're all ancient demons. Leon lightly laughed. As soon as he finished speaking, the bound Eileen became upset. Eileen glared at him with her blue eyes and began shouting furiously, much like an angry child. Seeing this, Leon unhurriedly took out a bright red tomato from his leather bag and offered it to Eileen. It was when he returned from passing through the tomato garden that he discovered Eileen liked them, so he picked a few. Once the absinthe and lemon were ready, Whitebone carefully arranged them on a porcelain plate with classical patterns and served it in front of Leon. The latter slowly picked up a piece of lemon, folded it in half, and brought it to his lips, slightly pressing his lips together as he sucked the juice out. SSS so sour. Leon maintained his calm expression, enduring the sourness as he picked up the pale green liquid and poured it into his mouth, swallowing it along with the acidic sensation down his throat. SSS so bitter. Who drinks like this back home? Not as good as the beer we have back in my place. Chapter 4. Open a Vampire Leisure Club. When everyone thought Leon Belmont had died in that mansion, when everyone thought doom was approaching, Leon Belmont, the great, legendary, and praiseworthy demon hunter appeared, returning triumphantly with news of victory. He saved the town that was about to fall, earning the gratitude and admiration of everyone. Mayor, how does this sound? After Leon's triumphant return, the entire town erupted instantly. On that day, the mayor immediately started the long-sealed printing room. A machine originally used for printing adult novels now became the most important facility in the town, with most of the power supply directed here. Macaw, this is absolutely fantastic. No wonder you're an educated man. The village chief read each sentence aloud, so excited that his mustache bristled and eyes widened. Since everyone in the town was grateful to Leon, the mayor took the lead in raising funds, preparing to print large quantities of newspapers featuring Leon's deeds. He also devised every possible way to spread the newspaper throughout the Rhine Kingdom. Meanwhile, Leon had just dealt with the blood slave Ian, who had killed the original owner. At first, all the villagers were so angry they advocated beating him to death, but Leon didn't agree. Because the villagers' ordinary weapons had no effect on him, and they couldn't beat him, asking Whitebone to deal with it wouldn't let the villagers vent their anger. So Leon came up with a good idea, letting the young man, named Macaw, slowly kill the blood slave with his silver cone, and then expose the corpse in the wilds to wait for tomorrow's morning light. Lord Leon, what are your plans next? Whitebone held the dish with one hand, standing beside Leon. On the plate was a cup of rich hand-ground coffee. To make everything harmonious, the plate and coffee cup were even deliberately changed to amber color, just because they were similar in color to the coffee. Leon remained silent for a while. He really suddenly lacked a goal. Should he continue as a demon hunter? Or should he search for his father's killer like the original owner? What does it have to do with me that the original owner's parents died? I don't want to take the risk to be a demon hunter. It's better to make money and enjoy the fame of Leon Belmont. Wait, money. Just then, Leon suddenly remembered that after the original owner's parents passed away, the industries in the capital of the kingdom were divided by wealthy merchants on various pretexts, and the family mansion and resources were gradually lost. Damn, was the original owner stupid? Unable to protect such a big fortune. In an instant, Leon knew what to do. He was going to go back and snatch back what belonged to him. Back to the capital, teach those short-sighted people a lesson. Leon's lips curved upward, as if he could already see the inexhaustible wealth awaiting him. Understood. However, we might not be able to get in easily. Whitebone hesitated. Get in to do what? Not like you plan to follow me forever. Leon was about to speak, letting him know he didn't need to follow, but the words died on his lips. Because he suddenly understood why the other party had been following him. Leon helplessly touched the head of the little vampire playing with a kitten. Honestly, he looked quite cute when not mutating. If I don't agree to let them stay with Alun, they might indeed have an argument with me. Moreover, they are no small force now. Why don't I give you a leisure club? Whitebone was stunned after hearing this. Just as he was about to ask what a leisure club meant, there was a sudden knock at the door. Thus, Whitebone, acting as a butler, went to open the door first. Why you hello? Hi, I want to see Lord Leon. Macaw, who had spent a long time building up his courage, finally knocked on the door. When the door opened, the sight of Whitebone still gave him quite a shock. Fortunately, Leon had already explained before. So, with courage, Macaw mentioned wanting to see his benefactor. Macaw, come in. After hearing the voice, Leon slowly spoke and asked Whitebone to let him in. Lord Leon, the townspeople are all very grateful to you. They voluntarily made newspapers and are preparing to distribute them across the entire country. Do you think this writing is acceptable? Macaw respectfully handed over the printed newspapers, but unexpectedly, the latter just glanced at them and put them aside. Lord, is there anything unsatisfactory? Macaw was extremely anxious, worried about any part of his writing displeasing Lord Leon. Macaw, would you like to go to the capital? Or rather, would you like to become my subordinate? Leon's statement shocked him. He never expected the Lord to want to recruit him as a subordinate. Reacting quickly, Macaw knelt down instantly and bowed his head several times. Lord Leon, is what you said true? If I can serve Lord Leon, then in the future, if you tell me to single-handedly fight the Demon King, I wouldn't hesitate. Hearing this, Leon, sitting high on the chair, crossed his hands and smiled contentedly. Indeed, this name was useful. Of course, he wouldn't take him as a subordinate without reason. It was because there would be a lot of things to do in the capital, and many times his own identity wasn't suitable for those tasks. Just as Leon wanted to find a substitute, this young man named Macaw showed up. And with his loyalty and potential, it was only natural to take him on. Tomorrow we depart for the capital. You go prepare yourself. Leon waved him off, signaling that he could leave. There were more important matters ahead. Leon casually took out the box containing the blood crystals from his backpack and opened it. The red crystal emitted a pale bloody glow and a faint stench. Whitebone, what do your kind usually do with these? Leon furrowed his brows slightly. This smell, why didn't he catch it back at the estate? Compared to Leon's disgust, Alun, who was playing in the corner, couldn't help but swallow at the smell. Small pieces are embedded into weapons, larger ones are used as evolution energy, and something this size is generally only used to cast large-scale blood magic. Whitebone replied respectfully. So can it be eaten? If it's formed from pure essence, it should be very nourishing, right? With Whitebone's explanation, Leon now understood roughly what it was. A massive conglomerate of energy. If used properly, he might even be able to recover some of his holy power. Then he'd have peace of mind when walking on the edge of danger. Not even vampires have tried it, though I suspect any normal person eating it would burst. Whitebone paused, unsure why Leon asked this, but still gave a warning out of humanity's concern. After hearing this, Leon unconsciously shook his head lightly. It seemed this experiment would have to wait until the next simulation. Otherwise, if he really exploded, he wouldn't know whether he'd get another chance to cross over. But just as Leon was about to close the box and put it back, the blood crystal had vanished. It had strangely disappeared. What the hell? Leon instinctively looked toward Whitebone, but the other was clearly also baffled. Impossible? Who could silently take the blood crystal away right under Whitebone, a vampire who had lived for 1,000 years? Leon panicked and instinctively glanced around, quickly spotting the culprit. Alun, spit out the blood crystal. You can't eat that. Alun, don't eat it. You'll burst. When they noticed, Alun had just swallowed the blood crystal, which was as large as a bull's mouth. Without worrying about his dignity, Leon was ready to use the Heimlich maneuver he had learned in his past life to rescue his blood crystal. But before he could step forward, Alun's condition was already abnormal. As before in the estate, a violent aura wrapped around her body, and the innocence in her eyes was gradually replaced by madness. Damn, what an unlucky day. Chapter 5, Ilkisa. At this moment, the unconscious Iloan was tightly bound to the carriage seat with silver chains, her head swaying from side to side with the motion of the compartment. Leon watched the girl's harmless face and still felt a chill in his heart. Yesterday afternoon, After eating the blood crystal, Ailuan entered that state again, and even the shackles on her body couldn't suppress her for long. She directly charged at Leon closest to her, red gas swirling around her as she roared. That moment, he had already prepared his last words. But at a critical juncture, Bone stepped in and blocked her attack. Only later did he realize that Bone's right arm used for defense had been completely snapped by Ailuan. Fortunately, Ailuan fell into a forced slumber after just one claw strike. Thank heavens, he was saved. After much hesitation, Leon finally left the carriage and sat beside Make, who was driving the horses. Lord Leon, are you feeling carsick? Although Make came from a hunter's background, he knew how to drive a carriage well enough. No, I just want some fresh air. Is that so? However, Lord Leon, if you do feel unwell, please tell me. My father once taught me an old method. Leon felt a bit helpless. Make seemed too overly loyal. Hold it, Make. Can you do business? This? Although I can't yet, I can learn. As long as Lord Leon needs me to do anything, I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly. The other paused slightly, but quickly pledged. That's fine. Anyway, it's just about putting your name down as the shop manager. Any losses count as mine. Leon laughed and patted his shoulder. For Leon, loyalty far outweighed talent, and he didn't really expect to make money off it anyway. But the other person thought differently. Leon's words, any losses count as mine, made Make feel valued. He firmly resolved to help Lord Leon earn money, big money. The capital wasn't far from the town. They set out in the morning and were close to the city by the afternoon. There were many passers-by around, most of them horse-drawn carriages loaded with goods, mostly various kinds of coal or precious timber. Through memory, Leon had a good understanding of this world. Steam engines existed here 200 years ago, but for some reason, there were no steam-powered trains for long-distance transport. At least not in the country where the original owner lived. Even the steam engine itself was introduced from another country. This led to a lack of long-distance transportation tools, resulting in most transport relying on horse-drawn or ox-drawn carts, which were extremely inefficient. Move out of the way fast. How dare you block the road like this? This shipment belongs to the Ronald Chamber of Commerce. If time is delayed, your chamber's business won't be doing well. A voice yelling abuse came from a short distance in front of the two. Leon immediately recognized it as one of the three major chambers of commerce in the capital, the Ronald Chamber of Commerce. The main business of this chamber was mining and power generation. Their annual tax payment to the kingdom alone was no small sum. I've run into an old acquaintance. Let's go check it out. Faced with merchants trying to take away the heritage of his ancestors, Leon felt no affinity. What's more, his current plan was to completely remove them one by one from the capital. As the carriage slowly approached the incident site, they learned what happened. It turned out that the leading cart transporting Sunken Wood broke its axle, forcing the entire vehicle to block the road. Just then, the convoy of the Chamber of Commerce arrived at this location, and the two collided. Now the person leading the chamber was threatening to overturn the ox cart so that the convoy could pass. Mr. Colon, just wait 2 more minutes. We'll fix it immediately. The transport company responsible for the Sunken Wood was also a chamber, but incomparably smaller than the Ronald Chamber of Commerce. Screw you, get people to overturn this broken ox cart. Just after Colon finished speaking, the sound of goods falling on the ground came from his own fleet's position. What are you doing? You're supposed to overturn the ox cart, not our own horse cart. Colon turned around and saw only a youth overturning a coal-filled cart all by himself. And his men were staying far away, seemingly too scared to approach. Keep going, next one. Leon sat calmly on the horse carriage, directing Make to kick over each obstructive carriage. Make showed no difficulty in overturning carriages due to his immense natural strength. It wasn't until Colon saw the youth ready to overturn the second carriage that he realized something was amiss. Why weren't his subordinates stopping him? Wait, who are you? This is Ronald. Before Colon could finish cursing, he caught sight of something shocking. Wasn't that someone dressed in church robes? Wait, yellow attire? A gold-level demon hunter. Of course, he knew that every gold-level demon hunter held a high status within the church, maintaining the basic operations of the Holy Court. And the Holy Court sustained the operation of the kingdom. Colon quickly shut his mouth and walked fast, bowing his head and making a single-fisted gesture over his chest to greet the newcomer. Master, it's obstructing the way. Leon had already become quite proficient at showing an expression of utter disdain for others. Colon slightly paused, then hurriedly ordered the convoy to clear the main road so that Leon could pass first. Leon smiled faintly, sat back down, and signaled Micah to drive on. But after only a few steps, the ox cart blocked them again. However, this time Leon didn't let Micah get out to overturn the carriage. He just stopped behind the ox cart, waiting quietly without urging anyone. But Leon's sudden shift in attitude scared the repairmen on the front fleet into working faster, thinking that they might bear his blame. And from the Ronald Chamber of Commerce convoy, there were attempts to approach with smiles. Colon slowly approached Leon, though upset inside but still respectfully on the surface since he was merely a junior steward of the Ronald Chamber of Commerce. Master, does the Ronald Chamber of Commerce need to assist? We can properly move the ox cart as it's wasting too much of your precious time. No matter, it doesn't hinder me. Let him repair slowly. Leon restrained the urge to laugh and shouted toward the one fixing the ox cart ahead. Not in a hurry, take your time. These words directly disarmed Colon. He finally realized that this master wanted to play games with him. But where exactly did he offend him? Not long after, the ox cart was fixed, and Leon continued his journey, successfully reaching the capital before nightfall. The routine inspection at the city gate was avoided thanks to Leon's attire. Once inside the city, Leon handed a piece of paper with the address written on it to Micah, instructing him to go back home first. He himself strolled to the Holy Court. As a gold-level demon hunter, he should report his mission upon returning to the capital. The Holy Court was located in the inner city, constructed next to the royal palace. The church towered above, its spire piercing the clouds, even taller than the royal palace. The ancient bricks showed how long it had stood there. Even at dusk, colorful stained glass windows and sculptures, some depicting angels, others saints, were visible. Leon felt a sense of respect and awe just by looking at them. The Holy Court's faith was based on the angelic god, renowned worldwide. With his identity, Leon entered the Holy Court easily, pulling open the wooden door to see the familiar statue of the angelic god. Next to the statue, the Grand Bishop of the Holy Court was talking to a girl dressed in white. The sound of opening the door caught their attention, and both turned around simultaneously. Upon recognizing the visitor, the Grand Bishop remained composed, showing no surprise. However, the girl appeared unusually delighted, her hands lifting her long skirt as she ran up to him. Her golden hair, like wheat ears, spread across her shoulders. "Master Leon, you finally returned. Can you tell me about your experience later?" Of course, Leon recognized her. One of the candidates for the next pope, a noble blessed by the angelic god with angelic wings, one of the current 7 sacred messengers, the Lust Messenger. All these titles belong to the Holy Court's sacred maiden, Caroya. If in the Kingdom of Caroya, Leon was a legendary story passed down through generations, then Caroya was a popular topic of conversation every family discussed after dinner each day. Chapter 6. The 7 Sacred Messengers. This was a strange feeling. Leon fully understood that this girl's tenderness didn't belong to him, but to the original Leon, not Sube. He was utterly different from Leon, yet every second since his arrival, he had been enjoying everything that belonged to Leon. The ease of acquiring these feelings was truly peculiar. Leon instinctively reached out and gently patted the head of the girl who had rushed into his embrace. Her golden hair was extremely soft and voluminous. She showed no resistance at all, instead becoming even more delighted and snuggling closer into his arms. At this moment, the girl resembled a house cat that hadn't seen its owner in a long time and needed comforting. Cough, cough. Lady Alexia, since Knight Leon has returned, let's first brief the mission then. The Archbishop coughed twice and interrupted their intimacy. This was under the statue of the angel god, after all. Could they please pay attention to the impact? Upon hearing this, Alexia quickly pulled her hands away and fled from Leon's embrace. She awkwardly hid behind him, her head lowered, afraid to look at the Archbishop. All right, my Lord Bishop. This mission. Leon suppressed his laughter and fabricated an engaging story about storming straight ahead and exterminating the Blood Clan based on the memories of the original Leon. This story easily deceived the Archbishop. After all, who would doubt the words of the Holy Court's gold-level demon hunter? After the report, Elizabeth naturally accompanied Leon to collect the reward together. All missions were issued by the temple, but the bounty was paid by the kingdom's treasury. On the way, Elizabeth behaved normally, keeping a distance that wasn't too far nor too close, occasionally chatting with Leon. However, Leon noticed something odd about her. She looked troubled, her 2 index fingers continuously intertwining as if hesitating over something. Recalling the memories of the original Leon, he realized he knew little about this person, whereas she seemed quite familiar with the original Leon. Their first meeting happened during a mission for the Holy Court when Alexia had already shown great enthusiasm towards the original Leon. Leon, are you trying so hard because you want to become a sacred messenger? If so, I can help you, Alexia stammered. Leon widened his eyes and couldn't help but silently marvel at his unexpected talent for freeloading. Leon knew very well how difficult it was to become a sacred messenger in the Holy Court. The Holy Court had only 7 sacred messengers, each representing one of the 7 deadly sins: pride, envy, sloth, gluttony, greed, lust, and wrath. The Holy Court named its sacred messengers after the 7 deadly sins because the Pope firmly believed that exposing these sins under the light of the angel god would bring peace to the world. Leon speculated that perhaps this concept was similar to the ascetic practices on Earth. If he could endure more suffering, then others could suffer less. Alexia, you know how difficult it is to become a sacred messenger, so don't bother. Believe me, it won't be long before I become one. Leon smiled and made eye contact with Alexia. At this moment, an inexplicable pity appeared in the girl's eyes. Hee, looks like the handsome man tactic worked. Please, who wouldn't want the status of a sacred messenger? Meanwhile, Maka had just arrived at Leon's residence and was staring blankly at an old cottage. Cushing Street number 188, this is correct. But this place certainly doesn't look right. How could a gold-level demon hunter live here? After pondering for a while, Maka came to a conclusion. Adult Leon must have chosen a life of simplicity to better communicate with the common people. Yes, it must be that. Otherwise, how could adult Leon possibly live in such a place? Although the reward for this task amounted to 30 gold pounds, equivalent to several years' income for an average family, it wasn't much for a mission at this level. Caroya Kingdom uses 3 primary units of currency: copper pennies, silver shillings, and gold pounds. 100 copper pennies equal 1 shilling, and 100 shillings equal 1 gold pound. Only 30 gold pounds. The old king is really too stingy. On the way back, Alexia thought Leon deserved more. It's fine, it's quite a lot already. Caroya Kingdom's economy isn't good recently. Leon pretended to act unconcerned, but inside, he was already cursing. By now, the night had deepened. Suddenly, Alexia looked at Leon, puckering her lips and looking around. Seeing there was no one, she tiptoed and swiftly kissed Leon on the cheek. Leon was caught off guard, and by the time he reacted, she had already waved goodbye from afar. Adult Leon, see you next time. Leon couldn't clearly see her expression, but he also waved back. After parting ways with Alexia, Leon finally found a jewelry shop at the corner of the next street. Sir, I'd like to buy some gold. Leon stepped inside. The jewelry store was elaborately decorated, evidently expensive. Oh, are you looking to buy for your wife? You can check out these styles, they're all new designs. The middle-aged man who was minding the shop immediately became enthusiastic upon seeing a potential customer. No, I need unprocessed gold. Leon cut him off. Is that so? How many grams would you need then? The man clearly hadn't expected Leon to want unrefined gold. His enthusiasm waned noticeably since such a transaction would bring in far less profit. For caddies. For caddies. All traces of warmth vanished from the face of the middle-aged man, replaced entirely by astonishment. Who buys gold in units of caddy? The middle-aged man instinctively examined the other person, and with just one glance, he recognized the individual before him. Wasn't this the famous Leon Belmont, the legendary demon hunter? Please wait a moment, I'll calculate it for you right away. The middle-aged man grew somewhat excited. This was the first time he had ever spoken to Leon. 4 caddies of gold equate to 2,000 grams of gold, priced at 55 pence per gram. Mr. Leon, the total comes to 11 gold pounds. Leon watched as the middle-aged man spent quite some time calculating before offering a faint smile and handing over the already prepared banknote. Then, having taken the gold, Leon left the shop. Exchange for ink. Detected 2,000 grams of gold on host's person, which can be exchanged for 20 milliliters of ink. Will you proceed with the exchange? Yes. Leon's tongue clicked in slight amazement. Though he had long known he could only exchange for 20 milliliters of ink, it still felt like money was spent too quickly. What had been a weighty pocket merely moments ago suddenly became lighter, but Leon's heart grew heavier. Leon, if you don't seize this opportunity to freeload, you won't even be able to support the system in the future. Looks like I need to embrace my greed from now on. Meanwhile, Alexia, who had just returned to the royal city, lay in bed with flushed cheeks, tossing and turning restlessly. Her fair legs were crossed around a cotton-stuffed doll, her mind brimming with memories of embracing Leon and hearing his refusal of her help. TSK. No, if I don't take advantage of the vacancy for the position of greed this time, it will become even harder for Mr. Leon later. No, I must help him. Alexia suddenly sat up from bed, clad in thin pajamas, and hurriedly jogged over to the wooden desk. She drew out an envelope from the drawer, lit the gas-powered wall lamp, grabbed her quill pen, and began writing earnestly. Esteemed Pope, I am Alexia, the most devoted follower of the angel god. The golden yellow glow of the wall lamp cascaded warmly onto the girl's delicate features as the sound of paper rubbing against each other continued intermittently. At this moment, the budding romance in the girl's heart drove her to do everything she could, just so the man she loved could advance further in life. Chapter 7 Mrs. Betty Whalon. The price of a night morning post was 9 pence, its value equivalent to a laborer's breakfast or a not-so-bright bouquet. A 9-penny newspaper could be bought from the newsboys shouting on the streets, but more people would choose to head to the kiosk around the corner where it was sold for 8 pence. Not sure whether it was due to the influence of his old habits, or because he found this experience quite novel, Leon took out the smallest denomination of coins in his pocket and bought a newspaper. Sir, sorry, I don't have 50 pence in copper coins. Would you accept smaller change? The newsboy looked at the silver coin before him, hurriedly searching through his pockets only to discover that he did not carry larger denominations of copper coins. No need. Consider this shilling as my treat for you and your friends to drink some hot cocoa. As Leon spoke, he casually pulled a newspaper from the boy's hands. Leon was not a scooter, so he randomly picked a cafe to sit down and began reading the headline. Our respected holy messenger, after friendly exchanges with the neighboring country, unfortunately met a dragon during the return journey and perished. After consultation between the Pope of the Sacred Court and the Archbishop, they have decided to begin the election of a new holy messenger in 3 days. Dragon? Unexpected death? That was far too unexpected, yet he didn't know who had died. He'd better ask Aliska next time. Aside from this, there were some trivial news on the paper. Wait, there was even speculation about Aliska's figure? B. How could that be possible? Having observed closely himself, it should be at least C. These reporters from the newspaper certainly lack professionalism. After finishing the newspaper, Leon's overly sugared and milky coffee also ran out, including a piece of overly sweet dessert. Sir, the total is 1 shilling and 15 pence. Hiss, that was expensive. Once the shop assistant finished giving back the change, Leon left the store and prepared to get to work. The capital was very prosperous, roughly divided into 4 major districts. The inner city was where royal relatives and high-ranking figures of the Sacred Court resided. Leon was yet unqualified for that area. Puko district was where most commoners lived. There were more entertainment venues and various shops here. Xiuxian district was home to the majority of knights and sheriffs with some status. As for Lei district, it was truly a slum, where Leon currently resided. Today, Leon planned to find a 2-story shop with ample space in the Puko district. Puko district was bustling with activity, with trams orderly weaving through the market. Men and women wearing top hats and neat suits strolled arm in arm. Leon already had his target in mind, so he went straight towards it. It was an inn that had gone bankrupt a month ago, and the owner was a woman about 30 years old. Previously, when Leon had free time, he would occasionally stop by for a few drinks, so he knew clearly that both the size and layout of this place suited a leisure club. Rumor had it that the inn was the last legacy her husband left before his death, but Leon wasn't worried that the woman wouldn't sell it to him, since she was known to be a very free person. Sorry, Master Leon, I can't sell the inn to you right now. You know, this place means a lot to me. The woman lay in the arms of a muscular man, her hands restlessly caressing the man's chest. She hardly paid attention to Leon, and even when her eyes occasionally landed on him, her gaze was extremely alluring and frivolous. Mrs. Betty Whalon, we can negotiate further. I know you owe a lot of money already. Why not transfer it to me? Rest assured, I will offer you a satisfactory price. Leon did not believe a word of what this woman said. He was convinced that she intended to raise the price. Of course, he could meet her demands, considering they could be considered old friends. However, her next words completely baffled Leon. Master Leon, if you continue this topic, I might soon run out of time. But if you're here to drink, I'm willing to keep your company for however long. After remaining silent for a while, Leon responded, all right, I'll try every wine Mrs. Betty Whalon recommends today. Meanwhile, a plainly dressed caravan arrived at the city gate. The leader was an elderly man wearing a faded suit. Halt. Sir, where are you coming from? What brings you to the capital? A guard at the city gate questioned them according to protocol. Salt Town, to buy land and do business in the capital. The leading man was calm as he rummaged through the carriage and produced a box of newspapers, taking one to hand over to the guard. Shouldn't you have heard the name of Leon Belmont, the demon hunter? Actually, he is my benefactor. Smiling, the man slowly stepped forward, quietly speaking in the guard's ear once close enough. Upon hearing this, the expression on the latter's face slightly changed. Then he gave a quick glance at the newspaper. Every article in the newspaper praised Leon Belmont, the demon hunter, with words filled with admiration. The guard, having understood the situation clearly, allowed them to pass without further ado. After all, Salt Town was right next to the capital and quite well known, so there was no way these people could be bandits. At the same time, Micah, who had risen early to clean the rooms, noticed Alun still sound asleep in her bed and suddenly felt mischievous. Quietly setting down the broom, Micah slowly approached Alun, who remained bound and showed no reaction. This reassured him. Hee, little bloodthirsty vampire. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on how fierce people from Salt Town can be. Micah pulled out a feather pen and dipped it fully in ink, then began to contemplate what designs he should paint on Alun's face. Since this little vampire was unconscious, she couldn't report anything back anyway. As long as Leon never found out, Micah would do as he pleased. Just as Micah was deep in thought, Alun, who had been sleeping soundly, abruptly opened her eyes. Vampires all have fangs. Let me give her some sharp ones. Before Micah's feather touched her lips, Alun's rosy mouth suddenly opened wide and bit through the quill. But this caused all the ink inside the pen to spill into Alun's mouth. Cough, huh? Micah. The strange taste in her mouth triggered an urgent feeling of nausea, making Alun gag. You can talk. Aren't you mute? Micah was startled, but not because Alun woke up. No, it was because she had spoken. Micah, who once worked at a printing press, suddenly remembered that the ink was toxic, causing vomiting or stomach pain if ingested in significant amounts. But could vampires be poisoned? Uncertain whether to fear punishment from Leon or guilt over his mistake, Micah hesitated before pouring a large glass of water from an iron flask. He moved to hand it over, but realized Alun was restrained. He cautiously poured the water into her wide-open mouth instead. Alun, apparently understanding Micah's intentions, obediently kept her mouth open to drink the entire cup of water. Whether it was too much water or just that Alun was thirsty, she unexpectedly swallowed all the ink she should have spit out. Seeing this, Micah froze in disbelief. This vampire, can't possibly be sane. Can they? Chapter 8, The Third Creation. Leon indulged in extravagance at the tavern, but ultimately failed to gain any advantage from Betty Viren, the tavern's proprietress. However, just as he was about to leave, Betty Viren recommended a new shop to him, a tavern that had already gone out of business. Not only was its price far below his budget, but its location was also excellent. Although it required renovation, this suited his intentions perfectly since the layout of a club was much more complex than that of an ordinary tavern. Thus, for Leon, this tavern was more suitable. After thanking the proprietress, he set off on the way back to his residence. Because the distance wasn't far, Leon decided to walk home. But as soon as he stepped out of the tavern door, two shadowy figures dressed in black quietly followed. The evening breeze of this season wasn't biting. It just carried a slight chill. Leon walked swiftly, and within just a few seconds, he turned from the crowded main street into a quiet, empty alley. Initiate creation of a Yellow Pages novel. Yellow Pages novel creation initiated, costing 10 milli ink, remaining balance, 10 milli ink. Beginning. After getting slightly tipsy at the tavern, Leon prepared to return home. But upon leaving the tavern, he acutely sensed that he was being tracked by two people. Concerned about their strength, Leon decided to conduct a half-threatening negotiation in the alley. Development. The three met smoothly in the alley. They revealed their identity, descendants of the sun, and their purpose was to assassinate all the main forces of the Holy Court. Leon tried many tactics, but they were unmoved. Climax. On the brink of life and death, Leon awakened part of the divine power, yet still found it difficult to withstand his opponents. He could only drag on through the use of hidden moves. In the end, White Bone arrived, using blood magic to successfully kill one of them and let the other escape. Turning point. Realizing something was amiss, White Bone tested Leon's abilities, only to discover he was all show with no substance. Subsequently, Leon was imprisoned by White Bone, and Make was cruelly killed by him. Several days later, word of Leon somehow reached the Holy Court, causing numerous Holy Court demon hunters to gather at his place. Ending. As a representative of the demon hunters, xiuxian took action first. Under the blessing of the angel god, she defeated Whitebone in only 3 moves. Both Leon and Iluan were then incarcerated in a Holy Court prison. Cause of death. While in prison, Leon was tortured to death by xiuxian under her personal orders. Length of the novel, 7 days. Author's gain, basic divine power. Reader rating, 2 stars. Reader reviews, so tragic. Imprisoned by subordinates, an ally dead, and finally tortured to death by the one who loved him. Earned title, The Agony of 486. Effect, increases luck by 4 during each act of creation. Congratulations, host, for creating a novel lasting a full week. Reward distribution begins. The false display of blood magic allows the user to cast all blood magic below the red level without inflicting any real damage. Before Leon could feel confident about the reward this time, a terrifying voice came from behind. Hound of the Holy Court, Leon Belmont. Never thought I'd meet you here. I am. The man hadn't finished speaking when Leon gave him such a fierce glare that it silenced him immediately. Leon wanted to die right there. Why would these two dare to assassinate him? That made no sense, given that he was a gold-level demon hunter. Did they not fear death? At this moment, Leon forced himself to suppress his terror and spoke up in a tone befitting a powerful individual. Are you saying you're from the descendants of the sun? But how could a follower of an evil cult carry the scent of the Holy Court? Draining every ounce of brain power, he finally noticed a discrepancy within the creation. Why would it be the evil cult members who fled and the Holy Court hunting him down? The only explanation was that they were lying. Or maybe someone from his own side had noticed discrepancies and intended to test him. Clearly, the pair across from him didn't expect Leon to speak their lines, and they appeared stunned for a brief moment, unsure of what to do next. Our lives are our own, not our masters. Aren't you both too loyal? Seeing that it worked, Leon quickly continued pressing the psychological attack. Unexpectedly, however, his words produced the opposite effect. One of the men, as if deeply stung, suddenly lunged forward, shouting, "You know nothing. Our Lord has shown us great grace. What is death compared to his favor?" Before Leon could even react to the confusion, a magical attack formed from holy energy was already before his eyes. Shit, I'm going to die. Leon didn't give up fighting back. As he was about to mobilize the faint holy energy he'd just been rewarded with, a tall and thin figure blocked him from the front. "Master, I've come too late." Blood chi instantly surged around Baigu's body and solidified into form, like a shield, or rather, like sharp blades. The blood shield blocked the attack, and several coalesced blood blades pierced the air towards the man ahead with precision. These blood blades carried such killing intent that even Leon, though not the target, felt a ripple of fear. Perhaps it was because there was no time to defend during the attack, or perhaps Baigu was too powerful. Before any defense could be made, several blood blades had already pierced through his torso. The other man, upon seeing this, collapsed like a deflated balloon and ran away without any desire to die for his master. This one can't be let go. Capture him alive. Leon slowly pointed at the fleeing man with one hand. Baigu glanced at Leon, clearly hesitating for a moment, as if he thought Leon would take action himself. But after realizing that there was no trace of holy power in that finger, he obediently set off in pursuit. At this, Leon finally exhaled and slumped to the ground. At least the immediate danger was over. As long as this man died, his secrets wouldn't be exposed. These two men were absolutely not the so-called descendants of the sun. They were more likely underlings from a rival party sent to test him. Damn, and there's still xiuxian. Yesterday, he almost got completely owned by that woman. He never imagined she could be so manipulative. Leon returned to his residence first. But as soon as he entered, he saw something that shocked him greatly. Make, who should have despised vampires, was now actually pouring foot-washing water for Iluan. Iluan happily stepped on the hot water while sipping the warm milk Make fed her. And though Make's face was bright red, he still humbly bowed down and served her every whim. MC, Make, how did you end up like this? Leon furiously rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. Leon, sir. Make suddenly turned around, his voice extremely nervous, as if worried about something. Leon want to eat. Hungry. Iluan interrupted Make, splashing out of the basin and running towards Leon. But with water on her feet, she lost her footing after just a few steps. Seeing this, Leon stepped forward quickly and caught her securely. How can you talk now? Is it the effect of the blood crystal? Leon knew she couldn't answer the question, but he continued speaking to himself. With this, Leon stopped paying attention to their strange behavior. Instead, he carried Iluan into the bedroom and took out 2 tomatoes from the box under the bed to feed her. Upon seeing the bright red tomatoes, Iluan immediately stopped talking and began eating them bite by bite. Seeing this, Make also relaxed, preparing to pour the foot-washing water outside. But just as he opened the door, Baigu's true form appeared right there. Not only that, but at this moment Baigu was drenched in blood, completely losing the elegant noble appearance. He had transformed entirely into a pale-skinned killing machine. Chapter 9. Splashing dirt and creating scandals. The next morning, after Leon handed over the task of taking over the new tavern to Mika, he went alone to the inner city Saints Court. It was because the Grand Bishop had said yesterday that today would be the only chance for him to meet his competitor. It was also the day to announce the selection criteria. Creak. Leon easily pushed open the bronze door. Normally, a door like this should be unbearably heavy, but Leon knew there was an entire system of magical machinery behind this massive bronze door. "Brother Gluttony, is this stuff really so delicious? Give me a taste." As soon as he entered, he heard a hearty male voice, followed by the deep laugh of another man, sounding oily. "Humph, you're already being so greedy before even taking the position. Just wait until you do get it." The latter stopped speaking upon hearing the door opening, turned his head toward the entrance. After seeing who came in, he chuckled lightly and turned back to continue eating the feast piled high beside him like a small mountain. Leon glanced around. There were only 4 people in the saint's court. Through the memories of the original host, he could confirm that the one eating was the holy messenger, Gluttony. There was also an unknown competitor and 2 grand bishops, the former being the man who spoke at the beginning. After seeing everyone gathered, the 2 grand bishops exchanged glances. One of them stepped forward and slowly began to speak. "Holy messenger, greed met with an accidental death. To maintain the operation of the saint's court, we need to select a new holy messenger. Based on merit, only the 2 of you qualify." Leon quietly waited for the other party to finish the meaningless introduction speech, which essentially meant that whoever the saint's court chose, they would hold a public vote to convince the masses. Leon chuckled lightly. "Voting? Isn't this tailor-made for me? Not to mention my network of contacts, with my excellent virtues, who wouldn't vote for me?" Leon subconsciously observed the man's expression, but as soon as his eyes flickered over, they met the man's gaze. The man showed no fear towards Leon's stare and looked back at him with immense confidence, as if everything was already decided. "Who is this guy? What? You're telling me he is the king's nephew? I had no idea." Leon met with Alixia at a coffee shop in the wealthy district. At first, Leon was just wondering how someone as adorable as Alixia could torment him to death. But when Alixia informed him of the man's identity, Leon's thoughts immediately became chaotic. "Of course you didn't know. You rarely come back, and this person was abroad studying." Alixia's expression remained calm, all her attention focused on the caramel pudding. "Isn't it certain that we will lose then? Which citizen wouldn't give face to the king, plus his ability to manipulate money at will?" Leon had never felt coffee to be so bitter before. He was full of confidence moments ago, but now he felt completely outmatched. "Huh, Lord Leon, finally worried about something? I never used to see such an expression on your face." Alixia found Leon's dying look quite amusing. Leon didn't have time to deal with the snake-like woman in front of him. He only prayed that White Bone would uncover some dirt on the captive, or splash some dirty water on him. "Anyway, I'm not that righteous Leon anymore. If I can't compete openly, don't blame me for playing dirty and showing you the power of modern smear tactics." However, just as Leon entertained this thought, several cries from newsboys outside suddenly echoed through the street. "Shocking. Legendary demon hunter Leon has relations with the flirtatious boss of a tavern." "Shocking. At midnight, Leon Belmont meets privately with multiple women in a tavern." "Shocking. Demon hunter Leon is rumored to have organized a multi-person silver gathering in his room." Leon watched the many newspaper boys selling their stacks of newspapers with all their might. Their continuous sensational calls drew the attention of many people and sales started skyrocketing. "What? Seeing the boss of the tavern I can understand, but what on earth is a silver party? Damn, this kid must have studied journalism abroad." Leon's mouth twitched as he watched the crowd buying the newspapers. Leon smiled bitterly and turned around to discuss countermeasures with Alixia, but she was staring at him with an extremely strange expression at that moment. "No, it's not. Alixia, you don't believe me, do you? I swear I didn't do any of those things." Leon felt inexplicable unease and hurriedly explained. "Of course I believe you. I just didn't expect your scandals to be so unique." Alixia shook her head slightly, spreading out her white hands. "It's too late now. There's no way to tarnish him without losing the advantage. Trying to clarify will make it seem feeble and powerless." Of course, the reason why she wasn't flustered wasn't because she didn't care, but because she knew such a vote was meaningless. The Saint's Court would never divide its power among ordinary people. Alixia was eating her pudding while waiting for the other person to speak, but even after she finished her dessert, he still hadn't said a word. She frowned slightly, glancing upward to see what Leon was doing, only to meet his lewd gaze. Immediately, she felt something was amiss. "You? What are you thinking? Wait, no way. There's no chance I'll help you seduce that person." After hearing this, Leon shrugged. "No, you've misunderstood. I was saying, how about we create a fake romance scandal between us? It'd be more captivating than rumors of me throwing silver parties with demon hunters." "What's a scandal?" Alixia's tone noticeably relaxed. "It's when someone fabricates news that we're in a relationship, using it to cover up my negative press. The problem is finding a trustworthy newspaper. I'm worried he might." "Leave this to me." Alixia's eyes sparkled with excitement, not only agreeing instantly, but also volunteering to contact the newspapers. This unusual enthusiasm made Leon hesitate slightly. "It might affect your reputation. Aren't you supposed to be the next pope?" Leon didn't finish his sentence before Alixia interrupted him. "So what if I'm the pope? Popes can fall in love too." After saying that, she signaled the waiter to bring the bill. Only then did Leon subconsciously glance at the plate, realizing she'd finished eating long ago and had just been waiting for him. At the same time, in the eastern development zone of the city, dozens of vampires disguised as humans were working hard. "Ghost 5, when will Master Whitebone come pick us up? These stones weigh like coffins." "I don't know either, but we're making 3 shillings a day. After handing over 60%, there's enough left for food and drinks. After work today, I want to buy tomatoes. Anyone joining me?" The foreman, watching these suddenly appeared cheap laborers who didn't understand market rates, couldn't help but grin widely inside. Hiring one such worker was better than hiring 2 or 3 ordinary workers. He only needed to pay for one person while getting double the work done. Chapter 10, Ancient Ugg Tavern. Pubco District, Mid Street. Number 78. At the nearest tram station to his accommodation, Make carefully compared the information on the sign, but there was no direct tram to his destination. He needed to transfer along the way. Although Make wasn't very familiar with the capital, he was confident there wouldn't be too many problems. Before long, the tram came over. 2 pence. After boarding and sitting down, a middle-aged woman came by to collect the fare. Make took off his shoulder bag containing money and pulled out 2 copper pennies, handing them to her. But at that very moment, Make felt as if someone was looking at him with ill intent. However, when he looked over, nothing unusual was found. Feeling a sense of unease, Make chose a window seat to sit alone. To be honest, the 2 vampires from yesterday had really frightened him badly. The tram didn't move particularly fast. Its speed was roughly similar to his own running speed. About 10 minutes later, it reached the transfer station, and the middle-aged woman also kindly reminded Make. Thank you. Make smiled and thanked her, then subconsciously checked whether his money bag was still there. But at the instant Make took the bag off his shoulder, a small figure darted out from behind the middle-aged woman, snatching the bag and rushing off the tram. The middle-aged woman was knocked to the ground by this sudden movement, emitting a low groan. Leon quickly recovered and immediately went after the figure without paying attention to the middle-aged woman, for inside the bag was more than 20 gold pounds in banknotes. That amount was the deposit given by Mr. Leon to buy the tavern. If it were stolen, how could he explain himself to the master? Boy, stop! Make shouted loudly at the figure. However, the thief didn't even look back, heading straight toward crowded areas, presumably intending to use their slim build to weave through the dense crowd and shake off Make. As it turned out, the facts matched her strategy precisely. The slender body weaved like a dragon through the crowd, barely slowing down during their escape. Once the figure darted from the main road into a small alley, they stopped, sat on stone steps to rest, and inspected the spoils. Hopefully, there's a good haul. She hoped for some valuable items, and indeed, her expectations were met. When she opened the bag, a small stack of neatly arranged yellow gold notes was revealed. Each note featured the golden pound symbol, along with scattered copper penny coins and silver shilling coins. Gold notes. This is hitting the jackpot. But with so much money, that person might report it to the authorities. Her expression gradually became hesitant, unsure whether or not to keep the loot. No, even for sister's sake, I have to take this risk. Ultimately, her desire for the money defeated her rational judgment. Meanwhile, completely lost, Make helplessly sat down by the side of the street. A robust young man of 18, an underling of the monster hunter Leon, got robbed by a kid. How can I explain this to Master Leon? Finally, Make rose from the steps. Although he had no money left, it wouldn't significantly impact his negotiations with the tavern owner, except he'd have to bring the first installment next time. These 20 gold pounds Make, will work hard to pay back to Master. And those hateful robbers, I won't let them off easily. With no money left on hand, Make could only walk to the tavern. Fortunately, the remaining distance wasn't far. Soon, he spotted the tavern sign, which read Ancient Tavern. The shop door was tightly closed, with a simple sign nearby stating, "This store is temporarily closed, not open for business." Make scanned around briefly, confirming everything was correct, then gently pushed open the heavy door and slipped in alone. "Is the owner here? I've heard your tavern is for sale. May we discuss this?" Even without lights lit, with the light reflected through the windows, Make could clearly see the size of the tavern and that all the facilities were intact. Apparently, the previous business was very prosperous. As for why it now appeared defunct, Make had no way of knowing. After several calls from Make, an urgent response finally came from the 3rd floor of the tavern, followed by hurried footsteps. The source of the sound was a girl who appeared slightly emaciated, almost unhealthy, as if afflicted with some chronic disease. "Mister, could you conveniently reveal your name? I need to address you properly." Seeing Make's clothing, the girl paused momentarily. She didn't expect someone who looked so ordinary to inquire about the tavern. But just for that instant, because she was desperately in need of money. "Mr. Lay, just call me Make. I have a strong purchasing interest in this tavern. Would you mind sharing what price you're considering?" Make instinctively wanted to mention Mr. Leon's name, but then he suddenly remembered the words his master once said. "There will be times when I can't personally handle some matters, and in such cases, you'll need to step up." Thus, he reported his own name instead. Only after speaking did Make realize how amateurish that question had been. If the woman was a cunning merchant, they would probably have no idea how much more they'd be overcharged. "Mr. Make, allow me to give you a tour of this tavern." The woman showed no deep thought, but merely managed to force a faint smile onto her pale face, walking over to light a few gas wall lamps by the wall. The tavern originally had electricity installed, but because we haven't paid the bill, the Chamber of Commerce cut off the supply. Under the glow of the gas lamps, the whole outline of the tavern began to reveal itself. Inside, a wooden counter had gathered a thin layer of dust. The bottles on the wine rack leaned every which way, leftover alcohol emitting a faint aroma. The chairs and tables were in disarray, scraps of old paper littered the ground. The banister on the staircase was somewhat loose for some unknown reason, while the pictures hanging on the walls hung crookedly, as if narrating tales of the bygone days of prosperity. The tavern boasts a rare 3-story structure. Floors 1 and 2 serve as the bar, while the 3rd floor contains several rooms suitable for use as rest areas. Listening to all of this, Make couldn't help but nod continuously. To him, it was absolutely luxurious. It far surpassed the quality of any tavern back in the old town. But he must rein himself in. This directly related to the upcoming price negotiation. This tavern is ordinary, barely acceptable. Let's talk about the price, shall we? Make opened his mouth with an air of pretense. But how could the well-experienced woman fail to see through it? Nevertheless, she refrained from exposing him. Sir, if you are. The woman started, but was interrupted by the creak of the door being pushed open. Sister, we don't need to sell it anymore. We have money now. 20 gold pounds. Both turned their heads to see the short figure at the door, shouting excitedly and waving a shoulder bag triumphantly in the air. 20 gold pounds. Wait, isn't that my bag? Upon seeing the unmistakably familiar shoulder bag, a surge of uncontrolled anger rose instantly from Make's toes to his forehead. Oh, so you're the one who stole my bag. Turns out you're the younger sister of the tavern owner. Make lunged forward in 2 steps, grabbing the girl's shoulder before she could even notice his approach. You little wretch, you've been caught red-handed taking my bag. Seeing this, and hearing her sister's sudden claim of acquiring 20 gold pounds, the woman immediately understood. Her sister had stolen someone else's bag. Still, she rushed forward swiftly, shielding her sister with her body. Mr. Make, please spare her. She made a mistake in judgment just this once. Actually, Make wasn't using much force. He only held onto her shoulder to prevent the girl from running away again. After all, there was no guarantee he could catch her if she got away. Chapter 11. The Body of the New Sun. Sorry, Brother Make, can you let me off this time? Make looked at the little girl hugging his legs and speaking coquettishly. Her eyes were brimming with pathos, and he ultimately felt a tinge of pity in his heart. His anger diminished by a large margin. All right, I won't report you to the authorities. However, this tavern should be sold to me at a cheaper price. Halfway through his words, Make suddenly had a change of thought. This way, wouldn't it save Lord Leon some money? Upon hearing this, the little girl forgot all about pretending to be pitiful and stared blankly at Make. Sister, however, sighed with relief at this moment. Of course, Mr. Make. This tavern has always been listed for sale at 60 gold pounds. For you, 55 gold pounds. How about that? Shura revealed an inquiring look, clearly indicating that the price could still be further negotiated. She knew that the punishment for robbery was very severe, so she could only do her best to comply with the other party's demands, and this wasn't too excessive. When Make heard the price drop by 5 gold pounds, his eyes went wide. 5 gold pounds. He used to work in the town for a whole year without even earning 1 gold pound. However, seeing Make's expression, Shura mistakenly thought that the other party was still dissatisfied, so she hastily spoke up. 50 gold pounds. Would that be all right? Mr. Make, Weya actually meant no harm. 10 gold pounds. Isn't this the equivalent of several years' salary, lowering bit by bit? Time after time, these reductions made Make feel a slight unease in his conscience, even though his actions bore no resemblance to extortion. Fine, fine. I won't make things difficult for you. Let's go with this price, and these 20 gold pounds will be the deposit. There will probably be a group of people coming to stay here tomorrow. Make took out the reclaimed 20 gold pounds from his pocket and handed them over to Shura, continuing. They're sick, so we need to treat them first. And you're way out, right? Don't do such things in the future. After saying that, Make ran his hand through his hair, didn't bother to look at the sister's expressions, turned around, and pushed open the door, leaving behind what he considered a rather suave silhouette. Humph, I wonder how Lord Leon will praise me when I get back. In a good mood, Make hailed a rickshaw as soon as he stepped outside, deciding to indulge himself just this once. Cushing Street, number 188. After stating his destination, Make relaxed comfortably, preparing to close his eyes and enjoy the ride. And the moment Make closed his eyes, an inexplicable drowsiness crept into his mind, making him want to drift off. I couldn't have encountered it here. Surely, the divine sorcerer will reward me generously. Make only felt like he had slept soundly for a long time. Then all of a sudden, it got cold around him, as if napping in a cellar during winter. Well done. All of this has been seen by the Lord of the New Sun, and I shall bear witness for you. This is really the body of the New Sun. This is what we, his offspring, should do. We will witness the rebirth of the Lord of the New Sun. All Make could hear were 2 hoarse and dry voices rejoicing around him, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open his eyes. Sticky fluids enveloped him entirely. Damn, haven't I been captured by some cultists to be sacrificed? Yesterday, I saw the cultist with my own eyes. That person was extremely wicked. Regardless of how the white bones tortured him, he wouldn't utter a word. No, I can't die yet. I still have to earn money for Lord Leon. Summoning all his strength, Make struggled violently and finally managed to reopen his eyes and climb out of the swamp. But upon emerging, Make only saw a kind-looking elderly man with white hair covering him with a blanket, with many hooded followers gathered together celebrating something. Wait, why are they eating black bread? Do sacrifices eat this sort of thing? The surrounding vision was quite poor, lit only by 1 oil lamp. It seemed very much like a dungeon or a very large basement. Unknown patterns were carved on the walls around, some resembling angels, others merely looking like big circles. Make's sudden awakening shocked the old man, who fell to his knees immediately, muttering repeatedly, Master, Master, did we disturb your rest? The elder's cries startled those who were celebrating, causing them to look over quickly. They were also surprised to see Make awaken from the carefully prepared bed. Master, are you talking to me? Seeing the soft bed he lay on and the congregation kneeling on the ground, Make's mind momentarily froze and ceased functioning altogether. Indeed, Master Make, you are the body of the new sun, the true offspring of the sun. You will lead us to awaken the real sun. The old man lifted his head and looked at Make respectfully, addressing him accordingly. The true sun. Isn't the sun in the sky? And how do you know my name is Make? Make should have felt panic, but for some reason, he only thought the old man looked kind at this moment. No, that is the false sun, not the true one. The elder's voice carried a few more suppressed tones of anger, as if cursing the thief who stole his money. And the reason I know your name is Master, is because it was mentioned in the prophecy. The elder turned and felt around the wall for a bit. With a soft click, an electric lamp beside him suddenly lit up. As the light emitted from the lamp illuminated the area, Make could see more clearly now. It wasn't that patterns were carved on the walls. Rather, stone walls with carvings had been brought here. Not only do I know you are called Make, but I also know you come from Salt Town. All these are engraved in the prophecy. Leon was well aware that in this world, there was no existence of paparazzi, nor cameras, at least not in this kingdom. However, the citizens of this country were all pretty simple-minded. Without needing photos, just a flawed little story was enough to make a crowd eagerly waiting for amusement. And for Leon, being a modern person, concocting an interesting story was extraordinarily easy. It would be better to call it addictive gossip. A noble genius was saved by a talented demon hunter whose family had fallen into ruin during a mission, then fell hopelessly in love with each other. I like this version. Leon spent less than a few hours creating several scandal versions and handed them over to Alicia for screening this morning. Please, I asked you to check if any of these versions would harm your career, not to choose which one you liked. Besides, all of these will be sent out. Alicia was engrossed in reading her own scandal stories when she looked up questioningly after hearing Leon's last sentence. But won't this reduce credibility? Humph, you don't understand. This is to utilize public opinion to stir up heat. Leon gave a mysterious smile. All right, these won't affect me much. Alicia gathered those papers together, hugging them like a treasure while simultaneously looking at Leon expectantly, leaning forward slightly. By the way, how did Lord Leon come up with so many romantic little stories so quickly? Wasn't it based on your own fantasies about? Not really. I hired a romance novelist to help me create them. Leon cut off the girl's words before she could finish as she gradually moved closer. Okay, bye. I'm going to the newspaper office. Alicia froze mid-motion, that one sentence halting all her actions. Oh gosh. Stupid Leon, why can't you just go along with the mood? Leon watched Alicia leave in a huff, her white, slender calves clicking against the floor with every step in her high heels. His eyes instinctively wanted to glance upward, but all they saw was her legs and torso wrapped tightly in a white dress, perfect curves though they may be, still lacking some realism. Sigh. It's not that I don't understand the passion of young women ready to offer themselves, but beautiful roses do have thorns. To be honest, every time Leon saw Alicia, the outcome of that creation would flash before his eyes again. Chapter 12. The Divine Messenger of Gluttony. Mxiich, he hasn't come back yet. Is it going to take this long? After successfully handing over the scandalous story to Illico Leon, who was still there, and buying groceries, he returned to his place, preparing to let Mxiich, who boasted of excellent culinary skills, show off. But Mxiich hadn't returned yet. Leon placed the vegetables on the table, glanced at the mechanical wall clock, and realized it wasn't late yet. To be honest, the original host wasn't lacking in scheming either. Otherwise, how would there be a very soundproof cellar prepared at home? And that man claiming to be the offspring of the sun was locked up in there. Ugh, brother, please stop hitting me. I've wanted to tell you everything for a while now, but you must at least tell me what you want to know first. You don't know what you should say? I see that you're just being stubborn. Leon hadn't even reached the basement when he heard an indistinct conversation coming from below, though he could still make out what they were saying. But the content of the dialogue seemed rather strange. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as Leon opened the door to the basement, he witnessed an extremely cruel scene. Whitebone's fist, encased in a white glove, mercilessly struck the man's face again and again. Every time Whitebone threw a punch, Leon's eyelid twitched uncontrollably. Hey, you didn't ask him what we want to know? After Whitebone had thrown 3 punches, Leon spoke up lazily. Boss, I thought you had asked him already. Whitebone stared blankly at Leon for a moment, then turned his head to look at the man who was now a swollen mess. Oh, sigh, I actually forgot to tell you. Sorry, buddy, you've really suffered. Why didn't you tell him? Leon scratched his head, barely suppressing laughter, and began with false apologies. Look, Whitebone, you went too far. Look what you did to him. How will he ever get married and have children in the future? The man was tied to a chair, his right eye already blind, leaving only the other bloodied one to glare helplessly at these two men trading barbs back and forth. Their interaction made him realize he'd been beaten unnecessarily many times, making his anger boil up instantly. His pale face flushed red, not with vitality, but indignation. Damn it, why didn't I tell him? Didn't he listen? I want to know, who is the person behind you? Even though Leon already had an idea about the answer to this question, he still wanted confirmation. The man slowly mumbled a few slurred syllables through his swollen, bleeding lips. The messenger of gluttony, Bull. Leon repeated this name, having some familiarity with it from the original host's memories. But just as Leon was pondering what to do next, Whitebone suddenly placed his hand on his shoulder. Boss, there's an unexpected visitor outside, and he's strong. Whitebone stated. An alarm bell immediately rang in Leon's heart. Come on, I haven't even bothered him yet, and he already came looking for me? At the entrance, a somewhat bulky figure stepped onto the path within the courtyard. This figure was draped in a white robe embroidered with golden angel patterns. The figure was about to raise his right hand to knock on the wooden door when the door opened from inside first. May I ask what brings Gluttony Lord here? Just as Leon had anticipated, the visitor was none other than one of the 7 divine messengers, Gluttony. Bolle didn't seem surprised at all, as if he knew the other party would surely appear at the door before he could even knock. I've come to advise you to give up on this election. You'll have plenty more opportunities later. Wuxia remained expressionless, as if merely delivering news of something trivial. Haha, what if I refuse? Leon chuckled lightly, throwing the door wide open, taking a step forward without any fear, chest to chest with Wuxia, their eyes locking. Please, don't think too highly of yourself, alright? Okay. Yes, you are indeed skilled, but according to the original host's memory, they had a fight once, and this fat guy couldn't last more than 10 rounds against him. Now it was all about the presence. A famous educator once said, strike a blow, and perhaps avoid 100 more. Ridiculous. How dare you talk to me like this? Understand your current position. Suddenly, Leibua's aura soared dramatically. Once, I couldn't match you, but now I am gluttony. Bang, bang, bang. The passive Emperor engine was activated when the host's heartbeat exceeded 110 per minute. An earthquake-like dizziness suddenly enveloped the surroundings, with deafening explosions echoing around Leon as the air around him fractured. This sudden commotion was felt even by White Bone down in the basement, where the overwhelming dread of powerful forces again gripped his mind. Leibua was stunned momentarily. What was the meaning of this commotion? Could he have become stronger again? This power, it rivals divine blessings. How is this possible? Leibua's mind was filled with thoughts of retreat, even though he was confident that under the blessing of gluttony, he could defeat the other party. But it would still leave a bad impression, and rumors might spread about him deliberately attacking and injuring someone. Leon, I've come to warn you on behalf of the 3 archbishops. If you don't follow the rules, others will teach you them. Leibua delivered his threats word by word, but his own aura began to weaken. Just then, a series of Dede footsteps suddenly came from behind Leon, followed by a string of words pronounced not quite correctly. Leon, hunger, evil. I want. I so desire. No, how did Alun get out? If she's seen by Leibua, won't I be perceived as an accomplice of demons? The events in that creation will then become reality. Girl. Leibua turned his head and was about to take a look inside. Leon shivered violently, his survival instinct compelling him to immediately block the other's line of sight. Leon, why are you so nervous? Are you hiding something? Leibua asked in a low voice, frowning deeply as he glared at Leon. Damn. Leon hesitated for only a moment before quickly thinking of a clever response. What does my keeping a girl at home have to do with you? Or do you also want to see my woman? You're unworthy. Leibua's thoughts were cut short. Obviously, this man wasn't too bright. The newspaper was telling the truth after all. Hee, Leon, you should really run for the envoy of lust. After all, Illica hasn't even hosted any silver parties at home. What do you mean by that? And what exactly is the meaning of this title of sacred messenger? This question had been on Leon's mind for a long time. He had questioned Illica before, but she had delicately avoided answering, making it even harder for him to approach the archbishops about it. The only explanation given by the Holy Court was, people of strong faith and great power must bear this sin so that the world can be spared some evil. But this did not align at all with the information he already knew. Chapter 13, Tattoo? You don't know? Didn't Illica tell you? Pole raised an eyebrow, looking at Leon with a slight smile. Hee, I thought you had completely won her over. Leon's expression grew darker. What did this have to do with Illica? Could this title? Hee, stop guessing, you won't get it right. If you're lucky enough to become a sacred messenger. No, that's wrong. You won't make it. Lepo sneered and turned his head, striding out of the courtyard. Outside the small yard stood an extremely retro steam tricycle, beside which was a formally dressed woman. On both her clothing and the vehicle were imprinted patterns resembling burning coals, along with a string of characters. Ronald Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Pole, the board requires your presence for a meeting on the development direction of entertainment industries in the Cup area. Understood. Pole casually replied, sitting heavily on the back seat of the car, and gave Leon a meaningful glance before leaving. After that person left, Baigu finally emerged slowly from the basement and picked up Aylin, who was still running around in search of food. Baigu stood silently by the door without saying a word to Leon. Unable to resist, he asked, Boss, are you worried about something? Not really. I just suddenly feel like there's still much I need to accomplish. It's not just the 3 major chambers now. It's the entire Holy Court. Finally, Leon realized clearly that the identity of Leon Belmont wasn't a safeguard for him, but a grindstone chasing after him. If he doesn't keep moving, seeking comfort and idleness will eventually lead to him being crushed to death by the grindstone. And at this greedy position, he must take it. Creak. Master Leon, I'm back. The tavern has been acquired. I'll go back to my room first. Maka suddenly darted out from behind the door, only saying a few words before rushing into his room. Leon paid no attention to Maka's abnormality, instead giving Baigu instructions. You go take care of the vampire's accommodations first, and we can slowly renovate the club according to my design plan. As soon as Maka entered the room, he locked the door from the inside, and then rushed in front of the silver mirror, quickly stripping down completely. In the mirror, on Maka's torso appeared numerous incomprehensible patterns made up of black lines, while the previously unremarkable muscle curves became more defined. Lord Maka, from now on you will gradually regain your original strength until the new sun once again ascends to the world. Recalling those words the old man had said to him, Maka, looking at his already changed body, couldn't help punching the air several times. Boom, boom, boom. A few faint sounds of air explosions could be heard from his fists. It was a sonic boom. Maka had once heard such sounds from circus performers in the town. The sound when their whips were swung at maximum speed also produced a sonic boom, albeit louder. Feeling the power contained within his body, Maka instantly gained confidence. If that kid runs again, he definitely won't be able to escape me this time. After dressing again, Maka walked out of the door, watching Leon cheerfully entertaining Aoyuan, suppressing his excitement as he respectfully spoke. Master Leon, can I compete with you in strength? I feel I've become stronger recently. Upon hearing this, Leon turned his head, realizing Maka seemed somehow different. Was he just getting bulkier lately from training? However, he was merely a commoner now, whereas Leon currently possessed partial divine strength. Sure, looks like you've trained well recently. Let me see how far your physical cultivation has advanced. Don't worry, I'll use only 1/10 of my divine strength. Leon confidently replied. After hearing this, Maka immediately started taking off his clothes, since these would only hinder him, and besides, if they got damaged, he'd have to buy new ones. As Maka took off his clothes, the black patterns covering his entire torso were revealed. Leon was puzzled. Did this guy get a tattoo outside? Maka lowered his posture, getting ready like a spring, compressing his muscles fully, preparing to unleash all his strength in the next second. Wait, no, that's impossible. Where would there be a tattoo artist out there? Moreover, this kid's aura isn't right either. Master Leon, here I come. Yeah, with a low shout, Maka's whole body shot forward like a cannonball, driving his iron-hard fist directly towards Leon's face. Hold on. Wait, what is this thing on your body? Leon wanted to stop him, but how could an arrow that had already been fired possibly stop? Leon gritted his teeth hard, summoning all his divine power to gather at his arm, forming a defense in front of him. He couldn't dodge. He at least had to take the blow head on. But could he withstand it? Bang! The collision between the fist and the arm, from the moment they touched, brought Leon a wave of pain akin to being struck by a giant rock, followed immediately by a powerful thrust force. There was definitely something off about this kid. Did he just go out and master the power of runes? The next second, a figure flew backward, only stopping after sliding through the air for several meters before crashing onto the floor and finally halting against the wall. Ouch! My bones are about to be shattered by this kid. Is this really just physical strength? Leon tried hard to control his facial expression, attempting to look calm and collected so Maka wouldn't notice anything unusual. Phew. If it weren't for the divine strength from creation, being that of the original owner after countless trials, the one flying back would have been me. Not bad at all, Master Leon. At the moment we touched, you actually managed to throw me. Could you tell me how you did that? Whereas the former winced in pain, Maka, who had flown backward, acted as though nothing happened, getting up from the ground immediately and showing eagerness to learn. Cool, isn't it? That's divine power. You can learn it, but first you have to tell me what that thing on your body is and where this power comes from. Leon's tone gradually grew serious. Maka hesitated, standing there with his hands nervously wiping along his pants legs, and eventually opened his mouth while looking straight into the other's eyes. It's the New Sun sect, a group claiming to be the Sons of the Sun, although I don't think they're truly bad. As Maka continued talking, he also reminisced and recounted everything he had seen in the basement to Leon, along with their gathering location and some distinctive features of certain members. At first, Leon thought this was top-notch intelligence, but when Maka mentioned himself as the new body of the sun, Leon fell silent. Seriously, why were all the skilled ones surrounding him? Moreover, those people from the New Sun sect hadn't expected their true god to sell them out like this. It seems Maka really is quite naive. Master Leon, could you not arrest them? They're so pitiful, they can only eat dry bread, even during celebrations. Watching Maka pleading on behalf of those people, Leon couldn't help but think he was still too kind-hearted. It was top-notch information. If he arrested them, wouldn't he secure his greed position firmly? Chapter 14. Conflict rises again. I won't, because you are the body of the new sun. If you arrest them, you will certainly be investigated by the Holy Court, and then even I will be implicated. Really? Thank you, Master. By the way, the tavern you asked me to buy was originally priced at 60 gold pounds, but I managed to lower it to 50 gold pounds. Good job. And in the future, don't call me Master. You can just call me boss like Baigu. Now go cook. Leon didn't care much about the price reduction of the tavern since the prices were always inflated. After hearing this, Maka gave it some thought. Since he worked for Leon, calling him boss seemed reasonable. So, he nodded, picked up the dishes on the table, and disappeared into the kitchen. At the same time, Xianxia, dressed in disguise and hugging a pile of romantic short stories, sat down at a cafe downstairs from Night Newspaper's office building. Miss Xianxia, I almost didn't recognize you in today's outfit. Would you like your usual pour-over coffee? The man who appeared to be the cafe manager walked over to Xianxia, wearing a white lace long dress and a wide-brimmed sun hat, greeting her elegantly. Thank you. A moment later, the man returned with a steaming cup of coffee and sat across from Xianxia. Miss Xianxia, surely you're here not just to patronize my business. I need these stories published in various newspapers, preferably on the front pages. Xianxia handed over the sheets of paper. You're being so mysterious. It's not illegal, is it? The man hesitated as he took the pages and glanced at them out of habit, only to find himself unable to resist reading them aloud. The demon-hunting hero Leon accidentally fails while executing a mission. On the brink of death, the Holy Court emissary Xianxia risks death herself to save him. Thereafter they develop deep feelings for each other. However, due to Xianxia's family disapproving, their relationship has faced constant setbacks. The man had only read one page, but this alone made him silent. Of course, he knew it was all false, but why did Miss Xianxia want it to be featured on the front page? Are you trying to win Leon's affection this way? Eventually, the man broke the silence and cautiously probed with his question. But that single sentence caused a flicker of panic in Xianxia. Instinctively, she pulled her wide-brimmed sun hat down further to hide her flustered expression. No, not at all. Come on, stop asking. As long as it's not seditious speech, just do it. Haha. Alright, Miss Xianxia, I'll follow your instructions. The man chuckled and accepted the task. Even though he didn't look, he knew the face beneath the hat was already flushed red. It wasn't just smooth sailing for Xianxia. Far away, in Kapu District, the vampires were proceeding in an orderly fashion. On the streets of Kapu District, more than 20 men and women dressed like vagrants gathered together and headed towards a certain location. Onlookers pinched their noses and moved away. At this level, vampires could easily disguise themselves, and even the Pope would struggle to spot any anomalies. Baigu, where are we going? Do we get meals? Is there a salary? Guac, can you show some ambition? We endure this humiliation for the revival of the Digu clan. Wait, what are you eating? This? It's yam noodles. The food made by humans tastes pretty good. Awkwardly swallowing the food in his mouth, Guac responded under Baigu's questioning by awkwardly taking out a pack from his pocket and offering it to the other. Baigu, why not give it a try? Baigu's face turned grim. Is the once noble vampire race already so dulled after merely a few days in human society? Go a wine shop. In formal attire, Baigu gently tapped on the wooden door, while the group of bloodsuckers disguised as vagrants hid first. I'm coming, came a soft voice from within. Creak. The door opened, revealing only a little girl as tall as Baigu's waist, appearing around 15 or 16 years old. Where's your boss? Baigu wanted to stroke the little girl's head with his white-gloved hand, but was dodged by her. Huh? We've already sold this wine shop. Ask someone else for the electricity fee. Wei, looking at the man in formal attire, only associated power supply personnel with him, so she forcefully prepared to shut the wooden door. However, Baigu acted quickly, grabbing the wooden door to stop the next action, and spoke as gently as possible. You've misunderstood. I'm my cause friend. Everyone behind me has come here to work. Meanwhile, the hidden vampires peeked their heads out to check out the working environment of the wine shop. In the end, Baigu's group entered the place by directly pushing their way in while the other party wasn't paying attention. After working outside and moving bricks for a few days, everyone looked at the delicate surroundings and felt as though they had returned to the estate. They all wanted to go explore. Wait, stop, you can't go upstairs. There's a doctor treating my sister upstairs. Her face needs a quiet environment right now. Wei stood at the bottom of the stairs, holding out her hands to block those who were about to ascend. We haven't found a new place to stay yet, so we have to stay here for 2 more days. Could you? Wei was about to continue explaining when an unexpected female scream suddenly erupted from upstairs. Baigu guessed something terrible after hearing that. Taking advantage of Wei looking up, he instantly passed by her on the right. Seeing this, Wei quickly followed him, while the rest could only stand there dumbfounded and not rush over. Baigu ran all the way to the 3rd floor. The moment he reached the landing, several rooms faced the stairs, but one room's door was closed tightly, while others were slightly open. At that moment, a clear sound of a slap emerged from the tightly closed room, followed by a man's curse. Just as I suspected, Baigu kicked down the door with a single kick. In his sight appeared a fat man, bare-chested, pressing against the woman lying on the bed. The woman's upper clothing had already been torn apart, exposing large areas of her white skin. The fat man froze, stopping his hand in the middle of unfastening his belt when he heard the commotion, and turned to Baigu, cursing with filth flying off his mouth. Who are you? Want to die? Baigu didn't allow the fat man any more time to insult him, immediately kicking his face with a pair of size 44 leather shoes. Thanks to the controlled strength, it just sent him flying into the wall corner. However, if the opponent were a normal person, this kick would make him lie in the hospital for at least half a year. Struggling back to his feet, the fat man glared furiously. Do you know who I am? I'm the vice president of Reincarnate Hospital. The Reincarnate Commerce Union knows. The fat man didn't get to finish his sentence before another swift kick impacted his shin. Without speaking, Baigu decided since this fat man wasn't an ordinary person, there was no need to hold back anymore. My leg. You, who are you? When I return to the Union, I will surely have someone kill you. By the time Wei arrived at the door, she saw the sister on the bed whose clothes were disheveled, and instantly understood what happened. That dead fat doctor wanted to take advantage of her sister. Baigu remained silent. If it were a normal person, Baigu might let him live due to the negative impact of killing him. But the Reincarnate Commerce Union was the boss's enemy, so naturally, reducing their number was a good thing. Seeing Baigu getting closer, the fat man felt like a monster approaching him, emitting hunger. Finished, why? Why does he completely disregard my identity? In a panic, the fat man started begging for mercy. Wait, you can't kill me. This girl's illness is very serious. Only I can treat her. If I die, no one will be able to save her. Baigu continued to stay silent. That gloved right hand made no hesitation in grabbing the fat man's neck tightly, lifting him like a chick, gradually increasing the strength in his hand. Now, the fat man couldn't say anything, and could only helplessly swing his legs. Gradually, his legs stopped moving altogether. Bang! The corpse hit the ground hard. Baigu took off the white glove stained with the other party's blood, detesting it, then dropped it onto the corpse. Chapter 15. Good reputation. What, are you scared? White Bone habitually changed into a new pair of white gloves and adjusted his clothing before turning to look at the terrified Vaya. At this moment, Vaya was leaning against the edge of the bed to stay upright. This was her first time witnessing a killing scene. Frightened, she tightly covered her mouth, her eyes struggling to focus. Seeing no response from her, White Bone continued, I will take care of the body, but the Ronald Chungi will definitely come knocking. For your safety, I suggest hiding here for now. Actually, this wasn't White Bone's usual style. In the past, he would have thrown the blame onto these two people and absolutely avoided any danger. But now his boss was Lord Leon, who would certainly protect these two. Even if the Ronald Songwei comes, isn't there still the boss to deal with it? Thank you. Could you tell us your name? The shearer on the bed had calmed down somewhat, but the red mark from the slap on her face hadn't yet faded. You don't need to know my name. If you want to thank someone, thank Leon Belmont. As a qualified subordinate, Whitebone naturally gave the good reputation to his boss since he didn't care about it anyway. Is that the demon hunter Leon? Although many people have been talking about the shameful deeds of Lord Leon recently, we have always trusted him. A glimmer of light flashed in Hill's eyes, as if hearing about the heroic exploits of her sweetheart. Whitebone nodded indifferently, walked to the door, and gave an order to the people downstairs. In just a few seconds, two men dressed in shabby shirts came rushing in, first looking around before being intimidated by Whitebone's glare and going to carry away the corpse. Sir, what is this? Hill was momentarily confused. The future employees of this store, you can trust them, they're professionals. Whitebone smiled faintly, waving to both women and walking downstairs. Only the slightly bewildered two women remained, wondering why employees were also skilled in handling corpses. Just after going downstairs, Whitebone was stopped by someone. Master Whitebone, there are only 6 rooms left on the 3rd floor excluding that one. But we have 21 people. How are we supposed to live? Oh, the boss specifically mentioned this. The rooms are large, for people can sleep in each room if we buy bunk beds. The development of the educational district should be fine according to your plan. Why do you always bother me? Lord Poli, you are the 2nd largest shareholder. How could we not consult your opinion? After all, the Holy Court also needs your support. Poli smirked as he looked at the respectful man before him. Of course, he knew why this man had let him attend the meeting. Because he wanted to sell something unsellable, and the Holy Court was responsible for supervising it. He needed Poli as a big umbrella of protection. Since I've taken your equity, I'll naturally help, Poli said with a smile. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Though Poli spoke courteously, he didn't actually care about those people, getting up and leaving the conference room, heading straight for his personal lounge. When he opened the door to the lounge, a tall, thin man dressed in formal attire was already sitting on the sofa chair, clutching a wadded-up newspaper in his hand. Feck, your methods are quite impressive. A lot of citizens believed the rumors. Poli, as soon as he entered, held a plate of desserts and fruits. The smear tactics were indeed effective. But, take a look at this. Feck's expression turned serious as he placed the crumpled newspaper onto the redwood table between them. Poli noticed something was wrong with the other party and put down his meal, reading it carefully. As he read, the more unbelievable it seemed. He looked through several newspapers before cautiously asking, is this tomorrow's front page headline from various publications? What are they trying to achieve? What does Leon aim for? Think about it. The person currently discussed the most and the one with the best reputation and fame in the kingdom suddenly has a connection established. What situation would arise? Feck gritted his teeth. Every word that escaped his lips sounded like it was being crushed by him. The entire kingdom will be discussing them. His popularity will reach unprecedented heights, and then no one will mention the king's nephew. Poli finally realized this point, his expression becoming very unpleasant, never expecting that the once naive young man who only knew hunting demons would have such scheming now. The headlines can't be withdrawn now. It should be Ilika's connections. Feck was already distressed. Even with the support of the Grand Archbishop, it was preferable to win over the opponent during the election. Perhaps, Leon's subordinate isn't an ordinary person. Let's use the dead servants to quietly eliminate him and pin the blame on the New Dawn sect, making Leon slowly struggle with them. Poli's idea wasn't about playing around with these meaningless voting games, but rather wanting Leon to learn the consequences of not listening. On the last page of the book called Van Helsing's Diary, there was a changing final chapter, and engraved on this final chapter was Leon's current state. Basic holy power, D rank, continuously growing. Active skill, blood magic bluff. Passive skill, Emperor engine. Titles, died upon landing. The agony of 486. Own forces and their loyalty. Whitebone and 21 vampire members, a rank. Wuxia, A+. Ilun, B, absolutely stupid. External deterrence rating, A+ rank. Leon had been thoroughly engrossed in reading until he could no longer hold back a snicker after seeing Ilun's loyalty rating. Don't you dare say that about my little daughter I raised, or I'll let her transform and bite you. At that very moment, Ilun was sitting on Leon's lap, swinging her pristine white little feet bare without socks, leisurely sipping the milk Leon personally fed her. Since Ilun's hands were bound, she needed either Leon or Wuxia to help her eat or drink water. Mr. Leon, there's something I'm not sure whether I should ask. Why do you have ties with vampires? Wuxia couldn't resist opening his mouth. You want to ask why a highly righteous demon hunter would maintain such a relationship with vampires, right? Leon interrupted, cutting straight to the point. Boss, I'm just asking. I didn't mean to question. Wuxia, let me ask you a question first. What is law for? To punish criminals? No, it's to prevent crime so as to safeguard the safety of citizens. If I can make vampires stop harming people and use them to my advantage, then they are no longer devils, but a power under my control. As Leon spoke absent-mindedly, he gently squeezed Ilun's cheeks with his right hand while she drank the milk, causing her to pout cutely and pretend to be sulking. Chapter 16. The Thief Cries, Catch the Thief. Maka, a townsman, had only attended school for half a year and could recognize just a few words. For him, it was all about following rules. Good people were good, and bad people were bad. But since working with Boss Leon, he had encountered too many people who couldn't simply be judged as either good or evil, such as Vila's younger sister, the new Sun cult, the Ronaldo Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Maka, is this stage set up correctly? The hired worker's inquiry interrupted Maka's thoughts. Maka glanced at it absent-mindedly. 3 workers had spent only 3 hours building an all-wooden platform in the largest square of the Kopo district. The boss had rented the square for 1 day to give a speech. Although Maka couldn't figure out why the boss wanted to do this, if he hadn't been told about it, then he wouldn't inquire. Not bad, here's your pay. After Maka handed over the wages, a hand slapped on his shoulder. Boss, are you here early? Has the news of the speech been released? Yes, by the time the speech begins at 10 o'clock, everyone from the entire Kopo district will gather. Maka looked around and noticed that there were already some sporadic individuals paying attention. But how come the majority of them were young men? Protect me well later. After charming the national goddess, I'm afraid I'll get beaten, Leon said while pushing down the specially worn hat a bit. Maka awkwardly chuckled. Not like anyone dared hit you. Even if the entire Kopo district gathered together, they couldn't even hurt you. As the speech time approached, more and more people gathered in the square. If you listened carefully in the crowd, the majority of the discussion topics were about how to kill Leon and take Xiuxian. Almost no one paid attention to the election of the sacred messenger. At 9:55 a.m., a black steam-powered tricycle car arrived at the entrance of the square. Amidst the envy and jealousy of more than 1,000 people, Leon, dressed in formal attire with a tall hat, slowly ascended onto the pre-prepared wooden speaking platform. All sides of his position had waist-high wooden barriers. When Leon stepped onto the platform, the whispers below immediately decreased significantly as everyone focused their attention on the man on the platform. Recently there have been a lot of rumors about me, Leon Belmont. First off, let me apologize for occupying too many public resources and wasting everyone's time. Leon began with a very sincere apology, thoroughly confusing these people who were used to only hearing lofty speeches from high-ranking officials. He seemed completely without airs. Then, I wish to clarify that all recent statements concerning me are false. Though I don't know who spread the fabricated information, both Xiuxian and I have been confused by this for quite some time. Upon hearing this statement, Bolai and Feek, who had just been pondering what Leon intended to do, instantly became enraged. What nonsense! Weren't those lies created and disseminated by you? Are you now accusing others when it's yourself spreading false allegations? I hope all of you can focus on voting for the sacred messenger and elect someone who truly contributes to the people and the kingdom. Finally, please remember that the kingdom and the holy court will become great once again. Before he could finish, a beam of golden light attacked Leon. Instantly, a small explosion occurred, and a puff of smoke quickly enveloped him. For a moment, the audience didn't react until someone shouted, "Lord Leon has been assassinated." At this moment, the thousands of people realized they should escape from this location immediately and started panicking. Suddenly, a stirring voice resonated from within the dust cloud on the platform. The kingdom and the holy court will become great once again. And with this cry, the masses paused mid-step and gazed toward the assaulted podium. Thanks to the wind, the smoke dissipated on the platform, revealing Leon still standing amidst his own blood. Visible for all to see was his right arm mutilated. Yet, Leon continued shouting loudly. No matter who wants to tarnish my reputation, who attempts to assassinate me, you can only eliminate my person. You cannot destroy the will of Caroya Kingdom and the Holy Court. This spectacle instantly ignited the spirit of over 1,000 spectators. They had become witnesses to the birth of an extraordinary leader. At this point, someone in the crowd shouted, "Demon Hunter Leon." Immediately, the thousands of people present found their outlet of expression, beginning to chant repeatedly and in unison, "Demon Hunter Leon. Demon Hunter Leon. Demon Hunter Leon." On the podium, Leon allowed himself a subtle smile in a position unseen by all, unable to fully suppress the overwhelming joy inside. And Maka, close to Leon's personal protection, finally understood watching the crowd chanting their boss's name. All this was planned by the boss. Even the rhetoric in the speech was an art form, truly worthy of Lord Leon. Who exactly tried to assassinate Demon Hunter Leon? Was it the New Sun sect or some other sworn enemy? Watching this scene, Feek felt instantly that he had no chance at winning the vote. He actually used his own assassination to boost his influence. Who the hell said he was just a dumb demon hunter? I've never seen anyone better at creating momentum than him. And so, Leon continued shouting uplifting words until Maka escorted him into the side chapel of the Holy Court near the square. It was safe and private here. Maka, guard outside. If a woman comes looking for me, let her in. If 2 men show up, tell them I'm too injured to see anyone. Maka nodded. While providing close protection earlier, he had already noticed that the boss didn't have a single wound on him. Where all that blood came from remained a mystery. Just as Maka stepped out, Xiuxian, enveloped in radiant golden armor, appeared instantly at the door. Where's Leon? Is he okay? Seeing Maka, Xiuxian asked urgently, her tone filled with concern. A woman? Well, you can go in. The boss is inside. A woman? Xiuxian repeated puzzledly, but when she saw the open door, she entered. Leon, are you alright? Let me see your hand. Xiuxian stopped mid-sentence upon seeing Leon lying leisurely on the couch. Xiuxian, you came so quickly? I thought you wouldn't come to watch my speech. If I'd known, I would have reserved you a VIP seat. You're fine. Of course I am. The attack was fake, and so was the blood. It was all part of the plan. Next thing you know, I'll sweep the vote by a landslide. Why didn't you tell me? What a waste of one of your blessings. HMPF. As Xiuxian looked at this cunning man before her, she couldn't help but feel a sense of unfamiliarity. Was this the same naive and brave person she once knew? But still, I like it. What exactly is this blessing? Is it similar to how angels grant their followers power? It's no big deal telling you. It's originally my own strength. I just temporarily store it within the angel god because human bodies are too weak to hold such power. Leon frowned, pondering for a moment before understanding. This probably resembled the berserk or unparalleled states from online games back in his previous life. Bam! Suddenly, an angry shout erupted at the doorway, followed by the sound of something hitting the ground. Chapter 17, Creation of Bay's Novel. Bang! Who dares to block my way? We are here to check on Mr. Leon's condition. These servants just don't know better. In the hallway outside the door, my Ka lay unconscious in a pool of blood on the ground, with multiple broken bones all over his body. At his feet were the two culprits responsible. The two who had witnessed the entire speech increasingly felt something was off. As a demon hunter, Leon could not possibly be unprepared for attacks, and when he is prepared, how could this level of attack harm him? So they followed Leon into one of the Holy Court subhalls, and before them stood the person blocking their way. This precisely proved that the other party was afraid of what they might see. Perhaps Leon wasn't injured at all. If they only obtained proof, there might still be a chance to overturn the situation. Driven by urgency, Bo Lai acted without hesitation. Yet he didn't expect the target to be able to stand after taking a blow from him, so the second punch delivered far more strength than necessary. Before Bo Lai could reach the door, a pair of low-heeled ladies' shoes suddenly kicked through it, instantly appearing right before him. Bang! Bo Lai didn't have time to react, enduring the full force of the kick. The impact was enormous, directly hurling him backward and embedding him in the wall with a loud bang. Bo Lai, Fei Ku, weaker than Bo Lai, could only watch as a heavy figure flew out. Bang! 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 Are you being too arrogant, attacking my people right under my nose? Bo Lai, do you want to die? Or do you not consider me worthy of respect? Leon, with bandages on his forehead and right hand, swiftly left the room along with Xiuxian, glaring angrily at the unconscious my Ka on the ground. Cough, cough. I didn't expect sex to be here as well. Truly impressive, known as the strongest among the 7 messengers. Bo Lai endured the pain, forcefully pulling himself out of the wall. Bo Lai, if you don't provide an explanation today, even if the Pope arrives, I will dismantle one of your arms. Each word from Leon carried a chilling murderous intent. An opulent silver sword had somehow appeared in Xiuxian's hands, clearly stating her stance. Upon seeing this, Fei Ku quickly tried to defuse the situation, saying, "We were just worried about your health, but accidentally hurt your subordinates in our haste. How about this? I'll personally pay 50 gold pounds plus all of his medical expenses. Lord Feck, I advise you not to meddle in this matter." Xiuxian's piercing gaze swept across Fei Ku. Fei Ku immediately lost his words, feeling as though he'd swallowed something foul. They originally came to expose Leon's deception, but unexpectedly found Xiuxian present, and Leon indeed looked genuinely injured. At this point, whether through martial prowess or reasoning, they couldn't compare with the other side. Haha, Leon, there truly is nothing that can surpass you. Clever calculation. But explanations aside, do you want an arm? You can have it. A flash of merciless resolve passed over Bo Lai's face. Right after his words, a long-handled axe appeared in his right hand and swiftly swung toward his left forearm. The forearm and hand fell off cleanly. Then he simply took off his coat, wrapped it around the broken area to stop further blood loss. Throughout the process, the only sound came from a brief cry of pain when the axe cut down. With that, we won't disturb you, Mr. Leon. Bo Lai picked up the long-handled axe, rubbed his damaged right hand, and turned to leave. Feck walked silently behind him, but stopped at the corner to leave a profound parting comment. Leon, voting doesn't amount to much. We'll wait till the official appointment day. Just as the two went downstairs, a medical team from the subchapel arrived rapidly. They'd been ready all along, but were too frightened to approach earlier. My Ka underwent a medical examination while submerged in blood, and then, after doctors determined he was salvageable, he was rushed to treatment. Leon slumped into a chair, furrowed brows reflecting obvious self-reproach. Much of what happened to my Ka was due to his responsibility. Had he used creation beforehand to anticipate things, such events would never have transpired. Leon, stop blaming yourself. This isn't your fault. Believe in me. I will help you ascend to greed. Then your position will equal theirs, even earning the respect of the Archbishop. Xiuxian felt heartache seeing Leon like this, stepping forward and holding his face tenderly with both hands, gazing into his misty eyes. This time Leon didn't shy away, perhaps because he was too tired or too lonely, tightly embracing Xiuxian, soaking in her warmth. Xiuxian offered no resistance, reciprocating his embrace instead because she knew exactly what this young man had been through. After his family fortune declined, his parents passed away, and the family estate was divided by the 3 great chambers for various reasons, he still managed to reach where he is today, still with emotions and feelings, still loved by thousands of people. Creating a Bay novel. Bay novel creation has begun, costing 20 milliliters of ink. Please lock onto individuals with loyalty reaching a level or above for a chance to randomly acquire their abilities. Elixia Caroya, character locked successfully. Current character loyalty is S rank, title automatically changed to The Agony of 486. Beginning. Fei Ku had originally thought that with the support of the Archbishop, even if he lost the election, he could still secure the position of greed. But on the day of the election, the Pope, who usually only showed glimpses of himself, actually arrived in person at the scene. Development. Since Xiuxian had already known about all these tricks, she recommended Leon to the Pope. Moreover, the Pope also became aware of the recent commotion Leon had stirred up, thus showing great approval towards him. In the end, the Pope strongly supported Leon, who eventually secured the position of greed. Aftermath. Yet, that very night, Micah suddenly succumbed to a treatment accident in the infirmary while lying on his bed. Following this tragedy, a small-scale conflict occurred between the ancient wine tavern and the Ronale chamber. Meanwhile, Elixia was taken away by the Pope under the pretext that it would help her further develop her potential. Development. During the period when Elixia was learning alongside the Pope, she did indeed make further advancements. Her status within the Holy Court reached new heights. She was virtually already internally designated by both the king and the current Pope as the next Pope. Climax. When Elixia returned to the capital city, she received only the news that Leon had been executed for collaborating with the vampires and the New Sun sect. Elixia didn't believe it. She couldn't accept that Leon would meet such an end. When she confronted the church and discovered that the newly appointed Greed, Fei Ku, along with other envoys, were mocking Leon as useless, she could no longer control herself. Climax. First, she instantly killed Fei Ku with a single slash of her sword. Then, amidst the panic of the other messengers, she activated the blessing without warning. Gigantic white holy wings erupted from her back, and in that moment, it was as if an angel had descended upon the world. The messengers representing gluttony, envy, and pride all perished. At that point, the three grand archbishops appeared simultaneously. Chapter 18. S-Rank Reward, Faith Cultivation. Ending/cause of death. Brutally killed under the statue of the angel god after being jointly suppressed by the other two holy messengers and 3 archbishops. This novel's duration, 16 days. Author's harvest. Full knowledge of basic holy force usage. The gaze of the angel god. Blessing permission activated. Reader rating, 5 stars. Reader review. Not surprising that my wife xiuxian is truly fucking awesome. Congratulations to the creator for achieving a 5-star top rating for the first time. Here's your reward. Faith Cultivation, S-Rank. Note, from now on, you possess the same great power as the gods. For every believer, their cultivated holy force will grant you 1% of its strength. Boom. S-Rank. Faith Cultivation. Before Leon could properly express his gratitude for someone fighting the entire holy court for him, this novel's reward nearly made him shout out loud in astonishment. If there were 1,000 people who believed in him, then his cultivation speed would increase directly by 10 times. What if the holy court believed in him? Could he possibly stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods? But for now, he had to learn how to use blessings first. Xiuxian, can you tell me how to use these blessings? Leon, are you feeling alright? Blessings require the gaze of an angel. Wait, have you already? Xiuxian, embraced in Leon's arms, already had a flushed face, but seeing Leon so invigorated filled her heart with sincere happiness. Yes, I just felt it. I felt the angel god's gaze upon me, and sensed a subtle thread invisibly connecting us. Leon held onto the shoulders of the person in front of him, his face showing genuine joy. His excitement was heartfelt. You're serious? This kind of ability only appears after the Pope prays for you, and you've managed to understand it on your own. It wasn't that Xiuxian didn't believe Leon, but this was simply too incredible. Serious, trust me. Alright, listen carefully. You need to find the thread she granted you first, then guide your original holy force. Xiuxian trusted Leon for 2 reasons. The first was because he successfully mentioned the existence of that silk thread, something that those who weren't paying attention wouldn't know about. The second reason was because he was Leon, the person she loved. After several attempts, Leon finally felt the sensation of storing holy force. It was as though pumping the excess blood from the body into a blood bag, the only difference being there was no pump machine involved. I've succeeded. Thank you, Xiuxian. You will always be my dearest friend. The triumphant Leon opened his eyes and looked at Xiuxian, whose face was close and full of curiosity, hugging her and kissing her forehead. Leon's gesture deepened the flush on Xiuxian's cheeks, making her linger longer. For some reason, at the moment Leon's lips left her forehead, a spark of nameless fire ignited in her heart. Right now, all she wanted was to throw herself into his arms for more. Hey wait, Xiuxian, not like this. Not yet, maybe next time, okay. That self-restrained Xiuxian couldn't hold back any longer. She wanted nothing more than to give herself to him and feel his love. She didn't want to be friends with Leon. She wanted to be lovers. But Leon must hold his ground. It wasn't that he had no feelings for Xiuxian, nor was it that he was afraid of revealing his identity, and it certainly wasn't because he felt guilty towards the previous owner. It was simply because the story couldn't go further without getting rejected during editing. At the very instant when Xiuxian's soft lips barely touched Leon's tongue, she suddenly collapsed weakly onto him, losing all ability to act. Good thing the creative reward included basic proficiency in holy magic. Leon dispersed the holy force on his fingers and gently placed the charming girl on the sofa. The sleeping spell used earlier by Leon was low level and rarely used since the recipient had to completely trust the caster. Yet it proved useful for Leon. As he prepared to leave, he suddenly felt a bit guilty, so after much deliberation, he pinched gently with his hand, completing a dream of 20 years of bachelorhood. Such a spell wouldn't last long, just a few minutes, so Leon was quite relaxed. Now he had something more important to do. During the creation, 2 key matters were mentioned. First, Micah died in the hospital due to a medical accident. But Leon couldn't believe such a grand new sun body would die from a medical accident. Second, there was a conflict between the Goo Pub and the Ronald Chamber of Commerce. While he didn't have a clue about the first matter, he could go straight to the Goo Pub and ask about the second. In order not to attract attention, Leon chose to call a rickshaw. Goo Pub. Leon didn't even notice the driver and sat down directly on the seat. However, the driver recognized Leon. Are you Lord Leon? Although I didn't make it to the square today because I was driving, I often read newspapers about you. I heard that you. Realizing he had been recognized, Leon wasn't too concerned at first. It wasn't until the man mentioned the square that Leon remembered. He should currently be in an injured state. But the bandage he'd been using as a prop had been undone long ago by Elisha for convenience. Wait, uncle, take another look at my face. I'm not that great man Leon Belmont. Look carefully. I'm nowhere near as handsome as he is. Leon quickly wiped his cheek with his right hand, and a faint streak of yellow light passed through his palm. When he took his hand away, his appearance had slightly changed. After hearing this, the old man immediately moved closer and examined Leon's face from top to bottom. Huh, indeed, you don't look alike now? What happened earlier? Did I see things? Upon closer inspection, you really aren't as good looking as him. The uncle scratched his head and explained away his mistake. Hurry up, uncle. Under Leon's urging, the rickshaw finally started moving, and Leon let out a silent sigh of relief. Phew, this little trick turned out to be so useful. The rickshaw wasn't slow, and before long, Leon arrived at the gate of Gu Pub. The tightly shut gates occasionally emitted sounds of knocking and laughter. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the gate, but waited quite a while with no one coming to open it. Leon furrowed his brow slightly, but still patiently knocked on the gate again. Knock, knock, knock. Other than silencing the entire inn, it seemed to have no effect whatsoever. Leon chuckled softly to himself, deciding he would see what those vampires were up to inside. With divine power enhancing him, Leon forcefully pushed open the locked gate. Inside, the room was pitch black, making it impossible to see anything clearly without light. Leon hesitated briefly but then stepped forward cautiously. But just as he crossed the threshold, the door slammed shut with a loud bang. Then came a boastful voice. I didn't expect someone from the Ronald Chamber of Commerce to show up so soon. Hee, Master Whitebone, let me ghost foreplay with this skinny monkey a bit. Chapter 19, The Power of Rules. Leon Duran, I didn't recognize you just now. This is really a misunderstanding. Guac looked as if he wanted to cry but couldn't. Just as Leon walked in, the vampire who introduced himself as Guac was about to attack after muttering something to himself. But fortunately Leon had braced himself mentally before entering. Strands of bloody mist separated from his skin pores, then gradually gathered together and solidified into shape. In just a few seconds, a blood-red skeletal framework enveloped Leon's body. Blood ghost technique, skeleton? Guac stared for a moment, disbelieving at what he saw in front of him. But it wasn't over yet. The blood-red skeleton suddenly made a creak sound and grew 3 pairs of bone arms instantly. Each pair held a different weapon, an axe, a knife, and a spear, all made of bone. This, you can partially transform? I don't even know how to do that. Who are you? Guac watched as the nearly 3-meter-tall, incomplete skeleton loomed above him, radiating an overwhelming pressure across his entire body. You're Guac, right? Don't you recognize me? At this point, Leon hadn't dissolved his disguise. The boss. Guac is just overly anxious. At this moment, Baigu suddenly appeared out of the darkness behind Guac and placed a hand on his shoulder with a firm grip. Before Guac could react, there was a bang sound and his legs had already collapsed under him, kneeling on the floor. Leon Daran. I didn't recognize you earlier. This is really just a misunderstanding. Guac finally realized that the man before him was none other than his boss. Well, just tell me about that thing you didn't inform me of. Leon waved his right hand, and the skeletons around him dispersed like fine sand. He then casually pulled a chair over and sat down, looking at Baigu with an expression so calm it could unsettle anyone. Baigu unconsciously swallowed some saliva. Honestly, he didn't sense this man as his boss just moments ago. He thought him merely someone possessing a little divine power. How could he have guessed? The boss clearly hides his true abilities at all times. What's more surprising is that the boss actually uses blood magic, and quite advanced at that, even surpassing Baigu's own skill in blood magic. It's like this, boss. When we arrived, we found the original owner had been harmed by people from the Ronaldo Chamber of Commerce. I figured if you were here, you would definitely intervene, so I took care of him on your behalf. Well done. But before I fully embrace greed, I hope trouble doesn't come knocking. Did you dispose of the body cleanly? Even though Leon said it with such indifference, inside he sighed helplessly. He intended to eliminate the 3 major chambers of commerce eventually, but not yet. Relax, boss. The body has been handled very thoroughly. No one will find us these next few days. After finishing, Baigu subconsciously licked his dry lips. Did this guy get wiped out entirely? Oh well, who told you to visit this bat's nest for fun anyway? At this point, the spiral staircase rang out with hurried footsteps. Leon looked up to see a short figure approaching, like that of a child. This should be the former boss temporarily hiding here. His face gradually softened. After all, he needed to make a good impression on this potential future follower. Weya had been hiding with her sister on the 3rd floor, but upon hearing the intruder referred to as boss, she ran down eagerly because she had something urgent to take care of. Respected demon hunter Leon Naren, could you please save my sister? As long as my sister is saved, we will give you the tavern for free. Weya wasn't sure whether Leon possessed medical skills or if he would lend her a helping hand, but the only person she could turn to right now was Leon, known as a hero. Upon seeing this, Baigu quickly explained to Leon. It's like this, boss. Her name is Weya. Her sister suffers from a severe illness, but no doctor can determine its cause. However, a vice dean from Ronaldo Hospital said he could cure it, but I suspect his claim lacks credibility. It's probably a fabricated lie to save his life. After descending from the spiral staircase, Wei Ya remained kneeling on the ground, hoping that this manner would increase the likelihood of Leon agreeing to provide treatment. Let me go up and check on your sister first, all right? Wei Ya. Leon stood up from the chair and stepped forward to gently lift Wei Ya off the ground. My sister is on the 3rd floor. Wei Ya seemed to see a glimmer of hope, wiped away the tears on her face, and grabbed Leon's hand as they walked upstairs. From within the 3rd floor hallway, heads peeked out but recoiled in fear as soon as they caught sight of Leon. Apparently, these vampires were even more terrified of me than I imagined. I wonder if their combined strength could rival that fatso, or how many would willingly offer their lives for me. As Leon was briefly lost in thought, he arrived at Hill's bedroom door. If you trust your brother, would you allow me to stay alone with your sister for a moment? Leon bent down and smiled as he looked at Wei Ya. Wei Ya lowered her head, hesitated for a moment, then agreed to Leon's request. Leon gently pushed the door open. The room was spacious, but the only furnishings were that bed and a wooden cabinet by its side. Lord Leon, is that really? Hill saw the figure at the doorway and struggled to sit up. Don't move. Leon closed the door behind him, slowly approached the bedside, pulled out a chair and sat down, examining Hill's condition. Her complexion was ghastly pale, without any trace of blood color. Her eyes lacked spirit, and her lips were white. She seemed to be nearing the end of her life. If the woman before him died the next moment on the sickbed, Leon wouldn't be surprised in the slightest. Lord Leon, you're exactly like what they say in the newspaper. What? Handsome, filled with justice. I listened to Wei Ya repeat your speech. Indeed, Lord Leon is a perfect leader. If Caroya Kingdom had more people like you, it will surely develop well. Stop talking. Save your strength. I promised Wei Ya that I'll save you. For some inexplicable reason, Leon suddenly felt a little guilty. Lord Leon, I know my body. I don't have much time left. I only hope I can exchange this tavern for your adoption of my younger sister. She's a good kid. Hill's voice was extremely weak, as if she might not be able to speak again at any moment. I refuse. At this point, Leon's mind was furiously searching for possible ways to keep her alive. Though logically, her life or death has nothing to do with him, she's a genuine follower of his. How could he let someone who trusts him so deeply die right in front of him? Yes, that title. That useless title he had disregarded. Rise upon falling, recovering 1% of stamina and vitality every minute. Wei Ya needs your care. My sole mission is to heal you. Although Leon didn't know what illness she had or how to cure it, it certainly wouldn't withstand the power of the rules. Chapter 20. S-Level Loyalty X2. Leon raised his hand to summon Van Helsing's diary, and the ancient diary floated in midair, flipping pages without wind. Lord Leon, what is this? Hill asked instinctively as she noticed the suddenly appeared diary. Leon didn't answer her question, but waited quietly for the pages to turn. Please confirm whether to equip Fallen into the box to Hill. Current Hill's loyalty is A+. Confirm. Leon's lips moved slightly. As soon as Leon finished speaking, a beam of golden light emerged from the diary and drilled into Hill's brain, who was still in shock. Equipped successfully. The title begins to restore the wearer's vitality and energy. Success succeeded. Leon exhaled deeply, looking up at Hill, who had a baffled look on her face. At this moment, a halo that only he could see appeared above her head. Fallen into the box. Well, though its meaning isn't exactly great. Lord Leon, did you see that light just now? Was it your doing? Hill blinked at him and touched her face as if searching for where the light had gone. It has entered your body. Just take a sound sleep and you'll be fine. Leon returned to his gentle demeanor when he first entered. After hearing this, Hill's eyes seemed to regain their shine. She sat up on the bed and hugged Leon tightly, tears of joy streaming down her face. Lord Leon, thank you so much. Leon understood why the girl was crying and lent his shoulder accordingly. But he didn't know Hill was actually quite strong. She hadn't cried whether facing death or others' taunts. Take a good nap. After a long while, Leon patted Hill's shoulders. Lord Leon, can you fulfill one of my dreams? Hill stuttered. What? Hill lifted her head off Leon's shoulder and then quickly kissed his lips lightly before retreating before he could react. You should rest now. Now it was Leon's turn to stammer. I have something else. He found an excuse randomly and rushed out of the room. Leon leaned against the tightly shut wooden door, subconsciously pressing his lips. There were still some lingering feelings. At the moment, there was no one in the entire third-floor corridor. It should be because Baigu ordered everyone back into their rooms for quiet. Ding! Hill's loyalty reaches S-level. You've now gained 2 S-level loyalty factions. When reaching 3, you will obtain an S-level reward. S-level reward. No, stop with all these sentimentalities. The most important thing now is developing power. How about Vaya? No, that little girl is developing too slowly. What if she? How about Baigu? Nope, he looks like a loyal minister, but during creation, he didn't hesitate to attack me. So there's only my Ka lying in the hospital bed left. A+ should not be far from S. Bukash Hospital. Excuse me, which room is my Ka in? My Ka. Are you his family member? Oh, it's like this. My Ka is my younger brother. I heard he got injured protecting Lord Leon, so I came to check on him. Oh, is that the case? Second floor, room 7. Nurses usually wouldn't ask too many questions, but since my Ka was sent by the Holy Court, they took more care of him. Second floor, bed 7. Thank you. The man repeated once, then went upstairs directly. He clearly knew the ground floor wards housed 2 beds per room, but those on the second floor were private wards, providing much better treatment. Creak. Boss, how did you come? My Ka, how are you awake? Shouldn't you have just barely returned from the brink of death? Leon avoided any misunderstandings like what happened in the tavern earlier and changed back to his own face before entering. Not that dramatic. I woke up almost right after arriving at the hospital, even before seeing the doctor. I'm already nearly fully recovered. My Ka's face showed a look of reminiscence. As my Ka spoke, he tried to get out of bed to show off his condition, but was held down by Leon. The latter looked terrible, as if he hadn't completed his carefully planned scheme. Damn. If you're well enough to get out of bed now, how am I supposed to say all those tear-jerking words to move turtles? And how am I going to make you more loyal? Thus Leon came up with a very strange idea. He reached for a grape among the fruits, and plucked one off, and the next step was surprisingly peeling the grape. Within seconds, a complete grape appeared in Leon's hand, and the next second he extended the grape towards my Ka. Boss, is this for me? My Ka was incredulous. Yes, eat it. Leon forcefully suppressed his embarrassment. So I'll eat it. My Ka grabbed the grape and popped it into his mouth. The grape was sweet and had plenty of juice. But then, Leon suddenly asked a very strange question. My Ka, now that you've eaten the grape I peeled for you, is there anything you want to say? Something to say? My Ka hesitated for a moment, then wore an expression as if he were really thinking about it. Yes, that's right. My Ka, you must be extremely grateful to me, like an endless river flowing ceaselessly. My Ka. Actually, I've wanted to say this for a while. In our place, we usually don't peel grapes. We eat them with the skin on. Leon didn't expect the other person to say this, and his lips even started twitching uncontrollably. Are you not thankful to me when you eat things? Of course I am grateful. Boss, you are not only my savior, but also the benefactor of the entire village. No matter when, I will stand in front of you and shield you from all dangers. My Ka became more and more excited as he spoke, wearing a righteous expression, as if he wouldn't even hesitate to sacrifice his life for Leon at this moment. All right. No need to say more. I believe you're very grateful to me. Leon sighed lightly, realizing it would be quite difficult to reach 3S level loyalty factions in the short term. I'll teach you a technique similar to disguise that can cover the mark on your torso. Fortunately, the luck was on our side this time, otherwise it would have caused a lot of trouble. It's because I didn't perform well this time. Next time I will definitely win. My Ka pouted slightly, as if lost in thought or feeling somewhat annoyed. Chapter 21. The Sun God will not save you. The night was dim, with dull yellow iron street lamps standing alone on both sides of the road. Sparse pedestrians hurried home, but Leon walked slowly towards a certain place. Lai District. The poorest urban area in the entire capital city. Most houses were only 2 or 3 stories high. A family of 6 or 7 could only squeeze into a small apartment, often less than 70 square meters. Thank you. It's fine. Next one next. Hey, take it easy, everyone will get theirs. Under a 2-story low building, about 20 people lined up to receive some items. Most of the people queuing were women and children. There were hardly any adult males. Leon moved closer to have a better look. But just as he approached, the man distributing the items called out. Hey, what do you want? We don't give free stuff to rich people here. As the man shouted, those in line simultaneously cast looks full of vague implications, though most of them looked away again after noticing Leon's attire, somewhat fearfully. No, you've misunderstood me. I'm just curious about what's being distributed. And I feel you probably aren't from the government or the Holy Court, right? Leon glanced over the man up and down before smiling and speaking. The man wore a simple linen cinched waistcoat on top, dyed a very plain brown color. On the bottom, he wore tight long pants also made of linen, with some wear and patches. Do you live in Lai District? The man eyed Leon suspiciously since his clothes did not at all match someone who might live in a poor district. Yes, I live just ahead. I haven't seen anyone freely distribute goods in Lai District before. What's going on? Oh, sorry. I thought you were from Xiuxian District. The man's attitude softened as he compared poverty lists and handed out supplies while explaining to Leon. It's almost winter, isn't it? My boss worries that many people in Lai District might freeze to death, so he decided to tally the exceptionally impoverished families and regularly supply them with living necessities. Your boss is truly a good person. Can you tell me his name? If given the chance, I'll definitely come visit. Jack Akba, you must have heard of him. The fabric store and bakery in the east are my boss's shops. Business has always been booming. The moment the man started talking about his boss, he became fluent and unrestrained with evident admiration, perhaps even related to Mkar hundreds of years ago. Leon couldn't believe his boss was a kind person, distributing winter supplies for free in the slums. Even if only to the extremely impoverished families, this wasn't something a bread shop and fabric store owner could easily accomplish. After chatting for a little longer, Leon left with an excuse. Yet he didn't hurry off to find this kind-hearted Jack. For now, he had something more important to do, attend the gathering of the new Sun cult. Among the low buildings, some hidden stairways led underground in dark crevices. Today, a meeting would be held in one of the basements in Lai District. Tap, tap, tap. Leon lightly stepped onto the stone ground and gradually descended. Soon, a slightly ajar wooden door stopped him in his tracks. He gently pushed it open, revealing a narrow path fit for only 2. He continued deeper, whereupon he heard a voice. It sounded like devout prayer, and at the same time, like the recitation of edicts glorifying faith, echoing slowly through the narrow space. Finally, after rounding a corner, Leon caught sight of a faint ray of light, beside which dozens of people gathered whispering quietly the things Leon had just heard. He stayed silent, moving closer and sitting quietly among them without a word. And shortly after Leon sat down, another man entered, though this one wore a black hood obscuring his face. The crowd who had just been muttering instantly quieted down upon seeing the man in the hood, as if they'd seen a famous actor step onto the stage. Everyone of the New Sun sect, I am the head priest here. Allow me to announce a great piece of news to all of you. The priest spoke excitedly, adjusting his clothes solemnly. Under the blessing of the sun god, Helios, we have finally found the body of the new sun, who from now on will lead us to re-embrace the sun god. Before the priest finished, the sound of the words, new sun body, set the crowd into jubilant cries. Leon was forced to join the cheering, but inwardly, he felt contemptuous. TCH, re-embrace the sun god? Helios? How do I not know that's how Car really feels? The priest's eyes swept over everyone's faces repeatedly, nodding with satisfaction until they inadvertently passed over Leon's face, causing his expression to become puzzled. Unable to resist stepping forward a few paces closer to him, the priest asked tentatively, "Are you a new convert?" "Yes, priest. I was baptized at the church on number 13, West Street. I believe the New Sun cult is the truth of this world, and the Holy Court is the greatest enemy of the nation." Number 13, West Street was where Mkar went last time, and Mkar also informed him of everything he had seen and heard. Leon's face was serious, and he stared straight into the priest's eyes without fear, speaking like an extremely devoted believer. This made the priest pause for a moment. He didn't expect a new convert to have such high awareness. However, he soon smiled again and stepped forward, his right hand gently patting Leon on the shoulder. Such strong faith is really rare among new converts. Let me invite you as a new believer to share your thoughts about the New Sun sect. As soon as Leon's stern face changed, he confidently stood up and slowly walked to the position where the priest had just been standing. Cough cough. First of all, do you all know why we need to wait for the revival of the New Sun? Leon threw out a question. As soon as this question was raised, the audience fell into confusion, and it took a while before someone hesitantly raised their hand and said, "Because Helios will lead us to defeat the Holy Court led by the Angel God." No, the Sun God can't lead us to overcome the Holy Court. Whether he can beat the Angel God is still a question. The moment these words were spoken, there was an uproar in the crowd. How dare this person insult the God of faith in front of believers and the priest? What are you talking about? How could the Sun God lose to the Angel God? The crowd became enraged. If he could win, why doesn't he appear now? Instead, it's the new sun body that appears. Before Leon finished speaking, the furious priest already rushed over with his right fist blazing with fire, illuminating a large area of the basement. Wait, I have more to say. This is all what Mkar told me. I met him in the hospital. The fiery punch stopped just in front of his eyes. The priest didn't believe the first part of the sentence, but when he heard the word hospital, he believed it. But it was too late to pull back his punch, so the priest had no choice but to forcefully redirect it. The flaming fist swept past Leon and smashed directly into the stone wall. What did you say? The priest pulled his fist out from the stone wall and glared furiously at Leon. Leon swallowed hard, not expecting the priest to be so powerful. If the other hadn't deflected the blow, he would probably have been lying on the ground by now. Priest, don't trust him. He's a false believer who disrupts people's hearts and minds. He might even be from the Holy Court police force. Priest, kill him. Seeing that the priest had refrained from attacking at a crucial moment, the crowd became even angrier. Wait, let him finish. The priest removed his hooded robe, revealing a tattoo-covered and muscular upper body, staring intently at Leon. If I find out you're lying, I assure you, even if the sacred messenger stands behind you, I will kill you. Chapter 22. Oath. Could this be the special blessing of Helios, the sun god? As Leon looked at the nearly identical special tattoo to my cause, he couldn't help but associate it with the blessing of the angelic god. Apparently, this new sun sect was far from ordinary. Great Helior, I swear to you, if any of what I say next is false, may I never receive your blessings in this life. For believers of Helior, this was no different than wagering their own lives. But Leon was not a follower of hers, and had never even considered obtaining her blessings. The body of the new sun has said that the sun god cannot directly aid us. The heavenly gods in the upper realms will not directly intervene in this world. After Leon spoke these words, he intentionally glanced around at everyone. Just moments ago, when everyone heard Leon swear on a divine blessing, they exchanged skeptical glances. Now, his statements had caused further unease among the crowd. But you need not worry. The new sun sect will stand on the ground to bask in true sunlight. All inequalities, all privileges will be swept away by us, for we now have the new sun body. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present were varied, mixed with shock. None of them had ever imagined a life without privilege or inequality. The new sun body will lead us to break through the unequal treaties of the Holy Court. By then, everyone will have enough food to eat and warm clothes to wear. Wait, in that case, who would rule over us? The son of the king. Someone raised their hand to ask. Leon paused momentarily upon hearing this question, not expecting the other party to raise such an issue. Then let me ask you, do you think the king tills the land with a golden hoe or a silver one? A golden one. No. Does the king even till the land? My point is, there will be no more kings in the future. In Caroya Kingdom, no one will govern you. Instead, a group of people will be selected via voting to make decisions. Do you understand? No more kings. Voting ourselves to solve problems. Does that mean there won't be magistrates who eat for free without paying? Exactly. If he dares to steal food again, you can report him, and then a group of people will judge him. Leon seized the opportunity to fan the flames when he saw the effectiveness of the scenario. Everyone must follow the law, even the son of the king. As soon as these words left his lips, the emotions of the crowd flared up instantly. This longing for a better life would become their motivation. Does such a life really exist? Even the priest was moved by Leon's words. He had never dared to imagine such a life. If it truly existed, would it not be worth dedicating his life to? It exists. Believe in the body of the new sun. Believe in Helier. In the dark surroundings, flickering firelight illuminated Leon's pupils, as if reflecting stars. Yes, I believe too. The body of the new sun will lead our sect to a new future. The priest waved his arm passionately, and everyone joined in the celebration. The gathering concluded. The priest thanked Leon and, as a gesture of apology, gave him a small trinket. As Leon walked toward the popular area, he played with the little trinket in his hands. It was a pocket watch connected by an iron chain that showed some rust. Such a miser, not even willing to part with a silver chain. Leon muttered under his breath. A slight movement of Leon's fingers opened the pocket watch. Unlike an ordinary watch, this one did not display time with 12 numbers, but rather 24 creatures. For instance, dragons, elves, and animals like pigs, dogs, and sheep. Luckily, after being explained by the priest, Leon managed to comprehend it. Like now, when the hour hand pointed at the sparrow and the minute hand pointed at the sheep, it meant it was already 11:50 p.m. It was quite late already, and most shops on the streets had closed down. However, Leon knew there was at least one place still open. Betivelin lady, it's been a while. Leon pushed open the tavern door and immediately spotted Betivelin lounging amidst a crowd of men, drinking wine. Leon, never thought the famous kingdom hero would come drink at my dissolute madam's tavern. I wonder if what they say in the papers are true. Ha ha ha. Betivelin remained as free as always. Even though the man before her was reputedly the kingdom hero Leon, she didn't hesitate to flirt a bit. Hee hee, Mrs. Betivelin, don't joke about me anymore. Today I came to see you because I have important business. Hearing this, the former sighed and shook her head. She waved off the surrounding men and cleared the space beside the sofa she sat on. Leon understood her meaning and boldly sat down without hesitation, not at all timid because of the occasional glimpses of exposed skin. Speak up. What's the matter? Are you in doubt about becoming the sacred messenger? Or has xiuxian encountered danger? Or... Betivelin poured whiskey into a glass as she speculated aloud. No, neither of those. I need to ask you for a loan. Leon was about to take the glass she offered, but then she pulled it back. A loan? This is the important matter you spoke of. Betivelin took a swig of her drink and pouted as she looked at Leon. And if you're thinking of having another drink, not a chance. Leon was taken aback by how quickly she refused him, but this money was vital, so he had to put aside his pride. Sister, I know you have some savings left. Could you lend me a little? I'll pay you back as soon as my store starts making a profit. Ah, so how much do you want to borrow from your dear sister? 30 gold, no, 20 gold pounds will do. Leon had intended to ask for 30 gold pounds, but when he saw her expression darken, he quickly reduced the amount. Fine, just 20 gold pounds, and don't come asking me again until you pay this back. Despite her earlier tone, Betivelin softened slightly towards Leon and waved towards the accountant in the distance. What can I do for you, madam? Asked the accountant. Lend our great kingdom hero Leon 20 gold pounds. Make sure to deliver the money personally tomorrow. Yes, madam. The accountant glanced secretly at Leon while speaking and quickly returned to his work. Leon let out a sigh of relief and gave Betivelin a grateful look. He knew that though Betivelin appeared to be profit-driven on the surface, she wasn't truly like that. Chapter 23, the campaign begins. Followers with loyalty S, 2 people. Total cultivation bonus, 2%. Followers with loyalty A, 6 people. Total cultivation bonus, 1%. Followers with loyalty B, 24 people. Total cultivation bonus, 2%. Followers with loyalty C, 206 people. Total cultivation bonus, 12%. People with loyalty D, 13,456 people. No bonuses for the common crowd. Current sacred power cultivation speed bonus, 17%. Ritual learning speed bonus, 17%. Body tempering speed, 17%. Leon looked at the pitifully small bonuses and let out a helpless chuckle. He had thought that after all his recent attempts to win over hearts, he'd gain a large number of followers, thus speeding up his cultivation process. But Leon had forgotten. Both the Blood Clan and the New Dawn sect were merely subordinates of Baigu and Maika, with no direct connection to him. This situation was much like that old saying, the vassal of my vassal is not my vassal. The normal ranking system within the Holy Court had little to do with one's personal strength. Instead, it was determined by one's contributions. The first class were believers. If you had seniority or made contributions, you could be promoted to a priest. The second stage, priest, was the upper limit for ordinary people, knowing some rituals but not being powerful. The third class branched into 2 groups responsible for the 2 major directions of the Holy Court, the domestic saint knights and the external demon hunters. Above them were the 7 holy envoys. It was extremely difficult to be elected as one of them. Besides considering personal contributions, factors such as strength and family background were also evaluated. Finally, the 3 great archbishops and the pope were positions beyond the control of ordinary people. They were said to be personally selected by the angel god, just like xiuxian. Thinking about this, Leon couldn't fall asleep any longer and got up directly from bed. Sleep? How could someone of your age sleep soundly? The house in the science popularization district was very quiet. Baigu was at the ancient romance tavern. Maika was at the hospital, leaving only AI Luan at home. But to avoid disturbing AI Luan's rest, Leon still carried a backpack full of silver weapons and came down to the basement. Everything here was spotless. The man who used to be locked up here had already been dealt with by Baigu. Before, because he didn't have any sacred power, most of these silver weapons were useless to him. Now, it was different. Though these weapons were now usable to him, the opponents were no longer vampires. Crossbow? No, I don't like shooting black arrows. Chainball? Nah, I'm not a fat guy in prison clothes. Brass knuckles? These might work well for my ka. Leon spent a long time picking through the weapons. Either they were too hard to use, or simply unsuitable for him. Finally, he found the silver weapon that the original owner was most proficient with, a long-shafted silver spear. As its name suggests, the entire spear was forged from pure silver, but to ensure the durability and hardness of the shaft, some iron and copper metals were added. The exquisite patterns on the surface of the spear shaft were designed to channel sacred power. The moment Leon gripped the silver spear, he felt an indescribable sense. This weapon was made for him. He swung it around a few times, and initially didn't feel any problems, but after only a few minutes, his arm began to ache. There was no denying that this silver spear was still a bit heavy for him. Ding. Warning, follower AI Luan's loyalty towards you has dropped to 0. Huh, what situation? Can loyalty even drop to 0? A sudden wave of coldness swept through Leon's back. And right at this moment, the door to the basement was crashed open with a clang. Leon, I'm hungry, I want meat. Leon spun around like he'd been electrocuted, immediately raising the silver spear in front of him. As expected, AI Luan was now fully under her own control again, free from whatever restraints had been placed upon her before. Wait, please don't come closer. At this moment, Leon had none of the airs of a legendary demon hunter. AI Luan, completely out of control, didn't care if she could win in combat, because right now, she wasn't much different from a bloodthirsty monster. But AI Luan's state was not the same as before in Saltone. She still seemed somewhat restrained. Leon, I'm hungry, give me meat. Seeing AI Luan getting closer, Leon made a bold decision. Since there was no way he could defeat a berserk AI Luan, he might as well put away his weapon and act normal. Alright, I'll go get some tomatoes now, okay? Leon slowly set the silver spear down beside his foot, speaking gently to AI Luan, who seemed harmlessly unaware. No, Leon, I want meat. Can I try your hand? AI Luan hesitated a moment, offering what she believed was a super good idea. But at this moment, Leon only felt chilled to the bone. In his mind, AI Luan's words weren't much different from a whisper from the Grim Reaper. What did "let me taste your hand" even mean? Mamma mia, this isn't something you can just casually taste. And besides, I'm not that dead fat guy. AI Luan next time, okay? Alright. AI Luan seemed a bit upset and pouted. In the end, AI Luan took a few tomatoes and went back to her room, still slightly dissatisfied. Once she was gone, Leon immediately fled to the roadside outside the house. After looking around and seeing no one nearby, he summoned the ancient diary. At the end of the diary, on the page listing believers with loyalty C, AI Luan's name had vanished. This was the first time something like this had happened. Although it made sense for loyalty to decrease, completely wiping it out was another matter. The next day, breaking news. The election day of the Holy Messenger is approaching, and Demon Hunter Leon is leading by a wide margin. Breaking news. Inside information about the election, Leon is overwhelming his opponent with a 68% election rate. The cries of the newspaper boys were barely out before a large crowd rushed forward to buy the papers. The newspapers that hadn't sold all morning were now snatched up in minutes, because the whole city was focused on this election. Inner city, the Holy Court. 6 holy envoys stood under the huge angel god statue, and the 3 archbishops were already present. The area inside and outside the Holy Court was guarded by Saint Knights. Feek, Leon, as we agreed, the selection for the Greed Envoy will be conducted through public voting. Are you both satisfied with these rules? The archbishop, standing between the two, crossed his hands and calmly glanced over them. No objections. Feek replied to the question without meaning, then shot a look at Leon, who appeared even more confident than himself. Huh, love smiling, do you? You think your popularity will guarantee your win? How naive. I'll show you what real power looks like in a moment. Of course, no objections. Leon responded. Satisfied with their answers, the archbishop nodded and turned to Leon first, saying, We archbishops have been watching your recent performance, Leon. But, regrettably, you've been eliminated. The archbishop opened the paper in his hand and slowly read out the contents. Leon has received a total of 10,329 votes, while Feek received 19,211 votes. So Feek becomes the new Greed Envoy. Chapter 24 The Pope's Arrival. Hunter Leon, do you have any objections? The archbishop's authoritative voice echoed through the spacious holy hall, as the 6 sacred messengers exchanged glances, silently understanding everything. Leon remained silent. He was still waiting for someone, awaiting the arrival of the Pope. After Leon had been silent for about 10 seconds, Feek could no longer hold back his laughter. It was finally his turn to get revenge for the last humiliation. Brother Leon, don't be too upset. You didn't win this time, but perhaps in 10 years you'll have another chance. After all, you're still young, aren't you? Leon, your silence means that you accept the voting results without objection. The archbishop had also run out of patience. It was best to finalize such matters immediately. If he backed down gracefully, it would be ideal. However, if Leon dared to challenge his authority, he would show him what true power looked like. Archbishop, I object. A cold voice, freezing to the bone, came from behind the archbishop. Alexa, you have no right to interfere with the selection of the Greed Messenger. You should be preparing for the trial a few days from now, not wasting energy on these meaningless matters. The archbishop glanced at Alexa behind him. He hadn't expected Alexa to speak up for Leon just before the major election, but even if she was the Pope's chosen successor, the Pope wasn't in the Caroya kingdom at the moment. Besides, he wouldn't allow Alexa to become Pope easily. Genius? He had already thwarted countless numbers of them who wouldn't follow orders. Archbishop, everyone in the royal city has seen how Leon has acted over the past few days. Have you thought about the consequences of this? Alexa frowned deeply, her words laced with a clear threat. I will say this one last time. You have no authority to interfere in the selection of the greed messenger. The archbishop cared little about what the people of Caroya kingdom thought. After the election, Fick would only need to spend some money to ensure no one remembered or cared about this incident anymore. Humph. By the time everyone forgets Hunter Leon, dealing with him will be effortless. Perhaps assign him a dragon-slaying mission? Oh, who is bullying, my dear? Doesn't your tone sound like a villain's, Wells? An unclear voice pierced through their minds, reaching everyone's consciousness. Pope, your holiness? Why are you back? The archbishop reacted first, his face changing instantly, losing all previous arrogance. Wells, how can you be so harsh on my dear friend? Haven't I said that Alexa is my successor? Did you forget? The Pope's voice was very feminine, unpredictable, and moody. No, I dare not, your holiness. It was Alexa who interfered beyond her authority first, so I spoke somewhat harshly. Their conversation reached the ears of everyone present. While the sacred messengers were astonished by the sudden appearance of the Pope, Leon felt different. He had never imagined that the Pope would be female. Leon couldn't help but unconsciously glance at Alexa. Angel God, could it be that all three of them were women? Was there something special behind this? Wells, we'll talk about this later. As soon as I returned today, I heard about the deeds of a hunter, Leon. Aren't you the great-great-grandson of Van Helsing? The Pope's voice softened slightly. Yes, I am the last descendant of the Belmont family. Leon swallowed nervously. Haha, so nervous? When I traveled under your great-great-grandfather many years ago, I was just as tense. Here was the illustrious Pope of the Holy Court, the second-in-command of the Caroya kingdom, laughing uncontrollably due to one simple gesture from Leon. A contrast so stark that it left everyone momentarily stunned. Leon was dumbfounded too. Didn't she know my great-great-grandfather Van Helsing? It sounded like she might have been his student. How old then was this Pope? Was she even human? All right, we'll chat more when we have time. The Pope's voice vanished suddenly from everyone's minds, but in the next instant, the bronze doors of the Holy Hall slowly opened. Leon instinctively wanted to turn his head, but just at that moment, both the Archbishop and the sacred messengers fell to their knees, followed swiftly by even Fick from the royal family. The Pope had arrived. Leon also kneeled along with everyone. The next second, an intangible aura spread throughout the air, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of oppression that rendered any evil intent impossible. This oppressive feeling was like dimensional domination. Neither ferocious tigers nor muskets could compare to the sensation. If there were people in the world capable of possessing such power, they could only be deities. Rise. Without moving her lips, the Pope's voice rang clearly in each person's mind. Leon took a deep breath before standing up, mustering the courage to steal a glance at the Pope. She seemed bathed in radiance, her pure white gown resembling resolute bricks encircling her figure. So this is the Pope of the Holy Court, second only to the king in the Caroya kingdom and revered by countless others? Wells, you know what to do, right? And naturally, Archbishop Wells barely suppressed the fear in his heart, stuttering as he replied. That's all. Since I'm back earlier than expected, Alexa, you should also come with me now. Your holiness. I wanted to stay and play for a few more days in the royal capital. Alexa instinctively looked at Leon, but at that moment, his eyes were on the Pope. What was he planning? Don't even think about it. I know your little schemes. You must come with me, and I'll explain why later. The Pope's tone was cheerful, yet her words left no room for argument. All right. Alexa reluctantly agreed, pouting. She was worried that Leon would be taken away while she was gone, so she wanted to leave something with him before leaving. But the perfect opportunity yesterday slipped away. After hearing this, the Pope gave a slight nod and casually waved her right hand. Alexa, who had been standing far away, moved as if pushed by an invisible force and was immediately pulled to the Pope's side. The Pope then whisked Alexa away as easily as carrying a chick. Leon, wait for me to come back. Alexa, cowering timidly in the Pope's grasp, hesitated for a long time before shouting towards Leon just before they departed. Sure. After a brief pause, Leon waved goodbye to her. Chapter 25 Protection Plan. Gu Tavern is celebrating its grand opening. Buy one get one free on malt wine, and enjoy an 80% discount with membership card. If you can't finish your drink, we'll store it for you. Gu AC was aggressively promoting at the doorstep of Gu Tavern, explaining strange preferential policies he had spent all night figuring out yesterday. This unique method of salesmanship naturally attracted a crowd of spectators. Hey, is this buy one get one free thing true? If so, can I take the drinks home if I buy them? What do you need to take it for? Gu AC replied to these peculiar questions. I'll sell them. At half price, I could make quite a profit. No, but if you cannot finish the wine you bought this time, we can store it for you. You can drink it the next time you come. Gu AC endured the urge to tear him apart as he patiently explained. So, what's this about joining a membership? It means that you register your personal information here and deposit money with us. Every time you come to drink, you can use your balance, and there will be discounts too. Regardless of how Gu AC tried to explain the benefits, few among the onlookers actually made purchases. This left Gu AC, whose throat was dry from shouting, questioning his boss's business strategy. I see, you're not getting it done. Let us handle it, came a light, breezy voice from inside the tavern behind Gu AC. Guac turned around and saw several women dressed rather provocatively walking out slowly. They were wearing rabbit ear headbands, black stockings, and high heels, their swaying thighs drawing all eyes. Alu and Achi, what are you all wearing? And why does someone have white fishnets on their legs? Guac was confused but couldn't help being captivated by their allure. You don't understand? Our great boss said we're supposed to look like bunny girls. The women practiced their motions and sent him a flying kiss. Even Guac, who had hundreds of years of cultivation under his belt, found himself entranced. How much more would ordinary people, living only a few decades, lose themselves in the presence of such seductive beauties? Big brother, if you charge your card with 50 silver shillings now, we offer free drink service, isn't that worth considering? The alluring women pressed forward with their notebooks, pitching membership sign-ups with every enticing word. One after another fell for their charm and subscribed. Some even started spending immediately, sitting down right in the tavern. In just one afternoon, they managed to sign up over 100 members, which meant Gu Tavern had already gained over 100 returning customers. Sister, Gu Tavern seems to be coming back to life. Wei Ya noticed the near-full house of patrons, excitement building, and rushed over to her sister assisting with drink preparation at the counter. Sister Hill's face glowed bright red alongside the thriving tavern since Leon transferred the title, landed in a box to her. Both her condition and energy began to improve ever since. Yes, Leon. Who would have thought the big boss could truly revive Gu Tavern? Saying this, Sister Hill's eyes sparkled. Even though the man wasn't here, his image still lingered in hers. Sister, do you fancy big boss? I could tell right away. Wei Ya looked suspiciously at her sister. Sister Wei Ya, don't talk nonsense. How could a big boss like our see a regular person like me? He should go with, don't say more. Take this bottle of malt wine upstairs to table 13. As she spoke, thoughts of a woman's face once again flashed through Sister Hill's mind. It was the face of Tianyu Kingdom's prodigious daughter, her eyes falling gloomy instantly. Only a woman like her deserves Lord Leon. At the same time, at the Holy Court Hospital, Leon lay on his bed eating grapes that Mai Ka had peeled for him. To avoid touching the 4 drip attached to the back of his hand, Mai Ka moved extremely slow while peeling. However, it didn't seem to bother him. He acted as if it was something expected. Boss, how much longer must I pretend to be sick? I feel fine already. The tavern's business might need my help. Mai Ka placed the peeled grapes into a plate filled with syrup, as instructed by the boss, believing it reduced the sourness of the grape. Although they tasted sweet enough to him. After tonight, you can go back. But tonight may not be peaceful. Leon's expression wasn't relaxed. Tonight was exactly when Mai Ka had died during last creation attempt, and yet he hadn't uncovered the exact cause of Mai Ka's death. This morning, he attempted another creation, but Mai Ka still perished at the same time. The following day, he himself was hunted to death by the New Sun sect. It might be because he was indeed the real culprit. To ensure safety, I've hired people from the New Sun sect to protect you. They should arrive shortly. As Leon spoke, he raised his head to glance at the wall clock and then continued. I must leave here first or else I won't be able to catch the big fish. Leon got up from the bed and waved his hand indicating Mai Ka to lie back down. Just as Mai Ka had lain down again lightly, soft knocks on the door sounded outside. Knock, knock, knock. They sure are fast. Leon instinctively glanced at the mirror by the wall, finding no issues before quickly moving forward to open the door. Outside was a plainly dressed man who, upon seeing that the person opening the door was Leon, smiled and nodded in greeting. Father, have you not been followed? Let's speak inside first, Leon whispered softly. The moment Father entered, his gaze immediately landed on Mai Ka lying on the sickbed. Mai Ka could only respond with an awkward smile under the man's probing look. Once satisfied that there were no visible ailments, he turned toward Leon. No, I don't feel like the hospital is being monitored by anyone. Are you sure Master Mai Ka will be assassinated tonight? Trust me. This comes from the revelation Master Mai Ka received from the Sun God. Leon fabricated an explanation that only members of the New Sun sect would believe. Well then, how should the plan for Master Mai Ka's protection proceed? Father considered himself merely a fighter, believing it natural that the leader should lay out the strategy. Oh, let me convey Master Mai Ka's thoughts. First, this is Holy Court Hospital. Large-scale conflict is impossible here. The sole probability is assassination. So all you need to do is provide close personal protection. Meanwhile, I'll stay hidden outside. Should the assassin detect anything suspicious or if combat ensues, I'll block their escape route and capture them alive. Leon preempted Mai Ka's response with this explanation. As Father listened to Leon outline the rough plan, doubts about him arose unconsciously. But since Mai Ka gave no objections, he felt obligated to follow orders without question. All right, Master Mai Ka, I shall protect your safety with my life. Mai Ka, looking at the overly respectful father, didn't know what to say. He had never thought of himself as someone meant to sit high above others. The sudden involvement with the New Sun sect truly caught him off guard. Hiss, I never imagined that one day, I, Mai Ka, would also become Master Mai Ka. Chapter 26, Assassination and Ambush. The two men, slightly nervous, leaned on the chairs in the hotel room. One of them held a cup of water, taking sips from time to time, while the other continuously wiped his sword with a piece of cloth. At that moment, a knock came at the door. The man drinking water put down his cup, walked carefully to the door, and cautiously peeked through the peephole before opening it. Sir, here's the fruit cake you ordered, said the woman in work uniform, smiling as she handed over the fruit cake on the food cart. Oh, thank you. After receiving the cake, the man immediately closed the door. He picked up the cake and neatly ran to the table beside where he instantly used the accompanying silver dining knife to cut the cake. However, his actions were a bit brutal. It would be more appropriate to say dismember. The message has arrived. The man dug out a piece of paper from the dismembered cake and immediately beckoned his companion over after seeing the contents. The note only had a few simple words. Leon is leaving. Act at 9 o'clock. End yourself if obstructed. The man who was polishing the blade just moments ago leaned in and, upon reading the words, relaxed significantly. Great. We don't have to move under the watchful eyes of that legendary monster hunter. At last, this mission has a chance of success. Both men exhaled a breath of relief, seemingly oblivious to the phrase, end yourself, as they quietly waited for the mission to begin. Meanwhile, after sorting everything out, Leon exited his hotel room and switched back to his original appearance. He left the Sacred Court Hospital through the main gate openly. His purpose was very simple. Staying by MCA meant being an invisible deterrent. The enemy might not dare to make a move. Only after his departure would the fish bite. Since those planning the assassination didn't control any informants within the hospital, there must definitely be someone outside the gates. Leon sat on a tramcar outside the hospital, deliberately creating an image of complete unawareness, leaving the gates seemingly wide open. In reality, however, he had a fiercely vicious guard dog waiting at home. Night, 9 p.m. The two men exchanged glances, both standing up simultaneously. They once again checked their respective weapons and equipment, ensuring that all preparations were in order. Let's go. This is it. The man who previously held the water cup whispered. With steady steps, the two men walked out of the hotel room and headed down the dim corridor toward the stairs. As the staircase door slowly opened, they descended, and during this process, their heartbeats grew increasingly rapid, permeating the confined space with tense emotions. They stepped out of the hotel lobby and blended into the crowds of the night. While walking, they kept cautious watch on the surroundings, heading straight towards Sacred Court Hospital. Meanwhile, in the hospital ward, MCA lay on the bed, outwardly calm, but inwardly somewhat nervous. The priest, seated by the bedside, remained ever vigilant, attentive to any abnormalities around him. Leon once again changed his appearance, sitting on the returning tramcar. His gaze swept over the crowd on the street through the car window. He was waiting for the fish to take the bait. Under the cover of darkness, the two men gradually approached Sacred Court Hospital. Carefully avoiding potential spies, they steadily moved forward towards their target. Inside the hospital, the priest suddenly felt an inexplicable unease. Furrowing his brow, he cautiously moved to the window, lifting a corner of the curtain to observe downstairs. They're here, and there's more than one. According to the intelligence, they of course knew which room belonged to MCA. They went directly from the hotel lobby to the upward staircase. Floor 2, room 7. The two men approached silently without making any sound, reaching room 207. Through the cracks in the curtains, they observed inside the darkened room. Although no light was turned on, they could faintly see the silhouette lying on the bed. After exchanging glances, the taller man pulled out a wire from his pocket and slowly inserted it into the metal handle of the door lock. With a gentle twist of the wire, there was a click. The lock had been opened. They pushed the door open gently and stepped into the room. A sense of serene stillness enveloped the room, as their gazes firmly locked onto the figure on the bed. However, when they got closer to the bed and, in the weak light, saw the face of the person on the bed, an intense wave of discomfort surged within them. This isn't that subordinate of Leon, right? Could we have entered the wrong room? Before they could react, the door was suddenly locked from the outside. They became instantly alert, standing back to back, gripping their weapons tightly. We've fallen into a trap, the shorter man cursed in a low voice. A ruthless gleam appeared in the tall man's eyes. Then let's fight our way out. At that moment, the priest who had been lying on the bed slowly sat up. His eyes were cold, revealing a powerful aura of authority. Who are you? How dare you attempt to assassinate Master MCA? The priest's voice was deep and commanding. The two men were startled. They knew they had encountered a tough opponent today. But why did he call out to Master MCA? Wasn't that person just Leon's subordinate? The tall man gritted his teeth and made the first move, swinging his short blade as he lunged toward the priest. However, the priest simply flickered aside, effortlessly dodging the attack. Seeing this, the shorter man immediately joined the fight, and the two of them launched a coordinated assault from both sides. The priest showed no fear in his face, responding to their attacks with agility and formidable strength. If you don't use your holy power now, you'll never get another chance in your lifetime, the priest said with a slight smirk, and in the instant he clenched his fists, a fierce flame engulfed him. Damn it, I'll hold him off, go after that little brat. In seeing that spell form, the tall man instantly realized that his chances of survival today were grim, yet there wasn't a trace of fear of death in his heart at this moment. The other man also immediately complied without hesitation, spinning around and delivering a powerful kick to the door. Thinking of escaping? It's too late. As soon as the priest finished speaking, his figure rapidly grew larger. Within less than 2 seconds, his height reached 3 meters. The flames continued to encase the priest's fists, burning fiercely and lighting up the entire room, even raising the surrounding air temperature by several degrees. This ability? Are you one of the 5 pillars of the New Sun sect? How could you possibly be here? The tall man exclaimed upon seeing the priest's sudden growth, a wave of despair flooding his mind. The priest didn't waste any words, directly slamming his flame-covered fist toward the short man near the doorway. He was highly confident that under his punch, the opponent would have no way to escape. Sure enough, in an instant, the priest's punch was already right in front of the man's eyes, yet he stood frozen in place like a frightened statue, making no movement. But, just before the punch landed, the tall man acted. Bang! Bang! Chapter 27. a passion felt in every punch. Cough, cough. The 5 pillars are nothing more than this. At this moment, the tall man's upper body was wrapped in a golden glow, his arms serving as a shield protecting another person. He used his body to take the priest's punch. The other person was shocked at the sight, but, upon realizing the situation, immediately fled through the opening. However, just as that person had barely stepped out, the tall man could no longer hold up and was smashed against the wall by an overwhelming force. You should feel honored. You're the only one below the 7 messengers who can withstand my punch. The smirk on the priest's face disappeared, his gaze toward the man now carrying a rare mix of respect and regret. Meanwhile, Maika felt the nearly mad man behind him and couldn't help but shiver. Why is he trying to assassinate me? I didn't even steal your money. Wait, wasn't Lord Leon supposed to be lurking nearby? Where's the boss then? Kid, stand still. You dare to mess with me, huh? Today, even if it costs me my life, I will kill you. The moment those words fell, a light like a dart shot over. At the same time, the tattoo-like lines on Maika's body suddenly started itching, as if warning him. Instantly, Maika rolled into a ball on the ground from the piercing sensation, narrowly dodging the beam of light by doing so. SSS, this kid isn't simple. Maika's dodge made the man blink momentarily. The perfect avoidance caused some doubt to rise within him. But due to Maika's roll, the distance between the two rapidly shortened, and in no time, the man was pressing close to Maika. Come, let me see how you'll dodge this. The man bellowed viciously as the sharp blade, glinting coldly, attempted to stab down. In a desperate move, Maika used his arm to block the stab. The blade predictably pierced through his forearm, the tip emerging from the other side, blood flowing down onto Maika's face along the knife's edge. SSS. The intense pain in his arm made veins pop out on Maika's face, and a strong sense of powerlessness spread throughout his limbs to his brain. Despite this, Maika gathered his strength, resisting the weakness and aiming a kick at the man lying on top of him. However, it seemed as if the opponent had anticipated it and stopped Maika's kick with just one hand. Compared to your master, you're too weak. If it were him, we might not have even dared to enter this building. Earlier, I thought you had a few tricks. The man glared fiercely at Maika, gradually increasing the pressure on his grip while masking his disdain openly. The moment the man finished speaking, the air around them became mysteriously compressed, producing explosive sounds, and an invisible oppressive sensation began spreading. Bang, bang, bang. What did you do, kid? The man assumed something happened due to Maika beneath him, but Maika also looked confused, still unclear about what occurred. The intangible pressure in the air made him shudder involuntarily. At this moment, a hand silently rested on the shoulder of the knife-wielding man, exerting no force, just resting lightly there. It's not him. It's me. A deathly whisper resembling the call of a soul reaper rang in the man's ear. In that instant, as if electrocuted, the man quickly flashed away from Maika, moving so fast he lost balance and collided with the wall. Boss! Boss! Maika was both surprised and instantly felt reassured. Leon ignored Maika's inquiry, his expressionless gaze fixed on the disheveled man wielding the knife, treating him like a lowly insect. Hunter Leon, didn't you leave already? Wait, you knew we'd come to assassinate your subordinate. So, you were setting a trap? The man exclaimed in shock. Leon arched an eyebrow slightly, smirking as he spoke gently. Now, please refer to me as Greed. Every word and action of the higher-ups carries endless implications in the eyes of those below. Speak, was it the Fatso or that bastard Feck who sent you? Fatso. Hearing Leon refer to Veracity as Fatso, the man appeared momentarily astonished. Oh, so it's Veracity. Wasn't it just because I beat him up before? How spiteful. Leon nodded in understanding. No, I'm not. The man finally realized he had let something slip. Leon gave a scornful smile, casually pulling Maika off the ground who had been sitting slumped. Then, addressing the man again. I'll give you 2 choices, die directly at my hands, or put down your weapon and fight him. A battle to the death. Don't worry, I won't interfere, fate decides. Do you really mean that? The man blinked in astonishment, not expecting such a proposal. Of course, and I can promise you, if you win, I will let you go. I won't harm a single hair on your head. Leon raised a finger and spoke nonchalantly. Fine. I hope your words mean something, Leon. The man started to unload the weapons on him as he spoke, including twin blades, various throwing daggers, and even a small vial of what appeared to be some kind of sedative. But Leon wasn't looking at the man. Instead, he turned his head toward Maika. You confident? Don't be scared. You're the sun body chosen by the new sun sect. Beat him up good. Leon placed both hands on Maika's shoulders, encouraging him with firm words. This move clearly had an effect on Maika, who was soon fully charged. It's you then, go for it, Maika. As Leon finished speaking, Maika rushed forward like an arrow. At this moment, he'd already taken off his shirt, revealing his powerful muscle lines intertwined with intricate tattoos that radiated an intimidating pressure. These lines, you're from the new sun sect? That explains it, why the 5 pillars protected you. Even in the face of Maika's aggressive approach, the man remained composed. For someone who had been training as a paladin for many years, his combat techniques were exceptionally varied and refined. With just a simple sidestep, the man easily evaded Maika's lunge and followed it with a heavy punch that landed directly on Maika's unprotected side waist. Bang! Ouch, Maika, how could you let your guard down so easily? Stop. Let me teach you a few tricks. Leon called out immediately when he saw Maika take a hit. You can do this? The man blinked in surprise. Wasn't Leon saying he wouldn't interfere? Just wait a second. Maika, listen carefully. Never rush into fights without planning. only used 70% force. Leon spent a few minutes transmitting most of the original owner's fighting skills to my Ka. All right, begin. Leon leaned back comfortably in a chair, occasionally offering commentary about the fight. Yes, that's it, my Ka. Go for the head. That's where the real damage is dealt. Oh, dodge it. Don't close your eyes waiting for punches. Fight back. Hearing Leon's incessant chatter from the sidelines, the man could no longer contain his frustration. How could this guy withstand so much yet still not fall? Every punch felt like hitting steel blocks. Determined, he thought it better to save all his strength for one massive blow to end this match decisively. Anyway, if he dies here, he would pull someone down with him. It wasn't possible Leon would spare him anyway. Chapter 28, Rampage. In repeated close combat battles, Maka finally found some techniques. What started as being completely overwhelmed gradually turned into an evenly matched fight, and now he could even gain a slight upper hand. And he wasn't sure if it was his own illusion, but the attacks landing on him seemed lighter. The punches that once could tear through the air now felt soft and powerless. Could it be? Maka instinctively looked at the unique patterns on his body. After waking up for the first time in the new sun sect's gathering place, these special patterns had followed him ever since, and the strength came to his body too. Bang, bang, bang. After dodging an iron fist that could punch deep into a wall, Maka's fists, capable of tearing through the air, hit his opponent like cannonballs one after another. This was the first time he managed to continuously attack his opponent. Maka's confidence soared as he quickly closed the distance, thinking of finishing off the opponent with all his might. At that moment, a flash of light blinded him, and then he only heard his boss shocked shout, "Maka, dodge fast." But at that moment, Maka felt as though the world had stopped, everything as if frozen in place by pressing the pause button. Did I lose? This thought remained the only thing in Maka's mind, and just as this thought surfaced, time resumed its flow. A giant shadow blocking the light appeared before him. Was that the boss? Leon, didn't you say no one would interfere? Are you still worthy of being a holy knight of the holy court? The man, looking at Leon who stood nearby watching the scene, couldn't help but burst out angrily. Hee, when did I ever say that? I only said I wouldn't participate myself. That doesn't mean others can't. The second round begins now. If you can still win, this time I'll truly let you go. Leon recovered his usual demeanor of calculated control. You damn bastard, Leon. Upon hearing this, the man could no longer contain his anger and swore loudly at Leon, venting his rage. But what greeted him was a fully committed clergyman. In just a few rounds, the furious man was silenced, embedded in the wall by the clergyman, whether alive or dead remained unclear. Damn, you're impressive as expected, even better than I imagined, Leon said when the battle ended. Then he took 2 steps forward to check on Maka's condition first. However, the clergyman blocked Maka, looking at Leon with nervousness. Greedy messenger Leon? I've heard about you, but may I ask why you have shown up here? Leon paused momentarily, realizing after listening to the clergyman's words that he was currently wearing Leon's face, and the other party didn't know he was a new believer of the New Sun sect. But since that's the case, this identity could be concealed a bit longer. Thinking of this, Leon immediately shifted his tone to sound haughty. I originally wanted to see how my subordinate was recovering, but I never expected that. He actually belonged to the New Sun sect. But as my subordinate, there is still benefit. I won't make it hard for him. After all, the New Sun sect is also a way to change this world. So how can I deny him? Right. The clergyman looked at Leon in surprise, as if he never imagined the other party would speak in such a manner. After quite a while, he stammered awkwardly to open his mouth. Mr. Leon, why you really are as described in the newspapers, the future of this country. If the Holy Court were full of people like you, perhaps the New Sun sect wouldn't have come into being. Ding, the priest's loyalty to you has reached sea level. Overall cultivation learning speed increased by 1%. Upon hearing the voice from the diary in his mind, Leon couldn't help but lift the corner of his mouth, hastily adding fuel to the fire. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Priest. Maka and the New Sun sect is left in your care. That's my duty, Mr. Leon. Please leave the cleanup work to you. The priest, after hearing those words, wanted to say more, but the Holy Court's personnel were already beginning to gather downstairs at this moment. Leon gave a small nod, waving to the priest signaling he should leave first, and then he placed Maka, who lost consciousness, on his back, dragging the unconscious man back to the ward. The next day, in the grand hall of the Holy Court, Leon casually slouched into the pulpit where the bishop usually preaches, ignoring the livid faces around him entirely. Hey, isn't Gluttony here yet? Is he afraid or what? Leon spoke disdainfully to a few messengers who were friends with Gluttony. Not sure, but greed, aren't you overconfident? Wearing a fiery red outfit, arrogance could no longer hold back her scornful rebuke. Overconfidence? Which law of Caroya Kingdom forbids me from sitting in this position? If I'm overconfident, then what about that fatso hiring someone to assassinate my subordinate? Does that not count as arrogance? Leon was fearless. He had long been accustomed to dealing with these so-called bigwigs. As long as he had power and leverage, he wouldn't fear even if the matter escalated all the way to the Pope. Greed. Don't publicly say things that are uncertain without evidence. The proof you've provided doesn't confirm that Gluttony has committed such a crime. The Archbishop looked particularly upset at this moment. He utterly despised that useless Gluttony, who couldn't even get things done cleanly and decisively. If Leon hadn't become Greed or established connections with the Pope, he would have been the first person he'd killed. Insufficient evidence. His unwillingness to show up here is evidence. Leon was full of arrogance, showing no mercy in his words. Woo-woo, it turned out Elisa was right. After becoming Greed, even the Archbishop had to give him face. What a wonderful feeling. Not long after Leon finished speaking, the bronze gates of the Holy Court were slowly pushed open, and the messenger of gluttony arrived. Surprisingly, his left hand had been restored. Oh, isn't this our hard-working messenger of gluttony? Why have you come so late today? Was there traffic on the road? Leon thought his sarcastic mockery was perfectly executed. Gluttony's face turned ashen, but he didn't respond to Leon. Instead, he found a spot and sat down. The one who injured me last time cost me an arm. How should we settle this now? If I hadn't been present, my dearest subordinate might have died miserably at your hands. Greed. I haven't laid a finger on your subordinate. I have no reason to do so. It's most likely a conspiracy by the New Sun sect to incite discord between us. Gluttony slowly spoke, looking at Leon. After hearing this, the other messengers nodded and exchanged glances. Even the archbishop prepared to defend Gluttony further. Gluttony exuded righteousness, and anyone unfamiliar with the situation, including Leon himself if he weren't secretly a member of the New Sun sect, might have believed him. A joke. Can lies deceive me? If I hadn't kept some people alive, you might have really deceived me again. Chapter 29, The Curtain Falls. Live captives. Bowsher exclaimed in disbelief. It was simply unimaginable. How could there possibly be live captives? Those two had surely taken his delayed action poison, and unless they ingested the antidote yesterday, they should both have succumbed to the toxins by now. So where were these live captives coming from? Bring them up. Leon's casually tossed words immediately focused everyone's attention on the doorway. As Leon finished speaking, the grand doors creaked open. In walked Michael with a white bandage wrapped around his right hand, supporting a severely injured man with his left. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the sole survivor of that night. Unfortunately, his tongue unraveled everything without much effort. Fatso, if you still deny it, I'll have him testify against you. What do you say? Leon smirked disdainfully as he waited for Bowsher's response. In an instant, all of Bowsher's earlier composure vanished. He knew instantly that this battered man being dragged in was one of his own operatives. He'd spent the entire night devising various excuses with the Grand Bishop, but none of those strategies would work now. If this man were allowed to testify, Bowsher was sure to be found guilty. There was only one solution, to kill this underling on the spot. With no witness left, the punishment would at least be minimized. This thought gave Bowsher a flicker of hope, but the next second, he suddenly sprang into action, charging directly towards Michael. Unimaginable power condensed in his hands as he arrived in front of his target almost instantaneously. This sequence happened so fast that even Leon didn't react in time. However, someone did. A streak of white light flashed past all the messengers, seemingly having anticipated the attack, positioning itself in front of Michael. Ping, pang. Bowsher's explosive strike collided with a mysterious short blade, emitting metallic ping-pang sounds. His fists were stopped dead in their tracks. Wide-eyed, Bowsher struggled to see who could possibly have reacted so swiftly. Then the figure spoke first, revealing their identity. Bowsher, what exactly do you think you're doing, trying to silence someone? Do you think you're somewhere where such actions are tolerated? Sluggard? It's you. Bowsher gritted his teeth. He never imagined that Sluggard, known as the fastest among the 7 messengers, would get involved proactively, thus sealing his fate. Enough. Bowsher, do you have any more excuses? The Grand Bishop slammed his palm down onto the podium, cutting off the scene with a commanding shout. His face turned deeply sullen, resembling someone afflicted with blood poisoning. Upon seeing this, Bowsher understood that the situation was already hopeless. There was nothing more he could do. Still, what troubled him most was how Leon managed to resist the deadly effects of his poison. In an instant, all the strength drained from Bowsher's arms, leaving him unresisting. He fixed a dull gaze on Leon. I admit it, but I can't understand how you managed to keep him alive till now. Alive till now? Sorry, your subordinates died long ago. I couldn't break their lips no matter what. So what is this then? This question struck Bowsher like thunder. This comes from my other subordinate, coincidentally adept at disguise techniques. Leon jumped lightly down from the podium and walked over to Michael's side. Meanwhile, the battered man began to rise. It was surprisingly easy to deceive you. If you weren't the mastermind behind this, why would you fear a confrontation? Leon merely swept his hand across the man's face, and the face swiftly transformed into another. Bowsher stood stunned, speechless. An overwhelming sense of humiliation washed over him. He had been thoroughly tricked. No one present expected this turn of events. Everyone, including Bowsher, froze momentarily in surprise. Amidst the sudden profound silence of the hall, though each person's thoughts differed, all were convinced that Leon was extremely cunning. Greed, you're too deceitful. If there were an award for craftiness, it would undoubtedly go to you. Sluggard delivered a rather accurate assessment. Take him away temporarily and lock him up while dismissing all his positions. Wait for the Pope's decision upon his return. After a long silence, the Grand Bishop finally opened his mouth to speak. As his words hung in the air, several Saint Knights appeared outside the hall, one of them holding a pair of cuffs. Seeing this, Leon sighed with relief. His battle with Bowsher was temporarily resolved. Yet, he remembered that he owed a debt of gratitude to the man who had blocked Bowsher. Wait, where was that man? Leon looked around, only to spot Sluggard walking out through the door of the hall. Hastily, Leon ran after him. You're just leaving? Don't you want to hear what the Grand Bishop has to say? Tired. Went to bed late last night. Woke up at 6 a.m. for a meeting this morning. Going home to sleep some more, said Sluggard, his voice devoid of any vitality or spirit. Well, thank you anyway. If you ever need help, feel free to find me. Leon instinctively wanted to return the favor, but then suddenly remembered that the other party was Sluggard. It seemed like there wasn't much he could do to repay him. Oh, Sluggard responded lightly, as if he hadn't cared at all. As Leon watched Sluggard walk further away, he unconsciously shrugged, then turned back toward the Grand Hall because there was still one small thing left unfinished. The door of the Grand Hall closed once more. Gluttony had already been taken away by the Saint Knights. Sluggard had gone home to sleep, and Michael with Xuanxia also left on their own. Now, only 7 people remained in the Grand Hall: arrogance, greed, envy, wrath, and the 3 archbishops. Greed, are you satisfied now? The archbishop looked solemnly at Leon as he spoke slowly. Absolutely. Archbishop, why aren't you smiling? I just helped the sacred tribunal get rid of a major menace. You should thank me. Leon chuckled, lazily finding a place to sit down. He didn't know if the remaining 6 were part of the same group, but at least these 3 archbishops were like 3 dogs that stunk the same. Greed, since you're satisfied, let's proceed according to the routine rules. The removal of each holy messenger means the addition of a new one. Each holy messenger may recommend a saint knight or demon hunter with years of experience. Listening to the archbishop rambling on for quite some time, Leon finally understood his meaning. Old Gluttony had barely been removed before they were ready to recruit a new one. How ambitious. Greed, if you have someone in mind to recommend, you need to report it to me within a week. If you're late, it'll be considered as a forfeiture, said the archbishop glancing at Leon, who had made no comment so far. All right. Leon carefully searched his network in his mind, but found no suitable candidates. He was very clear that recommending someone to take up this position was definitely not an easy task. Rather than recommending a person, it would be more appropriate to say stuffing one's own influence into the sacred tribunal. Chapter 30. Go solve the Tang monks group. Boss, are you sure? You want me to be a paladin and then a holy messenger? I probably can't even pass the physical examination. Wuxia shrugged his hands, showing his difficulty. Well, never mind then. Leon rested one hand under his cheek and the other scratching his head while thinking about the candidate. For him, this was undoubtedly a great opportunity. Whether or not he would be selected was another matter. Leon sat alone in a private room on the 2nd floor of the ancient Idol Tavern, with a specially purchased glass tea table in front of him. On it were several newly launched alcoholic beverages from the store. Of course, as the real boss, such matters must be personally attended to. Dong, dong, dong. At this moment, there came a knock at the door. Come in. Leon didn't even look up. Creak. As soon as the door opened, a noisy sound swept into the room, filling it completely and causing Leon to frown slightly. Lord Leon, here is the detailed situation of the last 2 days since opening. Should I read it out for you? Sienna's voice was clear and strong. All right. Just as Leon agreed, he'll close the door behind her to isolate the noise outside. At 3 p.m. on the first day afternoon, we were open until 8 a.m. the next morning. In total, 133 people got cards, and the recharge amount revenue was 60 gold pounds. How much? 60 gold pounds. That's so much. Leon exclaimed aloud, interrupting Hill. Leon initially felt somewhat dissatisfied when he heard only 133 people had applied for cards, but immediately became elated upon hearing about the 60 gold pound income. After all, buying this tavern only cost 50 gold pounds. The moment he exclaimed, he also looked up at Hill, but it almost made Leon unable to hold back. It turned out Hill was also wearing the attire designed by himself, a combination of black high heels and fishnet stockings, plus her pair of uniform and upright legs, making it simply perfect, paired with a bunny girl outfit as a perfect fit. Lord Leon, what's wrong with you? Hill felt uncomfortable being stared at this way and pursed her lips, pulling down her jumpsuit a little. After hearing that, Leon quickly lowered his head to try some new wine, trying to control his eyes from continuing the admiring. So what? Why do you wear such clothes too? Your normal clothes are fine. To repay Leon for his kindness, the two originally intended to leave but stayed voluntarily to help manage the work inside the shop. Initially, they worked for free, but under Leon's request, started receiving salaries. This. Aforesaid this will attract more customers, and he said you would like it. Though Hill was no longer a teenage girl, she still blushed red at this moment, twisting her 10 fingers together intricately. Puff, cough, cough. At the last sentence, Leon couldn't help laughing, spitting out part of the wine in his mouth and choking the rest into his lungs. Lord Leon. Hill immediately took out her handkerchief to clean the wine and water stains on Leon's face and body. Leon instinctively tried to dodge, but his foot stepped exactly on the sprayed alcohol, causing him to lose balance instantly and fall backward, with the glass tea table right behind him. Lord Leon. A startled exclamation followed, and the next second, Leon's reclining figure miraculously stopped in midair, wrapped in a faint layer of blue light. What's going on? Surprisingly glancing around and looking towards Hill, Leon finally found the reason. Hill was stunned, staring at her hands and Leon. At this moment, her hands were covered in a blue light resembling jelly, identical to the light surrounding Leon. Hill, you've awakened holy power? Leon joyfully spoke. He clearly knew this ability was holy power. Everyone had a chance to awaken this ability, but this kind of pale blue holy power possessed by Hill was something he saw for the first time. In order to lift an adult using holy power, one would need at least patriarch-level reserves of holy power, yet Hill did it effortlessly. This could only mean genius. I've awakened holy power. At this moment, Hill hadn't fully realized. Suddenly awakening holy power meant to an ordinary family, just like Fan Jean passing the imperial exam. It implied she wouldn't lack money ever again for the rest of her life. I really have awakened. Lord Leon. Realizing this, Hill excitedly shouted and charged toward Leon suspended in the air, but at this moment, she also stepped on the wine. Hill wanted to embrace Leon midair but slipped, forcing her to push Leon onto the couch, landing completely atop him. And at this very moment, the door slammed open with a bang. "Boss, I'm here to save you." Wuxia burst through the door with a loud shout. But what appeared before his eyes was a pile of 2 people. "Sorry, boss. Continue. I'll go busy myself." Wuxia mumbled and hastily backed out, closing the door again. Outside the door, Ghost 4, dressed in a suit, grinned as he watched him go in and come out again. "I told you, the boss is having a private moment with the madam. Don't disturb them." "Hiss. I thought the boss would be satisfied with Alicia and wouldn't look for anyone else. This works now, but what will happen when Alicia comes back? Can the boss handle it? What are you worried about? Who is the boss? A legendary demon hunter. His body has surely been through thousands of trials. All right, how about your condition then? I remember my moves were quite forceful this morning." Wuxia couldn't help but ask, seeing Ghost 4 who was still lethargic in the morning but now was hopping around cheerfully. "For heaven's sake, I'm fine already. Do you think I'm just anyone? I'm a vampire. Any injury not caused by silver or holy water heals up in no time. All right, let me get back to work. There's a rich old lady who always likes me. She invited me to her house tonight to admire some flowers. She said they're steel wool flowers. Hee, envious, right?" Ghost 4 was still bragging, clearly unaware of what awaited him that night. Wuxia shook his head slightly. "Alas, poor Ghost 4, hoping your recovery ability will work there too." Inside the room, Hill struggled to climb off Leon. Even though she had only bumped into Leon, it still hurt a lot for her. Leon looked at Hill rubbing her shoulder and knee and found it amusing, but forced himself not to laugh. But at that very moment, their eyes met, and in an instant, both of them couldn't hold back their laughter. "Huh, stop laughing. What are we gonna do? Our reputations are gone. I believe it'll only take a little while before everyone in this tavern knows." Leon managed to suppress his laughter. "What should we do? I got too excited. If this continues, I might just," Hill stammered, but her words were cut short by Leon. "Just teasing you. Now let's get serious, Hill. Do you want to become a holy messenger?" Chapter 31, The God of Hunting. AI. Hill's small mouth slightly opened as she froze in place, blinking her eyes at Leon. "No, I can't do it." Hill spread her hands out with fingers extended, placing them in front of her while shaking her head. "Lord Leon, please don't joke. How could I be a sacred messenger? Give it a try? It's not guaranteed anyway. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you to the inner city temple to register as a devotee, then complete tasks so you become a holy knight within half a month and a sacred messenger within a month." Hill couldn't help but feel unreal hearing the fantastical promotion plan from the person before her. Would those admired by tens of thousands truly only need half a month to advance? Leon, seeing Hill's amusing expression, couldn't help but chuckle. For ordinary people, advancing to holy knight in half a month is impossible, but for someone like her, a genius, and with his connections, it would be easy. After finishing all instructions, Hill naturally left, leaving Leon alone in the room. After about 10 seconds, a white shadow silently entered. "Boss, the body sunk in the Rake Chambers pond was discovered this morning by the Lay family, but neither Ronald Chamber nor Lay Chamber had the conflict that I expected." A skeleton emerged from the white shadow and reported on the status of the doctor's corpse to Leon. "This is normal. Whose chamber would randomly kill someone from another chamber? Such brain-dead plots only happen in unintelligent novels. We live in the real world," Leon said lightly, as if everything were under control. "But suspecting the Go Pub won't take long. Oh, there's one more thing, boss. This area has seen an increase in Ronald Chambers' entertainment industry, and they've noticed us. They might cause trouble soon." "Entertainment industry? Isn't Ronald focused on coal and electricity? Shouldn't the entertainment industry belong to the Clay Chamber? Feels kind of coincidental." Leon furrowed his brows. The Ronald Chamber is large and well-funded. If they spend heavily on promotions and discounts when opening, grabbing headlines, my tavern might not go smoothly. It's just a common tavern, looking no different from others on the surface. Ordinary tavern. All right, let Ghost 4 and Maka enter after their grand opening to check them out. And yes, the expenses will come out of their wages. Leon tapped the glass table repeatedly with his index and middle finger, wondering why suddenly many ordinary taverns were popping up in Kahu district. This isn't something an electricity company usually does. "If that's all, you may leave." Leon relaxed in the sofa, waving off the skeleton. Oh, there's one more thing. Because no one was home to look after Alun, I took the liberty of bringing her over." The skeleton thought for a moment and spoke about what he considered a trivial matter. "Oh wait, Alun. Where is she now?" A hint of fear appeared on Leon's face. "She's upstairs. Ghost 11 and 12 are with her." "Well, make sure you handle what I asked you to do. I have somewhere else to go first." Leon immediately stood up from the sofa, grabbed his wallet, and headed for the door. Shit, why did Alun show up? I certainly don't want to hand-feed myself to her again. Northern Kingdom of Caroya. In the icy northern realm of Caroya, snowflakes danced like enchanted spirits, drifting gently through the air. 2 figures walked along a snowy path, wrapped in thick, warm cloaks, as though shielded by some invisible barrier. The cloak provided warmth like a safe haven, warding off the biting cold. Everything around them was blanketed in pristine white, a scene adorned in silver. Their faint shadows occasionally flickered amidst the snow. Xiuxian shrugged and pulled her cloak tighter as she walked step by step following the footprints in the snow. "Xiuxian, are you cold? Do you want me to give you mine too?" Compared to Xiuxian, who was wrapped in a thick windproof blanket, the Pope merely wore a single-layer shirt plus a regular blanket. "No, it's unnecessary, Your Holiness." "But where exactly are we heading? Are we almost at the border?" Xiuxian declined the Pope's offer and finally asked the question she'd been pondering. Upon hearing this, the Pope simply nodded slightly and continued walking ahead without explaining to Xiuxian, instead posing another question. In the north of the Kingdom of Caroya, there is a small tribe you should know about, right? Yes. A clan yet unformed into the concept of a kingdom, worshipping the god of hunting. Xiuxian answered after a brief moment of thought. That's correct, that tribe. Recently, they found what appears to be a spear used by the god of hunting. So, to prevent them from using it to threaten our borders. After saying this, the Pope stopped and instead turned around to see how Xiuxian would react. Xiuxian grew increasingly uneasy listening to him. The Pope's intention seemed to be robbing something from others, but that's not certain. It's just a spear. Could it make them conquer us? Xiuxian couldn't understand the reason. Tribes invading kingdoms? Ridiculous. Indeed, as the Pope of the Holy Court, even if there is the slightest possibility of something threatening the Holy Court's position, I am obligated to eliminate it. And I am quite interested in that object, my dear. Do you think it can harm me? The Pope placed his warm hand on Xiuxian's face, showing her hesitance through her expression. The warmth from the Pope's hand slowly spread onto Xiuxian's cool cheeks as her breathtakingly beautiful eyes looked straight into his. Xiuxian, are you slacking off in your training? You might even lose to an archbishop now. Sensing Xiuxian's coolness, the Pope lightly commented, with this state of yours, I wouldn't dare to pass my position on to you. Sorry, Your Holiness. Xiuxian lowered her head, whether out of guilt or because she was uncomfortable under his gaze. There's nothing to apologize for. Do you like Van Helsing's great-grandson? The Pope turned back and continued walking ahead. This time, Xiuxian hesitated for a long moment before quietly replying. He has his own name. Leon. The Pope sneered lightly. She had seen too much. Even without Xiuxian answering, she already understood. It was the same look she once had when gazing at Van Helsing. I don't care what he's called, but remember this, Xiuxian. A man worthy of you must not be an ordinary person. Your future is bright, brighter than mine. The Pope said. I understand. Xiuxian replied softly. After hearing this, the Pope nodded in satisfaction, then brought an end to the topic. We're almost there. I see their tribal log cabins. Chapter 32, Special Constitution. Lord Greed. Why do you have time to come here today? Oh my, who is this? She is so beautiful. Early the next morning, Leon dragged Hill to a church in the inner city St. Court. Everyone they met along the way showed them great respect, and even Hill received approving glances and compliments. Father John, why can't I come if I have nothing to do? Hee. Leon replied with his habitual civility, and Father John, who was addressed as such, gave a smile in return. This one is a fine prospect I've found. Help me register her. Leon pushed Hill, who was hiding behind him, in front of the priest. Hill's cheeks were already flushed red due to all the compliments she received. I must take a good look. Have you awakened to your holy power yet? Please extend your hand, Mississippi. Even though Leon recommended her, routine checks still had to be performed. Hill swallowed and slowly extended her white right hand towards him, displaying 5 neat and clean fingers akin to jade before the priest. Upon seeing this, the priest clasped Hill's wrist with his right hand, then closed his eyes and applied slight pressure. The moment he gripped it, the priest abruptly opened his eyes and looked at Leon in disbelief. My lord, you've truly discovered an excellent prospect. Could this really be someone untrained? When I touched her, I could immediately feel that vast reservoir of holy power. Her reserves exceed even mine. Leon smirked slightly after hearing this, as if he had foreseen it. It's more than that. Didn't you sense something special? Special? Could it be a special constitution? The priest quickly clasped Hill's arm again with his right hand, but kept his eyes tightly shut for a long time, furrowing his brows increasingly. After an unknowable length of time, the priest shook his head, opened his eyes, and released his tightly grasped hands. Please forgive my lack of insight. I cannot tell what type of constitution this young girl has. Perhaps His Eminence, the Archbishop, could. Leon frowned too upon hearing this, having not anticipated that the priest, an expert in identification, wouldn't be able to figure out Hill's constitution either. Register her first. Her name is Hill. Leon dismissed the priest's suggestion since he did not want the Archbishop knowing about such a valuable person. As Leon was about to let Hill sit down and rest, he noticed her arm was completely red from the priest's tight grip, and she was blowing on her wrist to relieve the pain. There's no need to worry. The small spell I used earlier can heal that as well. Leon arched an eyebrow at her. Really? Hill trusted Leon without any hesitation. Of course, within 3 minutes, the swelling will disappear. Do you believe me? Absolutely. Hill's response caught Leon off guard. No. You should say you don't believe me. Then, when the spell works successfully, I'll get to boast about how skilled I am. Leon looked straight into Hill's eyes. Ah, is that how it goes? But in my heart, Lord Leon is already the most powerful. Hill firmly stated. Her statement made Leon feel somewhat unworthy in comparison. In fact, he deeply wanted to confess to her. To admit that he wasn't extraordinary himself. Leon was extraordinary, not this man who needed to think 10 steps ahead for every single move. But he couldn't say it because there were already too many expectations placed on him. Mika, Hill, Vaya, Ilksha, Eileen Whitebone. If he fell, they would all die. Lord Greed, everything has been registered. From now on, Lady Hill shall become a member of the Great Saint Court. The priest's voice snapped Leon back to reality. Thank you. Leon grabbed Hill and was about to leave, but at this moment, Hill suddenly called him back. Wow, Lord Leon, look. It didn't even take 3 minutes. It only took less than a minute for the swelling to disappear. My lord, you're really amazing. What? Leon was startled. How could it recover in less than a minute? According to the title, restores 1% energy and life per minute. There was no way wounds healed this fast. Leon quickly grabbed Hill's hand and examined where the priest had held her. Sure enough, her wrist now showed no trace of redness or swelling, as if it had never happened. This was bizarre. Something was definitely wrong here. How could this happen unless it had something to do with Hill's constitution? A healing constitution? No. That wouldn't explain why she hadn't shown signs of such ability when she was sick. In order to find out the truth, Leon immediately pulled Hill away from the church and rushed directly to the royal library. The royal library was enormous, housing centuries old, possibly millennium-old ancient texts and various famous masterpieces, rare and difficult diagnoses. It also recorded the histories of notable enterprises and characters in the country. Leon didn't want the archbishop to know about this valuable gem of his. So, the only way to unravel the mystery of her constitution was through research. Even before entering, Leon saw an elderly man who looked like a janitor lying in a rocking chair by the entrance, basking lazily in the sun. However, Leon didn't pay him much attention and immediately went inside the library. Because the foundational industry of this era was not well developed, only dozens of words could be written on one page of paper, which made things quite troublesome. Hill, have you made any progress? For efficiency, the two separated to look for relevant books. Not yet, Hill replied, and just at that moment, a deep voice called them back. Are you looking for books? Perhaps I can help. Leon turned around and saw the white-haired old man he had spotted when entering. Could he be the librarian of the royal library? Really? That would be great. Thank you. I'm looking for books related to special constitutions. Leon didn't carry even a bit of his sacred messenger's demeanor because he understood a principle. Never underestimate anyone in the capital city. After all, it could very well be the old emperor of Caroya. Special constitution? I understand. Give me a moment. After saying that, the bearded old man instantly disappeared into the shelves, but obviously with clear purpose and target. As expected, while Leon had barely started flipping through the next book, the old man's voice came from the other side of the shelves. I found it. This book might contain records of what you're searching for. It documents the genetic traits of many families in our country, as well as the traits of some lost ancient families. Hearing this, Leon quickly climbed down the ladder and expressed gratitude as he probed cautiously. Thank you so much, sir. Would you please tell me your name so I can repay you later? That's unnecessary. It's simply my duty as the librarian. The old man refused Leon's request and placed a thick book on the wooden table, signaling him to search first. At this point, Hill also rushed over immediately. Clearly, she was deeply interested in the special constitution Leon had mentioned about her. After all, it was closely tied to her future. Chapter 33, Bug Level Ritual. Leon flipped open the thick book, and a whiff of its aged paper greeted him. His and Hill's gazes eagerly scanned the pages, trying to find clues related to his special constitution. Time ticked away, and the library was so quiet that only the occasional sound of flipping pages could be heard. Leon furrowed his brow, the doubts in his heart growing deeper. Hill also nervously stared at the page, as if searching for the key to unraveling the mystery of her own destiny. Suddenly, Leon's finger stopped on a certain page. The text there seemed to be related to what they were looking for. His heartbeat involuntarily quickened, and he softly read out the content. Violet Lorend, the founder of the Lorend family. She had astonishing talent in rituals and possessed a unique pale green holy energy. Later, this trait invisibly manifested in her descendants. But due to unknown reasons, the Lorend family disappeared around the year 260 of the Caroya kingdom's calendar. Year 260? Coincidentally, the era of my great-great-grandfather Van Helsing. Leon frowned again. How did such a talented family disappear? At this moment, Hill's eyes lit up, and she asked eagerly, Master Leon, could this be my constitution? Leon thought for a moment, and shook his head. It's still uncertain, but this is indeed an important clue. They continued reading and found some characteristics and possible triggers of this constitution mentioned in the book. However, these descriptions for some reason were rather vague, making it hard to determine if Hill really possessed this constitution. Leon decided to consult the white-haired elder once more. He stood up and looked around for the elder's figure. Finally, in a corner, he saw the elder sitting quietly, seemingly writing something. Leon walked up and asked respectfully, Sir, do you know about the Lorend family? The elder looked up at Leon and Hill, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. That was excitement. Leon couldn't understand why he was excited. You're talking about the Lorend family founded by Violet Lorend? That's correct. Leon slightly marveled. This old gentleman knows quite a lot. He suddenly felt a little uneasy. If this family was exterminated for some special reason, would this implicate Hill now? That means you've come to the right person. The elder's lips curled upward, just as he was ready to excitedly recount. He was interrupted by a sarcastic voice. Charlie, you were assigned here to work, not to spout nonsense all day. A tall and thin man rebuked the elder and then respectfully turned to Leon. Revered Greedy Baron, Lord Greedy, please don't believe this old man. He's just a boastful old fool, bragging about his invincible magic shield. Yet after studying rituals all his life, he hasn't even become a priest. I wasn't going to lie to the messenger to envoy. Charlie turned bright red with anger from the man's words, but his rebuttal lacked strength. The heated conversation drew looks from those reading in the royal library. After taking one look at the two, the readers turned back to their own affairs, though some indeed cast strange glances at Charlie. Ho ho, a habitual liar like you has no right to say. The man tried to continue but stopped when he noticed Leon's sullen face, quickly closing his mouth. After about 10 seconds of silence, Leon spoke up. If that's the case, I'd like to hear what you have to say about the Lorend family. Understood, sir. The constitution possessed by the Laurent family is known to the world as overflow magic syndrome. Those who possess this constitution are born with vast amounts of holy energy, skilled in ritual learning and control over matter. But without exception, patients of overflow magic syndrome died young. As Leon listened, he grew increasingly excited. Wasn't this exactly the same as Hill's symptoms? If not for the title he used to control her condition, perhaps. Is there any way to cure overflow magic syndrome? At this moment, Hill suddenly asked, her tone becoming agitated. Charlie paused, then scrutinized Hill thoroughly before finally speaking reassuredly. Miss, you don't appear to have this syndrome. You need not worry. However, overflow magic syndrome cannot be cured, and as the patient grows older, the harm increases. Even someone as powerful as Violet, who could fight against an entire city alone, didn't live past 40 years of age. After hearing this, Leon silently gasped. Someone capable of fighting against an entire city didn't live beyond 40 years of age. Even regular holy knights nowadays live to be about 130 years old. Compared to Leon's surprise, after hearing Charlie's words, Hill wrinkled her brows and slightly lowered her head. Charlie, there's no such record in history books. The man squinted his eyes as he looked at Charlie. Charlie wanted to say something, but was immediately stopped by Leon's stern voice. That's enough. I hope you stop disturbing our conversation with Mr. Charlie, all right? Leon glared coldly at the man, and this single rebuke frightened those nearby into scattering for fear of being involved. The man froze, startled that the other party actually believed such absurd nonsense, so he could only shut his mouth and leave quickly. After seeing the man slink away, Leon pulled a rather flattered Charlie back to sit on the chair. Lord Greedy, do you really believe me? Rest assured, everything I know is what my father personally told me. All true. Charlie's voice was filled with excitement, his beard fluttering while he spoke. I naturally believe you, Charlie. Now, I would like to know about the shielding ritual mentioned earlier that can block all types of ritual attacks. Leon, of course, believed him because the Miss Hill beside him matched perfectly with the descriptions of the Laurent family from Charlie's account. When Charlie heard the first part, he became extremely agitated, but the latter half of Leon's question troubled him greatly. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to reveal everything. It's just a prototype. Alas, to be honest, I hardly have any talent for rituals, so I devoted myself to studying their principles and finally discovered the commonalities between them. By weaving holy energy into a unique ritual pattern, it can resist all kinds of ritual attacks. Unfortunately, continuing research requires extremely pure holy energy, which I don't possess. A shield against all ritual attacks. Even if it were the Pope's ritual attack. Leon forced down his excitement, whispering cautiously, does this bug-level ritual really exist? Charlie paused momentarily, not expecting the comparison to the Pope, but still replied. Even though I haven't seen the Pope perform rituals, as long as they involve holy energy, it should be fine. Just after speaking, he suddenly realized how boastful his words sounded. That was the Pope. The strongest person in the Caroya kingdom. What if Lord Greedy thinks I'm lying? Chapter 34. I'll cover the entire tab. Is this technique really so powerful? How about this? I'll come find you twice a week, and I'll use my own divine energy to help you research this technique. Leon didn't hesitate at all and responded immediately. However, his words made Hill, who had been quiet until then, look at him in disbelief. Charlie was shocked again. He had originally thought that the other party wouldn't even believe him, let alone help with such a vague matter. After all, he was dealing with a noble sacred messenger. Leon, are you serious? You're not joking with me. Charlie had never been treated so seriously by anyone, let alone an esteemed sacred messenger. Of course not, but I do have a condition. After success, you must teach me this technique. Leon's lips curled upward into a slight smile. And naturally, by the way, let me find you. Could you tell me where you usually are? Charlie was so excited that his hands were trembling nonstop, his tone more sincere than ever. Ancient Omen Tavern, though I often go out, so you might have some trouble finding me. That's fine. I've already waited for nearly 70 years. I don't mind waiting a little longer. Just as Charlie's words reached Leon's mind, the diary also emitted a sound. Ding. Added 1A+ level devout believer. Name, Charlie. Current cultivation speed enhanced by 20%. Starting at A+ already? It's already on par with my K's loyalty. After discussing these matters, Leon found an excuse and left the inner city with Hill, heading back to the Ancient Omen Tavern first. That evening, Ronald's Guild's tavern also opened. Due to prior aggressive marketing, business was exceptionally booming. At this moment, Ghost 4, his face filled with pain, appeared at the entrance of the tavern along with Mike, who couldn't stop laughing. Did you enjoy yourself last night? Mike raised an eyebrow and looked at Ghost 4, who was trying hard to suppress his pain. The latter was walking very slowly, keeping his thighs tightly together. Screw it. Why didn't you tell me that the steel ball flower isn't just for viewing? It's meant for scrubbing there. And it's silver made. The more Ghost 4 spoke, the tighter he frowned, as if every word brought the painful scene back, making him almost cry in the end. In contrast, Mike was laughing uncontrollably, looking at Ghost 4 while still laughing. The floral meaning of steel ball flowers is endurance and wealth. Just then, a female waitress, having observed them for a long time, finally interrupted their conversation, seeming somewhat dissatisfied with their standing outside the door. You too. If you intend to drink inside, please enter. There is a 10 silver shillings threshold fee. If you're not drinking inside, stay away from Ronald Tavern. Don't hinder our business. Mike frowned, a bit displeased with the waitress's tone. What did she mean by a threshold fee? Was she looking down on ordinary customers? 10 silver shillings could feed an average family for a whole month. But my K still wanted to suppress his annoyance since he had a mission and didn't want to cause any trouble, until Ghost 4 spoke up first. What kind of attitude is this? All we did was stand here for a moment. Call your manager out. My K froze instantly, glancing quickly toward Ghost 4. The waitress also hadn't expected someone to talk like that. This was after all Ronald Chambers' store. However, recovering quickly, the waitress maintained her arrogance. See the manager? Do you know which tavern this is? Can't you see Ronald Chamber written right there? Our manager only meets with big clients. Upon hearing this, Ghost 4 couldn't help but scoff lightly. Ronald Chamber? What a trashy merchant. The people behind your chamber have already been put in jail by our big boss due to gluttony. How much would it cost to become one of these so-called big clients and meet your boss? Ghost 4 asked softly. You? Haha, aren't you joking around? To be considered a big client, your spending has to reach at least 10 gold pounds, equivalent to 100 times the entry fee. But do you have that kind of money? Considering someone who thought the threshold fee was expensive saying such things, the waitress found it quite amusing. All right then, I'll spend that amount. Tell your boss. Tonight, the entire tab of all guests in this tavern will be covered by me. After finishing his sentence, Ghost 4 shot her a stern glance and strode boldly into the tavern, leaving my K dumbfounded as he followed closely. The waitress remained rooted to the spot, completely stupefied. Hey, how can you afford this much money? The budget given by the boss is only 50 silver shillings. Or did you make a fortune yesterday by selling your dignity? My K whispered suspiciously in Ghost 4's ear. Not exactly. Yesterday, I only earned 1 gold pound. Ghost 4 casually replied. What about when it's time to settle the bill later? Besides, don't you think it's possible that we might only uncover this tavern's secret after becoming a big client? After answering my K's questions, Ghost 4 smiled confidently and jumped onto an unoccupied table, causing everyone in the hall to glance over curiously. Spreading his arms wide, Ghost 4 cheered to the dozens of patrons. Drink as much as you like. Tonight, everyone's expenses will be on me. On 4. Ghost 4's shout left the entire hall silent for a moment. Even the singing entertainers paused. Then, the hall erupted in cheers, and everyone shouted together. 4. This series of events stunned my K standing nearby. Dang, buddy, you didn't have to go this far, did you? Is it really possible to pull off something like this? As expected, everything unfolded exactly as Ghost 4 had planned. Once the tavern owner received the news, he indeed appeared, quietly slipping up behind my K and Ghost 4. Gentlemen, your spending has reached the criteria for major clients at our tavern. I am the acting manager here. If you have the time, would you care to discuss further in a private room? The seductive voice tickled my K's ears, making them itch. But it seemed that trick didn't work on Ghost 4. Ghost 4, as if he had foreseen this, simply smiled and accepted the manager's invitation. In that case, please lead the way, manager. My K and Ghost 4 followed the acting manager into the private room, where the door closed slowly, shutting out the raucous cheering from outside. The private room was luxuriously yet elegantly decorated, with soft lighting and a faint, pleasant aroma. The acting manager sat down gracefully and turned her smile toward the two men. You gentlemen are truly extravagant. May I ask where you hail from? How do you manage such generosity? The manager's eyes held a trace of curiosity. I'm just 2 local businessmen in this district. Not particularly extravagant. We've got a bit of spare coin. Ghost 4 skillfully responded to the owner's seemingly casual but probing inquiry. Is that so? I'm new around here, so I'm still unfamiliar with the area. Here's the thing. Our tavern offers special benefits to big spenders. These 2 little items might interest you. As she spoke, the owner pulled out 2 red wooden boxes from a drawer under the table. Chapter 35. Neil, Monkey. Guac slightly furrowed his brow, sensing something off. Just as he was about to reach out to bring the item in front of him to open it, the other person took the box back. What do you mean by this? Guac feigned confidence, but revealed no authority. Customer, please don't be upset. This is indeed for you. But if you come asking for it a second time, it will cost money. The woman's eyes brimmed with tender affection, adjusting her neckline yet again. The woman pushed the wooden box back over, gesturing that they could now open it and take a look. Guac hesitated. The person in front of him had already unnerved him enough that he began worrying about what might be inside. Could it be aphrodisiacs? At the thought, Guac suddenly felt pain down below. On the other hand, my Ka, seeing Guac's hesitation, snatched the box to investigate. Inside the wooden box were 2 small glass vials, each containing a pill. Just an accidental discovery by our company, which helps ordinary people awaken their holy power. However, if they don't continue to consume it throughout their lives, the power will fade. By now, the woman had almost pressed herself against Guac, who looked like he was suffering from constipation, making the woman uncertain whether she should keep advancing or not. Could it be he prefers men? Surely not. The woman instinctively glanced at my Ka standing beside Guac, suspicion flickering across her face. Is this thing really so good? My Ka scratched his head, pondering. If such a substance could let ordinary people experience the power of holiness, then why wasn't it sold everywhere? With all his knowledge, my Ka couldn't discern the answer to the problem, but Guac was different. He had lived for hundreds of years and knew exactly what this thing truly was. Guac forced down his inner disdain, ensuring that none of these emotions showed on his face. Young lady, since you can afford to give away something so valuable as a gift, you must have plenty in stock. Perhaps we could collaborate. Before Guac finished speaking, the woman silenced him by pressing a finger to his lips. It's better not to mention that kind of business. Not every businessman can sell this sort of product. After hearing her words, Guac wore an expression of sudden enlightenment and tapped his head laughing while apologizing. It seems I was confused momentarily. My apologies, Mississippi. After leaving the private room, the celebrations outside continued unabated. The drink counter was crowded with people, all trying to take advantage of the situation to make some quick cash. See, why did you just? Were you asking why I mentioned collaboration with them? Guac uncorked a fine wine bottle marked at 20 silver shillings and drank directly from it. Isn't this beyond our task scope? Micah was confused. Because I suspect that the substance is illegal. In my relatively short life, I've encountered something similar. That is an extremely harmful drug to the human body. Once used, one will gradually become addicted to its power, dissipate all their fortune, and eventually become a puppet under their control. While saying this, Guac kept glancing around nervously, as if fearing others might overhear. Why do you sound like you're telling a horror story? Can't you quit once addicted? Micah shrugged and turned toward Guac for more information. Don't ask, and don't be curious. My only advice is, don't touch it. Guac swiftly grabbed the wooden box from Micah's hand, afraid that the latter might do something irreversible. Micah allowed him to take it without protest, but Guac's series of actions made him quite apprehensive. And at that moment, far to the northernmost region of the Caroya kingdom, a war called justice commenced. For that tribe, it was a matter of racial survival. For the Pope, it was akin to a mundane game of make-believe. If Leon had witnessed this, he would undoubtedly recall the war between the Third Empire and Poland many years ago, one that left no doubt as to the outcome. This yak meat is tough. The librarian I encountered last time said it was delicious. What do you think, dear? Inside a sturdy tent, the Pope rarely cared for decorum. With a small knife, he sliced a piece of boiled yak leg and put it into his mouth. Outside the tent, the snow-covered ground, resembling clouds, scattered bodies of men dressed in furs and armed with various weapons. Their spilled blood painted splashes of crimson across the pristine white. In stark contrast to the Pope's calm demeanor, xianxia was baffled, unable to find her voice. How could the Pope justify killing innocent lives for plunder, essentially becoming no different than those labeled as heretics? Dear, why aren't you saying anything? Is it because I killed those unwary ones? But I gave them a chance. They could have fled with the women and children, but they insisted on attacking me. I was merely defending myself. That's nonsense. They hadn't done anything wrong, and some may not even know what's happening when their lives are taken. Xianxia shook her head on her own accord. She crouched in a corner of the tent, keeping her distance from the Pope. Unfazed, the Pope continued cutting pieces of yak meat using a silver knife and ate them leisurely. All right, I promise that if they are willing to hand over the divine weapon to me, I will stop killing. After an unknown long time, the Pope spoke again. So what are you going to do? Xianxia looked up at the other person. They will come to us. Before the Pope's words had even finished, there came a series of incomprehensible shouts from outside. Outside the tent, more than 100 youths surrounded them tightly. 2 men and 1 woman stood in the direction of the entrance, all with exceptionally sturdy physiques. The taller man among them held a wooden spear of extremely simple design. Junior Chief, the enemy's target might be the spear of the hunting god, but should we really just hand it over? Uli language. The woman, looking at the scattered bodies on the snowy ground, turned back angrily to the chief and said, but he just looked down at the spear. If they could find us, I believe they absolutely have the confidence to slaughter all of us. We have no sin except for possessing this, which is a kind of guilt. What if they intend to kill us? Another man couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this question, a flash of anger crossed the young chief's eyes instantly. Then let them taste the power of our Uli tribe. At this moment, the tent curtain was pushed open from inside out. In an instant, hundreds of bows were ready, all aiming at the direction of the door curtain. A pair of hands as gentle as jade slowly drew the curtain aside, followed by a pair of sockless, spotlessly white legs stepping out. This scene left everyone present somewhat perplexed. Shouldn't a devil who slaughtered people mercilessly be coming out? But right when this thought flashed across their minds, an overwhelmingly powerful oppressive force blanketed nearly 1,000 meters around. The hunters, moments ago holding their bows poised for action, were forced under this sudden oppressive force to fall prostrate on the ground to reduce their agony. Even the 2 who had been standing next to the chief were shaken by this oppressive force into kneeling halfway, unable to move. The only one who could still stand was the man known as the young chief, not because of his great strength, but because he now held the spear blessed by the hunting god in his hand. Monkey, kneel down. The Pope's dignified voice quickly spread across the vast snowfield, awe-inspiring without any sign of anger. Chapter 36, Supreme of the Gods. The man could barely speak as he felt the overwhelming aura around him, yet he was afraid that if he remained silent, it would anger the other party. Fortunately, the other party spoke first in Uli language. My purpose is twofold. First, the small toy in your hand. Second, try to hurt me with this toy. Even though the Pope was 100 steps away from the man, he clearly saw the spear blessed by the god in the man's hand. According to legend, weapons blessed by the hunting god have 2 characteristics. They never miss. And when they hit, death is certain. But I want to see with my own eyes whether the legend is true. The Pope's voice was calm and unhurried. This speech left the man feeling somewhat at a loss. What does it mean to see with my own eyes whether the legend is true? Even if you are so powerful, this is a divine weapon. Seeing no movement from the other side, the Pope couldn't help but urge, don't make me wait too long. Upon seeing this, the man did not hesitate further. Gritting his teeth and lifting the crude weapon high, he aimed and shot towards the Pope. As soon as the spear targeted the Pope, a bright red firework enveloped the spear, and it grew increasingly fiery in flight, turning into a dazzling beam of light like a fireball, striking the unmoving Pope. This was characteristic 1. It always hits its target. Then the second characteristic should now be triggered. Hit. Must I? Just as the man had expected, upon contact with the Pope, there was a bang, and the invisible air barrier beside the Pope exploded instantly. Then, a huge fireball enveloped the Pope, followed by another deafening explosion, and the human-shaped shadow inside the fireball gradually disappeared. Did I kill them? Did I actually kill that woman? The man couldn't quite believe he had killed the other side. Tribe, Chief, it looks like we really did it. The girl felt the pressure on her suddenly lifted, her face filled with joy. Just as she finished speaking, an extremely mocking voice suddenly thundered out. Killed. It seems not yet. Bang! A dazzling and brilliant light exploded the fireball apart, then formed a giant angel relief. The angel relief spread its wings, and its hands made the action of protecting the Pope. And at that moment, there wasn't a single scratch on the body of the Pope carved in the center of the relief, only completely naked without any clothing, exposing large areas of skin to the air, yet the Pope didn't care at all. Alas, I thought this thing might help me feel some pain. It appears it was all for show. At this moment, regret and sorrow could even be heard in the Pope's voice. Holding the coarse spear lightly in hand after sensing the blessing carried on it, the Pope shook his head slightly. Probably it could only be used twice more. Witnessing this incredible sight, the young chief known as a tribal leader only felt waves of powerlessness wash over him, leaving him devoid of any notion of resistance. I just boasted about showing the strength to this person, and it turned out that what I depended on was merely a plaything to others. The young chief lowered his head, collapsed onto the snow-covered ground, quietly awaiting the fate of his clan. However, after a while, no sound was heard, so he gathered his courage and looked up, only to find that person already gone. The Pope, pulling Eli on one hand and playing with the little thing in the other hand, stepped through the air slowly towards Caroya Kingdom. After a while, Eli finally couldn't hold back anymore and asked, "Your Holiness, what was that just now a blessing? But why can it block attacks with divine characteristics?" Eli was nearby just moments ago and personally felt the immense force behind those arrows' rules. If he wanted to intercept such an arrow, it would be absolutely impossible. After hearing this, the Pope seemed very pleased and proud, smiling. It can be considered as such. Do you know what a supreme of the gods is? Eli didn't hesitate, shaking his head. It means the strongest believer of a particular deity, who has a high probability of receiving special blessings from the deity. And I am the supreme of the angelic deity, with the blessing being angelic descent. Angelic descent? Could it really have been the angelic goddess descending earlier? Eli was greatly shocked. He should have greeted the angelic goddess back then. Haha, how could that be possible? Her Majesty wouldn't bother coming down here to handle such trivial matters. You can understand it as a rather weak avatar. However, it still possesses the properties of divinity, so it is normal that it cancels out the characteristics of another mysterious entity. The expression of xiuxian caused the Pope to burst out laughing, erasing every bit of dignity from facing off against hundreds earlier, appearing more like a sister or mother in front of xiuxian. Meanwhile, within the inner city of St. Hall, Archbishop John stealthily entered the St. Hall prison alone. This prison was very special, housing not heretics, but those who posed a significant threat to society. The cells were arranged in a ring around a central spiral staircase. The prison had 4 floors with nearly 200 rooms. The higher the floor, the more powerful the prisoners. John easily made his way to the 4th floor and slowly walked beside a cell, glaring at the person sleeping soundly inside. In a rage, he kicked the iron door directly. Gluttony. No, I should call you Hans. It's already noon, 12 o'clock, and you're still asleep. How can you possibly sleep? When the Pope comes back in a few days, you're dead meat. John's voice was kept very low, but it was full of suppressed anger. The clang of the prison door successfully woke up Hans. I'm not in a hurry, am I? There's always you, isn't there? My dear Archbishop, when are you going to get me out? Otherwise, if I die, I'll take you with me. Hans' threatening words reached the Archbishop's ears, infuriating him even more, making him want to rush in and kill Hans right then and there. How could I have raised such an ungrateful wolf? Do you remember who sent you from the position of a holy knight to sacred messenger lay? Is this how you repay me? I don't care about all that. How many dirty deeds have I done for you? You must get me out. Hans jumped off the bed immediately, gripping the bars of the cell door with both hands, speaking fiercely. All right, now there are 2 choices. First, when the Pope returns, I'll beg her to let you redeem yourself by crusading against the New Sun sect. Second, escape. The Archbishop replied through gritted teeth. Chapter 37 Brother Baigu is a good person. Bang, bang, bang. The door of the Go Wine Tavern was knocked on early in the morning. Outside stood 2 men dressed like peacekeepers, one hand holding coffee and the other gripping freshly baked bread. Not long after, the door was pulled open from inside. The peacekeeper first took out a portrait and looked over the visitor up and down. Seeing they didn't match, he showed the portrait to the visitor. Have you seen this person? He also has an accomplice, but we haven't got his portrait. Baigu moved forward a couple of steps, fixed his eyes for a look. Good grief. The person in the portrait was precisely Gu AC, and it was uncannily lifelike, extremely close to reality. This, I don't seem to have seen him. Baigu frowned as if recalling. Isn't your tavern business going well? You really haven't seen them? Those 2 guys drank wine worth 40 gold pounds yesterday. Sir, my tavern gets so many people every day. How can I remember all? Besides, there hasn't been any case of drinking without paying in our tavern. Baigu said calmly, without changing expression. Well, by the way, if you spot them, report to the Peacekeeping Bureau. That store spent 5 gold pounds putting a bounty on them. The peacekeeper slowly packed away the portrait bit into his bread, then went to the next shop. After reclosing the door, Baigu returned to a large bedroom on the third floor where, at that moment, a trial for those two's misdeeds was being conducted. Master, believe me, I wasn't actually trying to split the take, it's to expose the mastermind. Guac knelt on the ground, wearing an innocent expression of wrongful accusation. So when they were shouting your name last night, did you enjoy it? I did a bit. Guac scratched his head, hesitated, then chose sincerity. Leon could only feel helpless, placing a hand on his forehead instinctively. After a long while, he spoke, but it was to a loon who sat on his lap. Would you like to taste Uncle Ghost 4's hands? Brother will get his hands for you as snacks, alright. A loon blinked, looked at Leon, then at Ghost 4 kneeling on the ground, seemed to realize something, and said, alright, but I should try a bite first, see if it tastes good. Master, don't do it, I'm wrong. In the future, I'll volunteer to work overtime. Lou, please don't feed me to her. I had no idea that woman could draw so well. Guac was almost crying with fear. Bring out what you've just mentioned first. Seeing Ghost 4's wailing and howling, Leon suddenly regretted scaring him. Hearing that, Ghost 4's spirits soared, immediately pulling the small wooden box from his bosom and placing it on the coffee table. Seeing that, Leon frowned slightly, opened the wooden box, and inside was a small glass bottle containing powder. Baigu, do you know what this stuff is? Can it really help people obtain divine power? Leon had heard Ghost 4 recount everything that happened last night. This small bottle of stuff may be white stone. Baigu walked forward a few steps, examined carefully, then spoke slowly. White stone. Leon was puzzled. A mineral that can temporarily stimulate the limits of human body. Raising the limit will awaken the hidden divine power within the human body, but it's particularly harmful to the body. And once the use stops, the divine power will become hidden again. After briefly recalling, Baigu continued. I once encountered it in another country. Later, even the national economy was affected, which terrified several neighboring countries into updating their laws overnight. At first, Leon was thinking about whether future chemical means could research this drug, but upon hearing more, he immediately abandoned this thought, because continuing the research would make him the common enemy of the world. Aren't we now seizing their weaknesses? But I need to at least know who their backing is. Unable to help himself, Leon sneered lightly, suddenly feeling as though he and the Ronald Commerce were already certain of victory in their showdown. Outside the door, Vaya, hearing the cries and howls from the room, couldn't help but crouch by the door listening to the conversations inside, unable to stop laughing. Vaya, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you go back to sleep? Sierra obviously hadn't woken up yet, having worked late into the night last evening. Sister, no? Shouldn't Miss Holy Night of the Future sleep a bit longer? Little brat, are you teasing your sister now? Don't disturb Master Leon at work. I just found out that Brother Baigu has been to many countries, and that we need to buy more meat today or Sister Alun will want to eat Master Leon's hand again. Before Vaya finished speaking, Sierra quickly grabbed her mouth, preventing her from continuing. Sierra looked at Via's eyes and hesitated for a long while before slowly opening her mouth. Vaya, you already know? Vaya glared at Sierra indignantly. Forget it, sorry. Sierra let go of the mouth she had grabbed from Vaya. Of course I know. Baigu is a vampire, and Alun is. But they all listen to Master Leon. They should be good people, otherwise brother wouldn't take the risk to save us. Vaya counted people with her fingers. Uncle Ghost 4 cares about me a lot, and often buys me candy. Sixth sister usually doesn't talk to me, but she helps drunken guests get home. And when Alun eats tomatoes, she shares them with me. They're not bad now. Hill looked at Via's face full of happiness, and suddenly felt this kind of life was pretty good. Although surrounded by danger and unstable factors, everything was stable under Master Leon's protection. At that moment, everyone in the room instantly fell silent, because others except Leon heard Via's words. Ghost 4 was dumbfounded, staring blankly at the door for quite a while. At this moment, the cold heart of Ghost 4 surprisingly felt a hint of warmth. He felt guilty, regretting his previous belief that humans were nothing more than pigs, dogs, cattle, or sheep. Humans, it turned out, were such wonderful creatures. Ghost 4, will never eat humans again, tomatoes from now on. Of course, Leon had no idea what the other people present were thinking, fully immersed in strategizing how to bring down Ronald Commerce. Master Leon, Baigu called Leon twice. What's the matter? Only then did Leon emerge from his thoughts. There are visitors outside again. They must be your friends. Baigu still kept his respectful manner. Oh, it must be Charlie. Let him come in, and have him wait for me downstairs. By the way, pour 2 more cups of coffee, and send them over soon. As for you, Ghost 4, I'll let this incident go this time. While speaking, Leon put the 2 small glass bottles containing white stones into the bedside safe. Baigu nodded, slowly walking towards the door, deliberately making the movement slow when opening it so as not to accidentally bump into the 2 sisters listening outside. However, after the door opened, the figures of the 2 outsiders had already vanished. Baigu was slightly surprised for a moment and quickly scanned around lightly. It turned out that the 2 persons' presences had quietly returned to the room already. Chapter 38, The Truth. Master Leon, I'm sorry to disturb you so early. Have you had your morning tea yet? I bought some inner-city special tribute croissants, and you must try them. Charlie had been thinking about continuing his research since their last meeting. So on the appointed day, he set out early in the morning and even bought a small gift for the meeting. Charlie, we're friends. No need for such formalities. Leon accepted the gesture without hesitation since he hadn't eaten breakfast, so he swallowed the bread with a cup of bone-coffee. First, tell me how far along the research is. Leon didn't want to spend much time on having breakfast. Well, we're We're now nearly at the final stage of the research. The only challenge left is a holy energy that can sustain multiple magical runes existing simultaneously. This kind of holy energy appears only after it's been through countless trials, and it's possessed only by those who are above the paladin level. Charlie went on and on, most of which was implicitly praising Leon's holy power. Leon, of course, knew why the other person acted this way. It was because he lacked a sense of security, fearing that Leon would refuse to continue the research, leaving him with no hope of regaining his status. Charlie, stop. Leon put down his coffee cup, cutting off the other person mid-sentence. What's wrong? Charlie's voice faltered. Charlie, we are friends and also partners. You should know that the forces within the Holy Court are very complicated, and the forces within the kingdom are complex too. So I hope you will join me. Leon continued. Join you? Are you planning to do something? Charlie's voice trembled immediately. Leon frowned slightly after hearing that. Was the other party scared? Sigh, not everyone wants to accomplish great things. If I say overturning half the Holy Court or dismantling the 3 major chambers? When Leon said this, he suddenly felt he'd been in this world for a long time. At first, he just wanted to survive, then he focused on making money. Now, he still wanted to survive and make money, but there were more burdens to bear. Amazing. I've long thought this wretched Holy Court needed a change. You can trust my magic system. Use it, please use it. It'll help you seize an opportunity to kill the Pope. Charlie was shocked for just a moment before becoming excitedly jubilant. His emotions became increasingly agitated until eventually, he even proposed a plan to assassinate the Pope. You hate the Pope so much? Weren't all your jobs given by the Holy Court? Leon was momentarily confused. He previously thought the other person was afraid, but now it seemed he was overly excited. The Holy Court is too hypocritical. Any criticism against it faces devastating retaliation. Remember the family of Violet that I once told you about? In fact, they were destroyed by the fools due to their immense power back then. But the fools were defeated almost entirely by Violet, leading to today's 7 deadly sins. I didn't tell you that before, because you were part of the Holy Court. Boom, boom, boom. Leon's mind exploded with noise. He never imagined that the reason behind Hill's family destruction years ago was like this. Then, what about my Belmont family? Could the reason for its gradual decline be related to this? What about the Belmont family? Leon forced down his inner shock and asked slowly. The Belmont family wasn't persecuted in the past. The reason is unclear, but it may be related to your ancestor Van Helsing Belmont. However, their decline is indeed linked to the Holy Court. Charlie spoke with great caution, refraining from hasty conclusions regarding uncertain matters. Leon's breathing grew more rapid. He had never expected that the Pope who claimed to protect him at the Holy Court was actually the perpetrator behind the persecution of his own family. Charlie, your words have been greatly helpful to me. Thank you, my friend. In just these few short minutes, Leon felt as if he'd glimpsed the struggles that occurred hundreds of years ago in the Kingdom of Caroya. Charlie gripped Leon's extended hand with excitement, feeling as if he'd found a true confidant in life. Oh, no need to thank me, my friend. If the kingdom could have more people like you, who are so courageous and strive against injustice, the kingdom would surely be great. Leon chuckled lightly, paying little heed to his words because he himself didn't seek conflict either. It was all pushed forward by his identity, pushed by this society. In his previous life, someone once wisely said, the times make the hero, and heroes also shape the times. Then let's start from this spell. Leon regained his focus from thoughts about the future. Alright, let me first create the basic framework of the spell, then you infuse your holy energy into this system, and I'll gradually build it layer by layer, like constructing a house. While speaking, Charlie began activating golden holy power to establish the foundational framework in the air. Leon watched as Charlie skillfully constructed the framework of the spell, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. He knew that once this step was taken, there would be no turning back. But the hatred for his family and the corruption of the Holy Court drove him forward relentlessly. As the framework built by Charlie gradually became complete, Leon took a deep breath and slowly released his holy energy. The holy energy was like the brilliant light of a starry river, carrying immense power into the framework. The spell shimmered and trembled under the infusion of the holy energy, as if it had come to life. Very good, Leon, keep it steady, Charlie said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he carefully guided the holy energy through the framework, just like a master craftsman carving the most precious piece of art. Time passed quickly, and all preparations were now finished. Staring at the intricate and complex spell array in front of them, Charlie could barely contain his excitement. Mr. Leon, would you be so kind as to test its defensive capability? Please use your strongest, most powerful offensive abilities. After repeatedly comparing the spell array with the hand-drawn patterns he'd prepared, Charlie finally took a deep breath and invited Leon to become the first person to test the defenses. But this request left Leon feeling troubled. Come on, how exactly am I supposed to do that? I probably can't even beat the librarian right in front of me. Although this is just a joke. Even with a 20% boost in cultivation speed, he'd only train day and night for a few days at most, managing perhaps only an edge over the librarian due to his mastery of spells. But expecting him to display peak combat prowess was too much to ask, so he would need to come up with an excuse that almost no one would believe, just to get out of this situation. Charlie, I think my current state wouldn't be enough to accurately test the true defensive capabilities of this spell array. After all, I can't defeat the Pope. However, I could find someone very strong to test it. Have you heard about the Messenger of Sloth? Chapter 39, Xiuxian District. Lazy messenger. That sacred messenger who almost never attends meetings? Could he be one of ours? Charlie's tone was excited. In his mind, if they could have the assistance of one more sacred messenger, the possibility of overthrowing the Holy Court would greatly increase. But unfortunately, it's not the case. He has only helped me, but I feel he is different from the other sacred messengers. Leon recalled Laziness' carefree attitude towards the Holy Court and thought there might be a chance to recruit him as an ally. I see. Since Lord Leon already has a target, I shall not disturb you further. If there are any test results, please inform me at the Royal Library. Charlie nodded slightly as he said this. Leon agreed and escorted him to the bus stop before returning to the tavern. As he had just walked back upstairs to the third floor, he saw Michael hastily emerge from a room, his clothes disheveled, and the sound of a woman's laughter coming from inside. Little brother Michael, what are you so afraid of? I won't eat you, huh? Michael looked flustered and panic-stricken, then suddenly encountered Leon with a serious expression, causing him to freeze in place for a moment. Boss, it's not what you think. Yesterday, I drank a bit too much and ended up sleeping in Guaci's room, not realizing it was a shared dormitory. I swear I did nothing. Michael swore, clenching his fists in front of his chest. Leon, seeing the comical appearance of Michael, couldn't help but laugh. Haha, it's fine. You're an adult. I can understand. By the way, where are you heading? To a meeting. That old man contacted me again, saying something about introducing me to the 5 pillars of the New Sun sect. They should be quite strong, right? Michael spilled everything out. Quite strong. Didn't you witness it last time? Oh, no, you were unconscious last time. The image of that 3-meter-tall priest wielding flames floated back into Leon's mind. Michael displayed a look of recollection, but eventually shook his head. He hadn't seen any abilities of the priest, leaving behind only memories of grappling with the assassin. Well, stop thinking about it. From now on, you're part of the New Sun sect. Just let them give you a big fire show later. Go ahead. Leon lightly patted Michael's right shoulder as a sign of encouragement. Encouraged, Michael quickly tidied up his clothes and rushed out. As Leon watched Michael gradually walk away, he suddenly furrowed his brows. He didn't understand why someone who had been with him from the beginning still maintained loyalty at A+. Could it be because I'm raising this group of vampires? Or maybe there's something he somewhat opposes about what I'm doing. At that moment, Hill's room door opened a crack. After the person behind the door recognized who was outside, they fully opened it, and a voice followed. Lord Leon, lunch is ready. Due to the bloodline's habits, most of them usually do not eat lunch. In this tavern, only 5 people needed to eat lunch, so Hill moved the lunch table to her own room. Smells good. Wait, why isn't the trotter chopped in this stew? What appeared before Leon's eyes was cuisine from Blue Star, instructed by himself. However, the trotter in the pot was boiled whole. This. Oh, I forgot, but I can confirm that this one is definitely cooked through. Hill's gaze shifted nervously as she came up with a rather poor excuse. Just at that moment, Ellie took action, grabbing the trotter without hesitation despite its scorching heat straight out of the oven. She then began chewing on it. Ellie's hands did not turn red or blister from the high temperature, as if holding a loaf of bread. Oops, be careful with the heat. SSS. Via wanted to place the trotter on a plate to cool it down before handing it over, but as soon as her right hand touched it, she pulled back immediately due to the boiling hot soup. Yet this occurrence plunged the entire scene into a deathly silence. Leon quieted down because he worried that these two might leave if they found out everyone here were vampires. The reason these two didn't speak was their fear that Leon would kick them out if he knew they were aware of everything. The whole area was quiet except for Ellie, who happily munched on the trotter, completely oblivious to the awkwardness around her. In the end, Hill spoke first, bursting into tears instantly. Lord Leon, please don't drive us two away. I am absolutely loyal to you. After hearing Hill's words, Leon felt a surge of heartache, and an intense urge to protect her instantly ignited within him. Then Leon embraced Hill tightly, cutting off her continued speech. I won't drive you two away. Since I saved your life, you are my subordinate, Leon's. Warm and tender moments are always extremely brief. After finishing lunch, Leon directly boarded the tram headed to the Xiuxian district. If the inner city is where the true royal family or holy court members reside, then the Xiuxian district is where those who are wealthy and powerful in the Caroya kingdom live, people of great influence and renown. The headquarters of all 3 major guilds as well as the chief magistrate's office were located in this area. The height of this building almost rivals the holy court. Leon had just gotten off the tram when he spotted a skyscraper nearly 30 meters tall. Buildings like this were not common in this world. Emblazoned on the wall of the towering building was a giant word, Ronald Guild. Leon gritted his teeth irritably. Damn, how much of my family's resources did they have to dig up to build something this tall? Hey, Lord Leon, I didn't expect to run into you here. Do you remember me? My name is Colin. Just then, a familiar voice trying to ingratiate itself called out to him. Instinctively turning his head, Leon saw a man standing beneath the Ronald Guild tower, waving at him. It took Leon a moment to recall this person. The little steward from the Ronald Guild whom he had encountered before entering the city. The same one who had acted arrogantly and bullied others with authority. Leon gave him a slight nod, and immediately, the man came running over like an eager dog wagging its tail. Lord Leon, I can't believe it. You actually remember me, a mere nobody. I can't believe. Colin didn't get to finish before Leon cut him off brusquely. Yes, I remember. Are you busy right now? If not, can you take me to the Messenger of Laziness? In fact, Leon had no idea where the Messenger of Laziness actually lived. He only knew it was somewhere in Xiuxian district. So he decided to ask this man for directions. I do have a bit of work to do, but if Lord Leon needs my help, my errands can wait. Once again, Colin was interrupted mid-sentence by Leon. Alright, let's go then. It shouldn't be too far, right? Not too far. Just about a kilometer away. Colin felt somewhat irritated, but he suppressed it and kept it buried deep inside. Chapter 40. The 5 Pillars. Master Maka, please wait a little longer. One of our pillars lives far away. It was still the kind old grandfather. In a basement, dozens of senior executives of the New Sun sect were seated around a raised platform, with Maka sitting in the first seat of the front row. No problem. It's fine if someone arrives late. Maka always felt uneasy whenever he sat with these intimidating individuals, feeling like he could never truly blend in. Just then, the priest could no longer hold back. Every time it's him. It didn't matter before, but today is the first appearance of the body of the new sun, and he shows such disrespect. The priest sat in the third position of the front row, meaning that after Leon and the old grandfather, he was the most respected person within the New Sun sect. Sigh priest. We're all working for the revival. His work among the 5 pillars is by far the most dangerous. A voice from the 6th seat in the front row broke in, cold and concise. The most dangerous? Humph, sleeping in that house every day is the most dangerous? I think he's just lazy. The priest became even angrier when someone spoke up for the other. The other high-ranking officials of the New Sun sect remained calm, as if they'd seen this scene too many times. Only Maka felt something was amiss, worried they might start fighting. Just as he was about to interject, the 5th seat finally spoke up. You two don't have to argue anymore. Grandfather President and Brother Maka will get angry soon. Maka heard the voice, but took a moment to realize how tender it sounded, not much older than Vi's age. But the figure, like everyone else, wore a hooded robe, making it impossible to determine their age. All he could see were strands of white long hair. After hearing the voice, the priest hesitated for a second and then returned to his seat. The 6th seat said nothing more. Creak. At this moment, there was finally a creaking sound of an opening door at the entrance. Maka instinctively turned back, wondering who this mysterious 5th seat really was, but the person still wore the same hooded robe as everyone else. I'm sorry, Master Maka, I'm late. Boom boom. Maka couldn't understand why there was a thunderous echo in his heart. This voice was incredibly familiar, as though he had heard it somewhere before. Have we met? Maka stood up from his seat, murmuring to the shadow under the hood. You're amazing, Master Maka. You actually remember me. The figure slowly approached Maka and removed their hood when they got close enough, a distance where only Maka could clearly see their face. It's you? You are actually a member of the New Sun sect. Maka couldn't believe it. He always thought the New Sun sect was a small sect, but seeing this person made him suddenly understand why the Holy Court wanted to capture them comprehensively. Master Maka, please don't tell others, or my life would be in grave danger. Huh. The person made a suitable joke, then sat back down to their place. Maka couldn't calm down for a long time. Looking at the 5 pillars beside him, he began to think that perhaps the New Sun sect really had the potential to overthrow the Holy Court. Once the old grandfather saw that everyone had gathered, he slowly rose from his seat and addressed all the senior members participating in this meeting. I, as both the president of the New Sun sect and one of the 5 pillars, hereby announce the agreement meeting for the future development and leadership confirmation of the New Sun sect begins. The old grandfather then sat back down and whispered to Maka, Master Maka, please listen to our direction first, and then I hope you can judge for us. The person responsible for explaining the previous development direction was the 6th seat among the 5 pillars. Their main task was related to the internal rules of the New Sun sect. This 6th seat is also one of the 5 pillars. His name is Jack. The idea of distributing supplies to poor people at the entrance was proposed by him. The old grandfather explained the identity of the 6th seat to Maka. Jack neatly stood up from his seat, quickly walked up to the podium, and recited matters that all others except Maka already knew thoroughly. As Maka listened, what Jack said were mostly things of moderate significance, yet all practical steps that could gradually strengthen the power of the New Sun sect. After quite a while, Jack finally finished speaking. None of those below the stage seemed particularly interested. After all, this was the first appearance of the body of the new sun. Why should they hear only meaningless words? When Jack returned to his seat, the priest couldn't hold back any longer. He had so much to say, wishing right now to follow Maka's will and reform the New Sun sect, allowing the sect to truly possess the strength to confront the Holy Court. Don't listen to that old Jack talking nonsense. The New Sun sect has been developing for 300 years, and our influence has reached every corner of this country. But to rival the Holy Court, we are still missing a powerful combatant to face off against the Pope. The priest had grown tired of Jack's speeches, so he abruptly jumped onto the podium. When Maka heard this, only one figure came to mind, his boss, Lord Leon. He, and only he, could possibly be the strongest combatant in this country. That's right, it's the body of the new sun. Although Maka isn't yet strong enough, his future potential will be enough to rival the Pope. Huh? Is he talking about me? Wait, I can't even defeat a single Death Knight under a holy messenger. Am I being given such high expectations? Everyone, trust in Maka. He is the direction for the development of our New Sun sect. He will lead us toward a new world of democracy. By the end of his speech, the priest was almost raising his arms in excitement, though he restrained himself from imitating that new believer's posture due to pride. At the same time, Leon had finally arrived with Kalong at the building where laziness resided. It was a standalone small villa. Both the courtyard and decor were in a very traditional style, giving anyone who glanced at it a sense of its refined beauty. Was this really where the messenger of laziness lived? It was certainly well maintained. Who are you? Are you here to see my master? Leon stood before the gate when an unexpectedly weak voice called out from somewhere unknown. Leon looked around, but found no one. No, could this be telepathy? This skill was just like the Pope's. Was this perhaps a terrifyingly powerful individual? Where are you looking? Look down. The voice came again, and Leon instinctively followed its instructions and lowered his head. What do you know? If I hadn't looked, I wouldn't have seen it. There was a tiny girl standing there, not even 160 centimeters tall. Does the messenger of laziness have this kind of preference? Sorry, I am the messenger of greed, here to find your master. Would you mind letting him know I'm here? Leon was always patient with little girls. Oh, I see. But my master went out 2 hours ago. The little girl innocently replied, holding a broom in one hand and a shovel in the other. Chapter 41, Xiaoya and the Messenger of Laziness. 2 hours ago? What a coincidence. Leon furrowed his brow slightly. The person of laziness would actually go out early in the morning. Hey, don't leave. Wait, do you know when your master will be back? He didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. How could he go back empty-handed after coming to his house? The little girl was about to continue cleaning when she heard the other party call her name, so she reluctantly turned around, helplessly shaking her head at the persistent greed. Oh my, you're nothing like what the rumors say, rather like a creepy uncle. Tell me, are you pretending to wait for my master's return to come in, but actually trying to flirt with me? I'm not interested in your kind, uncle. The little girl raised the broom in her right hand as if it were a sword, pointing it at Leon outside the iron gate. In her words, that legendary demon hunter Leon had turned into an uncle who liked little girls. Ah, no, you've misunderstood. I really need to find the messenger of laziness. If possible, please let me in, okay? Leon waved his hands frantically, indicating his innocence. This bizarre dialogue left Karen speechless beside them. Was this still that silent, arrogant, and gloomy demon hunter Leon from before? Finally, after several minutes of tugging, Leon was allowed inside the small villa of the messenger of laziness. The interior decoration was simple. White walls were the main theme of the room, accompanied by some green plants. The living room was large, but the furniture was very minimal. A cloth sofa and a small coffee table. His style is similar to what I imagined, but isn't this too simple? Leon couldn't help but ask aloud as he looked at the surrounding decor. By now, the little girl had put down her broom and shovel, wearing an apron, and was just about to enter the kitchen to grab something. However, upon hearing Leon's question, she turned back. My master may be lazy, but he's very frugal and rarely buys new things for the house, so the decoration is quite simple. Frugal? Leon couldn't help but glance out the window. To own a neatly trimmed lawn covering dozens of square meters in the bustling Xiuxian district. Was that called frugality? The little girl seemed to notice Leon's gaze and realized what he was thinking, so she quickly defended her master. No, it's not what you think. My master is really frugal. This villa was a gift from the Grand Bishop to my master. Although my master's salary isn't high, he never spends money recklessly. The little girl seemed very concerned about the impression laziness gave others. She didn't want anyone to misunderstand her master. However, Leon didn't care. He didn't care if laziness worked hard or was frugal. It wasn't his business. What he cared about was that the Grand Bishop had given him this villa. When would he give villas to others? It would only be when buying hearts. At this moment, he had already developed a bit of caution toward laziness. Seeing Leon sitting silently on the sofa deep in thought, the little girl went back into the kitchen. But just as she stepped into the kitchen, a voice came from the living room. Hey, little sister, can you tell me if your master usually goes out? The sound broke her movement, so she reluctantly glanced at the kitchen and returned to the living room. My master rarely goes out. Are you getting impatient waiting? No perseverance. The little girl pouted and opened her mouth unhappily, clearly annoyed at being interrupted continuously. Upon hearing this, Leon suddenly felt that Vaya, who was his age, was much cuter. At least she would call him Big Brother Leon. He never tells me where he's going. He just asked me to clean the house or prepare lunch. But I think he'll be back soon because he asked me to prepare some cookies and warm milk before lunch. The little girl had a unique trait unlike others. Once she started talking, she wouldn't stop. Do you want to try? I believe Lazy Lord wouldn't refuse to share cookies with you. Before Leon could decline, the other happily bounced into the kitchen. A moment later, she emerged with a plate, holding a pile of freshly baked cookies. Leon hesitated but eventually took one and placed it in his mouth. The crispy texture was excellent. Really delicious. How did you make it? This was not mere courtesy. He truly thought the taste was great. If she could teach him the recipe, he could bring it back to Hill so that she could occasionally bake them for him to eat. Not telling you. It's already a favor that I let you taste them, and you want to know my secret recipe. Just as the little girl continued her boasting, there came a sudden creaking sound from the entrance. Creak. Xiaoya, you shouldn't talk to guests like that. I've told you before, if there are guests, you should take good care of them. The voice was lethargic and somewhat absent-minded, as if the speaker had just woken up. Leon turned his head and saw the messenger of laziness standing at the door, predictably dressed in loose robes with a slack attitude, barely able to open his eyes. Master, I did take care of him. Look, I even gave him your special cookies. Would you like to try the cookies I just made? Xiaoya proudly held up the plate piled high with cookies in front of him. The other glanced at Leon, then at the cookies, and finally picked one up and put it in his mouth. Put the milk and cookies on the table, then go out and buy some ingredients for dinner tonight. Laziness rubbed Xiaoya's head and then sat down next to Leon. Mr. Leon, what brings you here today? Laziness relaxed his shoulders, sinking deeply into the sofa as if he would never move again. Leon didn't rush to speak, waiting until the girl named Xiaoya left before slowly expressing himself. I need you to do me a favor. Leon paused halfway through his sentence and looked at the other person's expression. Seeing that it hadn't changed much, he continued. Help me test the defense power of a defensive technique, a self-created defensive technique. A self-created defensive technique. Are you serious, Mr. Leon? With all due respect, you probably don't just want to test the strength of the technique, but also my abilities, right? Laziness's voice finally lost its languid tone and became more serious. How could you think that? Your strength has already been clear to me that day. You're strong. That's why I hope you can help me test this technique. Leon looked earnestly at Laziness. Now it was Laziness's turn to be puzzled. Could Greed really just want me to test the strength of that defensive technique? Alright, but let's make something clear. Among the 7 messengers, my strength can only rank in the top 4. The strongest is xiuxian. Still, I will exert all my efforts to verify the reliability of this technique for you. Chapter 42, General Grade Magical Beasts. xiuxian followed the Pope and left the north of Caroya Kingdom. They traversed several cities along a trade route, eventually crossing the border into a city completely unfamiliar to xiuxian. Pope Gyron, where are we going? xiuxian looked at the strange buildings and asked the Pope. By this time, the Pope had already changed into a wool coat, wearing a coffee-colored lady's hat, looking like a wealthy businesswoman, with all traces of her usual lofty authority vanished. No, dear, you must no longer call me Pope Gyron. You must call me Mother Duh. The Pope held xiuxian's little hand and slowly walked to a street vendor's stall. Dear, do you want this candy? Look, it comes in many colors, and it seems very delicious. The Pope's expression was gentle, as if she were truly a mother caring for her daughter. xiuxian managed to force out a smile and nodded slightly at the Pope. With just this nod, the Pope bought all the candy from the entire shop. Because of this nod, she had to carry a backpack full of candy. The Pope nibbled on sweet candy while explaining to xiuxian. That spear may be a fine weapon, but it is truly too ugly. If we're looking for a place that can forge it, there's nowhere but the Vienna Kingdom. The fastest way to go to Vienna Kingdom is by their steam train, which you've never ridden before, right? This train is really interesting. It makes clang, clang, clang sounds when it starts moving. The Pope's voice was filled with childlike wonder, like a little girl boasting to her friend about something they don't understand. Steam train? Is it similar to the steam tricycle developed by the Roner Chamber of Commerce? xiuxian casually responded. No. Compared to the steam train, Roner Chamber's steam tricycle is completely different. Trains can carry many people, and they move incredibly fast. Oh, I especially like the small windows on the train seats. They let you admire the view outside. But it has one disadvantage. Trains must travel on tracks, so without tracks, they can't proceed. And remember, wild magical beasts might destroy the tracks. The Pope talked nonstop, like opening a treasure box, and went on speaking to xiuxian until they arrived at the station. The station was bustling with people coming and going, men and women, old and young, but they shared one common trait. They all dressed impeccably and elegantly, obviously appearing affluent. Mother Dun, this is the station, but where's the train? xiuxian looked around, but didn't see any object resembling a train. Just as xiuxian finished speaking, a series of clang, clang, clang sounds grew louder, approaching them. Hee, here comes the train. The Pope giggled and pointed toward the source of the sound. A huge steam train, emitting white steam, slowly rolled into the platform. Its massive steel body shone under the sunlight, glistening with metallic luster. The locomotive featured a towering chimney spewing thick black smoke, and its wheels grinding against the rails produced clang, clang sounds, each collision making it seem like the earth was trembling. xiuxian stared wide-eyed, astonished by the sight of this behemoth. The train gradually stopped, and its doors opened. Passengers began disembarking one after another, gentlemen wearing high-brimmed hats, ladies with elegant skirts, and children holding toys. Their faces carried both fatigue from the journey and contentment. Come, let's board. The Pope pulled xiuxian's hand toward an elaborately decorated carriage. Inside the carriage wafted a faint floral fragrance. The seats were soft and comfortable, made from the finest velvet, embroidered with intricate patterns. The small windows were polished bright and clean, through which one could see the busy crowd on the platform. xiuxian's eyes widened in curiosity as she looked around everywhere, while the Pope settled into her seat with practiced ease. Soon, the train started again, the clang sounds becoming more rhythmic. Outside, the scenery quickly receded, urban buildings giving way to fields and forests. So this is the train. As big as a house, it actually runs purely on steam? xiuxian couldn't help but swallow hard. The industrial capabilities of Vienna Kingdom are truly unimaginable. They even possess weapons that can fire holy energy projectiles, most importantly usable by ordinary people. The Pope's speech was slow and filled with dangerous undertones, making xiuxian increasingly uneasy. It somehow fell off. Wait, didn't Pope Gyron eliminate that tribe because they threatened the safety of Caroya Kingdom? So wouldn't this kingdom be even more dangerous? Is the Pope Gyron really only going to have the spear blessed by the hunting god reforged? Mother, you're not planning to do something bad, are you? Please promise me you won't. It's too extreme for the two of us to sneak into another country just to assassinate their king. xiuxian glanced around to make sure no one was paying attention before hastily leaning closer and whispering to the Pope. She was genuinely terrified that the Pope might go on a bloodthirsty spree. What are you thinking, dear? Of course I wouldn't do that. The Pope from that nation is actually my good friend. He's the foremost believer in the god of forging, and this time, he will help you forge a new weapon out of this spear. The Pope's voice echoed directly inside xiuxian's mind without a word spoken aloud. Watching the timid expression on xiuxian's face made her chuckle softly, as she pinched xiuxian's cheek with her fingers. At the very moment the Pope finished speaking, she suddenly froze and turned her gaze toward the window. Following her lead, xiuxian looked outside too, but saw nothing. Yulacacia, it seems the train is going to stop. Why? There's a magical beast nearby, and its rank is no less than general grade. The Pope frowned slightly, though her concern wasn't about their safety. Rather, she was irritated that her trip had been interrupted. Just then, the announcement on the train seemed to confirm what the Pope said, issuing a warning. Dear passengers, our train must temporarily halt due to a magical beast appearing several kilometers ahead. We have informed the exorcists and paladins from the nearest city to drive it away swiftly. Please do not panic. General grade? How could such a high-rank magical beast appear here? Yulacacia excelled in her literature classes and knew that both magical beasts and anthropomorphic creatures were classified together into 6 levels: servant class, soldier class, elite class, general class, lord class, and emperor class. If compared to the combat strength of the Holy Court, it would take someone at the level of a sacred envoy to win against a general-grade magical beast alone. Mother Dun, to avoid unnecessary sacrifices, may I be the one to deal with this magical beast. Chapter 43, Going All Out. Inside the steam locomotive's cabin, the frantic driver yelled into the intercom. Can you make them hurry up? That beast is already getting closer to us. The person on the other end of the intercom was also overwhelmed with anxiety. For this small place, it was already hard enough to find a few demon hunters, let alone expect them to face a warlord-level beast, which was an entire class above their capability. We have gathered 3 demon hunters and 1 flying dragon knight. They are rushing there as quickly as possible. Please ask anyone with holy power on the train to hold it off for a while. Help will be there soon. Do you think any random person can stop a warlord-level beast? Damn it. Why didn't we add a reverse function to the train? The conductor wanted to curse some more, but at that moment, a powerful external force directly tore open the door of the cockpit. Tell them not to come here. I am here, and no one will get hurt. Yulacacia suddenly grabbed the intercom, her calm, yet powerful voice echoing through. Who are you? Clearly, the person on the other side was astonished and did not expect such a situation. Xiuxian, daughter of angels. This name struck like thunder in everyone's mind. Even though they were far from the border, the title Daughter of Angels remained widely recognized and respected. After saying that, Yulacacia paid no attention to the stares or the words coming from the intercom. She just lightly clenched her right hand in the air, and a dazzling long sword appeared before her eyes. Yulacacia wielded the sword in her hand, and her figure disappeared instantly. In the next moment, she appeared on top of the train. Wild winds howled fiercely, making her hair flutter wildly, yet her gaze was determined and unwavering as she stared straight ahead towards the distant monster approaching gradually. The creature's body was gigantic, resembling a hybrid of a wild boar and an elephant, emitting blackish energy. With each step it took, a deep footprint was left upon the ground. Its eyes gleamed with a sinister light, firmly locked onto the train as if the vehicle carried prey it had been craving for so long. Yulacacia stood firm on both feet, holding the sword horizontally across her chest, its brilliance becoming increasingly radiant, as if responding to its owner's combat spirit. Sensing Yulacacia's challenge, the monster roared angrily and charged toward the train like a dark mountain. At the very moment when the beast was about to leap onto the train, Yulacacia jumped high into the air, shooting forward toward the beast like a meteorite. Swinging her sword, she unleashed a streak of white holy power aimed at the monster. The monster sidestepped, narrowly avoiding it, only for the power to strike the ground, instantly carving a deep trench. Yulacacia slightly furrowed her eyebrows, realizing that this creature would be tough to handle. Taking a deep breath, she slowly began chanting, "Respected angelic god, I am your most loyal believer. Please bestow your blessings upon me." With every sentence she recited, layers of armor gradually appeared around her body until finally, a pair of white light wings sprouted from her back. She surged forward toward the beast again, this time much faster, leaving trails of residual images in the air. An intense battle unfolded between her and the beast, every clash accompanied by strong waves of energy. The passengers on the train had also noticed the epic duel unfolding above them in the sky. Seizing an opportune moment, Yulacacia slashed her sword, releasing a stream of sword chi that penetrated the beast's shoulder. In pain, the beast went berserk and recklessly charged toward Yulacacia without concern for potential injury. However, Yulacacia showed no signs of retreating. She had faced similar scenes countless times. Gathering all her holy power into the tip of her sword, she shouted loudly, "Light of sanctity." A massive beam of pure white light shot out from the tip of her sword, rushing straight toward the beast. Even though the monster sensed this overwhelming power and attempted to evade, it was too late. Unsurprisingly, the beam hit it dead on, letting out only a shrill cry of agony. Under the assault of holy power, a large hole was torn open in the monster's chest, leaving it powerless to continue the fight. It crashed down onto the mountainous terrain with a resounding boom. Upon seeing this, Yulacacia retracted her sword. Her luminous wings gradually disappeared. At just this moment, several figures appeared in the distance looking utterly perplexed as they didn't know what to do. Seeing they remained motionless for a long while, Yulacacia returned to the train via floating. Since she exited from the cockpit, which was quite far away from the train, thus none except those in the Pope's cabin knew it was she who performed the act. The instant Yulacacia flew back into the cockpit, she encountered the train captain expressing gratitude towards her. Seeing him kneel down repeatedly thanking her, she felt somewhat helpless. "Great Yulacacia, thank you so much. You've saved us. Is there anything I can do for you? I rescued hundreds of lives here, not solely yours. Why thank me like this?" Yet she didn't know that this single move not only saved his job, but also secured the safety of his wife and children. In the last moment before xiuxian left the front of the train, she caught sight with her peripheral vision of those same figures flying closer toward this area. After returning to her seat calmly, just like a little girl who had merely been to the restroom, xiuxian sat there quietly. Meanwhile, people around were all discussing what had just happened. However, most of them guessed it was the work of the local demon hunters, because they could never imagine that there was someone in this compartment capable of fighting such a powerful monster. Not long after, the train started moving again as if nothing had happened. "Are you ready, Mr. Greed? You seem a bit nervous." At this moment, Leon, despite his inner terror, unfolded the ritual pattern known as bug level in front of him. This thin and small pattern provided no sense of security for Leon at all. "It's fine. Attack with your strongest ritual. I have great confidence in the ritual I developed." When Laziness heard this, he hesitated for a moment, then casually grabbed the air with his right hand, and suddenly a long spear appeared in his hand. "Mr. Greed, I originally thought of holding back some power, but your words have enlightened me. Now I will go all out." Leon regretted what he had said while watching Laziness, who was putting on holy light armor while speaking. But it was too late now. No matter what, he had to bear this blow. "Charlie, if I die, I will definitely wait for you on the road to the underworld. Anyway, you won't live much longer either. I'm coming." Laziness took a deep breath and channeled all of his strength and all the holy power he could gather into the spear. The next moment, the spear transformed into a star river and shot toward Leon. Leon couldn't see anything clearly. He only felt the darkness before his eyes as a powerful force struck him. Fortunately, he was not as weak as when he first arrived at the royal city. Leon gritted his teeth and forcibly anchored himself to the ground, letting that immense force strike him. Gradually, he could feel the force acting upon him decrease. Bang! The Star River, after being unable to break through, lost all its forward momentum and exploded on the spot with a bang. Chapter 44, Surrender. "Leon, how did you manage to do it? Blocking my attack with just a technique and your body. You're truly terrifying. You know, even Alexa might get injured from this strike without blessings." Leon lay exhausted on the ground, scorched to cinders, hearing approaching footsteps, and could only give an awkward smile. "Terrifyingly strong. You must be talking about yourself. With just the flesh, I bet it's because my sacred power is so low you didn't even see it." Listening to the increasingly close footsteps, Leon still forced himself to act as if nothing happened and got up from the ground. In this process, he was surprised to discover that the technique on his hand hadn't faded yet. Its faint golden light still remained standing. "Charlie, you succeeded. You really completed a bug-level technique. Leon, you truly took me by surprise. I knew you were strong, but I didn't expect you to be this strong. I guess none of the 3 chief bishops are your match now." Though Leon had already gotten used to it, Laziness's incessant praises still made him uncomfortable. Fortunately, at this moment, a delicate and soft voice exclaimed, "How did such a big hole appear on the lawn? Did the neighboring country attack us? What's going on with you, Lord Laziness?" Xiaoyi carried a basket in one hand, pointing to the dilapidated yard with the other, her eyes wide open. Only then did Leon notice the surroundings. There was a nearly meter-deep pit in front of him, and the immense heat energy from the technique explosion had set the surrounding grass and shrubs ablaze. Xiaoyi, it was an accident." Leon scratched his head awkwardly, trying to explain. After hearing what the other party said, she instantly understood what happened. "Accident? Just look at the state of everything." Xiaoyi turned red with anger and placed the basket on the ground before pointing at the lawn and garden. "The hard-earned care for the lawn, and all those flowers and plants, they're all destroyed now." Laziness helplessly shrugged. "Xiaoyi, don't be mad. It can't be entirely Leon's fault. It's like this because I tested his technique." "My lord, you're even defending him." Xiaoyi crossed her arms and stomped her feet. "Humph, if greed means anything, you need to take responsibility for restoring everything here." Leon chuckled bitterly. "All right, looks like I'm not leaving today." He began to use some simple restoration techniques, trying to bring vitality back to the lawn and plants. However, perhaps due to having consumed too much to resist Laziness' attack earlier, his technique's effect wasn't ideal, barely managing to make a few blades of grass sprout slightly. Seeing this, Laziness lightly laughed. "Let me handle it then." With a casual wave of his hand, holy power slowly released, and the burnt grass and shrubs recovered visibly before their very eyes. Within moments, the yard no longer looked as disheveled. Satisfied at the sight, Xiaoyi nodded. "That's more like it." She picked up the basket. "I'll go prepare dinner. You two aren't allowed to cause any more destruction." Leon let out a sigh of relief and looked towards Laziness. "Thank you today, not only helping me test the technique, but also tidying up this mess." "No problem. That technique of yours is indeed impressive, but don't randomly experiment around here in the future," Laziness yawned. "Testing it today has really drained me." "Haha, noted. By the way, you mentioned Alexa as the strongest earlier. Just how strong is she?" Leon curiously asked. He had never seen Alexa use her full strength. Laziness leaned against the sofa, lost in memories. "Her powers are quite mysterious. Her technique talent is high. Her compatibility with techniques is excellent, and her combat skills are also extraordinary. In short, she's a formidable person." Meanwhile, the two aboard the steam train reached the territory of the Vinyl Kingdom swiftly. The ones resembling local monster hunters stayed on the steam train as well, since they lost contact with the authorities after departure. Thus, once on board, their first action was to inquire about the situation from the train conductor. As someone who had carried out reconnaissance missions multiple times, Alexa always maintained anti-surveillance awareness, being cautious not to lower her guard simply because the person was an authority figure. In contrast, Alexa, while the Pope had already eaten entire bags of candy by this point, idly ranked all the candies. The best tasting one is white chocolate, second is milk velvet candy, third is harder to evaluate, maybe fruit candy, though black chocolate is good too. Alexa helplessly watched the Pope debating the rankings for which candy tastes better. Come on, people might not even want you to eat them. I suppose I should try again. After hearing this, Alexa couldn't help but interject. Eat if you want. I'm not stopping you. Upon hearing Alexa's words, the Pope instantly stopped her hand from shoving candies into her mouth. No, I don't really like eating them. I only do it to rank these candies for future bulk purchases to distribute among the commoners. Alexa gave her a sidelong glance. There was no way she would believe such a clumsy excuse. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, a series of hurried and uneasy footsteps approached from afar. Based on her extensive experience, Alexa immediately judged that there were many people coming, and their target was clearly this carriage. However, if they came to cause trouble, they'd be biting off more than they could chew. At this point, all she could do was pray that she wouldn't drag down the 9 clans. Alexa suddenly remembered something and turned to look at the Pope, but when she looked back, she only saw a gentle and refined female merchant absorbed in reading scriptures. Your Holiness, what are you up to? There wasn't time to think much about it as the group had already gotten close. Alexa tensed her whole body, ready to strike with razor-sharp precision at the first sign of danger. But then a calm voice resonated in her mind. Relax, Alexa. They're here to thank you. Sure enough, just as Alexa's thoughts confirmed the Pope's words, the people didn't even enter the carriage before kneeling down together, speaking in unison with lowered voices. Thank you, daughter of the angels, for saving everyone on this train. We were all monster hunters under the Holy Court once. Upon hearing that there was danger here, we rushed over without hesitation. The more Alexa listened, the more she realized something was off. Although the first sentence was gratitude for her intervention in saving everyone on the train, the rest of their words carried another layer of meaning entirely. Then, in the next instant, the Pope's actions clarified things for Alexa. You're kneeling too high. The Pope's voice, filled with authority, echoed in their ears, followed by a wave of pressure that solely targeted them, descending upon their heads. If you had once believed in the Holy Court, why did you betray it and come to profit on the marginal line? If I hadn't released some pressure just now, weren't you planning to flee back? Speak. Why did you betray the Holy Court? Alexa could hear the Pope's words clearly, realizing now that these people were not here to express gratitude, but out of fear to confess their sins. Chapter 45, Escape. Right now, no one in this train noticed the anomaly here because all abnormalities were concealed by an invisible film. It was also the Pope's doing. Your Holiness, we have our reasons. If we hadn't escaped beyond this border, we would have probably died in the Caroya kingdom already. The leading person among them buried their head on the ground and spoke shakily. Dying in the Caroya kingdom, what do you mean? Are you criminals? The Pope's voice carried a trace of anger. No, we were once underlings of the greed messenger. In fact, he was set up by the Archbishop, and if we didn't escape, we would die too. The leader hesitated for a moment, wanting to look up at the Pope's expression but feared it might provoke his anger. After thinking for a long time, he finally spoke what he had wanted to say from the start. Xiuxian could hear their voices as well, but at this moment, she found it hard to believe her own ears. Wasn't the greed messenger killed by the dragon? After pondering for a bit, Xiuxian intended to say something but ultimately decided against it. Has he become so brazen? I thought the force he planted among us only included arrogance and gluttony. Who would have thought he'd be even more ambitious than I imagined? The Pope's pupils grew deep, as if piercing through space, gazing far into the distance towards the Archbishop at the Holy Court. Why is it like this? Why doesn't your Holiness remove him? Xiuxian was anxiously troubled and couldn't help but ask. If the Archbishop has reached such a level of power, isn't Leon in great danger in the Holy Court? He used to be quite skilled and loyal to me, so I entrusted him with the position of Archbishop, managing various small matters of the Holy Court. His covert amassing of wealth. I looked the other way. The Pope left his sentence half unfinished, glancing at the few people still trembling on the ground, not daring to make a move. You shall go with me to the capital of the Venner Kingdom, and then we will return together. I will personally deal with them. Thank you, your Holiness, for sparing our lives. Caroya Kingdom's Ancient Doll Tavern. Whitebone, what do you think? Leon sat on the sofa, throwing the newspaper in his hands onto the glass coffee table and taking a sip of coffee. This is most likely the handiwork of the Archbishop. Even gluttony wouldn't be able to escape from the Holy Court prison alone without assistance. That morning, Whitebone, while buying breakfast for several patrons of the Ancient Doll Tavern, overheard an unexpected piece of news from the newspaper. A former sacred messenger, the Gluttony Messenger, has escaped from an extremely secure prison. The Holy Court has deployed significant manpower and resources to find him. After finishing the task of purchasing breakfast, Whitebone quickly bought a copy of the newspaper from the newsboy and returned, creating this scene. This matches my expectations. Old Man John really doesn't know how to keep quiet. Meanwhile, in a house on the outskirts of the slums. What is this place? It's dirty and smelly. John, are you hiding me here? Gluttony complained while fanning in front of his nose, trying to disperse the foul smell. Stop whining. This is the safest place right now. The Archbishop whispered harshly. Once I use the meeting to lure Leon away, you'll go to Cop Zone. Cop Zone? What am I supposed to do there? I don't know shape-shifting techniques. What if I get caught again? Gluttony was reluctant. Escaping was tough enough, and he certainly didn't want to be captured again. There's an inn called Ancient Doll in Cop Zone. My subordinates followed him and often saw him entering that place, sometimes staying for days. I suspect that's actually his main base. So you're asking me to kill them all? Why don't you just take out Leon directly? That guy poses a threat and shouldn't be allowed to live. Though Gluttony was interested in this task, his hands were currently injured from defending himself against the full force of a few Holy Knights' attacks, and it wasn't wise to take unnecessary risks. I've said it before, the Pope values him greatly. Do you want the Pope to come back and deal with me directly? My goal is to gradually dismantle him, ideally provoking him so much that he loses his temper and attacks the Holy Court. Only then can I stand on the moral high ground and destroy him. At that point, even the Pope won't object. Archbishop John paced back and forth in the room, detailing his plan step by step. All right, I'll take the mission. When will you convene the meeting? After deep contemplation, Gluttony finally decided to take another risk. Apart from the sacred messengers, no one else would escape from his hands alive. After all, he managed to evade nearly 10 Holy Knights last night and even killed several. Gluttony gritted his teeth and endured the pain as he wrapped the bandage around his arm, waiting quietly for the Archbishop's specific plan. In an hour, I will convene a fake meeting on how to capture Gluttony's escape, which should at least hold him back for 3 hours. And your task is to clean out the entire Ancient Doll Tavern without alerting the Holy Knights. You can set off now. The Archbishop revealed his plan slowly, confident that it was almost perfect. And right at this moment, there came a knock on the door of the Ancient Doll Tavern. Boney and Leon exchanged glances before the former headed to the door. Normally, it was 8:30 in the morning and not within business hours, so whoever was knocking surely wasn't a customer. Creak. Excuse me, is Mr. Leon drinking here today? The visitor was dressed in a white robe, dotted with a few golden stars. Boney knew very well what this outfit signified. It was the attire only worn by the Holy Court's Holy Knights. Clearly, they were here for Leon. What could it be about? Leon? Let me think. Isn't he that legendary demon hunter? He happens to be drinking in our tavern today, though he fell asleep just now. What is it you need from him? After much deliberation, Boney chose to be truthful. If these people could find their way here, they must have come for something significant. It's like this. Higher-ups are holding an urgent meeting, requiring him to attend immediately at the inner city Holy Court. The consequences of non-attendance would be severe. Could you please let him know? After hearing this, Boney nodded in agreement and then immediately went inside to inform Leon of the situation. Boss, the Archbishop needs you to attend a meeting. I'm worried this might be a setup. Should we just make up an excuse to get rid of them? Skipping one meeting shouldn't cause trouble. Boney shared all the information along with his suspicions, even casting a sound-blocking spell to prevent the person outside from eavesdropping. Don't rush, give me 2 minutes. Leon lazily stretched, and the next second, light flashed in his hand. Let's write some Yellow Page novels. Chapter 46, The Counterintelligence Plan. Yellow Page novel creation begins, consuming 10 milliliters of ink, leaving 30 milliliters remaining. Beginning. After receiving the meeting notification from Archbishop John, Leon immediately headed to the inner city Holy Court. When you arrive, the other several holy messengers and 3 archbishops had already been present. Development. The content of the meeting was simple. A series of news about Gluttony Messenger Hans escaping from prison out of fear of punishment, possible escape locations, and the assignment of several holy messengers to patrol different urban districts. Process. Leon vaguely felt something was off. Archbishops wouldn't usually hold such a meaningless meeting. You were stopped when trying to leave the meeting early. It was only at the end of the meeting that you returned to the ancient occult tavern in an instant. Climax. As soon as you pushed open the door, what came into view were dozens of corpses transformed into true-form vampires, along with a nearly collapsing skeleton. In the end, to allow you to escape with alone, the skeleton and Hill died under the hands of Gluttony. Afterwards, the Archbishop used some methods to exonerate Gluttony. Turning point. Alun Vieira and you, along with Mika who had gone out earlier, hid in the cellar of the New Sun sect. Not long after, the Pope and Elixir returned, and their first action was to slaughter a series led by the Archbishop. Aftermath. During this time, the Pope learned of all the things Leon conspired with the New Sun sect and collaborated with the Blood Clan. In the end, the enraged Pope no longer held back and proceeded to wreak havoc in the civilian district. Climax. The New Sun sect was completely eradicated. On December 12th, the New Sun sect was forced to engage the Holy Tribunal prematurely. Although the Holy Tribunal suffered significant damage during the Civil War, the Pope single-handedly challenged the 5 pillars with overwhelming strength. Climax. Elixir could not bear the near-quarter massacre of the royal city's populace by the Pope, deciding to hand the spear with the divine seal over to Leon. Thus, with the help of the divine artifact and bugged ritual formula, Leon gravely wounded the Pope's body. Ending. At the cost of 1 arm, the Pope blocked the spear and killed Leon with it. Conclusion. The New Sun sect was annihilated without a single survivor. Elixir committed suicide, Vieira was crushed to death, and Alun was imprisoned. This novel took 3 months to complete. Author's reward. Gaze of the Hunting God. Gains the blessing effect of the Hunting God. Reader rating, 5 stars. Reader review. This is killing me. Can the protagonist be a little more useful? Golden title obtained. Desperate fight. Wearing effect. Gain an undying effect for 1 minute when fatally injured. Golden title. Blessing of the Hunting God. This is amazing. What death? Suicide? All that can go to one side. Knowing the future now, I will not let such events happen again. Leon stood confidently. The 3-month experience in his mind just passed in the blink of an eye in reality. I'm going to the meeting. Tell Mika immediately to recruit as many people as possible from the New Sun Church and bring them here. Say we've caught a big fish at the ancient occult tavern. Leon smirked, full of confidence. 1. Gluttony messenger. When you return, you'll face the new 5 pillars of the new Sun sect under the Pope. Then he pretended to have known about Archbishop John's meeting notification and hurriedly went to the inner city holy court. When he arrived, the other several sacred messengers and the 3 archbishops were already seated around the long table, the atmosphere heavy enough to drip water. The meeting began as Archbishop John, looking grim, opened with, "Gluttony messenger Hans has escaped from prison out of fear of punishment. This is a provocation to the holy court. According to our information, he may have fled south toward the city. It's a place filled with mixed characters, convenient for hiding." Then, glancing around at everyone, he started assigning tasks. Sacred messengers, you need to patrol various districts according to the plan. Don't overlook any clue. Leon slightly furrowed his brows and, amidst the low murmurs of others, looked at the archbishop. "Master, why am I alone assigned to patrol the inner city where there are no clear leads?" In the eyes of Archbishop John flashed a barely noticeable gleam. "The inner city is crucial, and no one but you can do this." Leon laughed coldly. "But I feel the South City needs me more. Hans is cunning, and there are plenty of other capable hands to handle the inner city." Archbishop John's expression darkened. "This is an order, Leon." Leon stood up, unflinching as he directly gazed at the archbishop. "I respect you, but this time I have my own judgment. I'm going to the South City." With that, ignoring the increasingly sullen face of the archbishop, Leon walked straight to the door. A flicker of urgency crossed the archbishop's eyes. It wasn't good. He was leaving. "Wait, Greed. If you want to patrol the South Bow area, we can discuss it." The archbishop's goal was straightforward. Whoever patrolled made no difference as long as Leon was delayed for a bit, so the Gluttony faction could clean out the ancient occult tavern completely. Leon immediately broke into a smile, not letting anyone think that he didn't know they were worried once he left. Worried that he'd return and capture the Gluttony messenger, evidence in hand. But your calculations mean nothing, because I don't even need to act, and the Gluttony messenger will be defeated on his own. Meanwhile, Hans had finally arrived at the tavern. He sneered mockingly at its sign, believing no one would leave this place alive today. But as soon as Hans stepped into the ancient occult tavern, an unprecedented fear gripped his heart. The surrounding darkness seemed like a giant beast ready to devour him, exuding an aura of death. Each breath felt like icy tendrils coiling around him, making it hard to breathe. Suddenly, a voice came from somewhere, echoing like a venomous curse near his ear. Instantly, Hans knew something was gravely wrong. He hadn't anticipated this level of peril. The moment 5 shadows appeared, the pressure hit Hans like a tidal wave. They seemed like creatures born from the void, radiating unfathomable energy. Their origins unclear, but their power utterly terrifying. Battle erupted in an instant. Attacks poured down like a storm, faster than he could comprehend where they came from. Their speed was ghostly, with only blurry figures darting before his eyes. Every strike carried a force akin to shifting mountains and overturning seas, landing brutally on him. Inside the tavern, tables shattered, wine jars exploded, alcohol sprayed everywhere, mixing with the scent of blood. "You bastards! Who are you?" Hans roared furiously. There was no answer. Trying to fight back, he panicked when realizing his attacks fell upon the 5 pillars like pebbles dropped into the ocean, having absolutely no effect. Yet, their strikes cut through his defenses like sharp blades effortlessly. Bang! Hans was hurled backwards, crashing violently against the wall, his body racked with excruciating pain as if falling apart. Terror spread uncontrollably within Hans' heart, fear of death mingling with confusion over these mysterious opponents consuming him. Damn. Who the hell are these people? I'm a holy messenger for crying out loud. Chapter 47, the bottom card. This meeting will conclude here. You must do your duty and inspect thoroughly. The Grand Archbishop gave a symbolic speech. Wait, Grand Archbishop Dawn, I believe there's something peculiar about this. How could the St. Court prison be so easily escaped? Even Hans wouldn't be able to. Of course, Leon wouldn't keep himself in a disadvantageous position. Since the other party was targeting him, he also needed to give them some trouble. What exactly are you implying? The Grand Archbishop's eyes narrowed slightly, exuding a dangerous aura. Leon pressed on relentlessly. Grand Archbishop, is it possible that there's a traitor who helped him escape? Someone who can easily infiltrate the St. Court prison and possesses immense strength. There aren't many people like that in the St. Court. Greed, remember your place. Don't think that just because you've connected with the Pope, you can criticize me at will. Your words are indirectly accusing me. The Grand Archbishop angrily reprimanded him aloud, but inwardly he was secretly pleased. When the other party returned and saw that all the people in his main camp had been slaughtered, let's see if your smooth-talking mouth is still so clever then. Grand Archbishop, how would I dare? Considering your high status. I'm merely discussing matters based on facts. Don't take it personally. Leon apologized on the surface, but in reality, he was sarcastically mocking the other party, hinting that they were the one responsible for letting greed go. As long as he held on to this evidence of greed, once the Pope returned, wouldn't the internal conflicts be resolved accordingly? Then he could take advantage of the chaos within the St. Court to seize power. The more the Grand Archbishop listened to Leon's apparent apology, the more he felt something was off. Was this an apology? Why did it feel so unsettling? Enough. All of you may leave now. The Grand Archbishop closed the book used for the meeting with his hand and waved at the few present sacred messengers. The sacred messengers nodded and left one after another. This time, Sloth Messenger was forced to attend the meeting. As soon as they exited the gates of the St. Court, the Sloth Messenger called out to Greed Messenger. I advise you to quickly return home. Think about it. Since the Grand Archbishop could release gluttony, What do you think gluttony would do during your absence that would be worth the time spent? Sloth messenger, thank you for the warning. I'll head back immediately. Leon acted as if he didn't know him, respectfully bowing. After turning around and looking at the St. Court, which was corroded and riddled with holes, Leon boarded the electric car and returned to Quopu. If the St. Court truly cared for the public, prioritized the nation, and wasn't plagued by political corruption, why would he join forces with the New Sun sect? He didn't know when, but the things he cared about became increasingly numerous. Perhaps it was due to the expectations of those around him, or maybe it was because he glimpsed some semblance within the New Sun sect. Not long after, the tram arrived at the Kupu district. A short walk later, Leon finally returned to the ancient tavern. It looked the same as when he left from the outside. Before Leon even had the chance to open the door himself, the door opened from the inside. Boss, the members of the New Sun sect have left because of an emergency. The operation to capture gluttony has been perfectly executed. Maka opened the door, then stood neatly to one side to let Leon pass through. What about gluttony? Has the tavern been damaged? Leon glanced around, and seeing no change, deeply understood the strength of the 5 pillars. The presence of the lazy messenger in the meeting suggested that using only 4 people, they managed to quietly knock out the holy messenger named Gluttony in this tavern. Their strength was truly unfathomable. Gluttony, gluttony, slap. Leon slapped Gluttony's face sharply, waking him up. At this moment, Gluttony was bound by a mysterious iron chain, so Leon was not at all worried that he would escape upon regaining consciousness. Leon, how did you know about my movements, and who are those people? After waking up and recognizing Leon, Gluttony instantly realized that he had fallen into the other person's trap. Gluttony, do you really think you and the Grand Archbishop's little tricks can fool me? Leon sneered, full of mockery. As for who those people are, you don't need to know. What you should be concerned with is your current situation. Gluttony writhed, trying to break free from the chains, but the chains remained completely unmoved. Don't be so arrogant. The Grand Archbishop won't let you off. You're disrupting the order of the St. Court. The order of the St. Court? Leon scoffed. Look at the St. Court now, already corrupt beyond redemption. Do they still have any qualifications to talk about order? You so-called holy messengers are nothing more than a group of people who will stop at nothing for personal gain. You're talking nonsense. Gluttony roared in anger. We are defending the dignity of the St. Court and guarding the peace of this world. Defend dignity? Guarding peace. Leon laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Then why did you sneak out of the St. Court prison? Don't tell me you went to save the world. Gluttony was momentarily at a loss for words, a flicker of panic flashing through his eyes. At this moment, Whitebone stepped forward. Boss, we need to transfer him as soon as possible. It's not safe here. The Grand Archbishop might send people over any time. Leon nodded. Get prepared. We'll bring him to the New Sun sect's base. Are you going to hand me over to the New Sun sect? Gluttony's eyes widened in shock. They're enemies of the St. Court. You're committing treason. Treason. Leon looked at Gluttony with icy eyes. If the St. Court has turned into a den of evil, then what I'm doing is saving this country. Having said that, Leon and Maka took Gluttony out through the back door of the tavern and boarded a carriage that had been prepared long ago. The carriage galloped away swiftly in the night, kicking up a cloud of dust. Back at the St. Court, the Grand Archbishop sat in his room, his expression dark. That greed messenger actually dared to provoke me. He muttered under his breath, then called one of his subordinates over. Go and closely monitor the movements of the greed messenger. Once you have any news, report it immediately. All they needed to do was wait until Leon became angry and acted impulsively. After all, the other side didn't have any evidence that the Grand Archbishop helped Gluttony escape, nor did they have any proof regarding the assassination attempt on that tavern. Once more people loyal to himself were placed in key positions, even the Pope would be pulled down from his position one day. The carriage bumped along as it headed towards the New Sun sect's base. Leon gazed out of the window, lost in thought, wondering what was right and what was wrong. Would the country be better off without the St. Court? Leon shook his head. To be honest, even though he was no worse than the New Sun sect when it came to statecraft and strategy, the sect had truly existed in this nation for hundreds of years and certainly had their unique advantages. Chapter 48, Mate. Above the vinyl capital, thick black smoke billowed from countless tall chimneys, interweaving with the gray sky. Huge buildings made of steel stood in clusters, and enormous steam pipes climbed across their surfaces like giant pythons, occasionally emitting white steam. The street where Pope's group walked was paved with hard stone slabs, but slightly trembled due to the frequent shuttling of steam locomotives. Miss, be careful, a vehicle is coming. One of the demon hunters extended his hand to pull Alexa, who had been transfixed by the view, to the roadside. A locomotive roared past, letting out a shrill whistle, leaving behind a trail of pale smoke. The streetlights on the side of the road emitted a dim yellow glow, their lampshades covered with droplets condensed from the steam. These few demon hunters had followed all the way to the Kingdom of Vinyl, and now they and Alexa seemed like country folks who'd never seen a city before, captivated by the surrounding sights. The market was bustling with people. Merchants were selling various novel mechanical goods and items brought from different places, while elegantly dressed individuals mixed with those in shabby clothes. Dear, what do you think of this place? Though the Pope had been here more than once, he remained fascinated by it. A very special country, completely different from the Caroya kingdom. It's especially rich in local flavor. Alixa's words were interrupted halfway by the Pope. Alexa, what I wanted to ask isn't that. I want to know if you think it would be good for us to establish diplomatic relations with this country in the future and learn all their industrial techniques. The Pope gazed at the surrounding buildings and passing vehicles, revealing an heir suitable only for a king. Isn't that work for a king? Could it be that, Your Holiness? Alexa suddenly felt she guessed something. Exactly. In 2 months, I will become one of the candidates for the 27th queen, and I hope at that time you can take over my position. The Pope said this while walking toward the inner city, speaking to Alexa. 2 months. I'm not ready. Would a 19-year-old Pope even be accepted by the Grand Archbishop and the royal family? Alexa stuttered. She had never imagined that she would become the Pope, and she wasn't prepared at all. But perhaps she could help Leondoran become the Grand Archbishop. Kill those who dare to question, and the latter wouldn't dare to doubt. Not only could Alexa hear the Pope's words, but the following demon hunters could also hear them. Thus, these words were not only spoken for Alexa's ears, but also intended for them. Dear, don't overthink it. We have already reached the inner city. The forging of new weapons might take some time. You are responsible for protecting Alexa well within the capital. If anyone dares to interfere without seeing clearly, kill him. No matter who. The tone Pope used when speaking to Alexa was different from the one used when speaking to subordinates. Yes. There was no dissent among the demon hunters, as they all responded unanimously. Alexa could feel a special sense of protection being close to the Pope, yet the aura of killing surrounding the Pope sent chills down her spine. At this moment, Alexa suddenly saw an old man standing at the entrance of the inner city, seemingly waiting for something. Cassimus, we haven't seen each other in a long time. Unexpectedly, you would still visit this country before I die. The old man looked kindly at the Pope, yet he firmly held a long staff that appeared like a cane. Alexa subtly detected a trace of unease. Were they not supposed to be good friends? Why did this elder seem so guarded against His Holiness? Matt, how have you grown so old? Shouldn't you be younger than me? The Pope didn't seem to mind, and instead began chatting with the old man casually. Just say it. Why have you come to see me? Matt cut straight to the point. Is it normal for an old friend to stand outside without invitation? Why don't you invite me in? The Pope took a couple of steps forward and gave a gentle smile to the small old man, Matt. Matt furrowed his brow, showing a flash of hesitation in his eyes, but ultimately stepped aside to let the Pope's group enter. Don't think I'll trust you easily, Cassimus. Your ambitions burn hotter than the steam of the vinyl capital. Walking into the inner city with a smile, the Pope said, Matt, you're still so cautious. My sole reason for visiting this time is merely hoping that you, as an old friend, can help forge a divine artifact for me, with no other intention. Alexa followed closely behind the Pope, keeping a vigilant eye on the surroundings. The architecture of the inner city was even more magnificent and delicate. Steam pipelines were cleverly hidden away, and beautiful gemstones were embedded in the walls, sparkling with captivating lights under illumination. They arrived in front of a massive palace. Matt paused. Cassimus, the artifact you speak of, wouldn't it be that one? Exactly. I've obtained the spear of the hunting god, but I hope to turn it into a spear for my apprentice to use. Apprentice. Matt's eyes fell on Alexa, who had followed them in. She has potential, but allow me to decline. Do you even know how I got it? As an old friend, wouldn't you have guessed? I'm sure quite a few people died in the process. And how is that different from you, Matt? Can you say that you've never lusted after that spear? The Pope raised his voice several decibels. I was prepared to exchange large quantities of food, clothing, and supplies for it, completely unlike your approach. What you did was nothing less than outright robbery. The Pope's expression darkened. Matt, you're too naive. This world is inherently about the survival of the fittest. If I hadn't taken it, someone else would have. I simply want to make the artifact serve a greater purpose. Matt snorted. You always have your excuses, don't you? But there's too much bloodshed accompanying your actions. A resolute gleam passed through the Pope's eyes. I don't care about all that. I only care about results. As long as it can strengthen us, the means are unimportant. Alexa watched uneasily from the side as the two argued. This was the first time she had ever seen the Pope try to reason with anyone. Previously, it was either threats or killings. At this moment, the Pope turned his gaze toward Matt. Matt, we've known each other for many years, and you understand my nature well. This time, I am determined to achieve my goal. Moreover, I can promise you that once the spear is crafted, it will only be used by Alexa. She is a kind-hearted child and won't bring about any slaughter. Matt stared at the Pope for a long while, knowing that if he refused today, things could easily spiral out of control. Finally, he sighed in resignation. May you keep your promise, Cassimus. I will help you craft it, but should you dare to bring war upon the kingdom of vinyl, I'll risk my life to take something from you. The Pope let out a disdainful smile, seemingly both mocking Matt's strength and pleased that he had agreed. Rest assured, even if I were to entertain ambitions toward the kingdom of vinyl, it would only be through diplomatic relations. Chapter 49, Rashable. Xiuxian followed the attendant from the kingdom of Venner to a hotel. As forging new weapons would take a long time, she would have to stay here for these 2 days. Miss Xiuxian, Pope Matt has instructed me to arrange your accommodations and meals. A specifically assigned female attendant explained to her. This is the highest grade hotel in the kingdom of Venner. Hotel. Xiuxian slightly furrowed her brows. In her impression, hotels were just places for drinking and having fun, weren't they? The hotel's entrance was made of glass, allowing everything inside to be seen clearly from outside. After stepping inside, Xiuxian looked around in surprise at everything. Elegantly dressed gentlemen and refined noble women were sitting at tables covered with white cloths, consuming high-class food. There were no drunken peacekeepers and no rude drunkards. Miss Xiuxian, please come this way. Since Pope Matt is an investor in this inn, I have directly secured the top floor room for you, which is also the best room. The servant scurried about serving her tirelessly, running ahead to open doors one moment and standing aside, letting Xiuxian go first another moment. There wasn't a hint of disrespect, as she was fully aware that this seemingly naive miss had the surname Caroya. She was also the beloved apprentice and heir of the Holy Court Pope. If she performed well, there might even be an opportunity to receive rewards and promotions. This inn was very tall, taller than the Ronald Chamber of Commerce building in the Kingdom of Caroya, reaching up to 6 stories, especially the grand lobby and dining hall on the first floor, which had been specially designed with extra height. How sturdy must the foundation and construction materials be to achieve such architecture? As Xiuxian walked up the gradually ascending spiral staircase, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. Do you understand architectural science, miss? If you're interested, I can explain the design concept of this hotel to you shortly. At this point, a cheerful voice came from behind Xiuxian. I think you'll be interested. Xiuxian instinctively turned around to look. The speaker wore a black suit and carried a high hat, but none of these details mattered much. What stood out most were his blue eyes. Do you know about the architectural design here? After some hesitation, Xiuxian still decided to probe a bit, because the Pope was very interested in this country's technology. Of course, I'm a professional after all. My father is not only the owner of this inn, but also its chief designer. The man with the blue eyes gave Xiuxian a warm smile. Xiuxian's eyes lit up, ready to accept his offer when she suddenly remembered the Pope's teachings. There are no free divine artifacts from heaven. I wonder, what am I expected to give in return? Xiuxian stopped together with the servant and the gentleman to discuss in the hallway. What to give? The man didn't expect her to say this. The girls he had met before never thought like this. Such as money? Or perhaps rare items? Xiuxian slightly frowned, offering some possible answers. Upon hearing her words, the man shook his head repeatedly. No, miss, you don't need to give anything. If you insist on giving something, then how about the opportunity for me to admire your beauty as an exchange? The man felt extremely elegant at that moment, believing that no girl could refuse such an invitation. Although the girl in front of him liked architecture and seemed a little special. All right, shall we meet in the hall later? I can treat you to dinner, and you can explain the architectural mindset of this kind of hotel to me. How does that sound? Xiuxian proposed what she thought was a good idea, but the man didn't quite see it that way. Why in the hall? Can we go straight to my room where I can slowly explain it to you? Sigh. Well, at least the first step of her agreeing to the invitation has been achieved. Then, beautiful miss, we will see each other in the restaurant later. I have something to attend to, so I must leave first. The man finished speaking and strode past Xiuxian up the stairs. Xiuxian nodded in response and then calmly asked the attendant, do you know this person? His name is Rashable Venner. He is the son of the current king's nephew. This hotel is indeed his father's property, holding a 43% stake. After hesitating for a moment, the maid continued to speak. He is a playboy? Miss, it's best if you do not associate with him. This man has a bad reputation. As if foreseeing it already, Xiuxian just slightly nodded. It doesn't matter. Just show me the room first. The attendant led Xiuxian to the room located on the top floor. The room was lavishly decorated with exquisite carved furniture, soft velvet carpets, and dazzling crystal chandeliers. And the huge floor-to-ceiling windows provided a panoramic view of the entire cityscape. Xiuxian briefly looked around the room and then dismissed the attendant. She sat in the chair by the window, calculating her upcoming meeting with Rashable. Even if the servant hadn't told her about Rashabel's reputation, she probably could have guessed it herself. But to obtain the architectural information desired by the Pope, taking this small risk was not a big deal. When the agreed time came, Xiuxian arrived at the hotel lobby. Rashable was already waiting there, and when he saw her, his eyes lit up with admiration as he immediately stood up to greet her. After they sat down, Xiuxian noticed that the food had already been ordered for her. Top-notch steak and fine foie gras were all present. Miss Xiuxian, I hope these dishes are to your liking? Rashable smiled as he spoke, drizzling sauce over her steak. Rashable cleared his throat and began his explanation. It was then that Xiuxian realized that though he might be frivolous, his knowledge was actually quite solid. From foundation construction and material selection to the intricate design of the grand hall and spiral staircase, he explained every detail and compared it with different architectural concepts from the Kingdom of Caroya. Just at that moment, an unwelcome voice interrupted. Well, isn't this young Master Rashable? Again trying to charm some new lady, a flashy-dressed young man approached, his eyes gleaming mischievously. Rashabel's face darkened. Who are you? This is none of your business. Go away. But the young man showed no intention of leaving. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Xiuxian. Miss, don't let this guy fool you. His sweet talk can't be trusted. Unable to resist, Xiuxian managed a faint smile. Leave now. I'm explaining the design concept of this into the miss. Do you think everyone is like you? Rashable was annoyed and somewhat embarrassed. Seeing this, the other man remained silent, but took a seat nearby and ordered food. He occasionally glanced at them as if watching a show. After this ordeal, Rashable didn't feel like whispering sweet nothings anymore, so he continued to explain about the architecture. Chapter 50. Charlie, you succeeded. Ouch, so this is the gluttony of the 7 messengers? Looks like it doesn't work either. After Gluttony had his head covered and was pushed into the car, he only felt a dizzy sensation before knowing nothing. When he woke up again, he was in a pitch-black place. The priest gently slapped Gluttony's face, full of mockery in his tone. In fact, I should have sent you to star in Up. Gluttony didn't understand what he meant. Acting? Acting what? Ho ho. Act as the flying house. How suitable for you. The priest couldn't help but laugh. Gluttony was infuriated, his face turning deathly pale. You scum of the kingdom, have the guts to kill me. The priest ignored him and was about to play with him some more when the president slowly approached. Ho ho, Gluttony woke up. I want to ask you a question. Was the road smooth when you came? Even though Gluttony hadn't seen the faces of his opponents during the fight at the tavern, the presence exuding from this elder man was very similar to one of those 5 people. But what did he mean by asking if the road was flat? Could it be they were testing if I remembered the way here? What scheming tactics from the New Sun sect? No wonder they've never been wiped out after all these years. You might as well say what you want directly. I may answer depending on my mood. If it wasn't for your overwhelming numbers, there's no way I would lose. The elder softly sighed and lightly patted Gluttony's shoulder. What I want to say is beyond your comprehension yet. Beyond comprehension? Beyond capability? It took Gluttony several tries reciting it to finally catch on. Old man, who are you calling incapable? Have the guts to let me go and duel. Slap. To whom are you speaking? This is the president of our New Sun sect. If it weren't for your plan to attack Sir Mika, I would have beaten you senseless alone. The priest slapped his enormous hand across Gluttony's face, a blow much stronger than a boxing glove. Instantly, Gluttony was left dumbfounded. You bastards, you can humiliate my dignity, but you cannot destroy my will. Suppressing all feelings of humiliation, Gluttony roared furiously at the priest. Meanwhile, Leon had already returned to the inner city. Following the previous route, he quickly found the royal library. Outside its gates stood a rocking chair, but contrary to usual, Charlie wasn't lying on it. He didn't find it strange, thinking that Charlie might be working inside or explaining historical rituals to others. However, entering the library revealed Charlie nowhere in sight. Standing at Charlie's original workstation now was another man, who upon seeing Leon, reminded him of the person who ridiculed and mocked Charlie last time. Hey, Leon sensed vaguely that this individual must know something. Do you know where Charlie, the former royal librarian, has gone? Leon. Long time no see. Do you need a book? I can also assist. Upon realizing it was Greed Messenger Leon speaking to him, the man spoke with stuttering uneasiness. When did I say I wanted to look for a book? Where did Charlie go? Leon watched as the man stuttered increasingly, confirming that he was hiding something. Could it be that Charlie met with an accident? Leon, sir, you misunderstood me. I don't know what happened. Due to his lack of ability, he got laid off. Then I took over his position. The man stammered out of fear. Leon frowned deeply. Ho ho, Charlie lacking ability? What kind of skills does a librarian even need? It's clearly just a refusal to pay Charlie's salary anymore. I guessed so because there is a law in the Caroya kingdom, longevity wage awards. The longer you stay in the same job, the higher your wages get. Some workers have been working for decades and their seniority awards exceed their original wages. But those things are rightfully theirs. Charlie taught me such an important ritual, I must help him. Leon's gaze grew sharp, radiating a sense of pressure as he took a step forward, gripping the collar of the man's shirt. Don't play around with me. Tell me fast where Charlie lives. The man turned ghostly white in fear. I'll talk. He's in Xiuxian district. He has a nice house there. Leon released his grip, turned around, and quickly left the royal library. At the entrance of the inner city, he boarded a tracked electric tram and hurried to Xiuxian district, which was relatively less prosperous compared to other areas. Leon wasn't familiar with the streets Charlie lived on, so he could only search block by block using the street signs. Finally, on a less lively street, he spotted the number 43 door plate, indicating he had found Charlie's home. Leon knocked on the door, and after quite a while, Charlie opened it. Seeing him, Charlie was filled with surprise. Sir Leon? How did you find me here? Without saying much, Leon walked into the house. Observing the warmly decorated room, he felt slightly reassured. He looked at the exhausted Charlie and said slowly, I learned from that guy that you're here. How come you got fired? Just because of the longevity wage. It's true, Leon. That damn royal family. They spend more on a single meal than my entire salary, yet they fire me over the longevity wage. Charlie's face was filled with indignation as he recounted his dismissal. Leon couldn't help but slightly raise the corner of his mouth upon seeing Charlie. Charlie, why don't you work in my tavern? I'll offer you double your current salary. Charlie's eyes widened in surprise. Really? Master Leon, you would hire me? Leon nodded. Of course. You're my friend, and with all your knowledge, you'd be perfect working at my tavern. Tears of gratitude welled up in Charlie's eyes. Master Leon, you are truly a good person. I thought I would just drift through the rest of my life like this. Leon patted Charlie's shoulder. Don't say that. Pack up and come with me. I also have an even more exciting piece of news for you. Could it be? Could it be that? Charlie opened his eyes wide, eagerly awaiting what Leon would say next. You're right. That bug-level spell actually resisted a full-on attack from the sloth messenger. Charlie, you succeeded. That bug spell has the ability to dismantle any spell formed by holy force. Charlie turned red with excitement. I knew it. I knew it could. Master Leon, this is fantastic news. With this discovery, we might be able to change a lot of things. We can use this spell to protect more people, or use it to fight against the Pope. Leon clearly remembered how during its creation, he used this spell to block the Pope's attack and struck that unbeatable Pope with Illica's spear. Chapter 51. Thugs. Master Laxia, should I investigate the background of that woman? I don't think she's from our country. At the top floor of Venner Hotel, Laxia Bell lay on the sofa with a cloud of gloom hanging over him. He had just experienced his first disappointment in matters of love. He couldn't figure out why at the critical moment, a man suddenly appeared and ruined his plans. No need. She might be the daughter of a rich merchant from a neighboring country. Otherwise, how could she be so interested in architecture? You don't need to investigate her. It's more interesting when there is a hint of mystery. Do you understand? Laxia Bell rejected his subordinate's suggestion. In his view, The more elusive something was, the more charming it became. How could the subordinate understand the master's thoughts? But he could only nod blankly. Not far from Bell's room, Alexa, who was extraordinarily excited, was constantly drawing diagrams in her room while her subordinates, assigned by Matt, were busy organizing the drawing books. Yes, that's right. The architecture in Venner Kingdom is truly fascinating. In front of Alexa were several coins, and next to her right hand lay a piece of bent steel rebar. It's not only about having better architectural techniques, but their construction materials are far superior to those of the Caroya Kingdom. Alexa kept switching between sketching different shapes or formulas on her drawing book. That piece of rebar was purchased by a mercenary Alexa commissioned from downstairs at a gold shop. Alexa deliberately tested it with her strength and, as expected, under the same force, the steel bar would have broken in the Caroya Kingdom, but here in Venner, it merely bent slightly. Under industrial development, the Caroya Kingdom had fallen too far behind. This time, it wasn't just about forging the divine weapon axe, but also learning the basic industrial knowledge of the Venner Kingdom to help the Caroya Kingdom catch up. Miss Alexa, shall I pack it for you in a box? The subordinate didn't dare to say no. Thank you for your trouble. Alexa replied casually. Just as she was about to immerse herself back into work, a series of soft knocks came from the door. Alexa unconsciously looked at her subordinate, who in turn glanced at her. Their eyes met momentarily in the air before the subordinate rushed to open the door. Creak. The door opened. After the subordinate saw who was at the door, his expression changed slightly. The person outside was none other than Bell. Who are you looking for? The subordinate pretended not to know the other person. Miss Alexa, shouldn't she be in this room? I am her friend. Bell continued to maintain his graceful and composed demeanor, but only he knew himself how anxious he had already become. Bell's voice was loud, and Alexa in the room heard it clearly. However, she didn't panic like her subordinate did. Instead, she seemed to have anticipated it. Alexa furrowed her brow slightly, a fleeting trace of alertness flashing through her eyes. She well understood the habits of Bell, but in her eyes, his strategies were like those of a child. The temptation of an improved version of the steam engine was simply too great. It related to the hope of industrial development for the Caroya Kingdom. So, she still decided to go out with Bell. When Bell saw Alexa come out of the door, his lips immediately curved into a charming smile. That smile was perfectly measured, making it seem as though his earlier anxiety at the doorway was just an illusion. His acting was impeccable. Miss Alexa, what I'm going to show you today will certainly broaden your horizons. The wonder and excitement will be something you've never experienced before. Bell said confidently, his eyes shining as if eager to show Alexa his own treasure. Walking side by side down the street, Alexa's thoughts were completely occupied by the upcoming sight of the steam engine, her mind constantly conjuring up various guesses and assumptions about the steam engine. As for Bell, he acted like a mischievous child harboring dark intentions, sneaking glances at Alexa from time to time. In his gaze was admiration for her beauty as well as anticipation for the good show he was about to stage, with a faint smirk of pride occasionally appearing on his lips. However, they hadn't walked far when, around a street corner, several ferocious thugs sprang out from dark recesses like ghosts, blocking their way with aggressive postures. These thugs were ragged and hungry-looking, their greedy and savage gazes gleaming with malice, their crude clubs held tightly in their hands flashing ominously under the sunlight. Bell secretly rejoiced, feeling everything was going according to plan, yet on his face was an exaggerated look of terror. His voice even trembled as he shouted, "Who are you people? How dare you stop us in broad daylight?" The thug leader curled his lips upwards, revealing a hideous grin full of evil intent. "Kid, if you know what's good for you, leave the money and the woman. Grandpa might let you off alive." Bell quickly turned to Alexa with a look of bravery in his eyes. "Miss, don't be afraid. I am here to protect you, and I won't let them harm you in the slightest." Having said that, he made a show of charging bravely toward the thugs. However, he had never anticipated how ferocious these thugs truly were, refusing to play by the script he had arranged. Seeing Bell charge at them, they pounced like famished wolves eyeing their prey, mistaking him for an easy target from a wealthy family. Wielding their clubs, they mercilessly battered him. Their blows carried no ounce of mercy, each hit filled with raw power. In just a few exchanges, Bell was quickly beaten black and blue, looking utterly disheveled. Wide-eyed with disbelief, his face twisted in shock, he shouted loudly, "How dare you?" Yet, the thugs showed no intention of stopping. The greed and ferocity in their eyes only intensified, as if ready to tear him apart on the spot. Alexa stood aside quietly observing the chaotic scene before her, feeling somewhat exasperated and confused. When those men had first emerged, she assumed this was part of Bell's stage drama, but upon catching sight of one of their faces, everything suddenly became clear to her. It was them, those who had orchestrated matters even back in the restaurant. She didn't wish to get entangled in such trivial farces, but considering Bell had been the one to invite her out, both morally and logically, she could not stand idly by while he got thrashed to oblivion. Just then, another group of thugs appeared from the opposite direction, looking menacing as they advanced. Bell's heart sank, and his face turned deathly pale. So these guys are real thugs. There shouldn't be any thugs in Venner's wealthy district. The newly arrived thugs saw the first group beating what they thought was their original prey, which threw them into confusion. Without exchanging words, the two factions began grappling fiercely with each other. Clubs swung wildly amid shouts and curses, creating a pandemonium. But within seconds, none of the new arrivals were able to stand. "Humph, you dare to contest our spoils? Bold indeed. The earlier group sneered menacingly at whoever among them remained partially conscious. The scared man dared not reply, merely casting a frightened glance at their intended victim, Laxia Bell. Cough. Do you want to state your name and gang affiliation? I swear I'll make you regret this. Laxia Bell gritted through his teeth. How could he, someone of royal blood, end up getting beaten by mere thugs? Grandpa doesn't change his name or title, FFF gang. The thug leader spat this out, cursing once more, before thoroughly ransacking the wallets of the other group and striding away. Chapter 52. Hill's Soliloquy. As a believer of the Holy Court, Hill's day starts at 6 p.m., which is when she wakes up. Due to the upcoming operation of Ancient Idol Tavern, she has less than an hour to freshen up, eat, and change clothes. Usually, she eats plain borscht with fresh bread or a sandwich. Then she puts on one of the several outfits prepared by the boss for everyone, either bunny girl costumes or petite suits. By this time, the guests usually have already arrived. The well-rested vampires, after checking each other to make sure tails and fangs are hidden, will greet these first groups of guests. Approximately 10 female vampires take on the task of entertaining the guests with drinks. The males stay backstage to prepare the specially developed beverages by the boss, or tend to some elderly ladies or grandmothers who prefer younger staff. They harbor no complaints about this arrangement. Rather, sometimes they feel proud to be chosen, for in the eyes of vampires who've lived for hundreds of years, humans at the age of 60 or 70 aren't much different from those aged 20 or 30. They're all little darlings. Hill often laughs for long periods about this. From 7 p.m. to 5 a.m. is the hardest 10 hours to endure, and even with her pre-illness physical condition, she probably wouldn't have lasted until the end of the shift. But ever since the boss gave me that light, everything has changed. Often, Hill doesn't feel tired at all, and after a brief rest following the 10-hour job, she can directly dedicate herself to the tasks of the Holy Court. These tasks could be considered flexible part-time work, where Sunday and Saturday only require attending a 1-hour lecture at the sub-tribunal of the Holy Court in Xinxing District starting at 8:30 a.m. The content of these lectures is incredibly monotonous, preaching faith in the angelic God, emphasizing diligent work and lifetime dedication, even giving your life for the Holy Court through brainwashing sessions. Humph, I won't believe such lectures. If I must dedicate my life, it would be to Lord Leon. Only Lord Leon deserves my entire life. Although Sundays and Saturdays involve only listening to these lectures, Monday to Friday entail full mornings of busy work, patrols, surveillance to check for rebels, or catching thieves, and various odd jobs. All sorts of bizarre tasks fall onto the shoulders of believers, yet we receive only 65 silver shillings every month. The tavern owner pays almost 2 golden pounds. Could it be that the vast Holy Court is poorer than the owner's tavern? Frankly speaking, managing the tavern's accounts, I know clearly how significant the daily turnover can be. Even the taverns of the Ronald Chamber down the block likely don't match half of ours. But this certainly excludes the illegal items they sell. If you include the illegal goods, that tavern might earn more than 10 combined establishments. I frequently wonder where all this money goes. The boss too, having made nearly 80 gold pounds in just 4 days of pure profit, hasn't been seen buying new houses or cars. Where does he spend all his money? Sigh. I hope someday his wife Alexa becomes the keeper of finances. Otherwise, it can't be good that so much of the boss's money vanishes without a trace. Let me get back to the point. After completing the morning task for the Holy Court, next comes returning to eat and sleep. If Master Bach happens to be at the tavern, he might teach me combat techniques. Unfortunately, I cannot learn his blood magic. If I could, I'm sure I'd grow stronger to help the boss. However, today, someone in the tavern is teaching another human some techniques. That person, newly arrived here, obviously didn't realize those people were vampires, but Hill believes that even if he did find out, he wouldn't leave. He's very loyal to the boss. I've been awakened for 3 days now, and I feel like I'm progressing particularly fast. All the techniques seem so simple to me. I understand them immediately upon learning, facing absolutely no difficulty. Part of the credit must go to teacher Charlie's excellent instruction, while the other part surely owes to my being a genius. After all, Charlie praised me like that. Hill, upstairs VIP room, the boss called for you. Remember to act a little flirtatious as I told you. Gue Lu came into the kitchen carrying a tray of empty glass cups, addressing Hill who was preparing cocktails. Alright, that's all. The boss is calling me. Hill, wearing her now expertly mastered high heels, slowly stepped out of the kitchen and onto the revolving wooden staircase. These stairs no longer creak loudly as they used to. Dong, dong, dong. Hill habitually knocked on the wooden door, and not long after came the voice inside saying, "Come in." Hill then opened the door and walked in slowly. Upon entering, she saw the boss tinkering with a pen, writing intermittently on a sheet of paper, seemingly deep in thought. "Hill, you're here? I was planning to attribute the merit of capturing the glutton to you, using this merit to promote you straight from the position of believer to holy knight." Leon looked up and covered the ledger, his gaze once again landing on Hill in her bunny girl costume, a sight that never failed to make him slightly flush. Ahem, how does that sound to you? Hill's eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't believe she was about to become a holy knight so quickly. The last time he had mentioned it, hadn't he said it would take 15 days? But now, only 3 had passed. Boss, am I really ready for this? Hill asked hesitantly, her heartbeat accelerating. Leon nodded. Your potential far exceeds that of others, and you deserve this opportunity. Once you're a holy knight, you'll gain higher standing within the Holy Court, which will also be advantageous for me. Hill took a deep breath, her expression firming with determination. All right, boss, I accept. However, you must understand that as a holy knight, you'll receive much more attention, and your actions can no longer be as carefree as they were before, Leon warned. The inner workings of the Holy Court are far more complicated than you imagine. Behind the facade of holiness lies a web of interests and conflicts. Leon's expression was grave as he spoke. I'm not afraid, boss. For you, and for Elixa, I'll do my best to handle everything. Hill clenched her fists tightly, though her resolve seemed almost endearing against the backdrop of her outfit. In the coming days, you need to prepare yourself thoroughly. I'll arrange some special training to help you adapt to the requirements of being a holy knight. And regarding the tavern work, you should gradually reduce your hours here and focus more on improving yourself. Leon stood up and walked over to Hill, patting her shoulder gently. Yes, boss. Hill felt invigorated, her entire body brimming with newfound energy. Chapter 53, Creating a Scene. At 5 a.m., the Go Wine Bar was supposed to have very few patrons left, and the vampires were tidying up in an orderly manner. Normally, at this time, the store should no longer welcome new customers. However, the tavern owner Leon had recently established a new rule. Early morning revelers had the right to stay inside, but after 5 o'clock, the tavern would not accept new customers. The regulars of the tavern all knew this regulation well, but occasionally there were troublesome individuals who showed up at this hour. Hey miss, order some drinks. A staggering drunkard, reeking of alcohol, wobbled into the bar and plopped down onto the chair nearest to the door. Guac, who was cleaning, had noticed him but ignored him, continuing his chores. This was the experience Hilda had imparted to him. These kinds of people usually left on their own when they realized they weren't interesting anymore. I'm telling you, serve me some drink. Is your tavern out of business? After being ignored for a while, anger surged within the drunkard. He slammed his hand on the table, the sound particularly grating in the quiet tavern, instantly drawing the attention of everyone on the first floor. Hilda, who had just come out from the private room upstairs, slightly furrowed her eyebrows upon hearing the commotion. Her originally good mood evaporated instantly. She quickly ran downstairs, and by the time she reached the staircase entrance, she saw Guac and Guac, two burly men, already standing in front of the troublemaker. Guac held an open silver pocket watch in front of the man's eyes, speaking harshly. Can't you see the sign outside? We've been off work for half an hour. We're not open for business. Off work? Then what about the people inside here? I can see you just don't want to serve me. Discrimination. The man persisted, pointing at the other customers still inside the store, his face filled with the look of someone trying to cause trouble. Upon seeing this, Guac's anger immediately flared up. He couldn't stand unreasonable provocations like this. Sir, if you don't leave now, I will personally kick you out. As he spoke, Guac tightly clenched his fists. His right hand crackled instantly, as if a force was surging within. Guac's words drew cheers and applause from all the customers present. Everyone shouted in unison for the man to get out. Hilda thought the farce would end here, but suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of several figures in special uniforms flashing past outside the door. Damn, Hilda silently cursed. She realized Guac and the others had fallen for a trap. See, don't fight. Hilda quickly tried to stop him, but at that moment Guac had already lifted the man completely off the ground. Sister Hill, let me tell you, this guy is completely unreasonable and is disturbing the other guests. I just wanted to kick him out. Guac looked toward wronged, thinking Hilda had misunderstood his goodwill. Hilda didn't bother to respond to Guac, rushing straight towards the door. But when she stepped outside, those figures had already disappeared without a trace. Sister Hill. Guac looked puzzled. In his perception, there had clearly been no one outside just now. Just now, I saw reporters outside. Everything you said and did will likely be exaggerated and reported in the newspaper. Hilda frowned, already guessing that the man had been sent deliberately to stir up trouble. Shit, so you mean this guy came here on purpose? Guac looked at the man, then at Hilda, and immediately felt foolish for having lived for centuries without seeing through such a simple scheme. Are you a thug from the Ronald Chamber? Guac glared at the man fiercely, suspecting he might be from the Ronald Chamber, which was most likely envious of Go Tavern's flourishing business in the city. The man feigned ignorance, pretending not to understand. What are you talking about? I'm just an unemployed youth looking for a drink. Guac turned green with rage over the man's refusal to acknowledge the accusations, unconsciously wanting to punch him. But under the watchful gaze of those around him, he loosened his fists instead. He roughly carried the man to the door and threw him out. Seeming to have completed his mission, the man continued to pretend to be drunk, swaying as he walked away, disappearing from view soon after. Hilda took a deep breath, turned to face the remaining guests inside the tavern, and bowed slightly, apologetically saying, Everyone, we apologize for startling you today. It's due to our tavern's inadequate hospitality. Please forgive us. Most of the guests indicated understanding, since they had witnessed the entire event. Several regular customers even came over to console Hilda, murmuring indignantly that such drunks deserved a proper lesson. After handling matters inside the tavern, Hilda returned tiredly to the second floor. However, later that afternoon, trouble arrived like a storm. While reading the newspaper, Hilda immediately spotted the big news fabricated by the Ronald Chamber. The newspaper headline was written in bold letters. Go Wine Bar discriminates against customers and even resorts to physical violence, with a blurry picture on the side showing what appeared to be Guac attacking the troublemaker. Hilda frowned deeply, her heart filled with anger and worry. She knew this was the Ronald Chamber scheme. They were envious of Go Wine Bar's thriving business, which affected their interests, so they resorted to such despicable tactics. If these false reports spread, it would cause immeasurable damage to the tavern's reputation. Hilda didn't waste any time and hurried off to find the boss, Leon. Along the way, her mind was constantly swirling with various strategies for dealing with the situation while also worrying about potential worse scenarios. Hilda entered Leon's office and slammed the newspaper down on the table anxiously, saying, "Boss, the Ronald Chamber has made its move. They've twisted the events from this morning." Leon picked up the newspaper and glanced at it, but his face didn't show the panic Hilda had expected. It instead looked rather calm. "They're trying to ruin our business," Leon said after a moment of thought. "Since they're so determined to stick with us, then it's time we close the net too. Get Charlie for me," Leon instructed Hilda. Although Hilda didn't understand Leon's intentions, she still followed the boss's request and went next door to call Charlie. "Knock, knock, knock." Hilda tapped on Charlie's door. "The door's not locked," came Charlie's voice from inside, sounding a bit unusual, as if he was busy doing something. Hilda pushed the door open and walked in, only to stop dead in her tracks at the sight before her, completely shocked beyond expectation. Several beds had been moved to the center of the room and joined together, and lying on top of them was a naked male vampire. And Charlie was shirtless at that moment too. However, this scene, which might have seemed somewhat sensual, was ruined by blood splattering everywhere. Charlie, what are you doing? Are you performing surgery on a sick colleague?" Hilda tried to find a reasonable explanation for what she was seeing. "Not really. I'm no doctor, just researching magical runes." "Think about it, Hilda. If we combine blood magic with runic spells, could we create an incredibly powerful spell magic?" Charlie's face was lit up with excitement. As he explained to Hilda, he continued soothing the test subject on the bed. Amla, you're a vampire, and we already agreed on your compensation for this experiment." It turned out that Charlie had somehow discovered most of the tavern employees were vampires, and he decided to use them for his own purposes. But at this moment, Hilda simply couldn't accept the madness playing out right in front of her. Chapter 54, Closing the Net. "By the way, what did you just say?" Charlie suddenly remembered that Hill seemed to want to say something when he came in. "Oh, it's the boss who wants to find you." It was only now that Hill remembered he still had things to do, having been so shocked by the scene that he forgot what he was supposed to do. The holy light and surgical instruments in Charlie's hands fell to the ground with a clang. "Oh no, why didn't you tell me earlier? The boss wants to see me. I need to change my clothes right away." Charlie immediately ran to the bathroom, washed the blood off his hands, and took off his coat. But it seemed like he forgot something else. "Charlie, old Charlie, at least sew up my chest first. The blood is gushing out nonstop." The naked vampire on the bed tightly held his open chest. Charlie didn't even look at the vampire. He merely said casually while putting on a clean jacket, "Just hold it with your hand. The boss needs me urgently." "My goddamn." The young vampire boy, looking at Charlie walking away, felt nothing but despair, yet couldn't move himself for fear of losing more blood. He could only lie there, holding his chest, and wait quietly for the wound to heal itself. "Boss, you called for me?" Charlie pulled open the door of Leon's office and walked in with Hill. How's the research on the white stone I asked you to investigate earlier?" Leon calmly asked Charlie, completely unaware of what just happened. But Leon's lack of inquiry into Charlie's affairs gave Charlie immense confidence. Lord Leon tacitly approved of his research. "Boss, the white stone from before, after spending all night with a friend, we were finally able to confirm that this contains a mineral banned 200 years ago by the Caroya Kingdom. And it's this mineral that grants those special abilities. Moreover, with current technology, it's impossible to eliminate those side effects." Charlie slowly explained, informing Leon of everything he knew, and then took out a small glass vial containing white graphite from his pocket. "You and Hill come with me to the Holy Court." Leon took the vial and placed it in his pocket, then turned and looked at Hill, speaking calmly. "I will attribute the discovery of the illegal trade at Ronaldo Tavern and the capture of Gluttony entirely to Hill. This way, she'll definitely become a holy knight and qualify as a candidate for Sacred Messenger." Hill said nothing, naturally accepting the outcome because everything she owned belonged to Lord Leon. At the same time, the Grand Archbishop within the Holy Court had already learned about the disappearance of Gluttony, but couldn't understand why Gluttony would betray him. Besides himself, who else could help Gluttony hide? The Grand Archbishop didn't even consider the possibility that Gluttony had been captured. Because, aside from the sacred messengers, several archbishops, the Grand Generals, and the Pope, the only ones left in the Caroya Kingdom were the New Dawn sect. But how would Gluttony ever get involved with them? Leon led Charlie and Hill to the Holy Court. Along the way, Hill's heart was gripped by an invisible hand. Her palms sweated nervously, yet excitement coursed uncontrollably through her veins. This mission was like a weight on the scales, deciding the fate of both the tavern and herself. Leon maintained a calm demeanor, guiding the two along a corridor with familiar ease. Colorful glass panels adorned the walls of the corridor, refracting dazzling lights that danced across their bodies. The Grand Archbishop was deep in meditation inside the prayer room, the silence around him broken only by the soft sound of his breathing. Upon hearing someone request an audience, he furrowed his brow slightly, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. When he saw Leon and his companions, his expression became even more puzzled. "Leon, why are you here? And who are these people?" Leon bowed gracefully and respectfully. "Grand Archbishop, I have come to offer you a grand gift." As he spoke, he gestured with his arm, and his subordinates brought forth Gluttony, unconscious and lifeless, increasing the tension in the air dramatically. When the Grand Archbishop saw Gluttony, his complexion changed instantly. Shock transformed quickly into suspicion. How is Gluttony in your hands?" He simply couldn't believe that Gluttony had been captured so easily. Leon remained smiling, calm, and unhurried. "Grand Archbishop, It's all thanks to Hill. She discovered and subdued gluttony during one of her patrols. The Grand Archbishop became even more confused. Hill? Who was this person? She was wearing the clothing of a regular believer. And moreover, we've made significant discoveries, Leon continued. Charlie stepped forward just in time and handed the glass vial containing white graphite to the Grand Archbishop, along with a handwritten report of its composition. Grand Archbishop, this is the banned substance found at Ronaldo Tavern. You may review this report. This mineral was prohibited by the kingdom 200 years ago, because it acts like a demon's curse, bringing endless disasters to anyone who comes into contact with it. And Ronaldo Tavern has been selling items containing this mineral, causing significant harm. The Grand Archbishop's expression turned grim as he took the report and carefully read it, his eyes growing more serious. Is this report really reliable? Perhaps it's fabricated by you. The Grand Archbishop certainly didn't want to accept it so easily. Ronaldo Trade Group contributed a great deal of money to him every year. Leon slightly furrowed his brows, his tone becoming heavier. Grand Archbishop, how dare we deceive you? If you don't believe us, you can have scholars from the Holy Court examine it. The Grand Archbishop fell silent. He knew Leon wasn't someone who would easily show weaknesses. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to abandon Ronaldo Trade Group. Ronaldo Trade Group dared to act so arrogantly. The Grand Archbishop pretended to be angry and said, issue an immediate order for Ronaldo Trade Group to suspend operations and undergo investigation. All relevant personnel must be thoroughly examined. Leon observed the Grand Archbishop's performance and coldly chuckled inside, but remained outwardly respectful. Your wisdom is impeccable, Grand Archbishop. Since Hill made such a great contribution, I hope you will reward her accordingly. The Grand Archbishop glanced at Hill, a complex look flashing in his eyes, resentment, helplessness, and even a touch of murderous intent towards Hill. Hill, your performance this time was indeed commendable. I hereby announce that you will become a holy knight, enjoying higher status and authority. I hope you will continue to serve the Holy Court diligently. Thank you, Grand Archbishop. I shall not fail your expectations. Hill spoke slowly. Chapter 55, Recommendation. The Grand Archbishop's gaze fell upon the respectful Hill, and he nodded slightly. He was crystal clear that this person before him must be someone cultivated entirely by Leon. Leon had attributed all the credit to her, with an overt intention of vigorously supporting this girl. However, one matter had always perplexed the Grand Archbishop. Just who had defeated gluttony? There was no way it could have been this 17-year-old Hill standing before him. Back in the day, Xiuxian at the same age was far from having the strength to defeat a holy messenger. Grand Archbishop, I have one more matter, Leon said as he turned his eyes towards the Grand Archbishop, interrupting his thoughts. What? Another thing? The Grand Archbishop's heart jolted. This fellow had already brought up 3 matters. How could there be more? You mentioned last time that holy messengers can recommend paladins to run for the new position of gluttony, right? Leon smiled as he said, the person I recommend is Paladin Hill. Upon hearing this, the Grand Archbishop froze completely. Just promoted to Paladin, she was running for holy messenger? Even Xiuxian back in the day wasn't so bold. This guy truly dared to think and act. Running for a holy messenger isn't a joke. Her experience is too shallow. She cannot be chosen. Although the Grand Archbishop was aware that Hill likely wouldn't be elected due to her situation, he didn't want to give even a sliver of a chance. Leon, however, remained calm and started refuting with reason. Grand Archbishop, you say her experience is insufficient, but I don't see it that way. Firstly, regarding Hill's strength, she single-handedly defeated the former gluttony. Isn't such formidable strength enough? Secondly, concerning work capability, she uncovered on her own one of the major cases involving the Ronald Guild selling banned items. Can any of the other holy messengers claim such an accomplishment? These 2 indisputable points dropped by Leon were like bombshells, leaving the Grand Archbishop momentarily speechless. He rapidly searched his mind, trying to find counterarguments, but ultimately realized he couldn't refute them. Fine. Anyway, she probably won't get elected. Let it happen. All right then, considering the many contributions made by Hill to the Sacred Court and the Kingdom of Caroya, this will be approved. The Grand Archbishop then changed his tone and became serious. But if she doesn't win, don't blame me. Through Leon's insistence backed by solid reasoning, a glimmer of hope appeared for Hill's candidacy, illuminating her path to becoming a holy messenger. At the very moment, the door of the Xuanhuan bar was besieged by a large crowd, surrounding the nearby area so tightly that water couldn't pass through. Black-hearted wine bar. Last time after drinking their wine, I suffered stomach pain for the entire day. Yours is nothing compared to mine. My grandmother, 108 years old, drank a glass of their water of life, and after wobbling home, she died instantly. And none of these compare to what happened to me. My wife drank a new batch of their wine, called something like a Coke barrel. Afterward, the children she gave birth to turned black. Sob sob. Micah behind the closed door of the Xuanhuan bar couldn't hold it in anymore and shouted back at them. You bloody fool. Your wife being betrayed by another man hasn't even dawned on you yet. Are you implying our Coke has a dye function? You might as well blame the soy sauce. Brother Micah, what should we prepare to do? Guac and Guachi sat with Maka Viva by the entrance on the first floor, guarding against intruders. Micah scratched his head. Sister Hill and the boss were both out, and White Bone wasn't at home either. What could he possibly do? Guac, don't you usually come up with great ideas? How come now you're relying on me? I've got no idea. Guac frowned deeply. Most likely, if not all of these people outside were hired by the Ronald Guild. But every journalist in the Kingdom of Caroya was here watching this unfold. All of it would make the front page of the newspapers. Whatever they said likely wouldn't make any difference. Just as Guac was at his wit's end, suddenly a horn sounded outside. Beep, beep, beep. Breaking news, breaking news. Ronald Guild is sealed off by the Sacred Court for illegal drug trafficking. Starting from this afternoon at 4:30 p.m., Ronald Guild is undergoing restructuring, and all employees are being investigated. The consecutive loudspeaker-amplified newspaper vendor cries shocked everyone. What? Ronald Guild is being shut down because of illegal transactions. Could such a thing really happen? Though some doubted it initially, it immediately struck a chord among the listeners, causing chaos as they looked at each other uneasily. No, it can't be possible. How could Ronald Guild be sealed off? Don't believe him. He's lying. The man who was shouting turned beet red, the veins on his forehead bulging as he tried to convince the crowd around him that it was just a rumor. Yet, quite a few people began to waver and whispered among themselves. How could this be? Ronald Guild is so massive. How can it be sealed because of such a thing? Who knows? Maybe the newspaper vendor has been bribed. The emotions of the crowd grew increasingly agitated, with both sides holding firm to their views, voices of argument rising up one after another, creating a scene of utter chaos. Some people even began hurling debris at the tavern, forcing Guac and the others to dodge desperately, making the situation more and more perilous. At this moment, a dignified figure appeared in everyone's sight. It was none other than Holy Messenger Leon. Dressed in splendid robes, exuding an air of inviolable sanctity, Leon slowly raised what he held in his hand, a gentle light shining forth that immediately quieted the noisy crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, everything the newspaperman said is true, announced Leon, his voice loud and steady, reverberating through the air. The Sacred Court has already obtained irrefutable evidence that the Ronald Guild was involved in trafficking prohibited drugs. This seal is absolutely legitimate. Everyone exchanged glances, their eyes full of shock. Leon's words were like a giant boulder thrown into a tranquil lake, stirring up enormous waves. The previously boisterous crowd suddenly fell silent, each person digesting the stunning news. All those rumors against Gu Wine Bar should come to an end. Leon's gaze swept across the entire scene. Gu Wine Bar was wrongfully accused, deliberately targeted by malicious people. Upon hearing this, the masses began reflecting on their actions, with many showing signs of embarrassment. When Guac and the rest saw their boss appear, they let out a sigh of relief. Finally, there was a turning point in this crisis. If the boss didn't return, the door of Gu Wine Bar might have been torn down by this mob. Chapter 56. Clean up. The crowd pretending to cause trouble dispersed immediately upon learning that the boss of the Ronald Chamber of Commerce was in deep trouble. Their departure wasn't solely due to the shocking news, but also because Sacred Messenger Leon had personally appeared on the scene. This man, who was a deity-like figure in the minds of the public, his presence deterred any audacity among the crowd. Meanwhile, not far away, Ronald's Tavern was facing a catastrophic disaster. What are you doing? This is Ronald Chamber of Commerce's Ronald Tavern. You have no right to arrest me. The tavern owner's usual seductive allure was now completely gone, replaced by an expression filled with terror and anger. Several members of the Holy Tribunal burst through the door, full of righteous indignation. Ronald Chamber of Commerce? Humph. One member of the Holy Tribunal sneered. In front of the Holy Tribunal, let alone the Ronald Chamber of Commerce, even if that old guy Ronald crawls out of his grave, he'll still be dragged back for interrogation. These tribunal members were often oppressed by the Ronald Chamber of Commerce. Whether it was the cost of heating in winter or daily electricity expenses, all were constantly raised by the chamber. Now, they finally had the chance to vent their frustrations. At this moment, a figure appeared before the tavern owner, accompanied by a wait. The Holy Tribunal members turned their heads at the sound, and when they saw who it was, their expressions of shock were evident. Leondarin, why are you here? These followers were of the lowest rank in the Holy Tribunal. In their eyes, Leon was an unreachable existence. Oh, am I not allowed to be here? Leon looked at their flustered expressions with interest, finding it quite amusing. Seeing this situation, the tavern owner's mind raced quickly, instantly realizing a possibility. Could this man have taken a liking to her beauty during his previous visits? With the Ronald Chamber of Commerce soon to fall, if she could latch onto this sacred messenger, perhaps she might escape disaster. No matter what, she mustn't be thrown into prison. Lyndon, please take up my case, cried the tavern owner, weeping, appearing as though she'd suffered immensely. This group of believers, they've suddenly claimed Ronald Chamber of Commerce sells forbidden items, and they want to arrest me, a mere shop assistant. She sobbed melodramatically, acting brilliantly enough to deceive anyone unaware of the true circumstances. Master, don't believe her. We are under orders from the Archbishop to seal off all properties under the Ronald Chamber of Commerce. Please. The followers hastily contradicted, but before they could finish speaking, they were interrupted by the tavern owner's loud cries. Master, the bad things those above have done, I really know nothing about them. Please forgive me once more. While crying and complaining, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally, her coat slipped off at some point, leaving large swaths of snow-white skin and an imposing neckline uncovered. Her impropriety was obvious to all. Leon casually averted his gaze and said coldly, "You may have misunderstood something. I am the special appointee of the Grand Archbishop responsible for recovering forbidden items." These words hit the tavern owner like a bucket of cold water, dumbfounding her. She realized then that she was attempting bribery with the very person investigating the matter, an absolutely hopeless mistake. Leon gestured to one of the nearby believers, signaling them to take her away. Oh, and this person is a repeat offender, so keep her together with the main family of the Ronald Chamber. Amidst confusion and anger, the tavern owner was roughly lifted by several believers and thrown into a carriage. Beside the carriage, the tavern owner still cast a glance towards Leon, her voice carrying a hint of pleading and allure. Leon Durong, must you be so heartless? Can you not appreciate my beauty? If you let me go, I can do anything for you. Leon looked at her coldly, saying, your beauty means nothing against sin. Do you think using such tactics will exempt you from punishment? The sins committed by the Ronald Chamber of Commerce. Each of you has your part to answer for. The tavern owneress's tears hovered in her eyes, but she forced herself to appear calm. Master, I'm just a weak woman. I couldn't stop what they did. Day after day, I've been stuck in this tavern, oblivious to the outside world. Leon frowned slightly. Ignorance? When prohibited items were sold in your tavern, when innocents suffered because of you, you were no longer innocent. You've enjoyed the wealth brought by the chamber, yet you don't wish to bear the consequences. Is that possible? Leon picked up the plush coat that had been dropped and handed it to the believers. Give it back to her. Though deeply aware of this person's many misdeeds, and that she likely wouldn't last more than a week, driven by a last ounce of compassion, he hoped this woman could retain a shred of dignity as a human being before her death. Tap, tap, tap. Leon's footsteps echoed through the disordered Ronald Tavern. The decor here was excessively luxurious, with crystal ornaments in abundance and rare woods everywhere, all serving as building materials and decorations, showcasing the former extravagance and wickedness of the tavern. Guasi, Leon softly called out. In the next moment, a figure emerged from the shadows and respectfully said, Boss, what do you need me to do? Leon stood still and uttered a single word, lead the way. After receiving his instructions, Guasi proceeded straight toward the office he was taken to the first time he came here, relying on his memory. Leon followed leisurely behind, with a calm expression that gave no indication of his thoughts. All along the way, the chaos and luxury within the tavern were like fleeting clouds to him. His target was solely the office hiding countless secrets. Bang! The door of the office was kicked open by Leon. Boss, I don't know exactly where they are hidden, Guasi respectfully said. When I and my Ka searched this place back then, the madam took it out from under the table. So let's search. Leon slowly began. Leon was fully aware that the archbishop could not possibly imprison everyone. At most, a few members of the main family and branches would be arrested as scapegoats, and these drugs would inevitably be taken back. What he needed to do was destroy these harmful things entirely. Guasi started a meticulous search in the office. Under tables, behind bookshelves, wall partitions, they didn't overlook any possible hiding spots. Suddenly, Guasi discovered a secret compartment behind a painting. Boss, there's something here. Leon opened the secret compartment, finding several exquisite boxes inside. Upon opening them, they turned out to be the prohibited drugs. There was also a blood crystal. Leon looked grave, taking out a special container and placing the blood crystal into it. He then instructed Guasi to take the boxes. Boss, we're done handling all of this. Let's go, Guasi said. Leon nodded, glancing at this once den of filth, and quietly remarked, I hope there will be no more such sins in the future. Chapter 57, back by his side. Inner city of Werner Kingdom. Matt handed the newly forged spear to Alexa and brought her to a rare mineral mine. Alexa, such a powerful weapon cannot be used in the urban area. Matt glanced from Alexa to a distant mountain not far away and pointed at that particular mountainside. However, here you can use this extremely potent spear to your heart's content. Alexa looked at the nearby mountain with an odd red hue and slightly frowned. Hope Matt, what kind of mineral is this? Why is it all red? Oh, this is called red crystal stone. It can be used for mineral purification. Matt waved his hand at Alexa, signaling her to start quickly. After hearing this, Alexa didn't hesitate and began channeling divine power into the artifact spear. The spear had a silver-white color, with golden lines made from special materials spiraling around its surface. As she infused it with divine power, these glowing threads of energy started climbing upward along the spear. Alexa poured the divine power continuously, and soon the golden lines on the spear shone even more brilliantly. As if coming to life, according to the patterns carved into the weapon, divine energy gathered and flowed, eventually converging into an immense and dazzling force at the tip of the spear. She suddenly thrust the spear forward, aiming directly at the red-hued mountain. Instantly, a brilliant beam of divine light shot forth, resembling a roaring white dragon charging toward the mountain. A tremendous roar echoed through the land, making the earth tremble as though the entire mountain was shaking violently. When the dust settled, the crowd stared in shock at the sight before them. A gaping hole about 10 meters deep had been blasted into the mountain face, surrounding rocks pulverized into shards scattering everywhere. That previously strange red crystal stone had now exposed brighter inner facets shimmering under the sunlight, with a captivating yet mysterious luster. Seeing this scene, Matt revealed a satisfied smile on his face and praised her a few times. This kind of control and application of divine power far surpasses the norm. Alexa bent slightly in acknowledgement, humbly replying, Hope, you overpraise me. Without this artifact you crafted for me, I would never have achieved such a result. As she spoke, she gently caressed the spear in her hands, feeling the residual waves of divine power emanating from it. Her eyes were filled with both affection and treasuring for the weapon. But always remember, I created this weapon for Caroya Kingdom with the hope that you would use it to quell internal strife within your country. May you not wield it for plunder. Matt's profound gaze locked onto Alexa's bright blue eyes, as if searching for something deeper within them. Hope, I don't understand. Why does war happen? Alexa hesitated, But the man before her gave her a sense of security. I've studied economics. The book says wars arise because nations lack resources, thus requiring them to seize others' resources to grow stronger. But isn't trade available now? Matt did not expect Alexa to say these words. It seemed this girl genuinely disliked war. He initially thought she might just be pretending. Alexa, you must realize, your desires are limitless. Remember today's words. I hope you do not forget them later. Matt's impression of this young woman changed significantly. Alexa didn't fully comprehend, but neither did she plan to ask further. She did not know how to govern a country well, but certainly not in the way Caroya Kingdom operated now. Right after leaving the mechanical church, Alexa immediately returned to the hotel to pack her belongings. Because the Pope had said once the test run of the weapon proved successful, she should return to Caroya Kingdom immediately. Something must have happened in Caroya Kingdom, causing even the Pope to seem anxious. She hoped Lord Leon would be safe. Creak. Alexa pressed the lock on her door, just as she was about to enter when she sensed something amiss. Someone else was inside. It wasn't the Pope, nor his female subordinate. Instead, there was a nauseating smell lingering in the air. But Alexa showed no fear whatsoever and walked straight in. Bang. The door closed behind her again. In her usual working seat sat someone. The persistent man who had been harassing her, Lashable. Oh, isn't that Alexa? Where are you in such a hurry to go? Lashable turned his head to look at Alexa. How did you get in here? How did you enter my room? Alexa furrowed her brows slightly. Lashable, despite having bandages wrapped around his head, still exuded absolute confidence. Shouldn't you know? My dad owns this hotel. Isn't it easy for me to obtain spare keys for all rooms? Alexa remained entirely unfazed, sitting down on the couch and looking straight at Lashable. So, what's your purpose? To be honest, I am a member of the royal family. If you don't leave, I can make you a millionaire's wife. Sounds tempting, right? Moreover, I can promise you'll be the first wife. While speaking, Lashable suddenly spread his arms wide as if trying to embrace the entire Werner kingdom. Please allow me to decline. Lashable, you have high status, wealth, and talent, but I don't like you. Alexa replied lightly, which wasn't difficult for her to say. After hearing Alexa's words, Lashable instantly widened his eyes, filled with disbelief and intertwined anger. He abruptly stood up, causing the chair behind him to clang loudly. Why? In what way am I inferior to others? I possess identity, I own wealth, yet you dare reject me? Tell me then, who exactly is that person you fancy? Lashable was so furious that the veins on his neck began to bulge visibly. He stared intently at Alexa, as if trying to burn holes through her. Alexa remained unperturbed, lifting her gaze slowly and meeting Lashabelle's aggressive stare head-on before responding calmly. He is someone capable of transforming the situation in Caroya Kingdom, a true leader. He may not possess your immense fortune, but his heart and mind are entirely devoted to the people. He is always considering the well-being of Caroya's citizens, thinking about how everyone can lead a stable and prosperous life. To him, the stability of the nation and the happiness of its people are far more important than personal interests. Lashable scoffed disdainfully. Humph, sounds good, but it's probably just an excuse you fabricated to turn me down. Alexa frowned slightly, her tone turning serious. Lashable, I never use such matters as excuses, and I am willing to follow him, contributing my part for our country. Struck speechless by her words, Lashable stood there, his face alternating between pale and red. The atmosphere indoors immediately grew unbearably tense, as though the air itself had frozen. And Alexa, gripping her fists tightly, had made up her mind to return to Caroya Kingdom as soon as possible, going back to that person's side. Chapter 58 Auction. So, can you tell me your full name? Rashabelle seemed to have all her strength suddenly drained, looking deflated. She simply gazed silently at the beautiful elixir in front of her, her eyes brimming with complex emotions. Disappointment and unwillingness mingled together. Xiuxian Caroya. Xiuxian paused for a moment before calmly replying. Or the daughter of the angel, the sacred messenger of lust. I assume you've heard these names. After pondering for a bit, she decided against hiding anything further, laying everything out bare. Deep down, she felt that the man in front of her wasn't fundamentally bad. He was merely perhaps lacking proper guidance. I see. Haha. So it seems that the incident back then was one of your people's doing as well, huh? Rashabelle, while speaking, gracefully began sorting through the cluttered materials on Xiuxian's desk, exuding an unusual elegance in her every gesture, almost like a true noble. Sorry about that. That event was my subordinate's independent action without my knowledge. Should I have them apologize to you? Xiuxian looked somewhat embarrassed since she had been completely unaware of that event when it happened. Rashabelle gently shook his head, his face carrying a forced smile, softly saying, no need. Given how eager you are to return to your country, there must be some very important matters awaiting you. As he spoke, he elegantly handed over the organized materials to Xiuxian, appearing just like a truly well-bred noble. Xiuxian took the materials, feeling unexpectedly touched. She sincerely expressed her gratitude by lightly saying, thank you, then turned around and went downstairs. Downstairs, several burly, fierce-looking men gathered together. Their dark faces gleamed coldly under the sunlight. Each of them maintained a stony expression, frequently checking their watches, muttering among themselves. It was as if they were scheming some serious robbery, striking fear into anyone who saw them. Come on, you guys standing here scare away all the other customers. Xiuxian immediately noticed those demon hunters and couldn't help but comment. Oh, miss, you finally come down. If you didn't come soon, I would have rushed upstairs myself. That guy doesn't look trustworthy at all. Those originally stern demon hunters instantly relaxed their serious expressions upon seeing Xiuxian, breaking into broad smiles as they quickly responded to her words. This place is off limits from discussion. Especially after we return to the Caroya kingdom, we shouldn't mention this matter or person ever again, understood? Erlixia slightly squinted her eyes, her voice carrying an indubitable hint of killing intent. The demon hunters, sensing the overwhelming intimidation washing over them, trembled and nodded rapidly, not daring to utter a word. At the same time, due to the fall of the Ronal merchants, many industries and operations within the Caroya kingdom were impacted. To ensure the normal functioning of the kingdom, most of Ronal's businesses, such as heating and electricity, were temporarily taken over by the state. However, some shops involved in manufacturing and entertainment weren't included in this takeover. These shops and equipment were auctioned off at low prices by the Holy Court. Maka, Goe 4, and Whitebone were selected by Leon for this auction. Their task was to acquire a tavern and a food processing plant from Ronal Chamber in Xinxing district. Of course, Leon wanted to buy this establishment for good reasons. The tavern was to expand its scale. This current one was finding it hard to accommodate so many people. Getting another one would certainly do the trick. The food processing plant was meant to pave the way for the New Dawn sect because the employment rate in the slums was extremely low for various reasons, and those employed were either working in mines or construction sites. If a food processing plant could be established, it would not only help provide job opportunities for the residents of the slum, but also serve as a source of food for the New Dawn sect. Therefore, Maka and Goe shouldered this heavy responsibility, whereas Whitebone was there to deal with any emergencies. After all, these two young ones never really let Leon rest easy. The auction was held inside the inner city, but not within the royal city or the Holy Court. It was instead set in a large meeting room. Anybody in the Caroya kingdom who could afford a 1 gold pound ticket could enter. So many people. What if the price gets driven up really high during the auction? Goe 4. Maka looked anxiously at the more than 100 elegantly dressed men and women. Why don't we just run? Haven't we done this before? Goe 4 smirked disdainfully. Maka shot him a look as if he were an idiot. Putting aside whether you can outrun the paladins guarding the entrance, haven't you forgotten our mission was to purchase those 2 properties from Master Leon? Sorry, let's play it by ear. Goe 4 scratched his head. The auction began, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. As the host started to detail the tavern's information, the crowd below became more and more excited, and Maka's heart leapt into his throat. Next, we begin the bidding for the tavern in the Xinxing district belonging to the Ronal Chamber of Commerce. The starting price is 40 gold pounds, and each bid must not be less than 5 gold pounds. The auction begins now. As soon as the host finished speaking, someone couldn't wait to raise their paddle. 45 gold pounds, a portly merchant shouted. Maka gritted his teeth and raised his paddle. 55 gold pounds. Goe 4 clenched his fists tightly nearby, also becoming nervous. The price kept climbing, quickly reaching 70 gold pounds. Beads of sweat formed on Maka's forehead as he observed the other bidders while thinking up a strategy. At that moment, Goe 4 suddenly tugged at Maka's sleeve and whispered, Maka, look at that guy in the corner over there. He seems pretty shaky. Why don't we just throw out a high price to scare him off and stop him from competing with us? Maka hesitated for a moment, realizing there was no other option, so he nodded. 90 gold pounds. Maka raised his paddle high and then immediately looked at the merchant. This tavern is ours today, and if you know what's good for you, don't bother raising the price further. That person's expression changed, seemingly intimidated, hesitated, and put down his paddle. After this high bid, no one else present dared to raise the price any further. In the end, Maka successfully acquired the tavern for 90 gold pounds. He and Goe 4 exchanged smiles, both breathing a sigh of relief. Next came the auction for the food processing plant. The two gathered their energy again, ready to continue participating. They were well aware of how crucial these two industries were to Master Leon's plan, so they had to secure them. Chapter 59. The Secret of the Food Processing Plant. Next, we will start the auction for a food processing plant owned by the Ronaldo Chamber of Commerce in the Puco district. The starting bid is 10 gold pounds, and each subsequent bid must be no less than 2 gold pounds. If there are no bids, it will go to civilian merchants at 10 gold pounds. In contrast to the fervor during the tavern auction, the host now appeared rather distracted, directly announcing the result of a failed auction. The same was true among the audience. Faced with a food processing plant that offered virtually no profit, they had no interest and merely shook their heads waiting for someone else to make an offer. Is there anyone interested in bidding? If no one is interested, I'll begin the countdown, said the host as if he had anticipated this outcome. I'll pay 10 gold pounds. Makar was excitedly raising his handheld sign. He couldn't believe it would only cost 10 gold pounds to win. His boss had given him 150 gold pounds to buy these two items. Oh, that's the gentleman who just spent 90 gold pounds on a tavern. He's willing to pay 10 gold pounds. Is there anyone who wishes to increase the price? 10 gold pounds once. 10 gold pounds twice. 10 gold pounds 3 times. Makar and Guac felt their hearts rising to their throats. So long as they could acquire the food processing plant for 10 gold pounds, they'd save Leon 50 gold pounds for him. That's another entire tavern right there. I'll bid 20 gold pounds. A deep male voice rang out from the front row. What? Would someone really bid 20 gold pounds? The host sounded incredulous. Was a food processing plant worth this much? What? Makar widened his eyes, unable to believe it. Damn it. Someone dares to compete with me. Bid higher, Makar. Guac angrily swore. 22 gold pounds. Makar increased his bid again. This bid caused Guac to look at him suspiciously. Are you even trying? Show some backbone and bid light when you called out 90 gold pounds for the tavern earlier. But 20 gold pounds is very expensive. Makar whispered. Guasi was speechless. Back when they hadn't moved to this place, he used to wear gold and silver. 30 gold pounds. The male voice immediately raised the bid higher. Bid again. Guasi demanded furiously. 32 gold pounds. 40 gold pounds. Bid again. I don't believe this. 50 gold pounds. Makar hesitantly raised his hand sign. The host and the audience were shocked, completely unexpected that a tiny food processing plant would reach such a price. Not only the host and the audience were surprised, but also Leon lurking among the crowd. Now he thought that the man sitting in the front row was extremely unusual, yet didn't seem like someone planted by the auction house. Could it be? There was something special about that food processing plant? At the high price of 50 gold pounds, the man in the front row hesitated for a moment, but did not raise his sign again. 50 gold pounds once. 50 gold pounds twice. 50 gold pounds 3 times. It's sold. Only when the deal hammer came down did Makar and Guasi feel a bit relieved. Humph, saving 10 gold pounds isn't saving money. On the day Leon acquired the development rights for the food processing plant, he wasted no time and immediately took Makar and others to the food processing plant located in the slums. It was desolate here, with the walls bearing all the signs of the ravages of time. The surrounding environment exuded a sense of decay and abandonment. They searched the factory inside out, leaving no corner or room unexamined, but hours passed without finding anything. Makar sat dejectedly on a pile of discarded boxes, muttering, "Master, are we overthinking this? There's nothing here." Leon frowned deeply, his confusion growing stronger, but he firmly believed there must be a secret hidden here. Otherwise, that man wouldn't have been willing to spend so much money on it. However, if he himself couldn't find it, then surely that man knew something. As night fell, darkness enveloped the slum district, making the food processing plant appear even more eerie under the moonlight. Guasi and Baigu followed Leon's orders, hiding in the shadows of the factory, quietly waiting. Like ghosts in the dark night, their sharp eyes attentively observed any movement around them. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps broke the silence. Guasi and Baigu instantly became alert. They saw a shadow creeping towards the factory gate. It was the man from the front row at the auction that day. The man cautiously entered the factory, seemingly very familiar with the area, heading straight for the basement. As expected. A smirk appeared on Guasi's lips, and he silently followed along with Makar. As the man opened the door to the basement and was about to enter, Guasi and Makar appeared ghost-like behind him. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Guasi's voice echoed in the darkness, yet it carried an undeniable air of authority. The man's face changed drastically, and he turned to flee. But a ghostly figure had already blocked his way, its killing intent forcing him to refrain from any rash actions. "Don't run away so quickly. Didn't you want this place badly?" Guasi mocked, looking at him. Panic flashed across the man's eyes, but soon he regained his composure. "Who are you? This has nothing to do with you. I just came back to see a place where I used to work." "Keep making up stories," Guasi sneered. "You were willing to outbid us during the auction today, and now you're sneaking around again. Do you think we believe your lies?" The man fell silent, his gaze betraying a hint of inner struggle. At this moment, the masked Leon arrived at the basement. He looked at the man with deep eyes. "You'd better tell the truth. What secret is hidden here?" The man looked up, glancing at Leon and then at those around him before sighing. "Fine, since you've caught me, there's no point hiding it anymore. But you have to let me go." The man looked directly at Leon. "Holy messenger Leon, you must have heard some rumors already. Otherwise, you wouldn't have bid on this food processing plant." Leon was startled. "It wasn't. How did he recognize me? Did my mask fail? I should have changed my appearance beforehand." "All right." Leon nodded hesitantly. The man began. "Beneath this food processing plant is a hidden passage that contains prohibited goods waiting to be sold by the Ronaldo Chamber of Commerce." Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Leon narrowed his eyes. "Then why bid for it instead of taking the items directly?" The man gave a bitter laugh. "I don't have the ability. There are too many prohibited goods, and the factory is about to be auctioned off. I plan to buy the factory first, then find an opportunity to move them later. Unfortunately, you figured out my plan." After a brief moment of contemplation, Leon said, "Regardless of whether your story is true or not, you must come down into the secret passage with us." The man reluctantly nodded. Thus, under the man's lead, they ventured deeper into the basement. Chapter 60, The Holy Night Squad. Oof, my old back. Leon looked at the man with all his muscles straining, yet unable to lift the semi-automatic machine, biting back a remark only due to his position. "Makar, go help him." Leon signaled Makar, who was laughing on the side. Makar nodded slightly, took 2 steps forward and said next to the man, "Move aside, I can handle it alone." The man laughed as if hearing a joke and said, "Are you sure? You know that most holy knights aren't stronger than me. Just watch closely." Makar stretched a bit, creating a sound like firecrackers going off. His muscles bulged under his loose coat instantly. Makar placed both hands on the bottom of the semi-automatic machine, gathering strength from every part of his body, exerting forcefully. Immediately, a loud grinding sound came out from the heavy machinery. Creak. The mechanism beneath the machine made a noise, signaling its activation. At this moment, a secret passage opened beneath Leon's feet. "That's good enough, that's good enough." The man swallowed upon seeing Makar's muscles swell and asked, "May I ask what kind of martial arts you practice? This strength is too exaggerated. Even among holy knights there wouldn't be such strong power, right?" "Ho, I used to herd sheep. Some sheep were large and strong, so I had to fight them, which was how I trained." Makar chuckled. slowly placing the heavy semi-automatic machinery down. The man had nothing to say, thinking those words were merely a jest from him. But Leon knew Macaw was telling the truth. Even without the baptism of the New Sun sect, Macaw's innate strength allowed him to overturn a carriage filled with over 1,000 caddies of goods with just one kick. Let's go. We'll see just how many banned items the Ronald Merchant Guild has hidden. Leon led the way, followed closely by the man, then Bones and the other two. The group carefully moved along the hidden path, where a musty, decaying smell lingered. Weakly glowing magical stones embedded in the walls barely lit up their way forward. Do you know what sort of banned goods the Ronald Merchant Guild has concealed inside? Leon knew for certain the Ronald Merchant Guild wasn't simply hiding white stones. Unclear. The man shook his head, unwilling to elaborate. After walking for a distance, a massive stone door engraved with intricate runes and patterns appeared ahead. The man approached and fiddled around on one side of the stone door, locating a concealed mechanism and pressing hard. A dull rumble ensued, and the stone door gradually opened. What they saw within drew gasps from everyone. Piled up were various banned goods, prohibited magical potions, mysterious weapons glowing with eerie light, and unknown items sealed within crystals. Leon furrowed his brows, spotting familiar items from the memories of his former self. Many of the items from the ancestral basement could also be found here. These are mine, Leon declared firmly. Upon hearing this, the man quickly responded, Master, these are all priceless treasures. If you keep them, you might not be able to protect them properly. Leon gave him a cold look, chuckling lightly. It's precisely because they're valuable that they belong to me. At that moment, a cacophony of noises came from within the hidden path, indicating someone else was approaching. Leon's eyes grew sharper. I've always thought, how could such valuable things be left to just you alone? So you were merely scouting. But they've underestimated who they're dealing with. Leon sneered slightly. In fact, this afternoon, he had spent 10 drops of ink predicting this situation. That's why he was able to intercept this man here. He had foreseen another batch of people coming to snatch the goods as well. A bunch of dogs belonging to Ronald, including no small number of holy knights and similar powerful individuals. Trying to break through their ranks would undoubtedly cause injury, but now all he needed to do was to guard against those behind them. Macaw, pack everything here. Tie up this person. All the people outside will be handled by me. Leon spoke slowly. Lord Leon, it's impossible. There seem to be so many people outside. Can you handle it? Macaw was somewhat concerned about Leon facing a whole team of holy knights. Isn't that a little too difficult? Ho ho, just follow orders. Leon calmly replied before striding outward. Leon was fully aware of his current abilities. Forget about fighting a small squad. Even challenging a single holy knight would leave him being thrashed mercilessly. But I am the sacred knight Greed after all, who dare to deny me any face. Bang, bang, bang. Boss, shall we just rush in? It's been so long since Old Fur has made any sound. He might have already. About 20 people surrounded the tavern tightly. Among them were 10 beings of holy knight level. Each holy knight level existence possessed the ability to match wuxia in combat. We can't wait any longer. If they have any means to contact the outside world, it would be troublesome. The leader was a woman, her well-proportioned figure displayed in tight leather clothing. But the 2 short daggers at her waist were enough to deter any lustful thoughts. Just at this moment, the sound of tearing air startled everyone. Even the knowledge of what had happened became unclear. Ronald's dogs. You've got guts. After letting your higher-ups go, now you dare to target me? Leon stood alone at the entrance of the food processing plant. Leon, Greed. How is he here? The intel said it was a pair of wealthy brothers, didn't it? The leading woman's face fell as soon as she saw Leon. Crap. You. Contact the main house immediately. Ask what to do next. I'll keep him occupied for now. The woman ordered one of the underlings behind her and jumped down from the roof, where she was hiding immediately afterward. Leon looked at the woman in leather with a disdainful smile. You look familiar, don't you? The woman frowned slightly. She had no idea what this man was talking about. She was certain that she had always lived in the main house, definitely and certainly never seeing this man before. Mr. Leon, we are only here to retrieve Ronald Merchant Guild's goods. Please don't make things difficult for us. The girl spoke slowly. But Leon showed no intention of continuing that conversation, instead turning towards chatting like old acquaintances. Oh, I remember now. That woman looks a little older than you. The woman in leather didn't know what Leon was getting at, but she had to tough it out because the information from the main house would take some time to reach her. Chapter 61. Ambush turns into being lured into a trap. She looks just like you. It's a pity I should have asked her name before sending her to prison. Leon took 2 steps forward, allowing him to observe the woman's features more carefully. She really looks like you. You two couldn't be twins, could you? Leon also found it strange. Upon seeing the woman for the first time, he thought the tavern keeper had been bailed out. If it weren't for the different aura he felt from this woman, he might have mistaken her. Lord Leon, it must be a mistake on your part. I am an adopted daughter of Ronald. There shouldn't be any relatives left in the Ronald family. The woman spoke coldly, showing no emotion whatsoever. At that moment, another figure leapt down from the rooftop, whispering into the woman's ear. The elders said that we can give up as much as 4/10. If they refuse, we'll fight to the death. The woman furrowed her brows tightly together. Did those people from the main house know what they were saying? The other party used to be the strongest demon hunter and is now the current greed envoy. Was she expected to sacrifice the last strength of the Ronald commercial house just for a pile of magical items? But she had no choice. It was time to repay the kindness of being raised by them. Lord Leon, Our Ronald commercial house is willing to trade 4/10 of the magical artifacts inside for your clearance. The woman cautiously inquired. What? 10/10? Nice, nice indeed. You people from the Ronald commercial house are quite considerate. Leon exclaimed with surprise. No, Lord, it's 4/10. The woman believed her pronunciation was already standard. Why was he still hearing it wrong? Leon stretched lazily right in front of her. I said 10/10. Don't you understand? Do you plan to challenge me arm wrestle? Upon hearing Leon's words, the woman's heart sank instantly. This meant most of their small squad would die here, and she didn't understand why this person's appetite was so large. Woman, have you heard of the Belmont family? Or perhaps Van Helsing? Leon referred to her with this peculiar title since he didn't know her name. I haven't. The woman wasn't sure why Leon suddenly asked about this. How ignorant. Haven't even heard of the greatest and strongest demon hunter family, Leon sneered. Then, Leon simply clapped his hands, and over 20 shadows suddenly appeared on the roof of the food processing plant. The woman's pupils dilated quickly as she looked at these 20 figures incredulously, unable to believe this wasn't just a robbery anymore. How had it become an ambush? Bind them all. Leon gave a soft order. These 20 figures darted out like phantoms, swiftly attacking. Even the highly trained bodyguards hadn't fought blood demons before, and thus were completely unprepared when struck by various emerging blood magic. Damn, the woman then realized this person had been buying time. She pulled 2 daggers from her thighs and instantly stabbed towards Leon. Facing this ultimate strike, Leon managed to dodge effortlessly. A white shadow emerged from Leon's own, blocking the attack using merely its fingernails. Vampire. Seeing this white figure, the woman's eyes widened immediately, not believing that Leon, the demon hunter lord, summoned a vampire as his aide. Why do you think your opponent is me? White Bone. Capture her alive. Tonight I'll torture the female spy. Leon chuckled, his laugh evil and chilling. White Bone's ghostly pale face looked even more sinister under the moonlight. A cruel smile curled at the corner of his lips as his red eyes stared intently at the woman. Startled, the woman did not let go of her knives in the least. She understood that retreat now meant certain death. Vampires, dark creatures such as yourselves, should be eliminated. The woman shouted as her form sped toward White Bone like lightning. Her twin blades created a chilling light, targeting the vampire's vital spots. White Bone's figure flickered easily, dodging the fierce attack. His speed surpassed hers as he instantly reappeared behind her, sharp nails reaching toward her neck. Seemingly aware, the woman spun around swiftly, crossing her knives to block his nails, resulting in sparks flying between them. Using this opportunity, she attempted to sweep him with a leg kick, but White Bone drifted up into the air like a ghost, hovering there above ground. Is this all you've got? He mocked, his voice ice cold. Gritting her teeth, the woman knew normal attacks wouldn't work against this vampire. She pulled a magical talisman from her waist and started chanting words. The talisman burst forth with a strong light heading directly towards White Bone. Frowning, White Bone waved his hands, and a black mist surged from his palms, nullifying the light. Meanwhile, surrounding the food processing factory, Leon's subordinates engaged in intense combat with the bodyguards of the Ronald commercial house. Most of Leon's subordinates were from the Blood Clan, skilled in blood magic. Various eerie magical attacks left the Death Knights struggling to cope. Though the Death Knights were highly trained, they gradually found themselves at a disadvantage against such potent Blood Clan magic. A Death Knight swung his longsword toward a Blood Clansman, but the Clansman merely blurred, transforming into a streak of blood shadow, and circling behind the knight. With a fierce thrust of both hands, the Clansman drove them deep into the Death Knight's back. The Death Knight let out an agonizing scream before collapsing on the ground. Another Death Knight attempted to ambush the Blood Clansman with concealed weapons, only for the Clansman to easily deflect the attack with a magical shield. In response, the Clansman conjured blood binding, which tightly ensnared the Death Knight. Under the relentless assault by Leon's subordinates, most of the Death Knights were either slain or captured, while only a small number managed to escape amidst the chaos. The battle between White Bone and the woman continued, her stamina visibly waning while White Bone remained fully composed. Suddenly, White Bone seized the opportunity, darting past her twin blades and gripping her wrist firmly. With a sharp twist, he disarmed her, sending her daggers clattering to the ground. Following up, he delivered a swift kick to the back of her knee, causing her to crash to the ground on her knees. Leon approached slowly, watching the subdued woman with a satisfied grin. Each time you call us demons or dark creatures, have you ever thought about how your Ronald family is the true demon, rising to power by feasting on the Belmont family's blood? And inevitably, it will fall by the Belmont family's hand, Leon declared. Furious, the woman glared at Leon. You demon, how dare you make deals with vampires? But Leon paid no heed to her curses, gesturing for White Bone to take her away. With their confiscated contraband and prisoners in tow, the group departed from the food processing plant, heading towards the newly acquired tavern. Throughout the journey, the woman struggled continuously, but White Bone's grip was like an iron clamp, leaving her utterly immobile. Chapter 62, Arise. Archbishop John, what about the favor you promised to Ronald's chamber? A middle-aged man sat in the living room of Archbishop John's villa. At this moment, he was barely suppressing his rage, glaring at the other like a blade. The money we pay to you each year is astronomical. Is this how you repay Ronald's chamber? The middle-aged man's face turned ashen with anger, his eyes blazing as if they were about to erupt any second. Crow, I am powerless too. Archbishop John had an oily expression on his face, and his eyes were evasive. I've done everything possible to restrict him, But that Leon is just like a slippery eel, impossible to catch. Moreover, I have lost even my subordinate gluttony. Humph, gluttony was a waste. Crow sneered. I've already sent out the Death Servants organization of Ronald's chamber. If nothing unexpected happens, they will tear Leon into pieces. But there are conditions. At this point, Crow suddenly stopped, reaching to his chest to glance at the time before continuing. I demand that the position of Messenger of Greed be handed over to Ronald's chamber. Not possible, at least not now. Archbishop John refused without hesitation. Why? Crow roared with anger, so fierce it seemed ready to consume Archbishop John. Because Pope is almost back, and once she returns, I must temporarily restrain myself. Archbishop John explained calmly. Crow remained silent for a while, gritting his teeth. Then when you regain your power, you need to immediately help Ronald's chamber whiten its reputation and restore its previous commercial standing. Agreed. Archbishop John nodded. But are you sure the Death Servants organization can subdue Leon? He is after all the Messenger of Greed, whose strength should not be underestimated. Are you doubting the strength of the Death Servant organization of Ronald's chamber? Crow chuckled lightly in contempt. In his view, in front of this elite squad, even sacred messengers would only have one way out. What could Leon do? Just as Crow displayed that look of contempt, the villa's door was violently kicked open, and one of Ronald's chamber's subordinates stumbled inside in panic. Master, it's bad. The Holy Knight squad has been ambushed on a large scale. The subordinate gasped, struggling for breath. Crow's complexion changed, abruptly standing up. What? What happened? Who did this? It's the vampires. The subordinate trembled in response, as if every word carried immense terror. Our people were completely unprepared. They suddenly appeared. The vampires' speed was too fast, and they used various eerie blood magics. The prohibited items and magical items recovery failed. They have all fallen into Leon's hands. Hearing this, the middle-aged man was greatly shocked, sitting back onto the chair, eyes full of disbelief. Archbishop John, however, merely furrowed his eyebrows slightly, as if he had anticipated this. Vampires? How could vampires get involved? Crow muttered, his face filled with anger and confusion. Right. What about Arise? Has she returned? Our captain has been captured. Only I and 3 others managed to escape. That person knelt down, trembling as they responded. Seems like the forces behind Leon are more complicated than we imagined, Archbishop John slowly said. But it isn't entirely unexpected. Leon wasn't a simple character. What should we do now? We've paid such a high price, not only failing to recover the items, but also losing the Death Servants team. Crow anxiously looked at John. Don't rush. We need to carefully analyze the situation regarding these vampires. Archbishop John squinted his eyes, falling deep in thought. The appearance of such a large number of vampires in this area is no coincidence. Why are they helping Leon? Are they driven by Leon, or are there other underlying interests? Could it be that Leon has struck some kind of deal with the vampires, using our forbidden items as exchange? Crow guessed. There is that possibility, but we don't have evidence. Archbishop John shook his head. Without evidence, we can't use this as an excuse to take action against Leon, let alone remove him from the position of Messenger of Greed. Should we just leave it at this? Crow clenched his fists angrily, unwilling to let go. Certainly not. A flash of cunning crossed Archbishop John's eyes. We can start with the vampires, sending someone to investigate their movements. Try to find evidence of their collaboration with Leon. Meanwhile, closely monitor Leon's movements. Now that he's got hold of those prohibited items, he definitely won't stay idle. But vampires are notoriously elusive. Finding their traces is easier said than done. Crow frowned deeply. This is indeed a tough challenge, but we have to try. Archbishop John stood up and paced back and forth in the living room. Besides, we must not overlook the fact that Pope is about to return. We need to be even more cautious when taking action, making sure she doesn't catch us on any wrongdoings. Once I find the evidence, I'll make Leon pay for it, allowing Ronald's chamber to rise again. Crow gritted his teeth, with a flash of vengeful fury in his eyes. At the same time, Leon used the cover of Dawn's night, transporting all the captives in a carriage to the basement of the newly acquired tavern. To avoid being noticed by the Archbishop, Leon immediately sent most of the vampire members back to keep the tavern running as usual, while explaining the break as restocking. Leon personally took the woman to a separate room. He intended to extract more information from her. After all, in his mind, this woman might very well be a key figure, a female spy, who now needed to be interrogated. Leon looked at the woman tightly wrapped in leather clothes, whose voluptuous figure was clearly defined, and spoke calmly. Name? The woman clamped her lips shut and did not respond. Name? Leon emphasized his tone. Arise. The woman finally replied. Nice name. Age? 26. 4 years older than me, but you don't look it. Anyway, I'm not picky, Leon said casually, which left Arise completely baffled. Next question, how much is your monthly salary? What? Are you serious? Is this an interrogation or a blind date? Arise couldn't help glaring angrily. Sorry, picked up the wrong manual. Leon scratched his head awkwardly, quickly closed the book, then cleared his throat, becoming serious. Are you one of the death servants trained by Ronald's chamber? Arise hesitated for a moment, then slightly nodded, confirming the fact. You. Why do you work so hard for Ronald's chamber? Leon stared intently, asking Arise. They saved my life. Shouldn't I repay them? Arise answered without hesitation, her eyes filled with determination, as if everything she did was justified by heaven and earth. Chapter 63, Family. Start creating the white page novel. Choose target Yulise, and start rewriting from the beginning. White page novel creation begins. Cost, 30 microliters of ink, leaving 10 points remaining. Special request to rewrite from the beginning. Beginning, Caroya calendar year 334. Born into a minor family affiliated with the Ronar Merchant Guild, she was born alongside her sister Yar. Later tested by the Ronar Merchant Guild to possess strong combat and ritual talents, she was forcibly separated from her own family. Process. After entering the main family, she was always confined to it, never seeing the outside world. In literature, she only learned the most basic reading and writing from other death servants. But in martial arts and holy force training, she had reached the level of a holy knight at just 20 years old. Outcome. In the main family, she was used as a secret weapon, only deployed when encountering particularly difficult and important missions. During one recovery of magical items, she met a team she had never encountered before and was captured by a greedy divine messenger. Cause of death. Refusing to divulge any information, she was sent to prison by greed. She later perished along with some members of the Ronar family during an attack by the returning pope. Novel time span, 23 years. Author's gain. Yuli's exclusive skill, enhanced kill intent perception. Twin blade proficiency upgrade, golden proficiency, mastery achieved. Reader's rating, 4 stars. Popular reader comment. What a truly tragic pair of sisters who were exploited by Ronar. Sob. Tears streaming down my face. Acquired white title. Family hero. After wearing, you can arbitrarily bind with one person from your faction to temporarily gain 1/3 of their combat power. Leon sat in the corner of the Go wine house on the second floor, continuously drinking the alcohol that Hill had prepared for him. Boss. Hill faintly sensed that there was something wrong with Master Leon, like a minstrel lamenting the world's suffering. Is there something troubling you? Can you talk about it with me? It's nothing. Leon felt the fragments of memories endlessly replaying in his mind. You carry on with your work. Let me have some quiet time. Perhaps this was the side effect of this golden finger. Whether predicting Elixia's fate last time or predicting Yuli's past this time, it produced the same feeling. A feeling of being trapped in someone else's past without any escape. After predicting Elixia's fate last time, it took quite a while to recover. It is still unclear how long it will take this time to regain clarity. Bang. Feeling the mix of alcohol and lingering memories in his head, Leon's head became heavier. Finally unable to maintain his consciousness, he collapsed onto the table. Hill stayed nearby and watched silently as Leon continued to drink bottle after bottle. She could sense that he seemed to be suffering from something, either his own pain or the concern for others' pain. Right before Leon's head was about to hit the table, Hill used her green holy energy to gently support his head. Hill carefully helped Leon up, slowly and steadily walking upstairs toward the 3rd floor of the bar. Every step was cautious, not wanting to wake this person lost in painful memories. In the room, she laid Leon on the bed, covered him with blankets, and tucked them around him. Watching Leon's furrowed brows, Hill was filled with worry. She thought that the master must have been very tired lately, always preoccupied with the fates of others and the nation. Both physically and mentally, he had taken on tremendous burdens. She hoped that this time he could get a good night's sleep. What are you doing? Yulise looked at Leon approaching her, sensing a growing unease. I tell you, I'd rather die than be humiliated. Go ahead and kill me. Kill you? You're too pretty for me to do that just yet. Leon pinched her chin, then turned around preparing to order someone to tie the woman up. However, he caught sight of Hill, whose expression was full of disdain. Cough cough. What I mean is, how can you try to take your own life? Leon quickly withdrew his hand and said to MCA and Ghost 4 behind him, tie her up. Upon receiving the command, MCA and Ghost 4 moved forward without hesitation. Then they pulled out a red bottle from their pocket, opened it, and sprinkled some powder in front of her. Within seconds, Yulise, who had been lively just moments ago, fainted directly in her chair. MCA and Ghost 4 together bound Yulise and put her in a sack, carrying her onto the cart. Are we done, boss? Should I come along next? Ghost 4 asked after clapping his hands. Leon nodded and said, yeah, you going won't be convenient next. I'll go to the prison with MCA and Hill so she can meet her relatives. As Leon walked to the prison with Yulise tied up, the latter kept struggling, her eyes filled with anger and confusion. When they arrived at the depths of the prison, Yulise saw a girl who looked very much like her locked up with members of the main family in a dimly lit cell, covered in wounds. Sister? This can't be possible. This can't be my relative. Aren't I an orphan? Yar heard the voice and looked up, a flash of surprise crossing her eyes, which was soon replaced by worry. Lord Leon, how did you end up here too? Yar asked weakly as Leon was about to respond. Yar suddenly stared at Leon. What exactly do you plan to do? Leon remained silent, standing quietly to one side. At this point, other members of the Ronar main family imprisoned there began whispering amongst themselves. Yulise, why are you with Leon? I am merely his captive now. I need to know if I'm really an orphan and if she's truly my sister. Yulise suddenly thought of something and quickly asked the others from the main family in the jail. Haha, since you're already in Lord Leon's hands, it doesn't matter telling you this. She is indeed your sister. Though I have no idea how you found out, it's true. A middle-aged uncle from the family laughed lightly. Only then did Leon realize that all those detained were women and old men from the Ronar Merchant Guild's main family. However, the one who spoke was a middle-aged man, indicating that they might just be skirting around the real core force. Suddenly, Yulise fell to her knees before Leon. I beg you, please save my sister. I'll do anything. Leon shook his head. It's the Pope's order. I cannot disobey. Yulise pleaded desperately, her eyes filled with despair. If you can save my sister, I will dedicate my life to serving you, doing whatever you ask. Elise clenched her teeth and said. Leon looked at her, contemplating for a moment before saying, Are you sure? Once agreed, there's no turning back. Elise firmly nodded her head. Leon sighed. All right, I will try to rescue your sister, but you must keep your promise. Tears of gratitude streamed down Elise's face. I will. Thank you. Leon turned away from the prison and started strategizing on how to save Yar. MCA and Hill followed closely behind him. With some concern, Hill asked, Boss, could this offend the Archbishop? Leon's gaze was resolute. I have my plans. She has erred, but if she proves useful to me, there will be no issue. Chapter 64. You seem to have misunderstood something. The latest news revealed that the tavern which once belonged to the Ronald Chamber of Commerce had been acquired by the emerging Ancient Doll Tavern. After a series of careful renovations, the Ancient Doll Tavern would grandly open tomorrow. There would also be an eagerly anticipated grand opening promotion event. You don't need to wear a mask usually. All that remains of the Ronald Chamber of Commerce has already diminished greatly and cannot cause much trouble. Leon was lounging comfortably on Hill's lap, looking at ease. All right, Master Leon. While Elise was attempting to mix drinks by imitating Ghost 6, she hesitated before speaking. But do I really have to learn bartending? I feel like I'm not very good at it. The hands that were usually skilled at wielding twin blades now clutched the mixing stick awkwardly. That's your problem. Remember, everyone here needs to know how to mix drinks. The person who defeated you the other night happens to be our most accomplished bartender. Leon spoke with pauses in between, as the softness of Hill's thighs made him indulge while he talked. In the upcoming period, you will follow Ghost 6 to improve your bartending skills. If there are any missions, you'll go with Hill. In your free time, you can also teach her some martial arts. She isn't proficient in this area. Leon continued arranging tasks. Hill's cheeks were already flushed, yet she still tried her best to remain calm and smiled towards Elise in acknowledgement. Seeing this, Elise waved back, a hint of shyness and awkwardness in her eyes. Master Leon, I want to ask when we will rescue my sister. Elise's voice carried urgency and worry. She knew well that the day of the Pope's return was approaching, and once the Pope returned, rescuing her sister would be almost impossible. Don't rush. Leon glanced at Elise dressed in bunny girl attire, but thought about her poised look in leather clothes. Do you think we should simply rush into the prison with masks on our faces? That would just lead us to our own destruction. But, if the Pope comes back, he will surely kill everyone in the prison. This statement from Elise hit the group like a rock thrown into a calm lake. Everyone immediately fell silent, not daring to breathe loudly. In this region, Leon wielded supreme authority. Not only was his influence apparent within the tavern, but also over half the power in Caroya Royal City lay in his control. Under such awe-inspiring dignity, Elise suddenly felt frightened, as if she might have said something rebellious. Even the vampires observing nearby were scared enough to retreat, fearing involvement. Elise, do you think that since I valued your strength, you can confront me? Leon slowly rose from Hill's thighs, his eyes becoming sharp. He gestured for Hill to move aside. Hill worried desperately, hurriedly blocking Leon. Boss, please calm down. Elise is just too anxious. She didn't mean anything else. However, Leon murmured harshly, step aside. Hill helplessly stepped aside, realizing that she couldn't protect Elise this time. As Elise watched Leon approach her step by step, fear surged over her like a tidal wave. Instinctively, she wanted to close her eyes, but her warrior's instinct forced her to face everything directly. Come over. Leon beckoned her. Though terrified, Elise moved closer, dragging her feet heavily. Sit down. Leon's voice softened somewhat. Although filled with doubt, Elise obediently sat on the couch. Next, an unexpected scene unfolded. Leon calmly laid down on her, as if he was lying on Hill's legs earlier. Sigh, Elise. It's not that I don't want to save your sister, but it's not so simple. If we attempt to break her out, I'd personally be at risk of exposing myself, leading to numerous troubles. If we let the Neo-Sun sect help, we'd owe them a big favor, and it might also bring unnecessary complications to them. Leon's tone turned gentler. His attitude change seemed as if he had intentionally teased Elise beforehand. When Leon lay on Elise's thighs, he immediately felt the difference compared to Hill's. Hill's thighs were soft and comfortable, while Elise held more strength and clearly defined muscle lines. Master Leon, if you're hinting at something, I can do it. To save my sister, I am willing to do anything. As soon as Elise finished speaking, Leon, who had been carefree until then, quickly sat up in shock. You've got it wrong. You must have misunderstood. I did not mean that. Leon's face was bright red as he hastily shook his head to explain. He certainly didn't want Elise to have such a misunderstanding since he was merely contemplating strategies for the rescue mission, not anything else. Elise looked bewildered at Leon, not understanding why he reacted so intensely, while the people around didn't dare to breathe loudly, nervously watching this dramatic moment. The atmosphere was awkwardly frozen for a moment, then Leon lightly coughed, trying to ease the tense and bizarre mood. Elise, I know you're eager to save your sister, but this matter must be carefully planned. A flash of hope crossed Elise's eyes. Then do you have any plans, Master? Leon stood up and paced back and forth. We need to first find out the prison's defense layout, especially if the Pope has recently increased security. Hill chimed in from the side. That's right, and we also need to prepare some items to counter the prison's magical defenses. Elise clenched her fists. I can go investigate. I'm relatively familiar with the area around the prison. Leon nodded. All right, but you must not expose yourself. We cannot afford any mistakes now. Ghost 6, you assist Elise. You two need to be cautious. Ghost 6 stepped out from the corner, Understood, boss. Elise looked at Leon. Master, please ensure my sister's safety while I gather information. Leon patted her shoulder. Don't worry, I'll arrange for someone to keep an eye on the prison. And Leon decided that Baze would handle this matter. If it were just an ordinary prison, Baze plus the rescue issue shouldn't be too much of a problem. Baze, I bother you, Leon casually said toward a corner. Then a shadow emerged from the darkness. Glad to serve you, boss. Baze naturally took over the task. Chapter 65. Reek Chamber of Commerce. Reek Chamber of Commerce. The current leader of the Reek Chamber of Commerce sat enthroned on a high dais, silently listening to reports from below. When he heard that the Ronald Chamber of Commerce had fallen, and numerous industries under its control, including power generation and coal, were now unmanaged, with the kingdom seeking a new chamber to take over, a sharp gleam flashed in the eyes of the leader. This is our perfect opportunity to rise. The leader spoke slowly, his voice low but filled with great strength. Pass my orders. Mobilize the most capable members of the chamber to swiftly assess and plan for the industries left behind by the Ronald Chamber. The power generation industry relates to the energy lifeline of the kingdom, while the coal industry is the foundation of industry. We must not let this opportunity slip. Upon hearing the order, those below immediately began bustling about, beginning to discuss specific strategies for dividing the industries. However, the other elders of the chamber looked worried. One elder stepped forward and respectfully said, Leader, although this action presents a rare opportunity, we must be cautious of the sacred messenger Leon. He was able to bring down the Ronald Chamber, so he undoubtedly has extraordinary means and powerful forces. The leader furrowed his brow slightly and nodded. Leon is indeed not someone to be underestimated. But if we want to grow during this turmoil, we must seize a portion of the spoils under his watchful eye. Nonetheless, we must still try to avoid conflict with him. After an intense discussion, the chamber initially drafted plans for dividing the industries. From the Ronald Chamber's power stations in various regions to coal mines rich in reserves, they were all meticulously assigned to the Reek Chamber's jurisdiction. At the same time, they also prepared funds and manpower, ready to move into these industries at any time, make renovations, and restart operations. We must not only evade Leon's might, but also actively offer goodwill. The leader thought for a moment and then said, Prepare the newest steam-powered four-wheeled carriage. It is the best vehicle our chamber has. It should be decorated luxuriously. His subordinates received the command, and soon a brand new steam-powered four-wheeled carriage was brought outside the chamber hall. The body of the carriage emitted a metallic luster, exquisite decorations, and intricate mechanical structures showing its luxury. After we preliminarily take over the industries, we will present this carriage as a gift to Master Leon. May he understand that the Reek Chamber harbors no intention of becoming his enemy. We are simply answering the needs of the kingdom by taking over these industries. The leader gazed at the steam-powered four-wheeled carriage, his eyes flashing with confident light. At the same time, similar scenes were playing out at another one of the three major merchant chambers, the Cassini's Chamber of Commerce. Unlike the Ronald Chamber's focus on electricity and coal manufacturing, and unlike the Reek Chamber's development of entertainment and light industry, the Cassini's Chamber invested more heavily in construction and human resources. Previously, all vampires worked for this chamber. The leader of the Cassini's Chamber also acutely perceived the opportunities brought by the downfall of the Ronald Chamber. They deeply understood the importance of construction in the kingdom's development. With population growth and urban expansion, the demand for construction would only increase. They decided to increase their investment in producing construction materials, integrate some relevant resources left behind by the Ronald Chamber, and improve the quality and quantity of construction materials. And Leon knew nothing of these machinations. He was still planning how to rescue Yaris's sister, Yariel, from prison. If the White Bone acted directly, the risk would be too great. Unless he could use that object. Leon stroked the ring on his thumb. This was a banned item that couldn't be made in the Caroya kingdom, capable of summoning black lightning on clear skies. It was once preserved in the encrypted basement of the Belmont family, but later fell into the hands of the Ronald Chamber. And just last night, it returned to him. White Bone. Leon softly called out the name. Master, you called? A ghostly figure appeared by Leon. Catch. Leon casually threw the ring to the other side, and White Bone stably caught it with his right hand, preventing it from falling. This ring can summon heavenly thunder and is recorded by the Holy Court under the head of the Ronald Chamber. As long as you bring along a random person to help you trigger the thunder near the prison and divert attention, you can enter from behind. At this point, Leon paused. If he only rescued Yariel, there was a definite chance that one of his bloodline family who saw everything that night would betray them. But rescuing everyone would surely cause trouble. Kill everyone except Yariel. Leon said this without a ripple in his heart, just as an ordinary person would say they're eating steak tonight. Anyway, they're all guilty people. Dying by our hands or by the Pope's makes no difference. Leon said slowly. Yes, boss. Whitebone replied solemnly. With the ring in hand, Whitebone's shadow-like figure darted through the night, quickly arriving near the prison. A chilling atmosphere enveloped the prison, as the magical barriers emitted a faint glow. The guards on patrol created an intimidating presence. According to the plan, Whitebone found a secluded corner, placed the ring on the ground, and began muttering incantations. In an instant, the originally clear sky was filled with dark clouds, and black lightning roared within the cloud layers. With a low shout from Whitebone, a massive bolt of black lightning surged forward like an angry dragon, striking the front of the prison. Flames erupted instantly, alarms blared, and the guards were filled with terror, rushing towards the direction where the lightning had struck. Whitebone seized the opportunity and stealthily infiltrated from the back of the prison. However, the moment he entered, he sensed something unusual. The defenses here were more complex than they had anticipated, and hidden magical traps were triggered one after another, launching various attacks toward him. But Whitebone remained calm, his dagger dancing in his hand, transforming into flashes of cold light that deflected all the attacks. His figure nimbly weaved through the traps like a ghostly apparition. As he approached Yariel's cell, a colossal shadow emerged from the darkness. It was the prison's guardian, a mighty golem several meters tall, emanating immense magical power. The golem swung its massive fists at Whitebone, each blow carrying an overwhelming force capable of moving mountains. Whitebone's eyes narrowed, his body shooting up to engage the golem in a fierce battle. His dagger left marks all over the golem's body, but the golem's healing ability was astonishing, closing its wounds almost immediately. Realizing this could not continue indefinitely, Whitebone began searching for the golem's weakness. In the intense combat, he discovered the core of the golem was located in its chest, a gemstone shimmering with magical light. Seizing the moment, Whitebone avoided the golem's attack and lunged toward its chest. Sensing his intent, the golem tightly guarded itself with both arms. In the next instant, Whitebone vanished from sight, reappearing above the golem. He thrust his dagger forcefully into the top of the golem's head, raising its arm to block. At that precise moment, Whitebone's other hand slipped under the golem's defense, striking the gemstone with precision. The gem shattered, and the golem collapsed with a thunderous crash. Whitebone continued forward, finally reaching Yariel's cell. He opened it, ready to take her away, only to find a group of mysterious cloaked figures surrounding them. The rest of their kin had already perished. Truly audacious. Who are you to dare raid the prison? Why waste words? Subdue him first, then discuss further. Whitebone chuckled, uncertain of their identity for now, but he could tell they were not from the Holy Court. As the two sides faced off, suddenly a flute sound echoed through the air. Upon hearing it, the cloaked figures displayed looks of sheer terror and began retreating in chaos. Though confused, Whitebone did not miss this opportunity and quickly fled the prison with Yariel. Chapter 66. Rescue. Who are you? Why are you saving me? Yael was held in Whitebone's arms, darting through the winding streets like a gale. Her eyes were filled with terror and confusion, her body trembling slightly from tension. It's not me who saved you. If you must thank someone, thank your younger sister. Whitebone's voice was cold and emotionless, as if he were merely a machine executing a mission. My younger sister? A flash of doubt crossed Yael's eyes just as she was about to press further, but she was abruptly cut off. Whitebone's figure came to an abrupt halt, the powerful inertia almost throwing Yael out of his arms. Yael quickly steadied herself, an ominous premonition rising within her heart. What is it? Yael asked in a hushed tone, knowing that such a sudden stop meant either they had reached safety or encountered significant trouble, blocked by enemies. Someone's coming. Whitebone responded coldly, his gaze sharp like a hawk's as he cautiously scanned the surrounding darkness. However, before Whitebone could finish his words, a deep middle-aged man's voice rang out behind him. The voice seemed to emanate from the 9 layers of hell, carrying an eerie chill that made Whitebone tremble all over. He hastily set Yael down and shielded her behind him. Ho ho, why would a vampire follow the words of a holy messenger? Engaging in prison breaks no less, and rescuing someone who's harmful to the nation. From the shadows, a towering figure gradually emerged. Each step felt like a heavy hammer striking the ground, exuding an intimidating pressure that chilled the bones. Ho ho, shouldn't we be on the same side? Looking at the palpable killing intent radiating from the other man, Whitebone felt an intense sense of unease. Suddenly, he realized tonight might end with more misfortune than fortune. Old Jack tightened his fists. They cracked ominously, as though brimming with boundless strength. Do you really think I would team up with a vampire? I merely helped cover for you. There was never an order given to let you go back. No sooner had Old Jack finished speaking than his form blurred into motion, instantly turning into a dark shadow hurtling toward Whitebone like a cannonball. Wide-eyed, Whitebone was shocked beyond measure. He had never expected that the one helping cover his escape just seconds ago would suddenly turn on him with lethal intent. With nowhere to retreat, Whitebone gritted his teeth, immediately transforming into his true form, his body emanating an icy fierceness as he charged directly toward Old Jack. In an instant, their figures collided like meteors, the force so powerful that the surrounding air violently rippled from the impact. Then they rebounded, only to collide again with even fiercer momentum. Why don't you just run? Maybe if you entered the Dark Night state alone, I wouldn't be able to chase you. Old Jack wasn't known for his magical prowess, but the divine favor of the Sun God had significantly enhanced his physical strength. Even in these simple collisions of raw power, Whitebone was already struggling to hold his ground. Each collision sent shockwaves through his body, making his bones feel like they might crumble. Ho ho, isn't your target that girl? You're probably afraid Master Make would blame you for my death, but you'd feel no qualms about killing that girl yourself. Withstanding the searing pain, Whitebone replied icily. So what will you choose? Old Jack revealed a sinister expression as he delivered a merciless kick. This kick resembled a falling meteorite, bearing the force to obliterate everything as it struck straight for Whitebone's transformed abdomen. Whitebone flew back like a fragile leaf under this overwhelming power and was crushed into the ground midair. As soon as this happened, the world seemed eerily silent. Not a sound remained, only dust swirling in the air. Not possible, right? Dead already? Guess I lost control of my strength. Old Jack muttered to himself while slowly approaching Yael. There was no trace of mercy in his eyes. Are you prepared yet? Your sins are grave. I cannot allow you to live. Old Jack's hand clasped around Yale's neck like an iron vice. Yale's face turned immediately blue-purple. A flash of despair flickered across her eyes. But there was no struggle. She just silently gazed at the sky, as if waiting for death to come. Release her. A white figure appeared ghost-like behind Old Jack, angrily striking toward Old Jack's neck with a fierce palm. But Old Jack's figure dissipated like wisps of smoke, vanishing entirely without leaving a trace, leaving the white-clad figure stunned in place. Ho ho, how attached you are to being that holy messenger's lapdog. Old Jack's voice sounded behind Whitebone, chilling like the pronouncement of death itself. Whitebone felt an instantaneous chill throughout his whole body, the fear coursing up from his feet to his heart. Just as he was about to turn, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. A wooden stick had already pierced through him like a venomous snake. Hee farewell. Old Jack's figure vanished again, as if he had never been there at all. He did not strike Yale further. Whitebone reverted to his normal form and lay powerless on the ground, staring blankly at the sky. He could clearly feel the overwhelming holy power rampaging within him, mercilessly destroying his body, each inch of his skin burning as if exposed to fire. Are you okay? Will you be all right? Terrified and completely at a loss, Yale crawled over, suppressing her fear. Her eyes were filled with worry, tears welling up. Blood. Whitebone managed to utter a word. His lips cracked, his face as pale as paper. This. Yale hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth, tore off her top, revealing her fair shoulders, and brought it close to Whitebone's mouth. Will mine work? Before Yale's words even fully left her mouth, a mouth full of sharp fangs clamped down, and a warm stream of blood slowly trickled into Whitebone's mouth. Chapter 67. Testing. After sucking Yar's blood, Baigu's strength gradually recovered a bit. He helped Yar stand up, and the two leaned on each other as they walked toward the ancient doll tavern. On the way, Yar looked at Baigu with worry, while Baigu had a serious expression, pondering what these actions by Old Jack meant. When they returned to the ancient doll tavern, the vampire members inside saw Baigu in Yar's disheveled state, and were surprised. Neither Maka nor Shire expected Baigu to be injured so severely. Baigu went directly to the back room, and found Lord Leon calculating accounts. Lord Leon. Baigu knelt down on one knee, his eyes filled with confusion. It was Old Jack, one of the 5 pillars of the New Day sect. After we left the prison, he suddenly turned on us. What was supposed to be our cover turned into an attack against us. He wanted to kill Yar. Lord Leon frowned and stopped his hand movements. Old Jack? Why would he do this? Baigu nodded. I'm not sure either, but it seems he doesn't care about Maka's orders. He was solely intent on killing Yar, and his attacks were ruthless. I almost died at his hands. Leon stood up and paced. This is no simple matter. There might be internal divisions within the New Day sect, or someone might be manipulating things from behind. We must proceed cautiously. Old Jack's strength cannot be underestimated, and since he didn't succeed this time, he will definitely not let this go easily. Lord, if you were testing me, I don't have any issues, Baigu asked. But if there really are divisions within the New Day sect, that could be a problem. Whitebone, you're clever, but perhaps a little too clever. I would never have intentions to test you. Leon took a deep breath. In fact, it was to test Yar. Her sins run deep. So I had to see whether she would abandon you in your time of need. Sorry, boss. I shouldn't have doubted you. Baigu realized he had said something wrong. How could he doubt the boss? It's fine. Leon just nodded without intending to blame Baigu. He then slowly spoke while stroking the blood crystal in his arms. Bring Enlu here. I've discovered another blood crystal. Oh, bring Mako along too. Leon was truly a bit uneasy leaving himself alone with Enlu, so he decided to also call his head bodyguard. Baigu is his manager and can't be considered a bodyguard. Under Lord Leon's arrangements, the vampire members got busy. The newly opened tavern had ample space, allowing the vampires more comfort than before. Yar and Yalis were assigned to the same cozy room. The room was beautifully decorated, with a soft bed and a warm fireplace. Yar sat by the bed, watching Yalis rest, her mind a mixture of complex emotions. Frankly speaking, she no longer harbored any feelings for the Ronald chamber due to the revelation that it was responsible for wiping out her original family and putting her into jeopardy. She also felt deeply guilty towards Baigu. After arranging everything, Baigu came to the room again to check on their conditions. Just rest well, don't overthink things. The boss will protect both of you, Baigu told Yar. That person's issue today will be resolved by the boss. Yar looked at Baigu with gratitude in her eyes. Thank you, Whitebone. If it weren't for you, my sister and I might have already. Baigu responded coldly, don't say those things. Just focus on getting better first. Whatever happens next, we'll face it together. Baigu was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something. Oh right. Tomorrow you and Yalis will learn bartending from Gue 6. The boss wants me to tell you that you're part of the ancient doll tavern now. Maka quickly arrived with Enenlu at Leon's place. As usual, Enenlu bounced around cheerfully, her childlike demeanor contrasting sharply with the tense situation. As soon as she entered the room, Enenlu smelled the blood crystal, her eyes lighting up instantly. Like a little animal spotting prey, she lunged fiercely toward Leon. If Maka hadn't reacted swiftly and held her back, she might have already jumped onto Leon. Leon observed Enenlu's urgent behavior, slightly frowning and feeling hesitant. He weighed the blood crystal in his hand, pondering whether he should divide it. But this blood crystal was hard to come by, and if wasted, it would be terrible. On the other hand, if he allowed Enenlu to swallow the entire crystal without caution, the consequences were unknown. Maka looked at Leon and softly said, My lord, if we split this blood crystal, it might crack and the effects could dissipate. Leon gritted his teeth and eventually decided to let Ainenlu consume the whole thing. After all, last time she ate it, nothing extraordinary happened. Maka set Ainenlu down, and she snatched the blood crystal, shoving it into her mouth eagerly. Maka and Leon's expressions instantly turned serious, their bodies tense as they prepared for Ainenlu to go out of control. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, each second dragging on endlessly. However, fortunately, Ainenlu did not exhibit the uncontrollable behavior they had feared. But before the two could relax, astonishing changes occurred in the next instant. A pair of wings suddenly sprouted from Ainenlu's back, glowing with a mysterious light that was particularly dazzling in the dim room. The same Ainenlu who could hardly articulate words now spoke clearly, as if she had suddenly matured. She lightly flapped her wings, causing ripples in the air around her, while blood magic coursed through her fingertips. Maka's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth opening and closing as he struggled to find words amidst his shock. Leon also froze, never expecting such a pronounced effect from the blood crystal. After a brief pause, Maka's face lit up with joy as he looked at Ainenlu like a rare treasure. My lord, Ainenlu, she's grown. No, I mean taller. Leon nodded slightly, his eyes reflecting a mix of surprise, relief, and a trace of unease over the unknown. I hope this will be a good thing for me. But I wonder what kind of benefits these changes will bring. Uncle Leon, I can fly. Ainenlu marveled, looking at her wings glowing with purple light. Uncle. Leon blushed awkwardly, realizing that the first thing the evolved Ainenlu said was to call him uncle. Wasn't he too old looking? By age, he might even have to call her sister. Just then, a knock came from the door. Knock, knock, knock. What is it? Leon lifted his head slightly to look toward the entrance. Boss, people from the Clay Guild are here to see you. Baigu's respectful voice floated in from the doorway. Chapter 68, Family Members. Leon's brow slightly furrowed, like a ripple on a calm lake, as a fog of doubt arose in his heart. What was the purpose behind the Caroya Chamber of Commerce's visit at this crucial moment? His deep eyes shifted slightly, pausing momentarily on Mika and Ainenlu. Then a low and authoritative voice rang out. Let them come in. In no time, the representative of the Caroya Chamber of Commerce walked into the room with a beaming face, that smile like a flower blooming to its fullest, dazzling yet somewhat forced. Behind him, several attendants carried a number of exquisite chests, their surfaces carved with intricate patterns, emitting a mysterious and noble aura. Master Leon, long have I admired you. The representative bent over in a respectful bow, his attitude humble, his tone full of reverence. Oh, what is the reason for your visit? Leon's expression remained unchanged, like an ancient and dignified statue, asking without showing any emotions. But those scrutinizing eyes were like sharp sword beams, piercing straight towards the other party. Master, we've come this time to express our respect for you from the Caroya Chamber of Commerce. As he spoke, he signaled the attendants to open the chests, revealing all kinds of rare treasures inside, dazzling gemstones, precious magical materials, and some ancient classics. We are well aware of your power and prestige, Master. After the Ronald Chamber of Commerce fell, the situation has been unstable. We hope to befriend you. Leon nodded slightly. You are indeed thoughtful. However, don't you fear offending certain forces? The representative hurriedly said. Master, you jest. In this Caroya kingdom, who doesn't know you are truly the one capable of controlling the situation? Our Caroya Chamber of Commerce has always maintained good relations with you. If you ever need us, we will certainly do our utmost. Leon stood up and strolled to the chest, taking a look inside. I see your sincerity, but I won't easily accept gifts from others. Do you have any specific ideas? The representative's eyes lit up. Master, we hope to develop commercially under your protection. If there's anything our chamber can help with, we will not hesitate. For example, with the recent changes in Ronald Chamber of Commerce assets, we hope you can use your authority to help us gain more industries. Leon thought deeply for a moment. Humph, you're indeed cunning. However, I am powerless despite my intentions. Why not give these treasures to the Archbishop? He might be more interested. The representative's expression froze momentarily, then continued speaking. Master, I know one thing. Once the Pope returns to the capital city, the whole atmosphere of the capital will surely change. Perhaps even the Archbishop will be rooted out. But I know you and Alexa are close friends, and you also have connections with the Pope. Plus, your prestige should keep you out of it. Leon's expression suddenly darkened a little. If even the Caroya Chamber of Commerce knew the news about the Pope's return triggering a great cleanup, would the Pope himself not know? How many people in your Caroya Chamber of Commerce know this information? And how did you obtain this information? Leon opened coldly. It was only now that the representative realized he had spoken incorrectly, quickly explaining. Because a former paladin in our family used sound transmission technology to inform us. And right now, only 4 people know. You, me, our family head, and the receiver. But the receiver can never speak again. At this point, Leon finally relaxed slightly. Since that's the case, I'll accept these gifts. But remember, if you betray me, don't blame me for being unkind. Master, please rest assured, we will remain utterly loyal. The representative flattered profusely. Leon looked at them, a subtle smile creeping at the corner of his lips. He knew that this move by the Caroya Chamber of Commerce could perhaps be useful for him. After the Pope returned and performed a major reshuffle, he would utilize this step to stabilize and expand outward. Perhaps then, his interdimensional Silk Road could succeed. Speak. What exactly happened with the prison heist? Why were all the main members of the Ronald Chamber of Commerce killed? I really don't know. I absolutely did not arrange for anyone to raid and kill the main members of the Ronald Chamber of Commerce. The The representative of the main family was full of terror, pale as paper, trembling like a sieve, and his voice became sharp and shrill because of fear. Do you think I'm easy to deceive? That Black Thunder. I clearly remember the ring that could trigger the Black Thunder punishment was always kept in your Ronald Chamber of Commerce, wasn't it? I really didn't. That ring was lost in the previous recovery process and ended up in Leon's hands. The representative of the main family was desperately explaining, his clothes soaked with sweat. His eyes were filled with despair and helplessness, as if he were a trapped animal with no way out. Ho ho. So you mean Leon would risk being exposed just to kill those dozen or so predetermined to die members of the Ronald Chamber of Commerce? Do you think I, John, am that easy to fool? I don't know. Were all the people in that prison dead? The representative of the main family also realized how feeble his explanation was. A person like Leon wouldn't possibly do something so meaningless. His brows furrowed tightly, a spark of thought flashing through his eyes, as though he remembered some crucial detail. The bodies of all the main family members were indeed found in that prison, but the corpse of a woman named Yajarl is missing. Yajarl. The representative of the main family paused for a moment, his mind quickly searching for information about this name. How could it be? I seem to have an idea. Yajarl was the sister of the captain of my previous squad, and in the earlier reports, it mentioned Yaliz's disappearance, whether she was alive or not unknown. Perhaps she promised Leon something, using that as leverage to get him to rescue her sister. So that's why the black lightning struck the prison, and the deaths of the main family members were likely because they saw what they shouldn't have seen. After hearing his analysis, the archbishop nodded slightly, comprehending it instantly. Yes, it's very possible. This Leon sure has guts, daring to do such outrageous things right under our noses. The representative of the main family wiped the cold sweat constantly beating on his forehead. My lord, what should we do now? If it really was Leon, he won't admit it easily. The archbishop's eyebrows furrowed deeply, a cruel gleam flashing through his eyes. Humph, regardless of whether it was him or not, he can't escape involvement. We will send people to investigate him first and gather evidence. If he really participated, he must not be let off lightly. Chapter 69, Settlement. Outside the royal city of Caroya, a caravan consisting of 5 carriages slowly made its way toward the royal city. Princess Xiuxian and the Pope were leisurely heading to the royal city inside. Xiuxian, after we return, I will immediately go find John, confine him directly, and I need you and Leon to eliminate the holy messengers who have already betrayed us. Here is the list I already know about. The Pope handed over a white piece of paper, on which were roughly written a few names: Pride Messenger, Gluttony Messenger, Hans, Envy Messenger. What about the others? Are those not yet investigated just going to be let off? Xiuxian worried that there might be disloyal forces among the remaining ones. Hehe, that's none of your concern. When the master gets beaten, the dogs will naturally jump out. The Pope smiled slightly, as if everything was under her control. It's possible Leon has found several already. At this moment, outside the carriage, someone suddenly stopped by the carriage and respectfully reported to the Pope. Latest news, the former Gluttony Messenger Hans has already died at the hands of Greed Messenger Leon. Moreover, the Ronald Guild has been dissolved, because Greed Messenger's subordinate Hill discovered he was selling banned drugs. After hearing this, the Pope nodded slightly and softly said to the person outside, Good. After entering the city, all of you follow Xiuxian's orders. Yes, your holiness. Xiuxian breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness Lord Leon hadn't met with an accident, and it seemed like he had accomplished something. Hehe, I told you. Leon is a good person, useful, but his ambition is too big. This Ronald Guild has been wrecked by him. So what's the next step? Taking over the 3 major guilds. The Pope scoffed, though speaking in a joking tone. Every word carried an undertone of killing intent. Your holiness, Leon absolutely does not possess such grand ambitions. It's just he has been influenced by greed, wanting some business assets. Xiuxian was startled upon hearing the Pope's words. Knowing that for someone who understands her well, she herself knew the Pope would not tolerate any existence threatening her. That's why they came to remove the 3 archbishops. Hehe, I know this boy Leon is not bad. He wouldn't do anything harmful to the kingdom. The Pope smiled slightly, putting Xiuxian somewhat at ease. In the wine house within the royal city, Xiuxian found Leon. As soon as she stepped into the tavern, the boisterous atmosphere hit her immediately. The tavern was dimly lit, permeated with the aroma of alcohol and the laughter of people. Leon was sitting at a large round table in the center of the tavern, surrounded by many flirtatious women, who either giggled coquettishly or affectionately passed drinks to Leon. Seeing this, Xiuxian frowned slightly, a wave of unnamed anger rising in her heart. She quickly approached with a glance of reproach in her eyes. Leon, upon seeing Xiuxian's sudden appearance, was first stunned, then a smile spread across his lips. Those women, seeing Xiuxian's menacing look, wisely dispersed. Why are you here? And with these women? Xiuxian's tone carried a trace of accusation. Leon laughed and stood up nervously. Xiuxian, you misunderstood. This is my tavern. I'm the boss. They're regular customers or employees of the tavern. We're just having some fun. Upon hearing Leon's explanation, Xiuxian's anger subsided slightly, but she still wasn't completely pleased. At this point, she noticed Hill standing beside Leon. Hill was a young and pretty woman, her eyes filled with intelligence. Xiuxian's curiosity sparked, asking, Who is she? What is her relationship with you? Leon patted Hill on the shoulder. She's Hill, my most capable employee in the tavern. She helps me manage a lot of affairs. Hill bowed slightly and politely greeted Xiuxian. After hearing Leon's answer, Xiuxian felt relieved, easing a bit. Leon looked at Xiuxian, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. How did you come back so fast? I thought you would be busy outside for quite a while. Xiuxian briefly informed Leon about the Pope's plan, and while they were discussing it, the Pope arrived alone at the residence of the archbishops, a place normally heavily guarded, yet to the Pope it was as if she walked through empty territory. The three archbishops were deliberating something when they saw the Pope's sudden appearance, all showing expressions of astonishment. Before they could react, the Pope initiated an attack. Her figure moved like lightning, her staff swinging around producing beams of light, each one containing tremendous power. One of the archbishops tried to resist, summoning his own holy shield, but the Pope's attack instantly shattered the shield followed by a punch to his chest, sending him flying away like a cannonball. He crashed hard into the wall, losing his ability to fight. The second archbishop was just about to cast a spell when the Pope swung her staff, and a beam of holy flames surged toward him, enveloping him entirely. He writhed in agony within the holy flames, but was soon subdued. Hans, seeing the situation turn sour, attempted to flee. He transformed into a shadow darting toward the door, but the Pope was quicker. She teleported to the doorway, kicked the archbishop back into the room, then struck his neck with a knife-hand chop, leaving the archbishop sprawled unconscious on the ground. The three archbishops couldn't have imagined that the Pope's first move upon returning would be to imprison them. Fear and disbelief filled their eyes as they realized how easily they were defeated by the Pope, who once seemed beneath them. The Pope looked down at the subdued trio with no trace of mercy. Your betrayal is an unforgivable crime. Standing before the cage imbued with holy power, the Pope stared coldly at the imprisoned archbishops, her lips curling into a scornful smile. Humph, did you never think this day would come? Her voice echoed through the silent space. One of the archbishops glared at her angrily. Pope, why do you act like this? We've all been working for the church. Your actions are ruining us. The Pope sneered. For the church? You built your own forces behind my back, sold banned drugs, disrupted the order of the royal city, and even planned to replace me. Is this what you call serving the church? A flicker of panic crossed the archbishop's eyes, but he continued to defend himself. We only wanted to make the church stronger. Though some methods may not be honorable, we had no choice. The Pope roared furiously. Strength? Using such degenerate means will only lead the church to destruction. You have betrayed faith, betrayed the people, and most of all, betrayed me. The archbishop begged pitifully. Lord Pope, we realize our mistakes. Give us another chance. The Pope remained unmoved. Chance? Your sins are too grave. From the moment you decided to betray, you should have foreseen this outcome. Your ambitions have clouded your vision, making you cancerous tumors within the church. As the archbishops tried to say more, the Pope waved her staff, and a radiant holy light sealed their mouths shut. Repent here thoroughly. Divine judgment awaits you. Having spoken, she cast a spell to confine the three in a specially crafted holy prison cell until further sentencing. On the other side, Xiuxian and Leon began discussing their next moves, strategizing on how to fully cooperate with the Pope to eliminate the instability factors within the royal city. Neither knew that it took the Pope less than 10 minutes to subdue the three archbishops, who hadn't even used their own abilities and were so poorly trained that they didn't reach the level of holy messengers. The gluttony messenger is dead, and now only pride and envy remain. Should we directly confront them? Xiuxian looked at Leon, truthfully wanting to hear his suggestions as well. 3 idiots anyway. Taking each one out individually shouldn't be hard. You pretend to be my subordinate. I'll knock and confirm the enemies while you eliminate those living in the villas. Leon took out a map of the entire royal city and pointed with his finger. Let's start with Pride. He lives in Xiuxian district. Chapter 70. Summoning Reinforcements. Leon and Xiuxian followed the plan, hurrying toward the Xiuxian district. The confident smile at the corner of Leon's mouth hung like a crescent moon, his eyes gleaming with cunning, much like a fox eyeing its prey. Humph, that arrogant fellow. This time will surely make him fall flat on his face. Xiuxian's expression was stern, her fine brows slightly furrowed. She tightly gripped her weapon as if she could crush its handle. We mustn't be careless. These people are slippery like loaches. They'll slip away if we're not careful. Arriving in front of the luxurious villa of the envoy of arrogance, Leon strode confidently forward and knocked on the door, his posture as though he were attending a celebration that he knew would be victorious. Xiuxian, meanwhile, lurked silently in the shadows to one side, holding her breath and ready to strike at any moment. Her sharp gaze was like that of a hawk. When the door opened and the envoy of arrogance saw it was Leon, his face immediately filled with disdain, his mouth curling to one side. It's you? What does a greedy guy like you want? But Leon threw back his head and laughed loudly, his laughter filled with mockery. I've come to take your life. Before the words had even finished, Xiuxian burst out like a bolt of lightning from the side. Her weapon, imbued with strong holy power, transformed into a dazzling slash as it hurtled towards the envoy of arrogance. Startled, the envoy of arrogance turned pale. Panicking, he attempted to use a defense spell. But in his haste, it wasn't enough to completely withstand Xiuxian's attack, which hit him squarely, leaving him crumpled on the ground like a broken sack. Next came the envoy of jealousy. With similar tactics, they easily captured him too. Xiuxian sighed deeply, her tense body relaxing slightly. It seems that's all there is to them. Leon sneered and shrugged his nose, full of contempt. These guys underestimated us too much. They're utterly useless. However, they didn't anticipate that the envoy of jealousy had been prepared. He had conspired with the envoy of wrath and set a devious trap further up ahead. As the two reached a narrow street, the envoy of wrath appeared suddenly like a demon, accompanied by an insane laugh. Do you think it's that easy? That laughter reverberated in the narrow street, echoing like the cry of a night bird. Alicia's face changed at once, a flash of panic crossing her eyes as she looked hastily at Leon. Leon remained relaxed, his lips curling up slightly as though he'd heard a good joke. Just two losers. We can deal with both together. Alicia considered their capabilities in her heart. Given their strength, this should pose no problem since they were known as the strongest holy envoys, their powers not to be underestimated. The battle erupted instantly, Alicia and Leon engaging fiercely with the two opponents. The sacred power clashed against the power of wrath, creating brilliant sparks that flew everywhere like fireworks, illuminating the entire street. In the midst of the fight, Leon suddenly withdrew, moving faster than the wind. Alicia was stunned, her eyes full of shock. Leon, you. But at that moment, the enemy's attacks rained down like hailstones, leaving her no time to dwell. Clenching her teeth, she stood firm against the envoy of wrath's tempest-like assaults. Leon, meanwhile, rushed like the wind to another street. In his heart, he understood that he now only possessed the weakest of paladin powers. If he continued to fight, everything would be ruined. Fortunately, the lazy envoy lived just on the nearby street. With great urgency, Leon kicked open the door of Lazy's house. However, the scene inside made his eyes widen, his face turning red with embarrassment. He couldn't quite bring himself to look directly. Now he finally understood why Lazy allowed a young girl to act as a nanny. Such peculiar habits left him dumbfounded. Leon, what are you doing here? Don't barge in without knocking. Lazy was shocked and angry, his eyes full of surprise. There was no time for him to put on clothes, so in his panic, he quickly draped his clothes over Xiaoyi, who was thinly clad in her pajamas. I'm sorry. Leon instinctively wanted to back out, but he knew the situation was critical and reinforcements were necessary. Biting his lip, he rushed in and grabbed Lazy, who was barely dressed in trousers. Saving a life is better than building a 7-tier pagoda. Sorry, Lazy. Leon apologized with a guilty look while rushing madly back to the battlefield. Not long after, Leon returned with the lazy envoy, then casually watched the four of them battling, a proud grin spreading across his face. It was as if he were a deity controlling all outcomes, enjoying an amusing performance. Gradually losing the upper hand in their fight against Alicia, the envoys of arrogance and jealousy panted heavily, disheveled and miserable. Seeing Leon watching from the sidelines infuriated them greatly. They exchanged a glance, determination flickering in their eyes, deciding to make their final stand. They unleashed all their strength, with sacred power wildly swirling around them, attacking Leon, who was caught unawares. Alicia, upon seeing this, was greatly startled and shouted in alarm, her composure lost. Leon, look out. Just as the attack was about to hit Leon, he remained unperturbed, a mysterious smile appearing on his face. He raised his hand lightly, and a golden glyph appeared, radiating with brilliance like the sun, dazzling and resembling an impenetrable golden shield that effortlessly blocked their full-force strike. Leon looked at them disdainfully, his eyes full of scorn. Is that all you've got? You actually think you can harm me? You're far too naive. Leon, there's that trick again. You're truly terrifying. The envoy of laziness drew in a sharp breath. Once more, he witnessed the power of that glyph, deeply shaken within. Alicia was both shocked and delighted, her eyes gleaming with joy. Leon, you. Leon glanced at Alicia, winking at her with a confident glint in his eye. Alicia, how could I not be prepared? Everything is under my control. The envoy of wrath roared furiously upon seeing this. Leon, you despicable coward. That roar shook the street slightly. Leon, however, burst into laughter, his laughter echoing in the air. Cowardly? In this battle, only the victors have the right to talk about morality. Your demise is sealed today, traitors. Enraged further, the envoy of wrath unleashed his strength like a volcanic eruption toward Leon and Alicia, the momentum seeming to consume everything. But Alicia just smirked coldly. Child's play. She moved swiftly, dodging the attack like a ghost, then struck from behind like a cheetah, landing a heavy blow on the envoy of wrath. The envoys of arrogance and jealousy were already exhausted, their faces pale as chalk, despair in their eyes, as if they saw death beckoning them. Leon stood before them, his gaze as cold as frost. Your struggles are futile. Betraying the holy court deserves no better fate. Alicia looked at Leon, admiring his intelligence and power even more, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Leon and Alicia returned the captured traitors, and along the way, Leon strode confidently, like a triumphant general, savoring the joy of victory. Alicia, meanwhile, was reflecting on the mission, tilting her head as she gazed at Leon. Leon, how did you know they had set up an ambush? And that golden glyph, I've never seen it before. Leon grinned, patting her head affectionately, his eyes filled with indulgence. Alicia, I have my ways. As for that glyph, it's something new I've developed. Impressive, isn't it? Alicia rolled her eyes at him. You're so full of yourself. But don't ever take such risks again next time. Chapter 71, reporting back. As the messenger of laziness walked along the long corridor of the holy court, he complained all over his face. Leon, you guys are lazier than me. You have the ability to resolve the situation yourself, but instead, you dragged me in. Don't you know I was enjoying my leisure time comfortably? His voice echoed in the vast corridor, carrying a hint of dissatisfaction and laziness. Leon chuckled, revealing 2 tiger teeth, and scratched his head as he said, Isn't this an emergency? And how could you just watch us fall into crisis? Consider it as a bit of exercise for your bones. The messenger of laziness gave him a glance, as if saying, You're so right. helplessly shaking his head while not stopping his steps because he knew that the current situation indeed was no laughing matter. Leon took a deep breath and began recounting their carefully planned operation to eliminate the messengers of pride and envy, as well as their ambush by the messenger of wrath on the narrow streets. The messenger of laziness listened, slightly furrowing his brows, showing a flicker of worry in his eyes. These traitors are becoming more and more audacious. They want to stir up the whole church. They are truly a group of reckless fools. He pondered silently in his heart that this incident was probably more complicated than it appeared on the surface. The three headed towards the grand hall of the holy court together, with a slightly solemn atmosphere along the way. Moonlight filtered through the stained glass windows onto the ground, forming mottled patches of light and shadow, yet unable to dispel the gloom in their hearts. Entering the hall, the majestic and solemn atmosphere hit them. The high dome seemed to press down upon one's chest, making it hard to breathe. In the center of the hall, the three archbishops were already imprisoned in the cage of divine power. The cage radiated mysterious and powerful energy, akin to flexible light snakes twisting and intertwining, clearly a profound magic performed by the Pope. The Pope sat majestically on her high holy throne. She wore splendid papal robes and donned a radiant holy crown. The gemstones on the holy crown sparkled brilliantly under the light, just like her authoritative gaze. She swept her gaze sternly over the messenger of laziness, her eyes piercing as if able to see straight through one's soul. Lazy, why didn't you collude with these archbishops? The messenger of laziness hurriedly bowed deeply, his body slightly trembling. Despite having grievances in his heart, he dared not show them. Your Holiness, although I am lazy, my loyalty to the church has never changed. I despise being involved in their conspiracies. I stay within my own little world every day, unaware of what they've been doing, and I do not wish to be involved. The Pope, however, slightly frowned, her exquisite eyebrows narrowing delicately. Just on account of these few words of yours? You have always been uninterested in the church's matters. Now how am I supposed to believe you? With such an attitude, it is difficult not to suspect you of pretending ignorance or waiting for a better opportunity to betray. Upon seeing this, Leon stepped forward, his eyes firm and confident. Your Holiness, I'm willing to vouch for the loyalty of the messenger of laziness using my own honor. In this mission, without his assistance, we might have been in serious trouble. When the situation was urgent, he joined the battle without hesitation, which is sufficient proof of his position. The Pope looked at Leon, a complex expression flashing in her eyes, suspicion, relief, and an unfathomable depth of meaning. Leon, you must understand what you're doing. If he acts improperly, you won't be absolved either. You're betting on your future and life with this. Leon firmly nodded. He was clear that this was a gamble, but he trusted the messenger of laziness. I trust him, Your Holiness. Only then did the Pope slightly nod and let the issue of the messenger of laziness pass. Continuing, the Pope stated, with this turmoil within the church and the vacancy of the holy messenger positions, Leon, do you have any suitable recommendations? Leon paused, knowing fully well that this could be a test from the Pope. Recommending one of his close allies might deepen the Pope's suspicion. Ultimately, he decided to recommend Hillick. Hillick had merited in this operation against the rebels, recommending her wouldn't appear abrupt. Moreover, Hillick was clever and capable, fitting for the role. Your Holiness, I recommend Hillick. She performed admirably in this action and shows utmost loyalty to the church. She has sharp observational skills and decisive action capabilities. She can contribute more to the church. Xiuxian heard Leon's recommendation of Hillick beside him. Her heart slightly ached. She bit her lips, knowing she shouldn't feel this way, but couldn't help feeling jealous. The Pope slightly nodded. Hillick, this Pope has heard a bit about her, and I'm also aware of her performances. The Pope stood up, swung her scepter, and the holy power shone brilliantly. The light blossomed like a blazing sun in the grand hall. Starting today, imprison all the messengers who betrayed their sacred roles along with these three archbishops. We will await the king's birthday a few days from now, then publicly execute them in the city square as a warning to others. The Pope's voice echoed throughout the grand hall, resounding like a great bell, full of an authoritative gravity that left no room for questioning. Each word seemed imbued with divine strength, compelling obedience. Leon inwardly sighed in relief, knowing that the current crisis was temporarily resolved. Yet he also realized that the Pope's vigilance towards him had not vanished. He would need to proceed with greater caution. As he looked at the Pope, her dignified countenance seemed capable of seeing through everything. Her gaze felt like a cold blade gliding over him, preventing him from letting his guard down even for a moment. She glanced at Leon, her heart filled with mixed feelings. This man always made her feel a complex mix of love and worry. She feared the day when Leon might fall into despair due to these conspiracies. Determined, she silently vowed that no matter what happened in the future, she would remain by his side, facing everything together with him. The messenger of laziness stood off to the side, watching Leon and Xiuxian, inwardly amused. Though he was lazy, he had keen insight into human nature. He knew that Leon's situation was not easy right now, and Xiuxian's sentiments were clear. He mused that within this holy court, seemingly tranquil on the surface, hidden undercurrents were constantly surging. The days ahead probably wouldn't be peaceful. The Pope descended from her holy throne. Her footsteps resonated through the grand hall, each step carrying solemnity and authority. Approaching the group, she said, though the unrest within the church has been quelled for now, there could still be remnants behind it. Leon, Xiuxian, and Lazy, you three must closely watch the dynamics of the royal city. Should any anomaly arise, report to me immediately. All three responded in unison. Yes, Your Holiness. Their voices intertwined in the vast hall, bearing firmness and determination. After leaving the grand hall of the Holy Court, the moonlight fell upon them, but it brought no warmth. Leon turned to the messenger of laziness, saying, "We can't let our guard down. Although the Pope has temporarily trusted us, her mind remains enigmatic. It feels like walking in darkness, unaware of when we might stumble into a trap." The messenger of laziness yawned on the side, stretching lazily. "You two keep talking. I'll head back to sleep. Call me if anything happens. All this fighting is exhausting. Nothing beats the comfort of my little nest." With that, he walked away slowly. His silhouette cast a long shadow under the moonlight, gradually vanishing from sight. Leon shook his head helplessly, looking at the retreating figure of the messenger of laziness. This guy, he hasn't changed a bit. Always so lazy. But precisely because of his character, he seems more trustworthy, doesn't he? Xiuxian scoffed lightly. "And you have the nerve to say that? You're not much better yourself. You're always getting into dangerous situations, forcing me to worry about you." Leon smiled and put an arm around Xiuxian's shoulders, feeling her body's warmth, a comforting sensation that was both soothing and reassuring. All right, let's go rest too. These past few days have been exhausting. We need to recover our strength. There are more things awaiting us ahead. Xiuxian leaned against Leon's shoulder as they strolled slowly, enjoying this brief moment of tranquility. Chapter 72, wrapping up. "Lord Mse, this is a great opportunity," Old Jack began somewhat eagerly. "With only 2 of the 7 sacred messengers remaining as opposing forces, and all 3 grand archbishops captured, I suggest we launch an attack on the Holy Court immediately and overthrow the kingdom's rule. Yes, our 5 pillars can definitely capture the Pope and Xiuxian. At that point, we will achieve true equality." The 4th seat agreed with Old Jack's viewpoint, fully supporting this plan to assault the Holy Court. But MCA was not willing yet. Although he had seen the great power of the 5 pillars, the Pope was certainly no ordinary adversary. Lord Leon had said that under no circumstances could they conflict with the Holy Court now. He still needed time to amass his own strength. "Gentlemen, please listen to me. We are not a match for the Pope right now. His strength is extraordinarily formidable." MCA, it wasn't sure whether or not he should reveal Leon's plans, although he currently believed the Holy Court might indeed be vulnerable. As soon as MCA finished speaking, the atmosphere became tense. Some of the other pillars looked dissatisfied, while others fell into deep thought. At that moment, Leon, sitting quietly in the shadows disguised as an ordinary member of the New Sun sect, slowly stood up and revealed his true identity. The members of the New Sun sect instantly assumed a battle-ready stance, some even beginning to gather their energy to attack. Seeing this, MCA quickly shouted, "Don't attack yet. Lord Leon is trustworthy. Let him speak." Under MCA's guarantee, the members of the New Sun sect temporarily suppressed their impulses but remained vigilant. Leon looked at everyone, calm and composed, saying, "I know you doubt me, but please let me finish. My goal is actually the same as yours, to change this country. For a long time, I have been secretly pushing for reform. I fully understand the problems in this country, the inequality of power, the corruption within the church. These things I've seen with my own eyes." The members of the New Sun sect glanced at each other, still suspicious. The 4th seat coldly snorted. "You talk easily, but who knows if you're lying? Perhaps you're a mole sent by the Pope." Leon laughed bitterly. "If I were the Pope's man, would I bother revealing myself now? Wouldn't it be better to wait for your move and then capture you all in one go? I want true equality just like you do. Our methods are different, that's all. I have been cultivating influence among the sacred messengers to effect change from within." Beside him, MCA added, "Everything Lord Leon says is true. Through my interactions with him, I can feel his determination. Moreover, his performance during the operation against the traitors was outstanding. If he were the Pope's man, how could those traitors have been so easily subdued?" Hearing MCA's words, the members of the New Sun sect began to re-evaluate Leon. After a moment of silence, their attitudes seemed to soften somewhat. The old grandfather figure then spoke. "We'll give you a bit of time out of respect for Lord MCA, but don't try any tricks. Our New Sun sect won't let you go if you betray us." Leon nodded slightly. "Rest assured, I'll prove myself through action. Our goals are aligned. We all want this country to become better, free of oppression and injustice. I will develop allies among the sacred messengers and work with you both inside and outside to drive the reform forward." Although the members of the New Sun sect still harbored some doubts, they were now willing to trust Leon temporarily. They understood that the current situation was complex, and having one more ally might be better than having another enemy. Moreover, if Leon truly could enact changes within the Holy Court as he claimed, it would undoubtedly benefit their plans. Seeing the gradually easing attitude of the group, Leon silently sighed with relief. He knew this was a risk, but also an opportunity, a chance to change the entire nation's fate. He must seize it, for himself, and for the suffering people. Even earlier, when Leon returned to the wine house, he brought Hill to a private room where everything was so quiet that only their breathing could be heard, as if the noise of the outside world had been completely shut out. Leon's expression was grave. He stared at Hill, thoughts swirling in his mind. Hill was someone he trusted deeply, and there were things he needed to tell her. "Hill, you're about to become a sacred messenger. This is not an easy task," Leon said slowly, his gaze serious. "It means you will be at the center of a whirlpool of power and intrigue. Every action will be watched by countless eyes, and every word may be misinterpreted by those with ulterior motives." Hill listened attentively. She knew every word Leon spoke was crucial. Though nervous, she was also excited because becoming a sacred messenger meant she could get closer to Leon and assist him even better. Also, Leon paused for a moment, as if carefully choosing his words. You should stop working at the tavern for now. There are more important things waiting for you to do right now. Hill was slightly stunned. The tavern work meant a great deal to her. It was one of the bonds between her and Leon. It allowed her to see him every day, but she also understood that Leon's decision was the right one. You will practice techniques and martial arts together with Lady Elixia. Leon continued. Lady Elixia is experienced in combat and very powerful. Training under her guidance will help you quickly improve your strength. When Hill heard Elixia's name, her heart tightened abruptly, and a complicated look flashed in her eyes. She knew Elixia held a special place in Leon's heart, a position that she could never replace. Every time she saw them together, Hill felt like something inside her chest was being squeezed, causing an indistinct pain. However, she quickly masked it. She didn't want Leon to detect her feelings or give him any trouble. Leon actually noticed the fluctuation in Hill's emotions and sighed inwardly. How could he fail to understand Hill's affection? But at this critical moment, with the situation so unstable, there was no room for any sentimental attachments. Such emotions had to be buried deep within him. He must focus on the greater picture. Hill looked at Leon, her lips trembling slightly, trying to say something, but ultimately stopping herself. She had many things she wanted to say, her anxiety, her love, but she realized speaking about them now would only make Leon feel conflicted. She silently reassured herself. I can't do this. I can't burden Master Leon at this moment. Leon gently patted Hill on the shoulder. I know this might be difficult for you, but it's for our shared goal. Elixia is a trustworthy partner, and you need to get along well with her. Hill took a deep breath and forced herself to suppress the tangled emotions in her heart. I understand, Master Leon. I'll do as you say. She told herself internally, for Leon, and for their mutual ideal, she was willing to set aside her personal feelings. Leon smiled with relief. Hill, you've always been remarkable, and I believe in you. You're like a sword that hasn't fully emerged from its scabbard yet. After further honing, you will become my sharpest weapon. Hill's eyes shone brightly with determination for the future. I will, Master Leon. I'll be your most capable assistant. No matter what difficulties I encounter, I won't back down. Chapter 73, Before the Celebration. In the midst of the gilded palace, the Pope and the King sat upright with great dignity. The surrounding attendants stood tall, their expressions solemn. They carefully served, not daring to even breathe loudly, for fear of disturbing these two supreme presences. The Pope was the first to break the silence. Her gaze was profound and distant. Her tone, though suggesting, had already arranged everything. The discussion was merely a formality. Your Majesty, this celebration is an excellent opportunity to showcase the prosperity of our kingdom and the authority of the Church. Appointing Elixia as Archbishop will be of great significance for consolidating our rule. The King slightly nodded. He was dressed in magnificent brocade robes with exquisite embroidery and luxurious materials, the gold thread on the brocade flashing brilliant light between light and shadow. The Pope speaks wisely. Elixia being a relative of mine and very devoted to church matters, she naturally becomes the most suitable person for the position of Archbishop. And after 2 years, allowing her to succeed me as Pope will ensure a smooth transition of power, ensuring the long-term stability of both the kingdom and the Church. Elixia quietly stood aside. Upon hearing these words, her heart felt like it had overturned a palette of mixed flavors. Unconsciously, the figure of Leon surfaced in her mind. She deeply cared for him, but facing the decision made by the Pope and the King, she realized she had no power to resist. In front of such important matters concerning the kingdom and the Church, personal feelings could only be buried deep inside. She slightly bowed, her voice trembling as she spoke. Your Majesty, Holy Pope, with your trust, I will do my utmost not to disappoint you. But I am still inexperienced, fearing that I may not be able to shoulder such a heavy responsibility. I hope to receive more guidance and teachings in the coming days. The Pope smiled and waved her hand, a meaning hidden within her smile. Elixia, there's no need for false modesty. You have been influenced by the Church and royal atmosphere since childhood, with extraordinary potential. In the next few days, you shall prepare well. During the celebration, the King will formally announce this appointment. In the following days, the entire royal city was immersed in the atmosphere of preparation for the celebration, bustling with activity. The streets were cleaned spotlessly, reflecting the azure sky like mirrors. The buildings on both sides were adorned with colorful ribbons and splendid flags, gently swaying under the breeze, making rustling sounds as if celebrating the impending festival. And the Pope was also making tight preparations for her role as a concurrent national advisor. She frequently met with ministers at court, each discussion related to the long-term development of state governance and church expansion. For in the future planning, she would eventually replace the king, becoming the helmsman of the whole country. At that time, all major and minor affairs of the state would converge on her, with responsibilities as heavy as Mount Tai pressing down. Time flew swiftly. Hill followed Leon's instructions, continuously practicing martial arts and spells alongside Elixia. Today, in a secluded courtyard of the sacred court, Hill and Elixia stood opposite each other. Around them were lush trees, their verdant branches shimmering under sunlight, exuding the luster of life. Hill took a deep breath. She clearly knew there was quite a gap between her and Elixia, yet she still yearned to know her shortcomings through this match. She firmly gripped her sword. The staff seemed to sense her determination, slightly trembling. Her eyes revealed a glimmer of resolution, akin to a small flame burning brightly. Elixia, on the other hand, appeared calm and relaxed. She did not overly concern herself with the match, merely wishing to use this opportunity to understand Hill's true capabilities. Her hands hung naturally by her side as she looked at Hill with a smile, curiosity and anticipation embedded within her smile. The horn officially sounded the start of the match, Hill decisively initiating the attack. She raised her staff high and quickly chanted spells. As the incantation was recited, beams of light resembling arrows shot out from the tip of the staff, cutting through the air and hurtling towards Alexa. These beams shone with a dazzling hue, as if consuming everything before them. Upon seeing this, Alexa's figure became as nimble as a swallow. With just a slight move, she easily evaded the attacks, ghostly and swift. Subsequently, she darted forward like a streak of lightning, her speed astonishing, appearing before Hill within the blink of an eye. Hill immediately felt a powerful pressure rush towards her. She hastily enacted a defense spell, and slowly, a faint layer of glowing protection emerged in front of her, radiating gentle light, as if capable of withstanding any assault. However, Alexa merely delivered a light punch. That seemingly casual blow contained immense strength, and under its impact, the glowing barrier shattered instantly like glass, dissipating into tiny spots of light in the air. Hill was jolted back several steps by the powerful force, her footing unsteady, almost causing her to fall. Alexa did not press her advantage but stopped in time, a gentle smile on her face as she said, "Hill, your spellcraft talent is truly impressive. With careful practice in the future, you will surely achieve great things." Upon hearing these words, Hill felt a wave of disappointment. She understood that she couldn't even defeat Alexa in her normal state without any blessings, let alone compete with her for Lord Leon's favor. Biting her lip, she softly replied, "Miss Alexa, you flatter me too much. I still have a long way to go." Alexa approached and lightly patted Hill on the shoulder, her gesture filled with comfort. "Don't lose heart. Mastering spellcraft is like climbing a mountain. It cannot be accomplished overnight. By the way, I noticed something unique about your spells. Could you tell me about your background? Perhaps you hail from a special family." At this, Hill's heart leapt in alarm. Her origins had always been her greatest secret, fearing that once revealed, it would bring endless trouble to herself and those around her. I don't really know much about my background. I grew up in an inn. It was Lord Leon who discovered my potential and brought me under his wing." Alexa furrowed her brow slightly, though some doubts lingered in her mind. Seeing Hill's nervous and uneasy expression and remembering that she was Leon's subordinate, she decided not to press further. Smiling, she said, "Regardless, keep practicing well. In the future, you will certainly be a great help to Lord Leon." At that moment, Alexa glanced at Hill with a half-smile, softly asking, "Hill, do you like Leon?" Hill's face immediately turned bright red, like a fully ripe apple. Instinctively, she lowered her head, unable to meet Alexa's eyes. Her heart was overwhelmed with panic, and feelings of inferiority spread wildly like weeds within her. She knew she could never match up to Alexa in any aspect, and before her, she lacked even the courage for fair competition. She shook her head lightly, her voice barely audible, like the buzzing of mosquitoes. "No, Miss Alexa. I simply hold Lord Leon in high regard, and am grateful for his recognition of my talents." Seeing Hill's demeanor, Alexa understood a bit more. She didn't continue questioning, and merely sighed gently. Leon is indeed a very respectable person. All right, today's training ends here. We'll have many more chances to practice together in the future." Relieved, Hill nodded. Gazing into the distance, she made a silent vow that even if she could not win Leon's heart, she would become his capable assistant, dedicating all her strength to their shared ideals. Meanwhile, the king and the pope continued to advance the plans for the celebration, personally inspecting every detail, from the construction of the stage to the arrangement of the ceremony procedures, striving for perfection. In addition, the news of Leon being awarded the titles Caroya Outstanding Youth and Guardian Envoy spread quickly throughout the royal city. Chapter 74, Establishing a School. On the day of the celebration, the sun was shining brightly, and the square in the royal city was bustling with people. A magnificent stage was erected in the center of the square, surrounded by exquisite flowers and precious ornaments. The gentle breeze carried the scent of flowers, mixing it with the laughter and joy of the crowd, filling the air. The king, dressed in his most splendid royal robes woven from golden threads embroidered with patterns symbolizing the glory of the kingdom, wore a radiant crown and slowly ascended the stage, accompanied by his attendants. His steps were steady, his demeanor dignified. After taking his position, he smiled and waved to the people below. When the crowd saw the king, their excitement surged instantly, and thunderous cheers erupted. "Long live the king! Long live the kingdom!" resounding continuously. The king raised both hands, signaling for silence, then began his speech. "Dear citizens, today we gather here to witness this great moment. Under the blessing of the gods and all your efforts, our kingdom is growing increasingly prosperous. We have always upheld justice and peace, and today, new glory and missions will descend upon us." His voice resonated powerfully throughout the square. The Pope then also ascended the stage, clad in the robe symbolizing supreme power, whose fine fabric shimmered with sacred light under the sunlight. Adorned with a brilliant holy crown, its gemstones reflecting dazzling rays under the sun, making it hard for anyone to look directly at her. Her expression was solemn, her steps slow yet firm, standing shoulder to shoulder with the king to display the tight alliance between the church and the royalty. The Pope cleared her throat and started her speech. "The divine light spreads across this land. Under the guidance of the gods, we work hand in hand with the royalty to protect every soul. The church will continue to bless the masses and spread the will of the gods. May the love of the gods forever envelop the kingdom. Next came the important announcement of Alexa being appointed as the archbishop. Alexa, dressed in an elegant white robe, adorned with a delicate headdress, took a deep breath to calm herself down before slowly walking onto the stage. Her gaze was determined and clear, her posture upright. Known to all as the angel's daughter, the holy messenger of hope for the kingdom of Caroya, Alexa Caroya. She will serve as the archbishop of the holy court, continuing to dedicate herself to the court and the kingdom of Caroya. At the moment the king announced that Alexa had officially become the archbishop, the audience first paused in surprise, then burst into enthusiastic applause. Though not fully acquainted with Alexa, they could tell from the king's and pope's evident support that she was deserving of such honor. Alexa slightly bowed, thanking the king and the pope, then turned to the public and delivered a brief inaugural speech. I, Alexa, pledge to faithfully serve the God and royalty with all my strength for the people. I will strictly follow the doctrine and dedicate everything to ensure the peace and happiness of the kingdom, hoping that God will bear witness to my vow. Her sincere words and resolute tone gradually calmed the audience. Many nodded in agreement, showing their expectations for this new archbishop. Then, the king spoke again. Today, there is another remarkable young man who deserves our recognition. Leon, with boundless courage and exceptional wisdom, has displayed extraordinary talent in numerous matters, contributing significantly to the kingdom. Therefore, I proclaim Leon as an outstanding youth of Caroya and bestow upon him the title of the guardian envoy. Although the king spent most of his time in the inner city, all of Leon's accomplishments had reached his ears. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their eyes towards Leon, filled with admiration and respect, and once again erupted into thunderous applause celebrating this young hero. They knew well this legendary figure of the kingdom of Caroya, even telling stories about him to their children. Boss, it's your turn. Maka enthusiastically pushed Leon up to the high platform. Being awarded personally by the king was indeed a tremendous honor, though it might seem somewhat too convenient for the king. After the award ceremony, the king, with a smile, said to Leon, Leon, you've made great contributions to the kingdom. Today, I grant you one wish, and as long as it is within my capability, it shall be fulfilled. Leon slightly bent forward, thanked the king, and said firmly, Your Majesty, I dare to request establishing the country's first large-scale school in the new district. Your Majesty, while traveling around the kingdom, I noticed many places where children lack good educational resources. They are smart and clever, but without suitable learning environments, they struggle to acquire knowledge or showcase their talents. If such a large-scale school could be built, it would bring together children with potential from various places, providing them with systematic and comprehensive education. Whether it's magic techniques, military strategy, or literature and history, governance, all can be taught. After hearing this, the king couldn't help but frown slightly and mused. Leon, your wish is noble, yet establishing a large-scale school is no small matter. It requires thorough deliberation. Seeing this, Leon hurriedly said, Your Majesty, there's no need to worry about the expenses. I am willing to cover all costs for the school. I only ask for a piece of land and some idle houses in the new district. I will do my utmost to make this school a cradle for nurturing talents in the kingdom. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd began buzzing with discussions. Some marveled at Leon's generosity and foresight. Lord Leon truly has the world at heart, considering schooling so thoroughly, even paying out of his own pocket. Such magnanimity is indeed admirable. Others looked forward to the school's future with anticipation. If there really is such a school, perhaps my child might also have a chance to study there and become an outstanding person someday. Still others speculated whether the king would agree. Will His Majesty consent? Although it doesn't cost the national treasury any money, allocating land in the new district is not a trivial matter. Everyone's eyes were on the king, waiting for his final decision. And Leon looked expectantly at the king. He was fully aware of how significant this school would be for the kingdom, hoping that the king would approve his request, ushering in a new chapter of educational reform for the kingdom. Leon, it is excellent that you have such insight. I hereby approve it, and hope that you can cultivate a better future for the kingdom of Caroya. The king, while speaking, fastened the insignia of the guardian envoy onto Leon's body. Chapter 75, Back to School. Leon arrived at the designated school site with Sheer, Elilisha, and Car. The sight before them caused Leon to slightly furrow his brow. This place was originally a ruined battlefield of the Holy Court. Though it spanned thousands of square meters with relatively good surrounding greenery, the dilapidated buildings and rampant weeds clearly needed hundreds of gold pounds for repair and cleaning. Leon sighed helplessly. I didn't expect it to be such a decrepit place. Elilisha's face showed a trace of embarrassment as she hurried to explain. Leon, the treasury is truly insufficient. The resources we can currently allocate are limited. However, you can rest assured. As the Grand Archbishop of the Holy Court, I will definitely send people to help tidy up here. I will also leverage my network to find suitable teachers to impart knowledge and techniques. Leon nodded. Then I'll leave that to you, Elilisha. Car, go contact the new Sun Sect people and arrange for them to start the repairs and cleaning as soon as possible, ensuring that this place looks brand new in the shortest time possible. Sure, assist Car and carefully organize all the tasks. With Elilisha's help, the initial cleaning work here would no longer require much attention, but thoroughly restoring this place would definitely cost a huge amount. All right, boss. Car and Sure responded in unison. After arranging the work, Leon went to the newspaper office, where he had already gained insights about the staff after the downfall of the Ronald Chamber of Commerce. basically leaving no one who would dare to cause trouble for him. He said to the newspaper's director, "I want to publish an advertisement. A week from now, the Castle Academy will begin enrollment, preparing to admit 500 students in its first phase." The director was somewhat surprised. "Lord Leon, this is indeed a big event, but can you really recruit that many students? You see, parents of common families mostly prefer their children to learn crafts like weaving or baking bread, so they have skills to make a living later." Leon smiled. "We'll try. I believe there will always be children yearning for knowledge and longing for a different future." After the advertisement was published, initially, not too many people paid much attention. Upon hearing this news, both the Pope and the King merely exchanged glances with smiles, feeling that although Leon's move was good, achieving the goal would be extremely difficult. However, within just 2 days after the message went out, the number of applicants surged like waves, reaching as many as 700 people, shocking everyone. Neither the Pope nor the King could understand where Leon got the ability to attract so many students. With the smooth progress of recruitment, the initial expenses continued to increase, like flowing water. After much thought, Leon decided to seek sponsorship from the Clay Guild, which still maintained good relations with him. In the reception room of the Clay Guild, Leon sat face-to-face with the guild's director. Leon explained in detail, "You know, I'm founding the Castle Academy. It aims to cultivate more talents for the kingdom. But the current financial pressure is indeed enormous. Every aspect of the Academy's construction and hiring of faculty requires significant investment. I hope the Clay Guild can offer support, which is not only for the Academy, but also for the future of the entire Caroya kingdom." The director of the Clay Guild frowned. "Lord Leon, your idea is good, but this risk is considerable. It's not that we don't trust you, but what return can we get if we invest our funds?" After thinking for a moment, Leon replied, "I can offer 29% shares in the Academy as a return for a 1,000 gold pound donation. You think about it. Once the Academy succeeds in cultivating many outstanding talents, they will surely give back to the Clay Guild in the future. And the development of the Academy will also drive the surrounding industries, beneficial and harmless to the Guild's commercial layout." The director of the Clay Guild pondered deeply. "Leon, you've made this sound quite enticing, but it's not a small sum after all. I need to discuss this with the other senior members of the Guild." Leon's heart tightened, and he quickly said, "You know the urgency of this matter. Each day of delay makes the construction of the Academy harder. The Clay Guild has always been farsighted. I believe you won't miss this opportunity." Looking into Leon's determined eyes, the director of the Clay Guild finally nodded. "All right, Leon, I'm moved by your resolve. I agree. I hope our cooperation this time is successful." Leon couldn't contain his joy. "That's wonderful. Rest assured, I will not let the Clay Guild down." With the sponsorship from the Clay Guild, the construction of the Castle Academy proceeded more smoothly. Leon spent every day bustling around the Academy, supervising project progress and reviewing faculty candidates. Alicia also kept her promise. She brought over a batch of experienced priests from the Holy Court to assist in organizing the college's classic documents and materials, while actively searching for more scholars and masters of art to teach. One day, Alicia found Leon and said, "Leon, I found an old scholar who has deep expertise in magical theory. He used to live in seclusion in the inner city. I had to work very hard to persuade him to come out of retirement. There are also a few young but talented mages who are very interested in teaching at the Academy." Leon looked at Alicia with gratitude. "Alicia, you've really worked hard. With these excellent faculty members, the quality of education in the Academy will be secured." As the opening date of the Academy drew near, all the preparations entered the final sprint stage. Leon stood on the college playground, gazing at the completely renewed campus, filled with anticipation. Makar walked over, excitedly saying, "Boss, look at this Academy now. How impressive it is. Who could have imagined that the dilapidated place we started with would turn into this?" Leon smiled. "This is the result of everyone's joint efforts. I hope the students who graduate from here will truly change the future of Caroya Kingdom." Sure also remarked, "Boss, I believe they will. These children who have signed up, their eyes are full of longing for knowledge. They will surely treasure this opportunity." Amidst everyone's anticipation, Castle Academy finally welcomed its opening day. 500 students stood neatly on the playground, their faces beaming with excitement and expectation. Leon stood on the rostrum, looking at the students below, and loudly said, "Welcome to Castle Academy. Starting today, you will open the doors of knowledge here and learn magical skills, military strategy, literature and history, as well as statecraft. I hope you study hard and become the pillars of Caroya Kingdom in the future." Thunderous applause broke out below, echoing through the campus for a long time. It seemed to tell the story of a new beginning, a great beginning for the educational reform of Caroya Kingdom. Chapter 76. Teaching. Everything is getting on track. In business, we have 2 taverns, each earning 30 gold pounds a day, 1 food processing plant, and a higher learning institution. Leon wrote down each matter in the notebook. The cooperation with Clay Guild has also been settled. The next step is to find ways to get people into the Holy Court. Having only Hill is not enough. I still lack usable people under my command. Leon bit the tip of his pen. A school can only cultivate basic talents on a large scale. It's difficult to obtain truly elite talents. Suddenly, an idea struck Leon. What if hundreds of students were gathered together to test their aptitudes? Then those who are truly talented could be handed over to Hans for teaching? Identify a few real geniuses, focus on cultivating them, and we could even create a school ranking. In the school's conference room, Leon stood at one end of the long table, his expression serious, yet full of anticipation. He slowly began, revealing his entire plan. My friends, after much consideration, I believe that if Castle Academy wishes to cultivate top-tier talents for the kingdom, we must make some changes. We can gather hundreds of students together for talent testing, screening out those who are truly gifted, and then hand them over to masters like Hans for careful guidance. At the same time, we can establish a school ranking system to motivate students to work hard. As soon as he finished speaking, the meeting room erupted like a pot boiling over. An elderly teacher frowned, concerned, and said, "Lord Leon, this ranking system may motivate some students, but those who rank low will likely suffer mentally. They are in their growing phase, and once their confidence is shaken, they might fall into despair." Leon nodded slightly, patiently explaining, "Your concerns are reasonable, teacher. However, we cannot give up because of potential problems. In this competitive world, they will eventually face challenges. While announcing the rankings, we can arrange specialized psychological counseling courses to help these children understand the rankings correctly and turn pressure into motivation." A young assistant timidly chimed in, "But Lord Leon, how should we determine the standards for the aptitude tests? If they're not precise enough, won't we risk missing out on some potential talents?" After a moment of deep thought, Leon replied, "We will invite the most experienced teachers and scholars from the academy to jointly formulate the testing standards and conduct multiple rounds of testing and evaluations to ensure fairness." Everyone voiced their opinions freely, and the meeting room was filled with a tense yet heated discussion atmosphere. Looking at everyone, Leon felt somewhat anxious and raised his voice. "I know all of you have your own concerns, but we must think about the long-term development of the academy. Now, I propose we vote by raising our hands to decide the direction of this plan." The teachers glanced at each other. After a brief pause, one by one, their hands slowly rose. Leon carefully counted, finding that the majority voted in favor. A wave of relief swept through him, and he smiled contentedly. "Good. Since the majority have approved of this decision, let's work together to do this well. Teachers, please inform every student of this decision and make sure they understand our good intentions." The teachers nodded and dispersed to spread the message. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the academy, there was a boy from a poor family named Tom. Sitting under dim light, he looked at his worn-out books while silently vowing in his heart, "I must secure the reward to change my own fate and that of my family." Tom was born in the slums and rarely paid attention to the influential figures in the capital. But after hearing Leon's speech by chance, a fire seemed to ignite in his heart, and he resolutely decided to enroll. On this day, Tom hurried along his usual way home. Suddenly, he saw a crowd ahead surrounding someone. It turned out to be Leon's personal bodyguard, Makar, being swarmed by students asking for autographs. A trace of envy flickered across Tom's eyes, but he just took a quiet look before lowering his head and preparing to leave. "I'm different from them. I don't have time to waste on these things. I need to study hard and work to earn money," he thought. By chance, Makar caught sight of Tom's unusual behavior, arousing his curiosity. Having come from the slums himself, Makar felt an inexplicable sense of closeness and sympathy for Tom. He found an excuse to break free from the student's pursuit and quietly followed behind Tom. Not far away, Makar witnessed an infuriating scene. Several rich kids dressed in fancy clothes surrounded Tom. Among them, a tall boy sneered disdainfully, saying, "You, a commoner, also qualify to study in our academy?" Tom clenched his fists tightly but remained silent. Seeing that he didn't respond, the tall boy grew even more arrogant and shoved him. Tom's anger erupted in an instant, and he pounced like a little lion. With the agility he had honed in the slums, it only took him a few moves to knock the few kids to the ground. Infuriated and humiliated, those kids stood up and threatened harshly, "You wait. We will make sure your parents can't find any work in this city." Tom stiffened slightly, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. At that moment, Makar strode forward, loudly reprimanding them. "What are you doing? Are you bullying classmates just because you have money at home? If you dare to threaten him, I guarantee you'll regret it." Makar's voice carried an air of authority, scaring those kids so much that their faces turned pale and they scattered like rats. Makar walked up to Tom, asking with concern, "Kid, are you okay?" Tom looked up, looking at Makar with both gratitude and caution in his eyes. "I'm fine. Thank you, Mr. Makar." Makar chuckled and said, "I came from the slums too. I know how hard it is for you. Don't be afraid when something like this happens. I've got your back." Tom nodded slightly, his heart filled with respect for Makar. After returning home, Tom studied and practiced what he had learned in class even more diligently. He knew that only by becoming strong enough could he truly change his fate and not be bullied, to become someone like Mr. Makar, Lord Leon. Days passed one by one, and the day for the aptitude test was approaching. The atmosphere in the academy became tense yet exhilarating, with the students all rubbing their hands in anticipation, ready to showcase their skills in the test. Leon paced back and forth in his office, his heart brimming with expectation and a touch of anxiety. He looked forward to discovering those geniuses hidden among the students, yet worried about unexpected situations that might arise during the test. He whispered to himself firmly, "No matter what, this is a crucial step for Castle Academy to achieve brilliance. It must succeed." Chapter 77, Beheading. After the celebration, the inner city was filled with solemnity and dignity. Thousands of people gathered here, all waiting for the trial of the traitors. Leon stood to the side, his gaze calm as he watched the 3 traitorous holy messengers and 3 archbishops being escorted in. He fully understood that this public beheading was a carefully orchestrated move by the Pope and the King, aimed at completely discouraging those with ill intentions. When the archbishops were led to the execution platform, One of them suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. The laughter echoed over the square, tinged with an eerie note. He shouted at the top of his voice. You have all been deceived. Leon is the true mastermind. I am the only one who truly knows the facts. This unexpected statement instantly turned the previously quiet crowd into chaos. People looked at each other, confusion and shock etched on their faces. Leon's heart clenched tightly, but he maintained his composure outwardly, though there was a flicker of unease in his eyes. He silently thought, this old fox, even on the verge of death, still wants to drag me down. I cannot let him succeed. And Alexia stared angrily at the archbishop, her heart burning with fury. This traitor, restless even in death, dared to slander Leon. Just as the atmosphere grew so tense it felt like it would solidify, someone in the crowd suddenly yelled, He's framing Master Leon. That shout was like lighting the fire of trust in Leon among the people. An elder leaned on his cane, excitedly saying, Master Leon has always done his best for us. How could he possibly be the mastermind? This is clearly the dying struggle of this traitor. A young man also chimed in. Yes, Master Leon led us against external enemies and fought for our benefits. He is our hero, not some kind of villain. The crowd responded en masse, condemning the archbishop. As Leon watched this scene, a mix of relief and guilt swelled within him. He thought, these kind-hearted people trust me so much, and yet I am truly the mastermind. Is it right or wrong for me to deceive them? But soon, he reaffirmed his belief. Everything I do is to change this corrupt church, to make everyone live better. No matter how much disgrace I bear, I must not retreat. The Pope sat high up on the viewing stand, her gaze stern as she looked down upon the disorder below. She slowly stood up and gently waved her scepter, and immediately, the square fell silent. With a voice full of authority, she declared, These traitors have committed unforgivable sins. They betrayed the church and sought to disrupt the peace of our royal city. They tried to mislead you, and they deserve punishment. She then detailed the crimes of the archbishops, from embezzlement to covert alliances with foreign enemies. Each accusation sparked indignation among the people. As the 3 archbishops and 3 holy messengers heard their crimes exposed one by one, they continued to scream furiously in defiance. One of the holy messengers, his face red with anger, yelled, Pope, don't be so smug. Do you really think you can control everything? Leon's conspiracy will eventually be uncovered. But his voice was quickly drowned out by the boos from the crowd. Leon observed their powerless resistance, feeling a complex swirl of emotions. He remembered the initial planning of all this, at that time, when he deeply regretted the darkness and corruption within the church and determined to bring about change. He secretly recruited some like-minded individuals, including those from the New Sun sect who were regarded as traitors and the bloodlines of the foreign states. The archbishops originally planned to seize power peacefully, but things gradually spiraled out of control, transforming into a bloody struggle. Their plans were somehow discovered by the Pope. Alexia gently tugged at Leon's sleeve and whispered softly, Don't let them influence you. This is the outcome they deserve. Leon nodded slightly. He knew that there was no turning back now. The Pope gave the betrayers one last look before coldly saying, Carry out the sentence. The executioner raised the axe high, its glint sharp under the sun. Upon command, the axe descended, spattering blood. The heads of the 3 archbishops and 3 holy messengers rolled onto the ground. Their eyes were still open, seemingly filled with endless resentment. Seeing this, the crowd had mixed reactions. Some cheered in celebration that justice had been served, while others bowed their heads in silence, feeling sorrow for the brutal trial and worrying about the future of the Kingdom of Caroya. Leon gazed at the scene before him and silently vowed in his heart, I must complete my mission. No matter how thorny the road ahead, no matter how many more sins I may have to carry. In the days that followed, Leon became even busier. On one hand, he had to continue pushing forward with his reform plans within the church. On the other hand, he needed to cautiously deal with the Pope's suspicions. Alexia remained by his side throughout, her support and trust becoming the driving force that allowed Leon to persevere. And in the eyes of the common people, Leon was still the brave and fearless hero who fought for everyone's well-being. They were completely unaware of the hidden truths behind the scenes and continued to hold Leon in high regard and admiration. After the matter concluded, Alexia brought Leon alone to a cafe and revealed what she had obtained from that country. As Alexia watched Leon focus intently on the blueprints, she softly said, These ideas and designs are wonderful, but implementing them in the Kingdom of Caroya will surely be fraught with difficulties. It will require significant financial investment and may also clash with the interests of many old forces. Leon slightly lifted his head, determination shining in his eyes. Challenges are inevitable, but for the future of Caroya, we must give it a try. The construction of railways will not only boost trade development, but also promote cultural exchange and resource allocation. Leon began planning the simultaneous advancement of education and industrial development. He planned to gather some enlightened individuals from the country to explain his vision to them. With concern, Alexia asked, Lord Leon, this reform is too drastic. Will the people be able to accept it? After reflecting for a moment, Leon replied, We can start with public education and let the people see the benefits that industrial development brings. For example, new factories will provide more job opportunities and improve everyone's standard of living. As preparations progressed, the issue of insufficient funds gradually surfaced. Leon traveled extensively, seeking support from all sides. He explained the commercial potential of the completed railway to some wealthy merchants and emphasized to the nobles that this would consolidate their status and influence domestically. Alexia also actively cooperated, using her diplomatic advantages to try securing low-interest loans or investments from other countries. Despite facing numerous pressures, neither Leon nor Alexia gave up. Leon often studied blueprints late into the night, pondering ways to optimize the construction plan and reduce costs. Alexia decided to continue maneuvering among the royal family, striving to secure more assistance and cooperation opportunities. They both knew that this freight route wasn't just a railway. It was the path toward the prosperity and strength of Caroya. As long as they persisted, they would eventually break through all obstacles and usher in a new era for the Kingdom of Caroya. Chapter 78, Test. On the day of the aptitude test, the sunlight bathed every corner of the castle academy, but the atmosphere within the academy was much heavier than usual. Tom, dressed in his slightly worn uniform, arrived at the testing site early. Looking around at his well-dressed and confident classmates, he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous, but more importantly, resolute. The classmates around him looked at Tom and cast him odd glances. A wealthy student named Carl deliberately raised his voice and said, "Humph, someone like him, a commoner, coming to take part in the talent test is just a waste of time. He'll probably be eliminated in the first round." His cronies laughed mockingly. Those laughs felt like needles piercing into Tom's heart. Tom bit his lips tightly and silently swore, "I must make you look at me differently." The test officially began, with the first item being the magic perception test. Students needed to stand in the center of a specially made magical circle, doing their best to perceive the flow of magic and guide it into the magic crystal ball in their hands. The brightness of the crystal ball would determine their score. Tom took a deep breath and stepped forward. When he stood in the magical circle, he closed his eyes and tried to calm himself down. He recalled the hard days in the slums, where for survival, he had always been more perceptive of danger than others. Now, he applied this acuity to perceiving magic. Tom slowly extended both hands, placing them on either side of the crystal ball, feeling the magic flowing like a gentle stream through the circle. Focusing all his efforts, he attempted to guide the magic into the crystal ball. At first, the crystal ball only flickered faintly, but as Tom continued to strive, its light gradually strengthened. One of the nearby mentors, upon seeing Tom's performance, nodded slightly in approval, inwardly astonished. This child from the common folk actually has such strong magical perception ability. At that moment, Carl, who had previously mocked Tom, stepped up to take the test, with an arrogant face, as if victory was already assured. However, when standing in the magical circle, he seemed somewhat disoriented. He usually relied on his family's resources, putting in little effort of his own, and was quite unfamiliar with perceiving magic. He swung his hands forcefully, trying to make the crystal ball glow, but the crystal merely flickered a few times before going dim again. Carl's face turned rather sullen. He sneaked a glance at Tom, filled with jealousy and resentment. How could he be better than him? This must be because he used tricks. Next came the magic control test. Students were required to manipulate the elemental force in front of them, transforming it into the designated shape. Tom watched the elemental force in front of him, excitement surging within him. He quickly conceptualized the shape in his mind, then moved his hands gracefully, like a conductor leading a grand symphony. Under his control, the elemental force swiftly transformed, perfectly taking on the specified form. Confidence shone brightly in his eyes, drawing the attention of the surrounding students. However, Tom's excellent performance also drew some people's antagonism. A nobleman's son stepped forward and questioned, "How can a commoner have such strong magic control abilities? He must have cheated." His words caused a commotion. Filled with anger, Tom loudly retorted, "I didn't cheat. I achieved this through my own hard practice." At that moment, the instructor responsible for the test stepped forward and said, "Quiet. We will conduct a review, and if cheating is discovered, it will not be tolerated. But if it turns out to be baseless defamation, punishment will follow." The review results soon came out, confirming that Tom hadn't cheated. Those who had challenged him were left speechless, wishing they could crawl under a table. Tom continued to participate in the subsequent tests. In the knowledge quiz segment, relying on the knowledge he had accumulated through arduous study, he also performed excellently. In his mind kept appearing images of himself studying under dim lighting. At this moment, that knowledge became his strongest weapon. As the tests proceeded, more and more students were eliminated, while Tom overcame obstacle after obstacle. His face was soaked with sweat, but his eyes remained unwavering. Finally, all the test items were completed. The instructors began tallying the scores, while the students anxiously waited for the results. Standing amidst the crowd, Tom felt uneasy. He thought of his family, thought of his life in the slums, and how much he hoped to achieve good results and change everything. "I must enter the top 10. I cannot let everyone down," he repeated tirelessly in his mind. When the instructor announced the results, the entire venue fell silent. 10th place Tom. The sound of the mentor's voice broke the silence, and Tom first looked bewildered before breaking into an ecstatic smile. He could hardly believe his ears. He had actually made it into the top 10, and he was the youngest among them. Overjoyed, he stepped forward to claim his reward. Leon stood nearby, watching Tom with eyes filled with approval. Walking up to Tom, Leon patted him on the shoulder and said, "Young man, you've done an excellent job. Your hard work and talent have earned my respect. You are the pride of Castle Academy and the hope for Caroya Kingdom. Keep pushing forward. Your future is limitless." Tom looked up at Leon, his eyes shimmering with tears, and spoke earnestly to the person he revered. "Master Leon, I will. I promise to work even harder." The surrounding classmates also began to look at Tom with admiration. Those who had once mocked and challenged him now hung their heads in shame. Standing on the podium, Tom absorbed the moment, realizing that his destiny had changed right there and then. Carrying this honor and responsibility, he would continue to further his studies at Castle Academy, striving toward greater goals, for himself, for his family, and for the future of Caroya Kingdom. In the days ahead, Tom became a role model at the academy. He devoted himself even more to studying and training, always seen in the library or on the training grounds. He knew that natural talent was just a start. Only through relentless effort could he truly become a great magician and bring about real change for the fate of Caroya Kingdom. When Leon learned Tom's identity from McNaughton, he took special interest in him and frequently visited personally, seeing him as one of his own key allies. Chapter 79, The Talented Weirdo, Vaya. Hey, have you heard? Sister of the Holy Messenger, Mr. Hill, is coming to our school. So what? Mr. Hill is already a friend of Mr. Leon. What's strange about his sister entering our school? At the moment Vaya, the sister of the Holy Messenger Hill, stepped into the school, it was as if a brilliant star had descended. She instantly became the center of attention, and the whole campus boiled with excitement because of her arrival. Her delicate features, unique temperament, and innate mysterious aura made everyone fall for her. Wow, she's so beautiful, and it's said that she has exceptional talent. She will definitely stir up a storm in the school. Such discussions could be heard in every corner of the campus, Vaya being the vortex of a popular topic, firmly attracting everyone's gaze and curiosity toward herself. And she was assigned to Tom's class. The moment Vaya appeared at the classroom door, the classroom fell silent enough to hear a pin drop. Every single person's eyes were on her. The teacher warmly welcomed her, full of praise for both her and her brother, Hill. Classmate Vaya, you and your brother are gifted children. I believe you will certainly achieve extraordinary success in our school. Envious and admiring glances were cast by classmates who gathered around her, chatting nonstop. Vaya, are you also as powerful as your brother, able to easily perform high-level magic? Vaya, do you have any special training secrets? In response to everyone's enthusiasm, Vaya always kept a faint smile, responding politely, though maintaining this demeanor had already been quite taxing for her. However, during one break, she made a decision that shocked everyone. Standing in the center of the classroom, her clear voice was firm and confident. I have decided that in 3 days, I will challenge the top 10 ranks of the school. These words, like a massive stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly caused ripples of astonishment among the students. Shocked and respectful expressions covered their faces, while Tom's heart felt mixed emotions. On one side, Mr. Leon held great expectations for him, hoping he would maintain excellent grades and bring honor to himself. On the other hand, there was Vaya, sister of Leon's subordinate, whose strength cannot be underestimated, undoubtedly putting immense pressure on him. Tom thought to himself, Via's talent is undeniable. Since she has made such bold statements, she must be very confident. I cannot lose. I must give my all to meet Mr. Leon's expectations. Thus, he began training even harder. Each morning, before the first ray of sunlight fully pierced through the morning fog, Tom was already drenched in sweat on the school's training grounds. He repeatedly practiced various combat techniques, each movement striving for precision and power. Sometimes, he would take the initiative to seek out Master McCall for guidance on his combat skills. On the training field, Tom humbly asked Master McCall, Master McCall, my defense moves aren't agile enough. Could you teach me how to better evade my opponent's attacks? Master McCall, looking at the hardworking and determined child in front of him, patiently guided him. Tom, you need to learn to predict your opponent's actions, concentrate, feel their force and rhythm, and then quickly respond. Tom listened attentively, memorizing every key point and continuously trying and improving. During these 3 days, Tom almost invested all his free time into training. His eyes revealed an unprecedented level of determination and resolve. And Vaya was quietly preparing for her challenge as well. Every day, she would come alone to the school's magical training room, focusing on enhancing her magical powers. She deeply understood that achieving success required not only great talent, but also relentless effort. Finally, the day of the challenge arrived. The entire school was enveloped in a tense yet excited atmosphere. The playground was surrounded by teachers and students eager to witness this magnificent duel. Tom stood aside, nervous and tightly clenched fists, staring intently at Vaya. However, to everyone's surprise, Vaya did not challenge Tom, but instead walked directly towards the senior ranked ninth. This senior was already 29 years old, possessing rich battle experience and formidable strength within the school. Looking at this 15-year-old Vaya, he showed a hint of disdain. Young lady, are you sure you want to challenge me? You may not know how strong I am. But Vaya showed no fear. She slightly raised her head, her eyes gleaming with confidence. Senior, don't underestimate me. I have enough confidence to defeat you. The battle erupted instantly. The senior took the initiative to launch an attack, unleashing a powerful wind blade that whistled as it shot toward Vaya. Vaya, however, remained calm. She gently waved her magic wand, and a curtain of water instantly appeared in front of her, effortlessly blocking the wind blade's assault. Then, she began muttering an incantation, and the ground beneath her feet started trembling slightly. Countless vines erupted from the soil, like green pythons, coiling toward the senior. Upon seeing this, the senior immediately cast a fire spell, attempting to burn the vines. Flames intertwined with the vines, creating crackling sounds, and the air filled with the smell of burning. Vaya seized the moment when the senior was held back by the vines, and quickly gathered her magical energy. A radiant light emanated from her body. Then, she pointed her wand at the senior and shouted loudly, "Holy impact!" A beam of white energy shot toward the senior like lightning. With no time to dodge, he had no choice but to endure the strike. The moment the energy beam hit him, his body was thrown backward, landing heavily on the ground. An eerie silence fell over the entire arena, as everyone struggled to believe their eyes. After a moment, cheers erupted like thunder. At the age of 15, Via successfully defeated the 29-year-old senior, becoming the youngest among the top 10 students in the school. Tom stood nearby, feeling both relieved and impressed by Via's strength. He quietly swore to himself, "Via, you're strong, but I won't stop here. I'll work harder. One day, I will stand at the peak of the school and challenge you." Amidst the cheers of the crowd, a content smile appeared on Via's face. She knew this was only the starting point on her path of growth, and there would be even more challenges awaiting her in the future. And Tom, through this challenge, discovered new motivation to move forward. He would carry this drive and continue striving for greatness, pursuing his dream while also not letting Mr. Leon down. Chapter 80, Expanding Industries. Hill followed Alixia through an arduous training session, returning to the ancient Encounter Tavern completely exhausted but filled with joy. She longed to unwind in the familiar surroundings. However, as she stepped into the tavern, bursts of laughter and shrieks from the direction of the bathing room could be faintly heard. Suddenly a strange unease surged within Hill's heart. Her brow furrowed, her pace quickened involuntarily, and a foreboding sense enveloped her like shadowy gloom. The moment she violently pulled open the door to the bathing room, the scene before her froze her in place, her mind blank. There was Lord Leon wearing only a pair of shorts, standing with airy eyes and skimpy clothing amidst steam-laden air. Both were covered in fluffy foam and laughing cheerfully. Hill felt as if the world had spun out of control, collapsing at that very moment. Her eyes wide in disbelief, staring helplessly at the scene before her, her lips trembling slightly. She wanted to say something, but it felt as though a lump had lodged in her throat. And yet, Leon, upon seeing Hill, suddenly burst and showed no trace of panic. Instead, he grinned wryly and rather boldly invited Hill to join them. Hill's inner turmoil escalated dramatically at that instant. Anger, disappointment, sorrow all tangled together. Over and over, she questioned herself in her mind. How could this be? How could Lord Leon do such a thing? But her rationality told her that she couldn't lose composure at that moment. She took a deep breath, striving to make her voice sound calm. "No, my lord, I apologize for disturbing." Then she turned around and prepared to leave, every step feeling as heavy as 1,000 caddies. It was then that Leon finally realized Hill had misinterpreted his actions. He quickly took a step forward and loudly explained. "Hill, it's not what you think. We're just developing soap here. Look, it's our new attempt at making it. We want to check the results." Hill stopped in her tracks, though doubts still lingered in her heart. Leon's anxious tone and sincere gaze made her unable to take another step. Leon, seeing her hesitation, continued. "You know, we've always been trying to find unique things for the tavern to attract customers. I happened upon a recipe for soap and thought to experiment with alias, see if we can produce a special soap everyone will like." Hill slowly turned back, a hint of vigilance still in her eyes. "Is that really all there is to it?" Leon vigorously nodded. "Yes, why would I lie to you? You are an important partner to me." Hill gazed at Leon, memories flooding her mind of all they'd experienced together. Leon had consistently been a smart, responsible leader, devoted to the growth of the tavern, taking good care of those around him. She began to think that she might truly have misjudged him. But why conduct the experiment in the bathing room? Hill still asked somewhat perplexedly. Leon laughed helplessly. "Because this soap requires testing under water and heat conditions to observe its bubble quality, aroma dispersion, and effects on the skin more effectively. We simply need a more accurate grasp of its quality." Hill listened silently, the fire in her heart gradually extinguishing. Leon pressed on while it counted. "Hill, consider this. If this soap becomes successful, our ancient Encounter Tavern will gain another unique hallmark. Then, when all our staff use this soap, their radiant faces and alluring fragrances will definitely attract more guests." Hill nodded gently, beginning to imagine such a scenario. Everyone in the tavern becoming more confident and charming due to this soap, leading the business to soar. "So now, how did the trial go?" Hill finally put aside all resentment in her heart, showing concern for the soap itself. A delighted smile crossed Leon's face. "Very well. This soap cleanses the skin beautifully, makes it smooth and delicate, and has a lasting fragrance. I believe, once released, it will surely be extremely popular." In the days that followed, Leon meticulously planned and instructed his subordinate Mika and some Blood Tribe members to prepare for the promotion of the soap under the name of the Ancient Encounter Tavern. They carefully crafted advertising slogans. Why are the employees of the Ancient Encounter Tavern so enchanting? All thanks to this magical soap. Once the ads were launched, they caused quite a stir in the royal city. People were attracted by the advertisements, driven by curiosity and anticipation to the Ancient Encounter Tavern, eager to investigate further. Mika stood in front of the soap display counter in the Ancient Encounter Tavern, enthusiastically promoting to a group of customers. "Esteemed guests, this is the exclusive handmade soap of the Ancient Encounter Tavern. Use it, and you'll surely exude irresistible charm." As he spoke, Mika picked up a piece of soap, lightly sniffed it, and wore an expression of utter delight. This fragrance, elegant and long-lasting, is like the first rays of sunlight falling upon a sea of flowers in the morning. At this moment, a well-dressed noblewoman cast a scrutinizing eye on the soap. "You say this soap is miraculous, but how can I be sure?" Meka's eyes twinkled as a plan formed in his mind. He swiftly pulled over a passing servant nearby, grinning mischievously. "Young man, consider yourself lucky today. You'll demonstrate the wonders of this soap to everyone." The servant looked bewildered and was about to protest when Mecha had already smeared some soapy foam on his face. "Mecha, sir, I'm still on duty." The servant struggled, but Mecha paid no heed. He continued massaging the foam while saying animatedly, "Ladies and gentlemen, take a look. This foam is rich and fine, as soft as clouds." Moments later, Mecha rinsed the servant's face with clear water, revealing skin that was smooth and glowing. Seeing this transformation, the crowd gasped in amazement. Mecha chuckled triumphantly. "So wasn't I boasting? This effect is for real." Impressed by what she saw, the noblewoman immediately purchased several pieces. Mecha kept shouting enthusiastically, "Limited quantities available. First come, first served. You won't find this magical soap anywhere else besides the ancient Encounter Tavern if you miss out today." The crowd surged forward, creating a lively scene as people rushed to snatch the soap. All staff members of the tavern began using the soap, their skin exuding a subtle, pleasant scent, giving them an even more radiant and refreshed appearance. The customers who tried the soap were unanimous in their praise. In no time, the ancient Encounter Tavern's soap became the most sought-after product in the royal city, leaving suppliers struggling to keep up with demand. Hill gazed at the bustling scene inside the tavern and felt a deep sense of satisfaction within her heart. She rejoiced that she hadn't left due to misunderstanding back then and admired Leon's intelligence and foresight. As for Leon, standing amidst the vibrant activity of the busy tavern and endless stream of patrons, silently vowed to himself. This magical soap was only the first step among many of his ambitious plans. Chapter 81, Building the Railway. In the heart of a bustling metropolis, an upscale restaurant stood out like a brilliant pearl, radiating luxury and refinement. Outside, towering Roman columns supported a grand entrance, with intricate carvings on the pediment showcasing exceptional taste. Inside, crystal chandeliers cast their light onto plush imported carpets, creating a shimmering effect akin to ripples on a golden lake. Silver cutlery was arranged neatly, glinting coldly under the lights, while servers dressed in exquisite uniforms moved gracefully between tables, like lively notes in a magnificent symphony. Divine Messenger Leon strode confidently into the restaurant, his upright posture wrapped in a flowing white robe that fluttered lightly with the wind, as if carrying an inherent sacred glow. The fabric of the robe was of superior quality, each fold seeming to flow with mysterious power. His deep eyes exuded authority, like the brightest stars in the night sky, every gesture showing composure and confidence, each step as though following an invisible rhythm. Behind him, newly appointed Divine Messenger Hill followed closely, his youthful face slightly tense, with a flushed complexion akin to a spring flower about to bloom. His hands were unconsciously clenched, the knuckles whitened from exertion, his gaze filled with anticipation mixed with unease, occasionally stealing looks around, resembling a young deer stepping into an unfamiliar forest. Max steadily followed alongside them, his large build moving with solid and powerful strides. His vigilant eyes scanned the surroundings carefully, forming a tangible barrier protecting Leon and Hill's safety. The restaurant owner had already been waiting in the reserved private room. Seeing Leon enter, he hurried to rise and greet them, his face full of obsequious smiles that nearly squeezed all features together. The owner bowed deeply, saying, "Master Leon, you've arrived. Please take your seat." His voice trembled slightly as he respectfully pulled out a chair, never daring to meet Leon's gaze directly. Soon after, the head of one of the three major guilds, the Clay Guild, and another chamber representative also arrived. When their eyes fell upon Hill standing behind Leon, their faces all revealed expressions of shock. The leader of the Clay Guild couldn't help but slightly open his mouth, eyes filled with confusion, as if trying to uncover a hidden secret. He exchanged an astonished look with his companion, passing along their mutual bewilderment. Leon quickly noticed this subtle change. His piercing gaze locked directly on the Clay Guild leader, seemingly capable of penetrating souls, his brow slightly furrowing. A faint crease formed between his eyebrows, his voice low yet strong as he asked, "Why do you seem so surprised at seeing Hill?" Caught off guard by this sudden questioning, the Clay Guild leader began sweating profusely, beads of sweat sliding slowly down his temples like prey trying to escape its hunter. The leader swallowed hard, producing a gulp sound from his throat before stammering, No, we're just really surprised to see Hill here." Leon sat down with a thud, tapping on the table. The crisp sound immediately silenced the atmosphere inside the private room. His eyes reflected an unquestionable authority as he spoke calmly. "I plan to construct a railway from the capital city straight through to the country of Vienna. Do you have any suggestions?" The Clay Guild leader paused for a moment, then sighed unhappily and said, "Sir, building such a railway will require astronomical costs. Just look at the initial expenses for materials and labor. It's almost unimaginable. All these materials, whether they be railroad tracks or sleepers, need to be purchased from distant places, resulting in extremely high transportation costs, not to mention the premium prices of high-quality materials. On the labor side, experienced craftsmen are scarce, leading to rising wages. Once constructed, the operating costs are equally high, requiring continuous significant investments for maintenance and management. As for regular track inspections, equipment updates, and salary payments, recouping costs would be next to impossible." As he spoke, he helplessly spread his hands wide in the air, displaying a face full of sorrow, each wrinkle on it appearing etched by time, bearing witness to his apprehension toward the unknown. "Besides, our guild primarily focuses on cargo transport. Though the current methods may be less efficient, they still work adequately. Investing heavily in building a railway solely for freight seems too wasteful. With both hands crossed behind his back, Leon gently tapped his back with his fingers, nodding slightly after pondering for a moment. Walking slowly but steadily, each pace measured and firm, he seemed to be assessing the land beneath his feet, saying, "We've considered your concerns. We could establish foreign trade routes." Faces clouded over with doubt emerged from the group. Stopping his walk, Leon firmly planted both feet, his eyes determined like a towering mountain peak. A hint of confident smile curled on his lips as he continued. "Yesterday, Archbishop Elixia, with the help of the Pope, has already obtained a writ from the king. The seal on that writ was bright and eye-catching, as if it were the key to unlock the gates of wealth. It allows foreign trade. She also had the foresight to establish ties with the Chamber of Commerce of a neighboring country. Once the railway is completed, the volume of goods will increase significantly. Goods that could only be circulated domestically can now be transported all over the world, such as our exquisite porcelain and various precious spices, all of which can be exported far away through this railway, making cost recovery no longer an unreachable goal." Upon hearing this, representatives of the Clay Guild and another chamber fell into deep thought. Some furrowed their brows, knotted together in an unsolvable tangle. Others looked down, eyes glued to the carpet beneath their feet, as if trying to find answers in its patterns. Some exchanged whispers, low murmurs echoing in the private room. The risk here is not insignificant. If the foreign market changes or a war breaks out, this investment will be lost. But if it truly goes as Master Leon says, the returns would be quite substantial. After careful consideration, they finally agreed. With Leon leading the charge, he and Elixia together gained 60% of the shares, while the Clay Guild and the other chamber each received 20%. Thus, the Grand Subway Plan, the Silk Road, officially began. Subsequently, Leon quickly sprang into action, organizing a professional team to survey the railway route. He personally went to the site, map in hand, which flapped loudly in the wind, his gaze intently analyzing the terrain as he earnestly discussed with engineers, his expression serious and determined. At the same time, he frequently negotiated with various parties. When meeting government officials, his posture was upright, like an ancient pine tree, his words heartfelt, his eyes sincere as he expressed his requests. When negotiating with material suppliers, his gaze was sharp, seemingly capable of seeing through the other party's thoughts, his tone steady as he skillfully maneuvered for discounts. When discussing with labor organizations, his face was kind, like a warm spring sun, patiently listening and genuinely promising to protect workers' rights. Elixia was no less busy either. In her office, she moved briskly back and forth, occasionally consulting foreign market data, the piles of materials towering like mountains but handled with meticulous care, occasionally speaking with representatives of foreign chambers of commerce, carefully preparing matters regarding international trade. Chapter 82, Diplomacy. Leon sat in the train seat, gazing out at the scenery rushing past outside the window, feeling a jumble of emotions. This long-awaited train journey couldn't help but remind him of the bits and pieces of Caroya Kingdom, as well as the importance of this mission to Werner Kingdom. He was well aware that commercial cooperation with the Werner Kingdom could be a crucial step in changing the fate of the Caroya Kingdom. And Elixia by his side had now grown into a trustworthy Grand Bishop, which gave him a bit of solace. As the train slowly pulled into the platform of the Werner Kingdom, the roar of the steam and the clamor of the crowd interwoven together. Lashabelle had already been waiting there, dressed in magnificent attire, with a warm smile on his face, but Elixia could detect a trace of slyness in his eyes. "Welcome to the Werner Kingdom, dear friends." Lashabelle spread his arms wide and exclaimed loudly. Leon responded politely, while Elixia merely nodded slightly. They were led to an elaborately decorated carriage, and Lashabelle talked incessantly about the prosperity of the Werner Kingdom along the way, trying to display the strength of his country. Elixia was pondering Lashabelle's intentions deep in her heart, knowing that this man would not easily miss any opportunity to show off himself and seek benefits. Meanwhile, Leon carefully observed the surroundings. He admired the achievements of the Werner Kingdom's steam industrial reform, but was also contemplating how to gain a favorable position in the negotiations. After arriving at their accommodation and taking a brief rest, Leon decided to pay respects to Pope Matt. He deeply understood that Matt held an extremely important position in the Werner Kingdom, and a meeting with him might have far-reaching impacts on the negotiations. However, the road to Matt's residence was not smooth, as the guards rigorously interrogated him, and various challenges came one after another. But with a calm mind and skillful responses, Leon ultimately succeeded in seeing Matt. Leon respectfully bowed to Matt, then took out the pre-prepared internal combustion engine blueprints. "Pope Daron, this is a gift I've brought, hoping it will be helpful to you." Matt took the blueprint, just glancing at it casually at first, but soon his expression turned serious, revealing shock in his eyes. This is the complete internal combustion engine blueprint? Where did you get it from?" Leon felt a tightening in his heart, but remained calm on the surface. "This is the result of my long-term research and exploration. I know that the Werner Kingdom leads in the industrial sector, hoping for more profound cooperation with your country in this field." Matt said nothing, only indicating for Leon to leave first, needing time to study these blueprints. After Leon left the room, he let out a deep sigh, realizing he had taken a key step. Back at the lodging, Elixia inquired about the meeting with concern. Leon briefly told her what had happened, both realizing that the upcoming negotiations would be even tougher. The next day, Matt took the initiative to find Leon. His eyes showed doubt and excitement. "Leon, this blueprint is remarkable, but I have many questions. For example, How did you design this power transmission structure here? Leon had prepared beforehand. Relying on memories and experiences from his previous life on launching, he answered Matt's questions in detail. His answers were clear and logical, impressing Matt and causing him to look at Leon differently. Leon, you are truly a genius. However, you previously mentioned wanting to buy oil from our country, which confuses me. How did you know we have oil? Matt stared closely at Leon, trying to find answers from his expressions. Leon smiled faintly, knowing this question would eventually come up. Hope-Gairon, during my research process, I accidentally discovered some clues. After in-depth investigation, I speculated that the Werner Kingdom possibly has abundant oil resources. This is one of the reasons why I believe cooperation between our two countries has great potential. Although Matt still had doubts in his heart, he was also moved by Leon's sincerity and wisdom. All right, Leon. Regarding business cooperation, we can discuss further. But I have my own conditions. On the other hand, Xiuxian began the chamber negotiations with Lashabelle. Lashabelle sat across the negotiation table, a hint of arrogance in his eyes. Xiuxian, you should know that products from the Werner Kingdom are all high quality. If the Caroya Kingdom wants to cooperate, you must demonstrate sufficient sincerity. We hope to establish an equal and mutually beneficial cooperative relationship with the Werner Kingdom, not one of giving alms to another. Lashabelle gave a cold laugh. Equal and mutual benefit? What capital do you have to talk to us as equals? However, in view of your beauty, I can give you some discounts, but you must meet some conditions. Xiuxian was filled with anger in her heart, but she struggled to control her emotions. Mr. Lashabelle, please respect our Caroya Kingdom. We came here for cooperation, not to accept humiliating conditions. The negotiation fell into a deadlock. Xiuxian knew that she had to find a breakthrough point, otherwise this negotiation would fail. She began to think about Lashabelle's weaknesses and the needs of the Werner Kingdom. Suddenly, she remembered the Werner Kingdom's desire for raw materials in its industrial development. Perhaps this could be the key to breaking the deadlock. Xiuxian adjusted her tone and slowly said, Mr. Lashabelle, I know that the Werner Kingdom has achieved great success in industrial reform, but the development of industry cannot be separated from the support of raw materials. Our Caroya Kingdom has abundant human resources. If we can cooperate, not only can we provide you with stable external manpower supply, but also jointly explore the market, achieving a win-win situation. After hearing Xiuxian's words, Lashabelle was moved inside. He started to re-examine this woman from the Caroya Kingdom. She was no longer just the girl who simply refused him, but a shrewd, business-minded negotiation opponent. Xiuxian, what you say makes some sense, but I still need to think about it. After all, this is a big deal involving national interests. Lashabelle's tone softened slightly. Xiuxian knew that this was a good signal. She decided to seize the opportunity. Mr. Lashabelle, I believe you are a wise person. Our Caroya Kingdom is also willing to make concessions in other aspects, such as in trade terms. We can offer the Werner Kingdom more favorable treatment. Lashabelle pondered for a moment, then smiled. Xiuxian, you're very capable. Perhaps we can renegotiate the details of the cooperation. At this time, Leon's meeting with Matt also made progress. Matt agreed to cooperate with the Caroya Kingdom under certain conditions, including providing oil resources and technical support, while the Caroya Kingdom would need to provide corresponding raw materials and markets. Leon returned to their lodging with joy. Learning that Xiuxian had also achieved a breakthrough in the negotiations, he felt immense admiration for her. Xiuxian, you did an amazing job, Leon exclaimed excitedly. Xiuxian's face also showed a relieved smile. Leon, this is the result of our joint efforts. This cooperation is significant for the Caroya Kingdom, and we cannot fail. In his exchanges with Matt, Leon not only gained a deep understanding of the religion and culture of the Werner Kingdom, but also learned a lot about steam industry and technological development. He realized that the cooperation between the two countries was not just about economic mutual benefit, but also the exchange and integration of culture and technology. Chapter 83, Shops. After the initial talks on commercial cooperation in the Werner Kingdom were settled, Leon and Xiuxian could finally heave a sigh of relief and enjoy this rare leisure time. Leon was full of emotion. He knew that this cooperation was of extraordinary significance to the Caroya Kingdom. This brief respite might allow them to better understand this country they were about to deeply collaborate with, uncovering even more potential opportunities. Xiuxian harbored a bit of curiosity and anticipation. She wanted to know what charm and secrets lay among the bustling streets of the Werner Kingdom, so strong in industry and commerce. They strolled along the bustling streets of the Werner Kingdom. The buildings on both sides of the road, with their distinct styles, were indeed eye-catching, but at this moment, their minds were more focused on the common folks' way of life they were about to explore. Before long, they entered a bustling market. Xiuxian's gaze was instantly captured by a stall filled with silk products. Those silks had vivid and captivating colors, soft and smooth to the touch, with intricate patterns that seemed like dreams meticulously woven by embroiderers. She gently picked up a bolt of silk, amazed in her heart, and couldn't help but softly say to the vendor, "This silk is truly beautiful." The vendor was an amiable elder, his face beaming with pride, who enthusiastically responded, "This uses our kingdom's unique weaving techniques, combined with embroidery methods from the distant east, to create such exquisite silk." Xiuxian, while carefully touching the silk, pondered silently in her mind. If these technologies could be brought back to the Caroya Kingdom, it would surely give the local handicrafts a new lease on life. She envisioned artisans from the Caroya Kingdom, after learning these skills, weaving bolts of equally magnificent silk, which would bring immense wealth and reputation to the nation. Leon, however, was mesmerized by a stall selling small steam-powered objects nearby. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he'd found treasure, as he carefully wound up a small steam-powered mechanical doll. The doll immediately sprang to life under the drive of steam, making all sorts of comical movements. Leon's eyes were fixed on the doll, his heart brimming with admiration. What an ingeniously crafted design. He eagerly began conversing with the vendor, who was a young and vibrant inventor, speaking eloquently about steam mechanisms. Excitedly, the young man explained his design inspiration to Leon. I've always wanted to make steam power more interesting, so it's not just used for large industries, but also brings joy into people's daily lives. Leon listened attentively, deep in thought, believing that if these innovative ideas were applied to industrial reforms in the Caroya kingdom, they might break through current bottlenecks. He secretly rejoiced over this trip to the market, as if envisioning a future where the industry of the Caroya kingdom thrived, filling his heart with hope and expectation. As they ventured deeper into the market, they discovered a corner full of strange and curious books. Leon's heartbeat quickened abruptly, and his eyes eagerly searched the bookshelves. Finally, he found a book detailing the development history of Verna Kingdom's steam industry. With excitement, he flipped through the pages quickly, thinking in his heart, this is absolutely invaluable. The book meticulously recorded the journey of steam technology from its introduction to widespread application, alongside experiences overcoming countless difficulties. To him, it was like a key unlocking the door to industrial progress in the Caroya kingdom. He thought, as long as he studied it thoroughly, the Caroya kingdom could avoid many detours. Xiuxian selected a book interpreting the religious culture of the Verna kingdom, thinking that understanding this nation's beliefs and values would prevent unnecessary misunderstandings in subsequent interactions. She quietly told herself, she must study it earnestly to lay a solid cultural foundation for the enduring cooperation between the two countries. After leaving the market, they headed to a famous academy in the Verna kingdom. Even before stepping onto campus, they could feel the thick academic atmosphere enveloping them. Upon entering the campus, they saw a group of students gathered on the lawn, fervently discussing a philosophical proposition. Each student's face was flushed, passionate, and expressive, each voice contributing to the discussion, creating a collision of thoughts that made the surrounding air seem brimming with intellectual sparks. Leon and Xiuxian were involuntarily drawn towards the scene. Leon was filled with envy in his heart, secretly lamenting, if only the Caroya kingdom had this kind of academic atmosphere. He knew well that only with prosperous education could outstanding talents be cultivated, pushing the nation forward continuously. Xiuxian also nodded slightly, expressing her appreciation for the enthusiasm and talent of these students. Continuing to walk to the other side of the campus, a massive laboratory appeared before them. Through the glass wall, they could see a professor guiding students in an experiment concerning the improvement of steam engine efficiency. Leon's eyes grew heavy with thought as his mind drifted back to the Caroya kingdom, recalling the days he had struggled for industrial progress there. He silently vowed in his heart, after I return, I must increase investment in education and scientific research. The Caroya kingdom cannot lag behind in this area. He was fully aware that this was the necessary path for the country to move towards prosperity and strength. No matter how many difficulties they faced, they had to firmly walk on this road. During their stay in the Verna kingdom, they also attended a grand steam industry exhibition. As soon as they entered the exhibition hall, Leon was stunned by the massive steam locomotive. He widened his eyes, filled with amazement. This is truly the essence of industrial wisdom. The locomotive quietly rested at the center of the exhibition hall, its large and precise structure exuding an air of majesty. The new steam-powered textile machines, printing machines, and other industrial equipment displayed alongside were equally impressive, far surpassing the current devices in the Caroya kingdom in terms of speed and efficiency. Leon and Xiuxian couldn't wait to exchange ideas with the engineers and technicians on site. Xiuxian reminded herself inwardly, we cannot only import equipment, we need to train technical talents and establish technical standards. She understood that only in this way could they truly digest and absorb the industrial technology of the Verna kingdom, converting it into development momentum for the Caroya kingdom itself. The works combining steam power with art at the exhibition left Leon marveling without end. He stood before the steam-driven musical fountain, watching the water splash joyfully dance to the rhythm of the music while the steam silently provided endless power, unable to help but exclaim, industrial art and beauty can be perfectly blended in such a way. His mind began to sketch out plans on how to create similarly creative works in the Caroya kingdom, allowing industrial development to promote cultural arts and painting a splendid picture of national prosperity together. As their experiences in the Verna kingdom accumulated, Leon and Xiuxian became increasingly clear about the gap between the two countries, but they also saw boundless hope brought by the cooperation. They knew that this commercial cooperation was just a starting point, with countless challenges and opportunities ahead waiting for them. Before leaving the Verna kingdom, they met again with Pope Matt and Rash Abel. Leon's expression was solemn and resolute as he carefully discussed specific implementation details of the cooperation, not missing any link that might affect the effectiveness of the cooperation. He told himself in his heart, I must ensure that the cooperation runs smoothly. Xiuxian also listened attentively, offering her views when appropriate. They both understood that this was not only related to the interests of both countries, but also tied to the future fate of the Caroya kingdom. Finally, Leon and Xiuxian embarked on their journey home. Their hearts were full of the harvest from their time in the Verna kingdom, brimming with confidence and expectation for the future of the Caroya kingdom. Leon gazed into the distance, his gaze firm, This trip to the Verna Kingdom will undoubtedly become a turning point for the Caroya Kingdom's journey toward prosperity and strength. Chapter 84, Grievances. Maka and Guac hurried back to the slums with the deed of the food processing plant. They couldn't wait to share this good news with the impoverished members of the Xinri sect. Everyone, gather around. We have great news to announce. Guac shouted at the top of his lungs while Maka stood nearby, her face beaming with excitement. The impoverished members of the Xinri sect quickly gathered around, their eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. An elder stepped forward and asked, "Masters, what is this wonderful news?" Maka cleared her throat and loudly announced, "We've successfully acquired a food processing plant. From now on, anyone among you who wishes can work there. With steady income, everyone's lives will gradually improve." A burst of cheers erupted from the crowd. A young man excitedly shouted, "This is amazing. We finally won't have to starve or freeze, worrying daily about our livelihoods. Thank you, Master Maka, and thank you to Lord Leon behind you. He is truly our benefactor." The others echoed his sentiments, their gratitude evident. Despite the jubilation, Guac felt uneasy in his heart. He whispered to Maka, "These people of the Xinri sect give me a bad feeling. Who knows if they'll cause trouble at the factory?" Maka gave him an exasperated look and replied, "Stop overthinking things. They're just a group of pitiful, impoverished individuals. They've finally gotten a chance to change their fate. Why would they mess it up?" Guac frowned and murmured inwardly, "You know nothing. I've been around for so long that I understand how unpredictable people can be. This Xinri sect may seem like it's helping the poor on the surface, but who knows if there's another purpose lurking behind the scenes. Moreover, the vampires have always been wary of the Xinri sect. If they find out we are getting close to these people, it won't end well for us." At this point, though, all they could do was take it one step at a time. Maka began making arrangements for the impoverished individuals to start working at the food processing plant. She patiently explained the job requirements to them, and they listened attentively, their eyes gleaming with hope. Yet Guac remained unable to let go of his unease. He continuously kept an eye on the Xinri sect's actions, becoming nervous at even the slightest hint of tension. One day, he noticed a few of them whispering in a corner. Immediately, Guac approached them and questioned sternly, "What are you talking about? Are you plotting something sinister?" Startled, the few impoverished individuals hastily explained, "Master, we were merely discussing how to do our jobs better and earn more money. We meant no harm." Guac was uncertain whether to believe them, but he had little choice but to remain silent. Later, when back at their residence, he told Maka, "I feel there's something off about these Xinri sect people. We need to be careful." Sighing helplessly, Maka said, "You are too suspicious. We've given them hope. They're thankful enough as it is." But Guac's worries persisted, leaving him stuck between a rock and a hard place. He didn't want to upset Leon, yet he also wished not to get too close to these people, knowing full well how much enmity existed towards their kind. Meanwhile, the impoverished members of the Xinri sect diligently worked at the food processing plant, proving their sincerity through action. As time passed, the plant's business steadily grew on track, both output and quality constantly improving. Upon hearing the news, Leon expressed approval of Maka and Guac's work. He personally visited the food processing plant for inspection, and, seeing the scene of the impoverished folk hard at work, he felt quite pleased within himself. "Great job, Maka, Guac. This not only improves the lives of the impoverished, but also lays the foundation for our development in the Puke district," Leon said with a smile. Quickly agreeing, Maka said, "It's all thanks to your wise decisions, my lord. We merely carried out the plan." Guac chimed in beside her, though a trace of concern lingered in his gaze. Deep down, he thought to himself, "I hope everything proceeds smoothly without complications. I certainly don't want to be caught in the middle, unable to offend either side." Day by day, the food processing plant flourished, leading to radical improvements in the lives of the Xinri sect's impoverished members. Their feelings of gratitude toward Leon, Maka, and Guac deepened, while Guac gradually tried to lay aside his doubts and accept these members of the Xinri sect, though still harboring a slight unease deep inside. As Guac wrestled with inner turmoil, the Xinri sect also sensed his concerns. They understood that maintaining a good relationship with Guac's vampire kin was vital for everyone involved, thus deciding to take steps to resolve the underlying conflict. One day, Gu Tavern buzzed with its usual liveliness as guests indulged in joyous laughter and drinking. Suddenly, a slight commotion came from the door, and Guac alertly glanced over. He saw a tall man with an extraordinary aura walk in. This was none other than Jack, one of the 5 pillars who had once offended the Bloodline clan. The atmosphere inside the tavern instantly became somewhat tense, and a flicker of hostility flashed through Guac's eyes. However, Jack smiled and steadily approached Guac. Then, with respect, he bowed and said, "I've come here today specifically to apologize to the Whitebone sect and the Bloodline clan." Guac furrowed his brow and coldly asked, "Why have you come? Can our grievances between your Xinri sect and our Blood clan be resolved with just an apology?" Jack replied sincerely, "Master, we fully understand that the past conflicts have upset the Blood clan. But now that we're all under Lord Leon's command, the successful operation of the food processing plant has given us hope for cooperation and mutual benefit. Our Xinri sect means no harm. We simply wish to provide a way out for the poor, without any intention of targeting the Blood clan." Whitebone was moved slightly but still harbored some doubts. "You say it so easily, but how can I trust your sincerity?" Jack continued, "Master, Our sect has issued orders that all impoverished individuals working at the food processing plant must comply with regulations and maintain peaceful coexistence with the Blood Clan. If anyone violates this, they will face severe punishment. Moreover, we also hope to cooperate with the Blood Clan in more aspects to jointly support Lord Leon's grand endeavor. As Guac listened to Jack's words, his heart began to waver. He thought about the current prosperity of the food processing plant and Lord Leon's emphasis on this matter. If he allowed his bias to disrupt this harmony, it would indeed be inappropriate. At this moment, Maka also walked over and said to Whitebone, "Perhaps we should give them a chance since we're all striving for the same goal." After pondering for a moment, Whitebone slowly said, "All right, if that's the case, I'll trust you this time. But if anything goes wrong, don't blame me for being unforgiving." Jack's face lit up with relief. "Master, please rest assured. We will certainly honor our promise." From then on, in the food processing plant, the members of the Blood Clan and the impoverished individuals of the Shinri sect got along even better. Everyone worked together with unity, striving for a better life. Guac's unease also gradually dissipated, and he began to fully commit himself to collaborating with the Shinri sect. As a result, Leon's influence in the Puke district grew increasingly stable, advancing steadily toward a more brilliant future. Chapter 85, Getting Started. While pushing forward with the railway construction plan, Leon and Ilakisa also fully understood the importance of complementary industrial development. This inspection visit to the Pelagini Ironworks and Steam Train Factory was aimed at ensuring a reliable supply source for the steel materials needed for railway construction and possible future steam-powered equipment. As their carriage slowly approached the ironworks of the Caroya, they could see from afar the towering chimney emitting thick smoke, darkening the skies. At the factory entrance, a group of responsible officers from the Xuanhuan had waited for a long time. Seeing the arrival of Leon and Ilakisa's carriage, they all came forward to welcome them, beaming with smiles. "Lord Leon, Grand Archbishop Ilakisa, we are honored by your esteemed presence," said the president of the Caroya, his face filled with a polite grin as he bowed respectfully. Leon nodded in acknowledgement with a smile, and Ilakisa slightly leaned forward to return the greeting. Then, accompanied by everyone, they entered the ironworks. Inside, there was a scene of busy activity. The enormous furnaces emitted searing heat. Workers, bare-chested, drenched in sweat, continued their work in an orderly manner. Glowing molten iron flowed out of the furnaces like torrents of magma, illuminating the determined faces of the workers. Leon observed every detail carefully, occasionally asking questions to the engineers beside him regarding smelting techniques, production volume, and quality control. The engineers responded thoroughly one by one, after which Leon nodded periodically, gaining a preliminary understanding of the production conditions here. Next, they proceeded to the steam train manufacturing workshop. There were numerous locomotives displayed in various stages of assembly or initial completion, with large metallic components gleaming coldly, yet exuding a sense of industrial strength. Leon walked up to one of the trains, lightly caressing the body of the vehicle with expectation in his eyes. How efficient is the current power system of this steam locomotive? Can it ensure stable operation once the railway is completed? Leon asked the craftsman responsible for its manufacture. The craftsman quickly answered, "My lord, our technology has now reached a relatively mature stage. After multiple tests, the power system can basically meet the requirements for railway transportation. However, we continue to improve it, striving for greater efficiency and stability." Leon nodded satisfactorily, exchanging a glance with Ilakisa. They both saw in each other's eyes confidence in the future of railway transportation. After the inspection, everyone gathered around the dining table. A lavish spread of dishes filled the table, but at that moment, Leon's mind wasn't entirely on the food. He was contemplating a new plan, a plan concerning internal combustion engine cars. After 3 rounds of wine, Leon set down his glass, cleared his throat, and looked toward the president of the Caroya and another guild's representative, speaking slowly. "Gentlemen, my purpose today besides inspecting the ironworks and steam locomotives is to discuss another matter with you." Hearing this, everyone set down their utensils, focusing their attention on Leon, their eyes filled with confusion and anticipation. "I have the blueprints and technology for an internal combustion engine car. Once this automobile is produced, its transport efficiency and convenience will far surpass those of existing vehicles. I believe that if we cooperate and produce it together, we will surely secure a place in the field of future transportation." Leon's voice was steady and resolute, his words conveying an unshakable determination. The president of the Xuanhuan was initially surprised, then excitement flashed across his eyes. He was fully aware of Leon's insight and ability. If the guild could participate in such a project, it would undoubtedly present an excellent opportunity for development. "Lord Leon, do you really possess the blueprints for an internal combustion engine car? This is wonderful indeed. Our guild will spare no effort in providing the necessary manpower and materials," the president said excitedly. Another guild's representative hurriedly nodded in agreement. "Yes, my lord. We are also willing to contribute our part." Leon gave a faint smile, pleased with their response. But then he furrowed his brows, saying, "However, there is one obstacle to overcome. The internal combustion engine requires oil as fuel, and as you know, the Kingdom of Caroya lacks any oil fields." At these words, the atmosphere around the dinner table became somewhat solemn. Relations between the northern nomadic tribes and the Kingdom of Caroya have always been delicate, so obtaining oil resources from them wouldn't be an easy task. Ilakisa sighed softly, saying, "Speaking of the northern nomadic tribes, the situation isn't very promising. The actions of the Pope in the north previously have caused resentment among those tribes against us. The Pope killed many of them in the north, so negotiations for favorable terms may not be easily agreed upon, she continued. Upon hearing this, everyone wore expressions of difficulty. However, after a moment's deep thought, Leon slowly said, "Actually, we still have some oil field resources in Verna, though the current output might be limited. But if we use them reasonably and then later figure out ways to get more from other places, it should be enough to temporarily meet the needs of the initial production phase for the internal combustion engine cars." Hearing Leon's words, hope rekindled in everyone's eyes once again. The president of the Clay Guild immediately decided, "Lord, if so, then let's start preparing right away. No matter what, let's first produce this internal combustion engine car, and then we will find a way together to resolve the issue with petroleum resources later." Thus, a preliminary agreement regarding the cooperation plan for internal combustion engine cars was reached over the dinner table. Leon knew well that this was just the beginning, and there would be numerous challenges ahead to overcome. But he firmly believed that as long as everyone pulled together, they could surely successfully move forward with this plan. After the meal, Leon bid farewell to everyone at the Clay Guild and climbed aboard the carriage returning home. Along the way, Leon gazed out of the carriage window at the scenery, silently pondering in his heart. He felt that he really should make a trip to the northern nomadic tribes when the time was right, partly to better understand their situation, and partly hoping to find a peaceful way to acquire petroleum resources. After all, if they could establish a good cooperative relationship with the nomadic tribes, it would play a crucial role not only in the development of the Caroya kingdom, but also in advancing many of his plans. Upon returning to the capital, Leon immediately threw himself into the preparatory work for the railway construction. He repeatedly discussed optimization plans for the railway lines with engineers, ensuring the most economical and reasonable route connecting the capital and Vienna. At the same time, he closely followed the progress at the Clay Guild's ironworks and steam locomotive manufacturing facilities, frequently sending people to inspect, making sure everything was proceeding according to plan. Ilakisa didn't sit idle either. While she continued to prepare for foreign trade matters, she also began to investigate the detailed status of Verna's oil fields. She organized a team of professionals to conduct in-depth research on issues such as the oil field's reserves, extraction difficulties, and transportation routes, in order to provide precise petroleum supply assurance for future internal combustion engine car manufacturing. On the side of the Clay Guild, following their agreement with Leon, they quickly gathered a large amount of manpower and materials, starting the preparatory work for the manufacture of internal combustion engine cars. The craftsmen carefully studied the blueprints provided by Leon, meticulously dissecting every technical key point, aiming to perfectly construct this advanced mode of transportation. Days passed by busily, and finally, the railway construction project officially commenced. Leon personally attended the groundbreaking ceremony. Standing on the construction site, gazing at the bustling scene before him, his heart brimmed with excitement. Giant excavators started digging the foundations, supply trucks crisscrossed everywhere, workers shouted hearty slogans, full of spirit. Chapter 86, Alliance. At the same time, the production of internal combustion engine cars was proceeding at a rapid pace. The craftsmen of the Clay Guild overcame one technical difficulty after another, gradually turning the design on paper into reality. Although there were also many pauses in testing due to insufficient petroleum supply, fortunately, with the resource support from the Werna oil field, the progress could still be barely maintained. However, as the manufacturing of internal combustion engine cars went deeper, the demand for oil kept growing, and the pressure on the Werna oil field also gradually became evident. Leon realized that he had to solve the stable supply issue of oil resources as soon as possible, which inevitably led him to once again look towards the nomadic tribes in the north. Thus, on a sunny early morning, Leon set off towards the northern nomadic tribes with a small group of vampire followers. Riding their horses, they crossed vast grasslands. Along the way, Leon continuously asked his followers about the customs and habits of the nomadic tribes, as well as past experiences of dealing with them. When they finally approached the campsite of the nomadic tribes, far in the distance they could already see groups of tents scattered across the grassland, herds of cattle and sheep grazing nearby, and shepherds riding their horses galloping across the steppe. Leon stopped his followers and slowly rode forward alone. He knew this meeting was crucial. He must face these nomadic people who had been hurt by the Pope with utmost sincerity. Arriving at the entrance of the camp, Leon dismounted and loudly called out in the tribal language, "I am Leon from the Caroya kingdom. I have come here to talk about cooperation and hope we can live in peace, sharing prosperity." As soon as his words were spoken, several members of the tribe dressed in traditional clothing emerged from the camp, weapons in hand, eyes alert and watching Leon cautiously. Leon stood smiling, hands spread apart, indicating no ill intentions. The few tribespeople emerging from the camp tightly held their weapons, full of vigilance and hostility in their eyes. Standing firmly in place, Leon's body posture remained erect, his sincere smile still on his face. He deeply understood that the hatred these people harbored against him stemmed from the atrocities committed by the Pope, but he also realized that only through open and honest dealings would it be possible to dissolve animosities and reach an agreement. "You don't need to be so tense. I know the sins committed against your tribe by the Pope. I did not come here today as your enemy, but seeking opportunities for cooperation," Leon said slowly in the fluent tribal language. However, his words did not make the tribespeople ease their caution. One of the older tribespeople let out a cold snort and said, "What is trustworthy about you people from the Caroya kingdom? The Pope was so cruel. Where does that leave you?" Leon softly sighed and said, I am different from the Pope. What I seek is true prosperity and freedom for the Caroya kingdom. And now, the Pope's rule has become an obstacle to all of this. My purpose in coming here today is to overthrow the Pope's rule and restore peace and justice to this land." His words made the tribespeople pause slightly. The young chieftain stepped slowly out from behind the crowd, looking at Leon with a trace of confusion in his eyes. "You want to overthrow the Pope? That is no easy feat. He is the powerful leader of the gods." Leon raised his head slightly, determination in his eyes. "It may not be easy, but it is not impossible. I have been secretly preparing, and now all I lack is some assistance. You Eulis are brave and resilient. If you fight for freedom at the critical moment, our chances of success will greatly increase." The young chieftain fell silent for a moment before saying, "Even if we wanted to help you, what could we gain? Our people have already suffered too much and cannot easily take risks again." Leon smiled, as if he had foreseen such a question. He slowly replied, "If I succeed in overthrowing the Pope, I will return the spear of the hunting god to your Uli tribe, allowing it to protect your land once more. Moreover, I plan to exchange rich food and clothes for oil field resources with you. Caroya Kingdom desperately needs oil for internal combustion engine car manufacturing right now, and if your oil fields could be reasonably developed and utilized, it would be a great opportunity for both sides. Additionally, I plan to add a railway line to the north upon returning, which would facilitate the transport of supplies, promote trade and exchange between us, and allow your people and the citizens of the Caroya Kingdom to live better lives." Leon's words plunged the Uli people into deep thought, murmuring and quietly discussing among themselves. The young chieftain furrowed his brow, caught in an intense inner struggle. On the one hand, they hated the Pope with every fiber of their being, desiring revenge. On the other hand, they feared suffering deception and harm once again. Leon waited silently. He spoke no more, just watching these people with that sincere gaze. Finally, the young chieftain raised his head and looked at Leon, saying, "How can we trust you? Everything you've said is just a verbal promise. What if you change your mind after succeeding? Then what are we to do?" Leon took out a badge symbolizing his identity and authority from his bosom and handed it over to the young chieftain. "This badge is the symbol of my status in the Caroya Kingdom. I will leave it with you as a token of my good faith. If I break my promise, you can use this badge to expose my crimes to the people of the Caroya Kingdom and ruin my reputation." The young chieftain took the badge and carefully examined it. The intricate patterns and unique designs on the badge radiated an air of dignity. After much thought, he finally gritted his teeth and said, "All right, our Uli tribe will provisionally trust you. But remember, if you dare to deceive us, we will fight you to the death." Leon was inwardly elated and hurriedly replied, "You can rest assured, I will not betray your trust. From now on, we are allies, striving together for freedom and prosperity." After reaching a cooperative understanding, Leon began to discuss specific details of their collaboration with the people of the Uli tribe. They determined the methods for delivering food and clothing, as well as the development plan for the oil field resources. Leon also promised to send professionals to assist the Uli tribe in extracting and managing the oil fields, ensuring that the interests of both parties would be maximized. In the following days, Leon stayed in the tribe and lived with the people of the Uli tribe for a while. He deeply studied the culture and customs of the tribe and built strong friendships with its members. He witnessed the diligence and kindness of the Uli people, which further solidified his determination to overthrow the Pope's rule and bring peace and prosperity to this land. Meanwhile, back in the Caroya Kingdom, the production of internal combustion engine cars was still moving forward despite difficulties. Although the Werna oil field continued to supply resources, the worsening oil shortage became increasingly severe as the manufacturing process accelerated. When news of Leon's alliance with the Uli tribe reached home, it brought hope to the people. Various forces began preparing for the impending changes. The craftsmen of the Kale Guild worked around the clock. Based on the blueprints provided by Leon, they continuously improved the manufacturing techniques of internal combustion engine cars. They fully understood that once this new mode of transportation was successfully produced and put into service, it would completely transform the traffic and transport landscape of the Caroya Kingdom, injecting powerful momentum into the country's development. Chapter 87. Intensifying Industrialization. After leaving the Uri tribe's camp, Leon rode back to the Caroya Kingdom without delay. He was fully aware of the urgency and could not afford to waste a single moment. As soon as he returned to the royal city, Leon immediately gathered his most trusted group of advisors along with the core members of the Clay Guild and another merchant association. He detailed the cooperation plan with the Uri tribe to them. Upon hearing this, some showed expressions of surprise while others were faces of concern. However, under Leon's determined gaze and meticulous explanation, they gradually understood and acknowledged both the feasibility and necessity of this plan. "Master, building railways all the way to the northern territories of the Uri tribe will be quite challenging. Moreover, our funds and workforce have already been heavily invested in the existing railways and internal combustion engine car projects." One minister raised an objection, furrowing his brows. Leon slightly lifted his head, his eyes revealing an unshakable determination. "I understand the difficulties involved, but this is a crucial step in resolving the oil supply issue and promoting the kingdom's development. For financial resources, I will negotiate with all parties to reallocate them. We'll also recruit experienced laborers from across the nation. The Uri tribe will also offer a certain amount of assistance. They are familiar with the northern terrain and landscape, which will be extremely beneficial for railway construction." Under Leon's strong push, preparations for the railway construction quickly got underway. The surveying team set off first, heading to the northern grasslands. Guided by the Yuri tribespeople, they meticulously studied geological structures and planned the route, striving to find the safest and most economical path. At the same time, recruitment notices were plastered throughout the kingdom, and the generous pay attracted many brave workers to sign up. On the Yuri side, the young chieftain also actively organized the young and able-bodied members of the tribe, preparing to participate in the railway construction. Although they had little knowledge of construction engineering, they were willing to learn and contribute, driven by their strong physiques and deep love for this land. Some of the elder members of the tribe imparted ancient tribal experiences on oil extraction to professional personnel sent by Leon. With close collaboration between both sides, they worked hard together toward their shared goal. However, the Pope in the royal city was not entirely oblivious. He acutely sensed an undercurrent starting to ripple through. Although he was not yet clear about the specific circumstances, he began tightening surveillance on Leon and related forces. Alexa, it seems you've grown rather close to Leon recently. Do you know what schemes he has in mind? The Pope summoned Alexa in the magnificent palace, asking with cold eyes. Your Majesty, Leon has always been devoted to the development of the kingdom, dedicated to railway construction and the expansion of commercial trade. I am merely assisting him in handling the coordination between church and secular matters. The Pope slightly narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Alexa. That had better be true. I will not tolerate anyone threatening my rule. Should there be any unrest, I will impose severe punishment. We must expedite our progress and prepare everything before the Pope fully realizes what's happening. Leon whispered to himself. As such, the railway construction site was illuminated around the clock, with laborers working in shifts. The roar of machinery reverberated across the grasslands. The people of the Yuri tribe joined in as well. Together with the laborers from the Caroya kingdom, they moved materials, dug foundations, and though their languages did not align, their eyes reflected a shared anticipation for the future. During the railway construction, despite mostly being able to work together, the laborers from the Yuri tribe and the Caroya kingdom inevitably encountered some friction due to cultural differences and communication barriers. One day, during the transportation of large iron tracks, the young men of the Yuri tribe were accustomed to relying on their own strength and simple collaborative methods. On the other hand, the laborers from the Caroya kingdom followed established engineering procedures, utilizing complex tools and division of labor in their operations. Divergences appeared in their approaches. Some of the Yuri tribe thought the Caroya laborers' methods too complicated, while the Caroya laborers considered the Yuri approach too reckless. Verbal disputes gradually escalated, and the atmosphere at the scene became tense. An enraged young warrior from the Yuri tribe threw the tool in his hand to the ground, creating a loud sound. This action led the Caroya laborers to mistakenly believe that he intended violence. A few impulsive Caroya laborers clenched their fists and took a step forward. Just as a physical conflict seemed imminent, representatives from both sides rushed to the scene. The foreman sent by Leon shouted loudly to calm everyone down, while an elder from the Yuri tribe reprimanded the younger members in their native language. After some painstaking communication and explanations, both sides gradually came to understand each other's intentions and ways of doing things. To avoid similar conflicts in the future, Leon arranged specialized personnel to conduct simple training sessions for those from the Yuri tribe who were participating in the construction. These sessions covered basic engineering processes and tool usage. At the same time, the Caroya laborers were also introduced to some of the Yuri tribe's cultural customs and traditional collaboration models. In the subsequent construction, although minor frictions still occasionally occurred, both sides learned to exercise restraint and understanding. The people of the Yuri tribe continued to progress through learning. Their contributions to the railway construction also grew increasingly significant. With their familiarity with the northern terrain, they pointed out several potentially hazardous sections and helped replan parts of the route, significantly enhancing the safety and efficiency of the project. The Caroya kingdom's laborers also expressed admiration for the Yuri tribe's courage and simplicity. During breaks, they would take the initiative to share their life anecdotes and work experiences. Gradually, the relationship between the two groups transitioned from initial tension to harmonious integration as they worked together for the smooth completion of the railway. Amidst the intensive preparations, Leon did not lose sight of the progress on the internal combustion engine cars manufacturing. The Clay Guild had finally succeeded in producing the first prototype vehicle. Although it still had a few minor flaws, it already possessed basic driving capabilities. Leon personally tested this car, watching it move slowly along the road, filling him with immense pride and hope. This will be the tool that changes the fate of the Caroya kingdom. We must improve it as soon as possible so it can play an important role in future battles and development, Leon told the craftsman. As the railway construction drew closer to the Yuri tribe's oil field area, petroleum extraction equipment was gradually transported in. The people of the Yuri tribe looked at these strange, yet hopeful machines with mixed feelings. They knew that their lives were about to undergo tremendous changes, and everything depended on whether their cooperation with Leon could succeed. It depended on whether they could jointly overthrow the Pope's tyrannical rule and usher in a new era of freedom and prosperity. Chapter 88. The Six Ministries. The chimes of the new year were about to ring, yet the royal city was enveloped in a solemn silence. Above, the leaden gray clouds hung heavily, as if foretelling the arrival of great upheaval. Falling gracefully like celestial white curtains masking the old chapter, goose feather snowflakes danced down in abundance. Within the grand imperial palace hall, the atmosphere was so thick with gravity that it stole breaths. Seated upon the cold throne, the king looked gaunt and pale, his figure frail beneath the heavy royal robes. Those once bright and authoritative eyes had now lost their luster, staring blankly ahead. He slowly lifted his trembling hand, signaling for silence. His voice, hoarse and parched, strained with every word as though each carried the weight of all his strength. I, due to illness, can no longer continue ruling this land. On this occasion of the new year, I have decided to abdicate and pass the throne to the Pope. As his words echoed, an uproar surged within the grand hall, followed by an eerie silence. Ministers glanced at one another, their eyes filled with shock and unease. Yet under the Pope's austere gaze, none dared to speak. Out on the royal palace square, gathered masses watched amidst the swirling snowfall, faces marked with doubt and trepidation as they whispered amongst themselves, startled by this sudden turn of events. With steady and solemn steps, the Pope ascended the elevated platform before the throne. Her splendid ecclesiastical robe shimmered with a mysterious light reflected from the snowy ground, the gemstones of her papal crown radiant and dazzling, as if heralding the dawn of a new era of rule. She slightly raised her head, her gaze coldly sweeping across everything below her. Her voice, icy and resolute, declared, "By the trust and commission of His Majesty the King, from this day forth, I shall also take up the role of king, governing over the Caroya kingdom. I will surely follow the guidance of the divine, leading the kingdom toward new brilliance." Her voice sounded again. "I have decided to adopt Leon, the messenger of defense's suggestion to establish 6 ministries, thus instituting governance under an entirely new order. Leon, you possess unique insights and outstanding contributions regarding the kingdom's economic development. I appoint you Minister of Economics. Archbishop Xiuxian, your talents shine brightly in military strategy and leadership. From today forth, you will assume the position of Minister of National Defense. It is my hope that both of you work in unison, striving for the prosperity and stability of the kingdom." Leon bowed slightly, a complex expression crossing his eyes, containing both a sense of duty towards his new role, as well as anxiety over the kingdom's future. "Your Majesty's wisdom shines through. I shall dedicate all my efforts and not betray your trust," he said. Meanwhile, Archbishop Xiuxian's demeanor remained calm, and she paid homage respectfully. "Your Majesty, with loyalty and courage, I will guard the territories of our kingdom." In the days following, Leon threw himself completely into the preparation and planning of the Ministry of Economy. Transforming his residence into a temporary office, piles of dossiers and proposal documents filled the room. Outside the window, fierce winds howled, lifting up the snow and pelting the window frames. Seated before his desk, Leon's brow was furrowed deeply. Pen in hand, he wrote ceaselessly upon the paper, pausing occasionally for contemplation or engaging intensely in heated discussions with visiting subordinates. "We must first rectify the domestic commercial order and crack down on illegal trading activities. Only then can we create a sound environment for legitimate business," he stated with firm resolution and determination shining in his eyes. Xiuxian, on the other hand, kept herself busy at the Ministry of Defense. She personally visited the army camps. In these encampments, soldiers trained rigorously amidst the snow, their shouts of training thunderous. Walking into the arsenal warehouse, she carefully inspected various types of weapon equipment. In the dim lighting, the cold metal gleamed faintly. "We need to strengthen the research and introduction of new weapons while enhancing the tactical literacy of the soldiers," she informed the generals by her side, her eyes full of hope for the advancement of the military. As time progressed, the 6 ministries gradually took shape and became operational. The administrative department efficiently handled the everyday matters of state, dispatching and reviewing documents systematically. The legal affairs department strictly enforced the formulation and adjudication of laws, sounds of fair judgments resonating within the courtrooms. The cultural affairs department enthusiastically promoted the development of art and culture, resulting in various remarkable performances and academic seminars emerging in the theaters and academies of the royal city. The agricultural department went deep into the fields to guide farmers in coping with harsh climates, improving crop cultivation techniques, gradually bringing new vitality to the fields. Xiuxian also intensified her control over and vigilance of the army. In the command hall of the Ministry of Defense, she studied the strategic layout meticulously against maps, issuing orders to the generals. Strengthen the defense of the royal city. Set up checkpoints at various critical points to strictly examine any suspicious personnel entering or leaving. As Leon inspected the commercial conditions in various regions, he found that many local markets were in great decline. In the town streets, shops were practically deserted, with merchants sitting glumly at their entrances, wearing expressions of worry. Leon entered a small tavern where a heavy atmosphere hung in the air. He sat down in a corner, listening to the murmurs around him. "How can we go on living like this? Taxes are becoming heavier and business harder," one merchant complained. Leon quietly reflected, aware that the revival of the economy was crucial for stabilizing the kingdom. Meanwhile, Xiuxian led her troops on patrol along the border region. Amid the frontier lines, winds howled fiercely, carrying swirling clouds of sand. Soldiers endured their posts under harsh conditions. Mounted on her war horse, Xiuxian gazed towards the distant horizon, concerned about the security of the borders. "Enhance reconnaissance along the frontier. Report any signs of foreign invasion immediately," she instructed the soldiers. In this challenging time, Leon and Xiuxian decided to collaborate closely. They met in the palace garden, where flowers trembled slightly against the cold wind. "We must stabilize the domestic situation first before addressing external threats," Leon stated. Xiuxian nodded in agreement. I will provide military support so you can focus on economic reforms without worry. Thus, Leon began implementing a series of economic stimulus policies. He reduced taxes on some small businesses, encouraging private entrepreneurship. At the same time, he actively negotiated trade agreements with foreign merchants, seeking to open new markets. Thanks to his efforts, several emerging industries began taking root within the kingdom, injecting vitality into the marketplace. Xiuxian carried out a large-scale reorganization within the army. She dismissed older, weaker soldiers who lacked discipline, replacing them with passionate and ambitious young recruits. She personally trained these new soldiers. On the training ground, sweat drenched their uniforms, while cries of battle echoed through the skies. You are the protectors of our kingdom. You must have the will of steel and the skill of an artisan, she loudly encouraged the troops. As time passed, the kingdom's situation gradually improved. However, the undercurrent of opposition against the Pope's rule continued to flow subtly beneath the surface, hinting at an even greater crisis lurking just around the corner. Chapter 89, Fundraising. In the palace during that cold winter day, the atmosphere was as icy and solemn as the weather outside. Leon received a summons from the Pope Emperor and hurried to arrive. Walking through the long corridors of the palace, his footsteps echoed, and his mind was filled with speculations about this sudden summon. He wondered why the Empress had abruptly brought up the matter of railway construction and the difficulties common people faced in surviving the winter. Upon entering the grand audience hall, Leon bowed respectfully and said, "Your Majesty, you summoned me. What are your orders?" The Pope sat majestically on the ornate throne, her gaze stern as she inspected Leon before speaking slowly. "Leon, I have heard that you strongly advocate for the construction of railways. I would like to know what is the purpose behind constructing railways. Also, it has come to my attention that many commoners may struggle to survive this winter. Do you have any solutions for this problem?" Leon raised his head slightly, his eyes determined as he spoke, while making a bowing gesture. "Your Majesty, building the railways is aimed at fostering commerce with foreign nations. Although our nation's trade has improved, relying solely on domestic commerce is insufficient to achieve genuine prosperity. Once the railway is completed, the transportation of goods will be much more convenient, greatly enhancing commercial relations between our country and others, promoting the circulation of various resources. Whether it's our local specialties being shipped overseas or exotic treasures from other countries coming into ours, all can be efficiently accomplished through the railway. This is a significant step toward enriching the country and strengthening its people." He paused briefly and then continued, "Regarding the issue of common people enduring the winter, I do have an idea. Currently, the difficulty for domestic commoners to get through the harsh winter often stems from inadequate household savings, compounded by the high cost of coal in our country. I suggest we send people to the Kingdom of Vienna to procure coal. Their coal resources are abundant and relatively cheaper. After procurement, we could sell it at low prices to the ordinary people living in the slums, alleviating their urgent needs. If wealthy merchants wish to purchase it, they should pay the regular price. Thus, not only can we ensure the survival of the commoners, but the national treasury will not suffer losses either." After listening, the Pope slightly frowned, remained silent for a moment, and then coldly refused. "I believe this is not acceptable. The functioning of the state heavily relies on the efforts of rich merchants. What will the merchants think if large amounts of cheap coal are sold to commoners? They are the ones who sustain the economic lifeline of the nation. We cannot jeopardize their interests because of these commoners." Leon was startled in his heart upon hearing this refusal. He didn't expect the Pope to be so resolute. He quickly took one step forward, knelt down on one knee, and earnestly pleaded, "Your Majesty, although the commoners are poor, they are also the foundation of the kingdom. If too many commoners die of hunger or freezing this winter, it might incite public resentment, endangering the stability of the nation. Besides, this is merely a temporary solution. When the country becomes more prosperous in the future, with increasingly thriving commerce, the rich merchants can also gain more benefits from international trade. Your Majesty, please reconsider this carefully." A flicker of hesitation passed through the Pope's eyes, but it was soon replaced by firmness. She stood up, slowly descended from the throne steps, each step seeming to carry an overwhelming pressure. "Leon, you only see the commoners right in front of your eyes, yet you neglect the bigger picture in the long term. Rich merchants control a vast amount of wealth and resources. If they are dissatisfied, they might withdraw their investments and halt business activities, which would plunge the country into greater difficulties." Leon looked up, directly into the Pope's eyes, trying to find a glimmer of hope within the stern gaze. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, though his voice remained steady despite his inner anxiety. "Your Majesty, I understand the importance of rich merchants, but if a large number of commoners perish, labor will drastically decrease. No one will till the land, no one will work in workshops. In that situation, how can commerce develop? These two are not opposing forces, they complement each other." The Pope stopped in front of Leon, looking down at him silently for a long time. Leon's heart rose to his throat. He didn't know if the Pope would change her mind. At this point, silence reigned in the grand hall, where only their breathing sounds could be heard, as if the air itself had frozen solid. Finally, the Pope shook her head lightly and said, "Leon, my decision stands. You may retreat now. Do not bring this up again." When Leon returned to the palace to meet the Pope again, he took a deep breath and calmly declared, "Your Majesty, I've thought of a new method. We can establish a winter relief fund, appealing under the name of the state to invite wealthy merchants to participate in aiding the commoners. Wealthy merchants possess patriotism and charitable intentions. If they receive some incentives approved by your majesty, they will surely be enthusiastic about participation. Thus, both the problems of the commoners will be resolved without damaging the merchants' interests, showcasing your majesty's benevolence and the unity of the state, ensuring that the kingdom peacefully survives the winter without affecting long-term commercial development. After hearing this, the Pope pondered for a bit and revealed a hint of approval in her eyes, saying, "This plan is worthy of consideration. Please draft a detailed proposal and present it to me." Leon felt a surge of joy in his heart and hurriedly responded, "Your Majesty's wisdom is unmatched, and I shall spare no effort. In my opinion, a dedicated fundraising office could be established within the royal city, jointly supervised by the Administration Department and the Ministry of Finance. To ensure fairness and transparency, every donation's income and expenditure details should be meticulously recorded and publicly disclosed, giving peace of mind to the wealthy merchants and gratitude to the common people." The Pope gently nodded and paced thoughtfully. Such arrangements can prevent rumors and corruption. But tell me more about these preferential policies. They must not be overly biased, yet remain attractive enough. Leon stepped forward respectfully and said, "Your Majesty, for example, regarding tax reductions, we can create tiers based on the amount of donations. The more one donates, the higher the trade tax reduction ratio will be for the next 6 months to 1 year, but with an upper limit to prevent excessive loss of national revenue. In terms of priority cooperation rights in commercial projects, if there are large-scale trade collaborations with foreign countries or important domestic commercial projects, we will prioritize qualified wealthy merchants who have donated actively. This way, their enthusiasm can be stimulated while ensuring rational resource allocation." The Pope stopped walking and fixed her gaze on Leon. "You've considered everything thoroughly. But how do we make the rich merchants understand the pros and cons so that they willingly donate instead of just going through the motions?" Leon pondered for a moment and replied, "Your Majesty, I am willing to personally visit all major chambers of commerce to explain the stakes to the wealthy merchants. Although the kingdom faces difficulties now, as long as we unite and get through this harsh winter, once the railway is completed and trade prospers, they will surely reap greater benefits. Moreover, aiding the common people is also a good deed, enhancing their reputation among the citizens, which will benefit their future business endeavors. Your Majesty could also issue an imperial decree emphasizing the importance of this matter to the stability and development of the nation, employing both kindness and authority." The Pope slightly squinted her eyes, weighing the pros and cons. After a moment, she said, "I permit you to persuade the chambers of commerce, but be careful with your words and do not promise too much empty assurances. I will also instruct the propaganda department to cooperate with you, posting notices around the royal city to promote the significance and benefits of this relief fund." Leon was overjoyed in his heart and immediately knelt down to express his gratitude. "With your Majesty's grace, I will not betray your trust. I have another request. If there are any wealthy merchants who refuse to donate despite having ample resources, could your Majesty personally summon them to admonish with the authority of the royal family?" The Pope slightly furrowed her brows, hesitating. "Although I am the sovereign, I cannot excessively pressure the merchants. If such situations arise, you first present me with the list, and I will consider the appropriate measures." Leon understood that this was already the Pope's maximum compromise. Bowing again, "I obey your command. I will start preparing the related matters immediately to ensure the smooth operation of this winter relief fund." Chapter 90, Fundraising 2. Leon fully realized the daunting nature of this lobbying and fundraising mission, but for the common people of Caroya Kingdom, he resolutely set out on his journey. His first destination was the Gold Chamber of Commerce, the most influential in the royal city. When Leon stepped into the magnificent meeting hall of the Gold Chamber, the once noisy hall fell silent instantly. The various tycoons of the chamber rose one by one, paying him respectful bows. President Old Thomas approached, his face full of smiles, yet there was a trace of barely perceptible reluctance in that smile. "Master Leon, what wind has brought you here today?" With a firm gaze sweeping across everyone present, Leon slowly spoke. "My friends, I believe you all know that our kingdom is now facing a severe winter hardship, leaving many families of commoners struggling to survive, their lives at risk. The king, with great benevolence, has specially established a winter relief fund. I am here today hoping each of you can generously contribute, supporting the stability of our kingdom and the livelihoods of its people." After these words, silence reigned in the hall as the tycoons looked at each other, none stepping forward to speak. Old Thomas lightly coughed and said, "Sir, as you know, although our chamber has some capital, business isn't easy. Recent expenditures have been large, and we need to prepare trade plans for the next year. We simply don't have much spare capacity." Leon furrowed his brow, having already anticipated such excuses. He took a step forward, his presence commanding respect without anger. "President Thomas, I understand your difficulties, but you must realize that if the kingdom experiences unrest, how could your businesses remain unaffected? If so many commoners die from cold and hunger, resulting in a lack of labor, fallow fields, and halted workshops, then who will buy your goods? And who will work and produce for you?" Upon hearing this, the faces of the tycoons revealed a hint of hesitation. At this point, a young wealthy merchant stood up timidly and said, "Lord, even if we make donations, what benefits will we gain? We cannot just give without receiving anything in return, right?" Smiling slightly as he looked at the young man, Leon replied, "This matter has been thoroughly considered by His Majesty and me. All chambers that actively participate in this fundraising campaign will have the opportunity for free cargo transport by train, once per week. Consider this. When the railway is built, foreign trade opens up, transportation costs are reduced while efficiency improves significantly. This one-time free transport opportunity will save you considerable expenses, allowing your goods to reach various places faster, seizing market advantages. Upon hearing these words, the eyes of the tycoons began to flicker with excitement. However, some were still hesitant, as the donation amount had not been determined yet, and a large sum would indeed result in significant losses. Aware of their thoughts, Leon continued, I know what you worry about. The donation amount will be decided based on each of your capabilities and willingness. It won't force anyone to bankrupt themselves. But let me remind all of you, this is an opportunity to display your chamber's sense of social responsibility and patriotism. The king is watching closely. If you perform admirably in future state business support and policy preferences, naturally, you'll receive due shares. On the contrary, if you handle it passively, it might disappoint the king and also make other chambers and the common people question your conduct. Old Thomas felt a chill upon hearing this. He deeply understood that Leon's words weren't groundless. Offending the Pope and Leon could put the gold chamber's status within the kingdom in serious jeopardy. Biting his lip, he said, Mister, our gold chamber is willing to donate, but regarding the amount, we hope sir can provide us with a reference. Hearing this, Leon was delighted inside, knowing there was a chance. President Thomas is being decisive. I suggest your chamber start by donating 1,000 gold pounds, which can be increased further later depending on your capabilities. This 1,000 gold pounds, exchanged for a weekly free train freight and the favor of the king and praises from the common people. I believe it's a worthwhile deal. Old Thomas held a brief discussion with other tycoons, finally nodding. All right, we'll follow sir's advice. We'll proceed with preparing the funds immediately. After successfully securing funds from the gold chamber, news spread quickly. Leon then successively went to other major chambers in the royal city, including the silver chamber and the gemstone chamber. In the silver chamber, the president initially resisted in every way possible. Leon then repeated the rhetoric he used at the gold chamber and emphasized that the gold chamber had already taken the lead. If the silver chamber fell behind, they would likely suffer disadvantages in future commercial competition under such threats and temptations. The silver chamber eventually agreed to donate an amount of 1,000 gold pounds. However, in the gemstone chamber, the president, relying on the monopoly position of his chamber in the jewelry industry, was extremely reluctant to participate in the fundraiser. Seeing this, Leon solemnly said, although your gemstone chamber stands out uniquely in the jewelry field, without the stability of the nation and the support of its people, who exactly would buy your jewels? Besides, other chambers are all actively participating. You wouldn't want to be isolated, would you? If you agree now, apart from the discount on train freight, I can also give priority consideration to your chamber's interests during negotiations for foreign jewelry trade. The president of the gemstone chamber carefully weighed the decision and was ultimately persuaded by Leon, committing to a donation of 1,000 gold pounds. Thus, one by one, with his wisdom, authority, and the enticing condition of train freight, Leon gradually convinced most chambers to participate in the fundraising campaign for the Winter Relief Fund. Despite encountering many unwilling responses and excuses, he never gave up. For the sake of the common people's hope, he worked tirelessly amidst the cold winter, weaving a warm net of assistance for the kingdom. Leon meticulously organized the details of the funds raised into a register and entered the palace with a mix of nervousness and anticipation. In the grand hall, he respectfully presented the register. Your Majesty, after my efforts traveling around, the chambers have collectively pledged more than 13,000 gold coins, which will subsequently be transferred to the relief fund. The Pope took the register, quickly scanned through it, and satisfaction slowly appeared on her face. She slightly nodded, speaking, Leon, you have done well this time. I am fully aware of how difficult it was. To convince these merchants who are usually calculating within such a short period is indeed a great achievement. Your strategies and persistence have relieved an urgent situation for me and the kingdom, allowing me to see your loyalty and responsibility to the country. Leon quickly knelt down to express gratitude. Your Majesty overpraises me. This is all due to your divine power. I merely exerted a small effort. Being able to alleviate your Majesty's concerns and assist the common people is my duty. The Pope stood up, walked to Leon, and personally helped him to his feet. Rest assured, I will surely make arrangements according to our agreement for the subsequent rescue matters, and ensure that the promised convenience of train freight is provided to all chambers. Continue to focus on the affairs of the economic department. After we get through this crisis, the prosperity and splendor of the kingdom will surely include your significant contribution. Chapter 91, Surviving the Winter. After receiving the Pope's promise and commendation, Leon slightly relaxed, but he remained solemn in heart. He knew this was only the first step in helping the common people. Next, how to reasonably use these donated supplies would be the true test. Under the Pope's instructions, Leon quickly gathered a group of ministers from the kingdom and representatives from various chambers of commerce to jointly discuss the distribution and usage plan for the supplies. At the start of the meeting, Leon slowly stood up, his gaze resolute as he looked around, then cleared his throat and said, Ladies and gentlemen, we have now raised more than 13,000 gold coins, which represents the goodwill of the chambers of commerce and the hopes of tens of thousands of ordinary people. We must ensure that every single coin is used to its maximum potential so that His Majesty's kindness can reach every cold corner. His voice was steady and powerful, carrying an unwavering determination. His hands instinctively clenched into fists, as if giving himself a boost. Firstly, Leon proposed a grain procurement plan. He deeply understood that food was the most urgent need for the common people in this cold winter. We will send designated personnel to neighboring agricultural powerhouses to sign agreements for grain purchases. Part of the funds will be used to buy large quantities of staple foods such as wheat, corn, and oats, which will be prioritized for transportation to the severely affected northern regions. As Leon spoke, he walked briskly towards the map, focusing intently and pointing out the location of the northern region with his finger. The land there is barren, with originally low grain yields. With the current harsh winter raging, the people have already fallen into severe famine. Leon's brows were furrowed, imagining the miserable scenes of people starving and freezing. A trace of compassion and anxiety flashed in his eyes. To ensure the safe delivery of the grain to the people, Leon arranged for military escort. He turned towards the holy knights of the sacred court, his expression serious as he said, "Holy knight, the transportation of this grain concerns the life and death of the common people. The army must take responsibility for security during transport, preventing the grain from being seized by bandits or other unlawful individuals." The holy knight immediately stood up, saluting militarily and loudly responding, "Rest assured, Lord Leon, I shall do my utmost." Leon nodded slightly, feeling somewhat relieved. At the same time, he continued, "We will set up grain distribution points in various villages and towns, with local officials and volunteers responsible for specific distribution matters. The distribution process will strictly register according to family size to ensure fairness and impartiality." Besides grain, warming supplies were also an urgent matter. Leon turned to the representatives of the textile chamber present, his gaze sincere as he said, "Gentlemen, we hope you can utilize your industry's advantages, using part of the funds to purchase raw materials such as cotton and wool, organizing workers to work overtime and produce items like blankets, warm clothes, and woolen quilts. These supplies will be sent to impoverished families throughout the kingdom, especially the elderly, women, and children." The representatives of the textile industry exchanged glances, nodding in agreement one after another. Leon silently rejoiced, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. For the procurement of coal and other heating fuels, Leon had also devised a detailed plan. "We will negotiate with coal mine owners to buy enough coal and organize transportation teams to deliver coal to the markets of various towns. We will set up affordable coal sales booths in these markets, allowing the people to purchase coal at low prices to get through this cold winter." Leon crossed his arms over his chest, as if he could already see the scene of people sitting around warm stoves. His eyes showed increased anticipation. In terms of medical assistance, Leon had deep discussions with the royal physicians. He humbly sought their advice. "Sir, how should we best utilize this sum of money to treat the sick among the common people?" After a moment of thought, the royal physician gave his suggestion. Leon attentively listened and nodded frequently. "Good. We'll follow what you've said. Allocate part of the funds to purchase medicine and establish temporary medical stations in various towns. The royal physicians will lead apprentices to these medical stations to provide free diagnosis and treatment for the sick among the common people, particularly those suffering from frostbite, colds, pneumonia, and other illnesses caused by the cold. They must receive timely treatment." Leon silently prayed that these measures would quickly alleviate the suffering of the common people. As discussions deepened, Leon put forward a plan of work for relief. "We cannot merely offer material aid to the common people. We must help them restore production and rebuild confidence in life." With bright eyes sweeping across everyone, Leon passionately said, "In areas less severely affected by disaster, we will use some of the funds to carry out infrastructure construction, such as building roads, bridges, and water conservancy facilities. Hire the local commoners to participate in these constructions and give them reasonable compensation. In this way, not only can we improve the local infrastructure, but also allow the commoners to earn income through labor, so they can purchase necessities." The ministers all nodded approvingly at this plan. Seeing everyone's reaction, Leon was filled with enthusiasm, firmly believing that as long as everyone worked together, the kingdom would surely overcome this crisis. Leon paid particular attention to aiding the children. His gaze softened as he spoke slowly. "Establish children's aid stations in every town, providing food, shelter, and education for those who have lost their parents or come from impoverished families. We will hire teachers to impart knowledge and skills to the children, allowing them to feel warmth and hope even during these difficult times." Thinking of his own arduous childhood, Leon silently swore to give these children a different future. During the implementation of the relief plan, Leon also established a strict supervision mechanism. "We will form specialized supervisory teams consisting of ministers, representatives of the chambers of commerce, and citizen representatives. This team will oversee every aspect of material procurement, transportation, and distribution. Any cases of corruption or favoritism will be severely punished without exception." Leon wore a serious expression, his eyes sharp and resolute. He would not tolerate anyone playing tricks with issues vital to the survival of the people. As the days passed, thanks to Leon's meticulous organization and the concerted efforts of everyone involved, the relief supplies gradually flowed like a gentle stream, nurturing every corner of the kingdom. The arrival of grain and warming supplies meant that the people no longer had to suffer from hunger or cold. Medical assistance helped the sick regain their health. The work for relief projects brought new vitality to towns, and from the children's aid stations came the sound of children's laughter. And Leon still traveled tirelessly between various relief sites. He personally inspected the distribution of supplies, carefully asking each person he met whether they had received sufficient aid and what other difficulties they faced. Seeing the smiles on the children's faces warmed his heart. Hearing the people's words of gratitude, he humbly waved it off. This is all due to His Majesty's grace. I've merely done my duty. His figure became the warmest sight in this harsh winter, giving hope to the people and making the Pope value him even more. As spring approached, the kingdom steadily regained its footing amidst the challenges of the cold winter. Green sprouts appeared in the fields, machines roared back to life in workshops, and markets resumed their usual bustle. None of this would have been possible without Leon's efforts and dedication. Chapter 92. I want to be by your side forever. Snowflakes were falling profusely, covering the entire world as if it were wrapped in a white curtain. Archbishop Xiuxian, dressed in a splendid white robe, was slowly walking through the snow towards the place where Leon stood. Her heart was full of anticipation, and though snowflakes continuously landed on her shoulders, she paid no heed. Leon stood on a high platform, gazing down at the scene of the city below, lost in thought. Hearing the noise behind him, he turned around and saw Xiuxian. A faint smile appeared on his face, but that smile carried a subtle undertone of complexity not easily noticed. Leon, are you still busy with these matters in such heavy snow? Let's take a walk. Xiuxian's voice rang clear and melodious, her eyes brimming with affection for Leon. Leon nodded slightly and walked side by side with Xiuxian in the snow. They passed ancient streets where the houses were all painted white by the snow, and occasionally some households revealed the warmth of their lit lights. Do you see how beautiful this snowy scenery is? Xiuxian extended her hand, catching a snowflake that melted in her palm. Indeed, it is very beautiful, Leon replied perfunctorily, his mind deep in his own plans. He knew well there was a special bond between him and Xiuxian, but the mission he carried prevented him from fully dedicating himself to this relationship. There was a quiet cafe within the city, its sign covered in snow swaying slightly in the wind. Leon and Xiuxian entered the cafe, inside which the air was filled with the rich aroma of coffee. The warm yellow lights shone on wooden tables and chairs, creating a cozy and pleasant atmosphere. Xiuxian lightly brushed the snow off her shoulder, her face carrying a shy smile. Her gaze remained steadfastly on Leon. Leon, slightly uneasy, adjusted the corner of his clothing. There was a trace of unease in his eyes, not easily detected. They sat down at a window seat. Snowflakes fell outside the window like goose feathers, fluttering about. Xiuxian folded her hands on the table and leaned closer to Leon, softly saying, Leon, sitting here together feels so good. Her voice was gentle, as if afraid of disturbing this rare tranquility. Leon nodded slightly, barely forcing out a slight smile, responding, yeah. His gaze unconsciously drifted to the window, while in his mind, he calculated his plan, unsure how to deal with Xiuxian's passionate feelings. At this moment, the waiter served 2 steaming cups of coffee, white steam rising from the coffee mugs. Xiuxian gently held the coffee cup, taking a small sip and closing her eyes slightly, seemingly savoring the coffee's rich aroma, or perhaps enjoying the time spent alone with Leon. This coffee tastes great, try it. She pushed the coffee cup towards Leon. Leon came back to his senses, gripping the cup with his hand, but did not drink right away. He lightly caressed the edge of the cup with his fingers and after a moment of silence, said, Xiuxian, you know, I've always been very busy. There are many things I need to handle. His words carried a hint of distance. Xiuxian put down her cup. A flicker of disappointment flashed in her eyes, but soon returned to gentleness. She extended her hand and lightly placed it over Leon's hand resting on the table. I know you have your ideals and ambitions, but I also hope to be by your side, giving you some warmth and support. Her gaze was sincere and resolute, directly looking into Leon's eyes. Leon's body stiffened slightly, feeling Xiuxian's deep affection. Inside, he felt guilty but could not abandon his mission. He slowly withdrew his hand and said in a low voice, there are some things I must face alone, you may not understand. Xiuxian's hand hovered in midair, her smile gradually freezing, tears welling up in her eyes. Why do you always push me away? Is it that I don't mean anything to you? Her voice quivered, filled with cheek. Leon didn't dare to look into her eyes, turning his head toward the window. In the snowstorm, passers-by hurried along, his inner self just as cold and bewildered as this snow-covered landscape. It's not like you think, it's just, my path is difficult, and I don't want to drag you into it. His voice was somewhat hoarse. Xiuxian looked at Leon's indifferent profile, pain surging in her heart like waves. She stood up, the chair scraping against the ground with an ear-piercing sound. You won't even give me a chance, Leon. You've disappointed me too much. After saying this, she rushed to the door without looking back, tears streaming down her face. Leon watched her retreating figure, wanting to hold her back, but didn't know how to speak. His heart sank into deep confusion and anguish. After a long time, he finally got up slowly, facing the 2 cups of coffee that had gradually cooled down. The snowstorm outside continued ruthlessly, as if intent on burying the last remnants of warmth in his heart. He slowly returned to his ancient wine tavern. As soon as he walked in, a warm atmosphere greeted him. His subordinate Hill was standing by the kitchen door. Upon seeing Leon come in, she smiled and said, You're back. I've made chicken soup. Come and have a taste. Leon instinctively wanted to ask, didn't Xiuxian come? But swallowed the words back at the last moment. The loneliness in his demeanor was evident. Hill seemed to sense Leon's mood. She softly approached Leon's side and suddenly tiptoed to give him a quick kiss. Leon was shocked by this unexpected move. He furrowed his brows and looked at Hill. Leon, no matter what happens, I'll always be with you. I know you have a lot on your mind, and I don't want to see you so upset. Hill's eyes were full of deep emotion and determination. Leon felt even more disheartened. He pushed Hill away and sat down on a chair nearby. Hill, You don't understand. My matters aren't something you should involve yourself in. He'll then get angry. She walked over to Leon, crouched down next to him, and looked into his eyes. I don't care. All I know is that I want to be by your side, supporting you. Leon shook his head and fell into deep thought. Images of Elixia's sad departure kept flashing in his mind, along with his grand plan to overthrow the nation and challenge his master, the supreme ruler of this country. He knew well that he had embarked on a solitary and arduous path, and any entanglements of affection would only make it harder. In the corner of the tavern, Leon sat alone while Hill quietly attended to him from nearby. Outside, the heavy snowfall continued without end, as if intending to bury the entire world in boundless cold and stillness. Leon fully realized that he must steadfastly hold on to his beliefs and press forward, even if it meant forsaking those cherished feelings, and even if it meant confronting every difficulty and challenge alone. Chapter 93, Doubt. Leon was acutely aware that his current situation was akin to walking a tightrope. One misstep could result in irreversible disaster. As the Minister of Economy, he desired nothing more than to see the nation thrive and prosper. However, the Pope's ever-watchful eyes filled him with constant unease and suspicion. Under Leon's efforts, the national economy gradually recovered, and the market once again brimmed with vitality. Emerging industries sprouted like bamboo after spring rain, providing numerous job opportunities for the people. Tax revenues steadily increased due to the bustling commerce. In the towns, the streets buzzed with lively shops. Merchants wore smiles on their faces once more, and the livelihoods of the common folk slowly improved. The shadow of the harsh winter seemed to be dissipating bit by bit. However, as the Pope and King observed Leon's accomplishments in the economic sector, a growing uneasiness stirred within him. He believed that Leon's prestige and influence were escalating day by day. If left unchecked, there would come a time when it might jeopardize his own rule. Thus, the Pope summoned Leon to meet him in a secret chamber within the palace. Stepping into the dimly lit chamber, Leon felt an oppressive atmosphere permeate the room. The Pope sat high upon his throne-like chair, casting icy glances at him. Leon, your achievements at the Ministry of Economy have been nothing short of impressive, echoed the Pope's voice throughout the silent chamber, laced with an ambiguous undertone. Leon quickly bowed low in reverence, humbly replying, Your Majesty's wisdom illuminates all. All this is achieved only because of your trust and support. I merely fulfill my duty with the sole ambition of reviving the kingdom's economy so that our people can lead prosperous lives. The Pope slightly narrowed his eyes. Humph, I hope you're truthful in your claims, only acting for the good of the kingdom. Do not entertain any thoughts beyond your station. Remember, this land belongs to me, and anyone who dares challenge its sovereignty will find no favorable end. A chill struck Leon internally, but he maintained his respectful demeanor outwardly. Your Majesty overthinks this. My loyalty to you knows no bounds, and all I do is for the prosperity and stability of the Kingdom of Caroya. I implore your discernment. After scrutinizing him for a moment, the Pope slowly declared, There is a mission now that I wish to entrust to you. The followers of the New Dawn sect have been conducting clandestine activities, aiming to undermine the stability of the kingdom, a thorn in my side indeed. I hereby command you to collaborate with Archbishop Xiuxian and crush them entirely. Furthermore, both you and Xiuxian are reaching an age appropriate for marriage. Given your fine match, if you two were to wed and serve the kingdom together, it would undoubtedly be ideal. Internally, Leon let out a bitter laugh. He understood the Pope's plan, an opportunity to hit two birds with one stone. On one hand, the Pope wanted to use him against the New Dawn sect. On the other, by linking him with Xiuxian, he sought to tie Leon firmly under his control and eliminate any possible rebellious notions. But deep inside, Leon was clear that in the Pope's eyes, he was ultimately nothing more than a disposable pawn. Xiuxian, too, despite appearing favored, was another piece used by the Pope to sustain his reign. It was inevitable that the power center would always surround Xiuxian and the royal family. His genuine acceptance and trust from the Pope remained impossible. Your Majesty, regarding the matter of marrying the Archbishop, I believe we must prioritize national affairs. The threat posed by the New Dawn sect requires immediate attention. My focus lies fully on economic reform, leaving me little time to consider matters of personal affection. I humbly request your Majesty revoke this order. Leon earnestly pleaded. The Pope's expression darkened instantly. Humph, Leon, don't mistake my generosity. This decree isn't just for the sake of our plans. It's also for your benefit. Reflect carefully on this. With that, he waved his hand dismissively, ordering Leon to leave. All of this unfolded unnoticed before Xiuxian, hidden away in the corner of the secret chamber. She had already been deeply troubled over her past entangled emotions with Leon. Now hearing Leon so decisively reject their potential union, her heart was pierced anew with searing pain. She covered her mouth to stifle her sobs, yet tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. Xiuxian never imagined that her profound feelings meant so little to Leon, so trivial that he could reject them without hesitation. Heavy-hearted, Leon left the palace after the audience ended. He knew he could not openly defy the Pope's edict, nor did he have any intention of harming allies within the New Dawn sect, individuals who genuinely worked toward a better future for their country. Returning to the Ministry of Economy, he arranged through his subordinate Macari to notify the New Dawn sect about upcoming searches, giving them time to prepare and avoid unnecessary casualties. Subsequently, Leon took command of a troop of soldiers, carrying out seemingly thorough door-to-door inspections around the city. Soldiers moved swiftly along the streets, knocking on doors and inquiring residents if they had noticed suspicious persons or irregularities. Leon followed behind them, wearing a stern expression as he occasionally reminded the troops to conduct diligent searches. But his mind was elsewhere entirely. After returning to the Ministry of Defense, Xiuxian was also in a state of disarray. Sitting in the command hall, she stared at the map on the wall but could no longer summon the spirit to study the strategic layout. Leon's words rejecting the marriage proposal kept echoing in her mind, and his cold tones seemed like fire, completely burning away the last shred of hope she had for Leon. Archbishop, how should we deploy the next actions against the New Dawn sect? A general asked as he stepped forward. At this, Xiuxian snapped back to reality. She took a deep breath and tried hard to calm herself down. First, send people to scout possible hiding places of the New Dawn sect and gather intelligence. Once Leon provides further information, we'll make detailed arrangements for our actions. Although her voice remained steady, the melancholy in her eyes was impossible to hide. On Leon's side, the search operation proceeded slowly and meticulously. Every time they reached a place, he would deliberately delay things, making the soldiers repeatedly check some trivial areas. Meanwhile, Macari had accurately relayed the message to the New Dawn sect. After receiving the notification, they swiftly relocated key personnel and supplies, leaving behind only empty bases waiting for Leon and his men to discover. Thus, days passed, and Leon's investigation yielded no results. He returned to the palace to report to the Pope with an expression full of guilt. Your Majesty, I am incompetent. The past few days of searching have not revealed any traces of the New Dawn sect. It appears they've already heard rumors and gone into hiding early. I accept responsibility. May your Majesty punish me accordingly. The Pope furrowed his brows, filled with suspicion in his gaze. Leon, are you trying to deceive me? The New Dawn sect has been active in the city for so long. How could they vanish so easily? Leon hurriedly knelt down. Your Majesty, I dare not have such intentions. I truly did my best to conduct the search, but the New Dawn sect is exceedingly cunning. They must have highly effective means of concealment. I will continue to pursue them relentlessly until they are found. The Pope scrutinized him for a long while, but ultimately said nothing more. Fine, stand up. Keep monitoring the situation and report as soon as you hear any news. Yes, Your Majesty. Leon stood up, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. At the same time, Xiuxian learned from her subordinates about Leon's unsuccessful search operation. Doubt crept into her heart. Was the New Dawn sect really that difficult to locate? Or was Leon playing tricks in some way? The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she became. But without concrete evidence, she could only suppress her suspicions for now. As time went by, the nation's economy continued to improve under Leon's persistent efforts. New commercial projects emerged constantly, and infrastructure steadily improved. Praise for Leon grew higher among the people, intensifying the Pope's growing unease. Chapter 94, Pawn. He summoned Leon again, his tone even stricter than last time. Leon, don't think that I do not know what you are thinking. If this New Sun sect issue isn't handled well, your position as Minister of Economy will not be stable either. And regarding your marriage with Alicia, I hope you can soon give me a satisfactory reply. Leon internally groaned, but still maintained a respectful demeanor on the surface. Your Majesty, I have been tirelessly investigating the whereabouts of the New Sun sect, but they are too hidden. As for the marriage, I truly feel it is not an opportune time right now, and I hope your Majesty understands. The Pope scoffed coldly. What a fool you are, Leon. It seems you prefer punishment over cooperation. If you continue to be so obstinate, don't blame me for being unforgiving. After leaving the palace, Leon realized his situation was growing more perilous. He sought out Micah, discussing how to deal with the situation next. Micah, His Holiness is becoming increasingly dissatisfied with me. We cannot keep dragging our feet on the New Sun sect issue forever. We must find a way to make the Pope temporarily drop his suspicions against me, Leon said worriedly. Micah pondered for a moment and then spoke. Master, perhaps we could create some illusions, making the Pope believe we're genuinely doing everything to counter the New Sun sect, while ensuring the sect doesn't suffer any significant losses. Leon nodded. You're correct. Proceed with your plan, but remember to be cautious. We cannot afford to reveal any cracks in our strategy. Thus, Micah set about organizing everything. They prepared an abandoned warehouse located in a secluded part of the city. In this warehouse, they arranged traces suggesting activities of the New Sun sect, leaving behind some insignificant documents and objects designed to imply that members of the cult had just passed through. Next, Leon and his troops happened upon this warehouse. Leon immediately sent someone to inform the Pope, who personally arrived with a group of guards to examine the scene. Seeing the evidence in the warehouse, her expression softened slightly. Leon, this time you've proven somewhat useful. Nevertheless, these findings demonstrate the New Sun sect operates directly under our noses. Continue your investigation. Eradicate them entirely from their roots. Yes, Your Majesty, Leon replied. Upon learning this news, Alicia's doubts only deepened. She found the entire situation too coincidental. How did Leon manage to uncover clues so effortlessly? Determined, she decided to investigate this abandoned warehouse herself. Arriving there, she meticulously inspected the surroundings and the objects left inside. She noticed, although it appeared to bear traces of New Sun sect activity, something felt amiss. She summoned a trusted general beside her and ordered, "You, investigate whether anyone suspicious has been coming in and out of here recently. Also examine these items and see if you can uncover any irregularities." The general quickly departed, returning shortly thereafter with his report. Archbishop, according to local residents, the only one entering and leaving frequently in recent days has been Lord Leon with his troops. Furthermore, some of these items seem brand new. far from having been used for long periods. Alicia felt an internal chill settle over her heart as a realization began dawning. Could Leon really be secretly aiding the New Sun sect? But why would he do such a thing? Her mind was clouded with confusion and anguish. On one hand, her feelings for Leon made her reluctant to believe this, yet the evidence before her seemed to point towards Leon's misconduct. Back at the Ministry of Defense, Alicia was engulfed by deep turmoil. She was unsure how to confront Leon or whether she should disclose her discoveries to the Pope. If she told the Pope, Leon would surely face a dire predicament, but withholding the information might mean allowing Leon to plot something detrimental to the kingdom. As Minister of Defense, how could she fulfill her duties? Meanwhile, watching Leon work so earnestly for the nation's economy began to shake Alicia's doubts again. She thought perhaps Leon truly acted for the country's best interest, and the incident concerning the abandoned warehouse could simply have been a misunderstanding. Yet, certainty eluded her, and inner conflict raged on. Just then, the Pope summoned both Leon and Alicia. Sitting on the throne, he eyed them with a dark, ominous expression. Leon, how are you handling the economic crisis? And Alicia, any progress in the investigation of the New Sun sect? The Pope's voice was icy and authoritative. Leon bowed deeply and responded, Your Majesty, I and my colleagues are striving to overcome the economic crisis. Some preliminary successes have already been achieved, and parts of the domestic industries are beginning to revive. Trade teams are also under preparation, and we believe that soon we shall break through this current state of sanctions. Alicia followed with a bow and said, Your Majesty, concerning the investigation of the New Sun sect, I am still in the process of further inquiries. There has been no new progress as of yet. The Pope grunted coldly. You too. One must manage the economy well, the other must crush the New Sun sect. Do not disappoint me. If either of you fails in your duties, don't blame me for being merciless. Yes, Your Majesty, Leon and Alicia replied in unison. After leaving the palace, Leon and Alicia walked back to their respective departments along the same path. Neither spoke, and the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Leon pondered the economic crisis in his mind, knowing he had much work ahead and needed to restore the nation's economy as soon as possible. Alicia, on the other hand, thought about Leon and the New Sun sect. She was unsure whether she should find an opportunity to talk to Leon and clear up her doubts and concerns. Finally, Alicia couldn't help but speak. Leon, there's something I want to ask you. Leon stopped in his tracks and looked at her. What is it? Taking a deep breath, Alicia said. About that abandoned warehouse. Did you really discover it by accident? Leon's heart tensed as he realized Alicia was beginning to suspect him. However, he could not yet reveal his true intentions. Pretending to be calm, he responded, Of course, it was an accidental discovery. What do you mean? Alicia stared into his eyes, hoping to discern something from his gaze. But I've investigated it. Some things there don't seem right, and nearby residents say only you and your soldiers have been frequently entering and exiting that place. Furrowing his brow, Leon asked, Alicia, what are you implying? Are you doubting me? I'm devoted to the country and am working hard to address the economic crisis. Yet here you are questioning any ties I might have with the New Sun sect. Do you think this is appropriate? Alicia felt somewhat hurt by his words. I'm not deliberately trying to doubt you. It's just that the situation there seems very strange, and as Minister of Defense, I have a duty to get to the bottom of these matters. Sighing, Leon said, Alicia, I understand you have your responsibilities, but you should also trust me. I have no connection to the New Sun sect. The warehouse was indeed an accidental discovery. Our country is facing an economic crisis now. We should focus our energy on addressing these issues rather than being suspicious of each other here. Listening to his words, Alicia, though still harboring some doubts in her heart, acknowledged the reason behind his statement. All right, maybe I'm overthinking it. I hope you truly mean what you say, that you're working for the country. Leon nodded. Rest assured I am.